This teenager, not even 15 years old, was called the Grim Reaper because every day he would let the white snake crawl over him. Then he used the snake as venom to nourish his spirit. It turned out he had been captured since childhood by a mysterious assassin organization. There, he and other children had to endure hellish training, forced to become cold-blooded, ruthless assassins. But before their first mission, the assassin organization's hideout was discovered, and a group of enemy warriors stormed in, slaughtering everyone inside. Only one person escaped him. Piao Yu's journey of revenge against those who slaughtered his comrades officially begins here, on a beautiful sunny day, in the middle of a bustling, crowded market. Is this all you got today? The boy looked at the chipped bowl of food in his hands, each item just a little, like he had begged a bit from everyone. Shrimp, grilled meat, an apple, and rice. Looks like the market's doing okay, he said, juggling the apple in his hand with a crooked smile. He took a bite of the apple, eyes scanning around as he silently assessed the place. I need to find somewhere to sleep tonight. My name is Bioan, 14 years old. Bioan means Payu. I am an orphan, no mom or dad, wandering the world with nowhere to turn, no roots, no home. He stepped deeper into the market. Bioan walked slowly, looking around. This way. Right. Suddenly, something tall blocked his path. Bioan looked up, having to crane his neck. It was a very tall man, like a wall standing in front of Bioan. He wore a hat with a veil covering his face, radiating an overwhelming aura. Bioan felt uneasy, his hand instinctively gripping the bowl tighter. Eyebrows furrowed. Who is this guy? The mysterious man silently stared at Bioan, his thin lips pressed firmly together. Biogan's eyes snapped open. He seemed no longer in the market. Darkness surrounded him. He felt himself lying on the floor, arms and legs spread wide. It felt strange. Bioan closed his eyes tight, then opened them again. Nothing had changed. He gasped, fear rising from deep inside, his heartbeat quickening. I clearly opened my eyes. So why is it so dark around me? My eyes can be broken. Right. Bioan breathed heavily, sweat beading his forehead, his whole body cold. Is it really this dark? Not a single ray of light. Where? Suddenly, his head spun. He tried moving his arms and legs. Strange, he seemed numb, powerless over his body. Tears streamed down his face, fear and loneliness overwhelming him. Despair kept crashing down. I can't move. My whole body feels weak. Bioan strained until he was about to faint, struggling to move his limbs. How did this happen? Bioan opened his eyes, tears running down past his ears. He was silent, recalling every detail before he passed out. Earlier on the road, he would met someone. Was it because of that guy? The mysterious man had said something strange, but it seemed effective. Being here must be connected to him. But Bioan did not know his name or background. Why would he lock me up here? I have not done anything to anyone. Biogan's eyes darted around. He gasped. If that is true, then he must have some other purpose, not just hatred. Bioan thought that to calm himself. My name is Bioan, 14 years old. My dad's Paiwan had a ka. My mom's lesson hong. A flood of thoughts poured into Biogan's mind. He felt uneasy. It was too dark, really too dark. Am I losing my mind? Or am I still sane? How long has it been? In his helpless moment, tears he would held back now flowed freely. Fear and loneliness, so strong that if not for himself, he might have gone crazy long ago. When will this end? He wondered, but kept muttering. Bioan. After a while, Biogan's empty stomach protested loudly. He had no sense of space or time in this dark place. But he still felt hunger. If this keeps up, I will starve to death. Bioan gritted his teeth, determination rising. Either starve or go crazy. Want me to starve to death? Doubts and worries flooded in. What did I do wrong? I have not even begged him for food. So why? Wow. Thoughts flashed through Biogan's mind, fueling his determination. Tears streamed down, his lips bitten raw and bleeding. Even if I were just an ordinary person, there is no reason to be thrown into a hell like this. He tensed up, his fingers twitching slowly and weakly. But it was a good sign, showing he was gradually regaining control of his body. Bioan barely believed his eyes as he watched his fingers move upward. He could move his hand again. Gasping, Biogan's arm dropped weakly. It must have been exhausting. This place was so damp and musty. His nose wrinkled. It was cold and smelled like a basement. His hands and feet moved, brushing the floor to get a sense of the space. In the quiet moment, Bioan heard a sound: water. The distant trickle of water echoing back. A drop fell onto the still water, breaking the silence and rippling the perfectly calm surface. Feeling like he would struck gold, Biogan's hope for escape grew stronger. He needed to drink water. With that thought, he struggled to move his body. His throat was dry and silent, but he forced his heavy limbs to obey, screaming inside as his body slowly responded. He tried to turn over, and though his body reacted, it was still difficult. Biogan gritted his teeth. He could do this. He rolled over and slowly crawled up. His tears dried. His mouth full of sweet, bloody, metallic taste. Biogan pushed himself up, his mind urging him on. Survive. Survive. After a while, Biogan looked exhausted. He relaxed and lay flat on the floor. Breathing heavily, taking a deep breath, he continued his effort. And knees bent, hands pressing the ground. He had to do it. His heavy, slow body moved awkwardly. Biogan gritted his teeth. He had to make it. After a long struggle, he reached the water. Along the wall, water gently flowed down. Biogan cried tears of joy. Overwhelmed by the fact he had succeeded, Biogan edged along the wall, quietly tapping it with a piece of debris. Stone wall too hard. While guessing, he poked the wall hard with a finger. Immediately, his fingernail bled, and he winced in pain, lying on his back, biting his bleeding finger. Biogan thought it was useless. The pain in his finger burned as he bit down on his warm mouth, making him hurt even more. He let his limbs fall limp and sighed, seeming to give up, lying flat on the ground. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from around, growing closer to Biogan until they stopped completely. He opened his eyes slightly, looking at the person in front of him with curiosity. Who was that? Strangely, the person looked exactly like Biogan, same appearance, same voice, but the tone and attitude did not seem like him. The man looked down coldly at Biogan lying on the ground, his voice questioning and indifferent. Why are you so stubborn? Hearing that, Biogan glared, eyes wide and mouth agape in shock. The man sneered, mocking and recounting Biogan's misery, or rather, his own. What a joke. Why suffer clinging to a life like that? He folded his hands behind his back, slowly walking over and sitting down near Biogan's head. If you give up, you will feel better. Biogan was silent. Then after a moment, quietly asked, is it really better? The man looked surprised and asked, how so? Biogan's eyes hardened. So you think it is easy to feel better that way? I do not think so. I will live. The man lowered his eyes, glanced at Biogan, and said, it is pointless. Biogan seemed unmoved, firmly holding his ground. If dying is like that, it is a pity. If I die without stabbing the one who trapped me, I won't be able to rest even in death. I will live, Biogan said more passionately, as if that was the reason for the fire burning inside him. I will live fiercely and take revenge on everyone who put me through this. The man stopped judging Biogan, falling silent for a moment. Then he asked, are you really going to take revenge? Biogan firmly said. He pressed further. You won't give up? Right, Biogan shouted. Absolutely not. His eyes blazing with deadly intent. The man smiled slightly and stayed silent. Biogan opened his eyes wide, but the darkness was still as gloomy as before. You are slow to regain consciousness. I can't see anything. What was that dream just now? Or am I really losing my mind? Biogan musters his strength to sit up, stretches his body and arms, gritting his teeth and clenching his jaw. He has to survive. Biogan moves toward the wall where water is dripping down, his hands constantly feeling around the edges, his nose sniffing the air repeatedly as that moss. Biogan's hand touches something. It seems like moss or some kind of plant. I do not know if it is edible, but I have to eat it. Thinking that, Biogan plucks some of the greenery and brings it to his mouth, his hands trembling along with his mouth, half wanting to eat it, half not. Still, Biogan finally puts it in his mouth, closes his eyes tight, chews and swallows the tough bite he has to eat to survive. Just one bite and Biogan wants to throw it all up. Oh no. It tastes like rotten stuff, but he closes his eyes and swallows it down. After swallowing, Biogan breathes a sigh of relief, and his body feels no worse for where it is edible. I have to eat. Biogan reaches out again, this time taking even more. Sweat pours down, soaking his hair and face into his clothes. I have to live. Somehow I have to live. He pushes his eating speed to the limit. After eating, Biogan drags his torn sandals and moves forward along the wall. The rustling sound of his feet stirs the silent space. Here Biogan stopped, quietly assessing his surroundings. By calculation, this is a square space about 9 square meters in area. I am still trapped. Someone lock me in. A sound comes from somewhere, a howling wind, strong gusts slipping through a narrow crack. That sound is iron door. Biogan quickly moves toward the light filtering through. A small rectangular frame flooded with blinding light right before his eyes. After being in the dark for a while, Biogan can adjust to the sudden change in brightness. He shields his eyes. His own eyes. Biogan closes them tight, tears streaming down from the sting. No matter what, I have to go. He is gradually adapting. Biogan moves forward shouting loudly, "Wait. Someone's here." He shields his eyes and forces himself to keep going. Just a little more. Then, suddenly, at the rectangular frame where the light comes in, an arm holding a bowl reaches through the doorway. Then the scene goes pitch black again. No gap for any light to get through. Biogan is stunned, panicked, tears bursting out. A scent hits his nose sharply. That smell food. Biogan calms down. He is very close to the bowl that was just placed in. Biogan takes a deep breath. He calmly thinks it through. Rotten fish. Stale tea. Pork, probably leftovers. Biogan lifts the bowl. At least there are 5 kinds of leftovers here. No way one person could eat 5 different kinds of food alone like this. So it is not just one person. Meaning there could be more than 5 people out there. These 5 people have imprisoned me to serve their purposes. So I am definitely not the only one locked up here. It would not make sense to lock just me up in a space like this. So there must be at least 5 guards and many others in the same situation as me. Then what is their goal? Biogan looks serious. Sitting cross-legged, deep in thought, taking another breath. He smells a familiar scent: spicy seasoning and pork. Sichuan food. Biogan immediately digs, eating ravenously, like someone's about to steal it. Because he is starving, there is still time. I have to focus on eating to survive first. At least it tastes better than zero. In less than a moment, Biogan finishes eating and throws the bowl aside, licking his lips hungrily. It seems Biogan is full and ready for the fight to reclaim his freedom. The dark, damp place seems like a place that cuts off all hope and effort to live. But in that space, a sound arises, steady, rhythmic, the heavy breathing of Biogan, who has been using his time in captivity to train and build a strong body. I have been locked up here for at least 4 months. Biogan persists with push-ups, sweat pouring down his back like he just showered. Every day, they open the small door once and provide food. Thinking back to the early days, Biogan had screamed and pounded on the door many times. But all he got was the sound of the door slamming shut, and his aching arm throbbing. Other than that, they never said a word. They just kept locking me up in this cramped, dark space. As he thought, Biogan kept doing push-ups, and when he reached his limit, he barely managed to hold himself up. He collapsed onto the floor, exhausted, muscles sore, limbs drenched in sweat. Biogan tilted his head, gasping for breath. In this situation, I feel like I could go crazy any second. But damn it, I won't get anything out of it. Just waste time. His eyes grew sharper. No longer scared or naive like before. I have started to see my surroundings bit by bit. Seems like I have gotten used to the pitch black darkness. Able to spot things moving in the basement, Biogan flipped onto his back. He sat up, placing his hands behind him to support his body, and vaguely saw a creature crawling in front of him. There are many species living in a place with no light at all like this. Is that a centipede? Biogan kept watching in front without noticing around him. Right next to his hand, a pair of glowing red eyes flashed in the dark. Its long tail silently slithered across the ground. It quickly wrapped around Biogan's right arm. He startled and reacted. The snake slid over his arm, making a terrifying hissing sound that gave him goosebumps. A white snake with red eyes suddenly opened its mouth and bit into Biogan's muscular arm. He frowned deeply. He grabbed the bite and screamed in agony. A sharp pain in his chest. Biogan felt his body acting strangely. He gasped, wondering why his whole body felt like it was burning. Could it be snake venom? Biogan's veiny hand trembled as he touched his chest. He collapsed onto the floor, teeth clenched tight from the pain, sweat pouring down his forehead. The heat kept rising. His insides felt like they were on fire. Biogan screamed, feeling like the snake was swallowing him whole, destroying him with its venom. After a while, it seemed Biogan had passed out from the pain, his body burning hot, face flushed red. The iron door opened as usual, and a bowl of food was pushed inside. They set the bowl down and then coldly shut the door. Biogan lunged forward like a starving tiger, clutching the bowl tightly, like a conditioned reflex. Biogan snapped up the bowl of food in a flash. No matter what, he stared intently at it, his breath still uneven. His voice was shaky. Biogan thought to himself, I absolutely can't die. He hunched over the floor, ravenously eating the food in the bowl, unaware that the red eyes were right beneath his feet. After eating, Biogan sat cross-legged, staring at the snake in front of him. It did not do anything, seeming harmless. Is it really like that? The snake slithered toward Biogan, its venom potent enough to kill, flicking its tongue repeatedly, making a chilling sound. It seemed his body was undergoing some change during the detox process. Things were clearer ahead than before. Strange. He reached out toward the snake. Was it really because of it? I have heard that if a venomous creature survives, it can become stronger over time. If I could develop venom resistance. Biogan wanted to approach the snake but was scared, cold sweat silently dripping down his forehead. If only he had a weapon, like extra determination. He reached out to touch the snake, but of course, it would not allow that. It bit down hard on Biogan's hand, drawing blood. Immediately, thick veins bulged on Biogan's arm, looking terrifying. Touching it was useless. Gotta be more careful. My body feels like it is on fire. The familiar heat surged again. Biogan gritted his teeth and endured it, but the pain faded quickly. Biogan was stunned. Could not believe it ended so soon. Not as bad as when I was first bitten. He smirked. Snake. Though his eyes had deteriorated in the dark, his breath was steady and natural, from stealthily approaching prey to controlling it with sound. Yet they did not flaunt excessive ambition. After finishing the meal, they won't make the mistake of threatening and hunting the bugs gathering around. Only he and I have the wit in this darkness. Biogan sat quietly, lost in thought. His eyes seemed to change, turning red, the color of a snake's eyes. Suddenly, a tremor shook the floor and surroundings noticeably. Biogan slowly stood up, this tremor standing firmly on the ground. Biogan sensed it with all his senses. Something unexpected happened right before Biogan's eyes. The door that had been shut for so long suddenly swung open. Doors open now. Biogan cautiously approached, pushed the door, and stepped outside. Along the dark hallway, there were other doors as well. His footsteps grew louder as he kept moving toward the end of the dark corridor, walking endlessly as if there was no end in sight. Biogan looked around as he walked. It took about 2 steps before a prison cell appeared beside him, which is why I could not sense any human presence. He stood before a door, placing his hand on it to feel. Biogan wrinkled his nose and inhaled deeply. All his senses seemed sharper than ever. That smell, it is the stench of a rotting corpse. I can't identify it exactly, but judging by the bones, about my 8, a large iron door blocked the way. Standing tall, Biogan seemed to see the end of this long, silent corridor and cautiously stepped toward it. The scene before him made him shiver. A huge door right ahead. Freedom just a step away. The bar had been removed. Let me try pushing it open, Biogan thought, placing both hands on the door and pushing. The heavy iron door moved as Biogan pushed with all his strength. Standing before Biogan were 2 others, a young man and an unfamiliar girl. Biogan was a bit surprised. He could not figure out what was going on. Biogan stepped toward the 2 of them. They startled at the sound of movement. Biogan boldly walked on, looking around as he went, passing through the half-open door. He smelled the same rotten stench inside the room just like out here. The girl looked confused. Who are you? Where did you come from? He and I are the only survivors here. Biogan looked at the girl. She seemed to be looking toward the sound, but could not see clearly. She was looking this way, but could not see him in the dark. It seemed only he was hidden by the shadows. Judging the situation, Biogan introduced himself. My name is Biogan. I was also imprisoned in a nearby cell. The girl frowned and shouted. So you are saying there are more places like this? Biogan's face remained calm as he straightforwardly replied. Seems like it. What is your name? After a moment, the girl calmed down and answered Biogan's question. And he is Songchong. Biogan took in the information, coldly signaling them to keep moving forward. The 2 seemed surprised by the newcomer, but Yugayat followed along. She glanced back at Biogan. Where are you going? Biogan did not look back even for a second, calmly sharing his thoughts. Looks like there are more places like this. Yugayat and Thienvu hesitated but followed slowly. Sure enough, after a while, a tall, heavy iron gate stood before them. Yugayat sighed. Oh my, it really is like that. Biogan took long strides, leading the way. Follow me. But Ingayat and Thienvu watched him with suspicion. Don't panic, Ingayat said, reaching out to Thienvu. Hold my hand. Thienvu, a quiet and shy guy, slowly took her hand and stammered. Okay. The gate was pushed open. The heavy iron door creaked loudly, making everyone tense. On the other side was another group of people, who also looked surprised by the newcomers. Upon meeting, Thienvu and Nugayat quickly approached and exchanged information with them. Biogan silently observed the surroundings. He noticed a door slightly ajar, and a mixed scent hit his nose. Rotting flesh, blood, mildew, and food all blended together. Unlike my place, no one here was starving to death. Instead, they had committed suicide. Biogan's eyes seemed to clear up even more. In the dark, you notice bowls of food scattered on the ground. There are some with food, some empty, and some with leftovers. There are more bowls and food here than where we were. Are they discriminating like that? How could there be discrimination between different areas like this? Thinking about what I have been through, hunger, suffering, Biogan feels angry and confused. Like Ingwite shouted. Biogan, you hear someone call you. You turn around. But Nugwite keeps talking. These people were also captured here at the same time as us. Her name is Limon. Go Senok. And Nugwite just keeps introducing them one by one. Biogan stays cold and calm, leading them forward, the noisy chatter filling the space. Then they reach a door. Just like the first 2, Biogan pushes the door open, and the bright light from outside shines in. Everyone raises their hands to shield their eyes. Each of them winces and blinks at the strong light. Seems like everyone has been trapped in darkness too long. There are constant sounds of sneezing and rubbing eyes. My eyes. Biogan's no exception. Though his eyes hurt, he keeps them open to see what is behind the door. Is it the outside world? We are still underground. We have been underground for so long that even a torch is blinding. Outside, torches burn brightly along the path. As his eyes adjust, Biogan freezes at the sight ahead. While everyone's still rubbing their sore eyes, Biogan stares straight ahead. It looks like a market, or a fortress, or some kind of building, but abandoned. Torches line the road. The group follows Biogan inside as he opens the door. No one's here, but Ingwite stands behind, looking confused, saying, "You are right. What is going on here?" Biogan steps in slowly, observing around. Long and short wooden planks are tied together to support the structure. It looks weak, like it was built in a rush. The house is just for show. The interior is really shabby. Why? Biogan. A voice calls from behind. He glances back, turns his head slightly. Then the person lowers their voice. Right. Luluman smiles at him. I am. From now on, I will take care of you. Biogan looks confused and stays silent. Luluman steps closer, strokes his cheek, then gently studies Biogan's face. Has it always looked like this? Your red eyes. They are beautiful. Biogan shivers coldly. My eyes are red. They really are red. He immediately thinks of a very likely cause. Could it be that snake bite that changed me? Around here, standing out is not a good thing, Luluman remembers. The red fades near the torchlight. But it is still noticeable. Seems like you do not know. So it must have happened after you came here. Biogan quietly breathes a sigh of relief. Thank God. Luluman catches his sneaky expression and gently asks. You are thinking? Right. Biogan replies hesitantly. Just some stuff. Luluman comments. You look different from the other kids. Biogan straightens up and asks. Different how? Luluman suddenly does not explain clearly, smiling warmly with eyes curved. I just feel that way. We are all confused. But you are the only one calm. Biogan is at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. But then Gwite and Thin Vi appear, asking, What are you two doing over here? Luluman answers casually. Talking. But Gwite repeats skeptically. Talking. Luluman softens. Just some random stuff, but Gwite frowns. Then shifts to the main point. The other kids have decided to stick together from now on. What do you two plan to do? Biogan frowns. Do what? But Gwite smiles and calls out. You are coming with us. Right. Biogan lowers his head, closes his eyes. Not agreeing right away, he wants to wait and see. But Gwite pushes. Let us. You are not planning to come with us. Biogan quickly explains. I just said I want to wait and see how things go. But Gwite falls silent. After a moment, she relaxed her face to show reconciliation. But Gwite responded. All right. Feel free to come find me if you change your mind. Then she turned to Luluman. What about you? She hesitated briefly, her expression serious. Luluman smiled brightly, placed a hand on her shoulder like Gwite did, and accepted the invitation. All right. I will go with you. Going together makes it easier to survive than going alone. Right. But Gwite was happy to have someone with her, deciding it was the right choice. Biogan witnessed everything, cautiously wary of these newly met people. They had been isolated in the dark for a long time, and none of them seemed stable. Even I can't trust them like the others do. From now on, I will just watch them from afar. Biogan silently left. It had been a short time since the kids saw each other, and many different groups had formed. One group's core members were Suogan and Songchang-go, a pair bonded since they met. Another group was led by Kanjin, the kid with long blue tied-up hair, gathered around Yam Yui Jiang, a fiercely hot-tempered red-haired boy. Another group called San, their leader, a pale blue-haired kid with a lazy attitude. And one child was not part of any group. Biogan was brave and bold. Rumors about the formation of groups kept spreading, especially about Biogan not joining any group. I heard he was in an area where no one survived. How could he survive when others did not? Could it be that he killed them all? The truth is he is not part of any group. Biogan heard all the gossip but did not argue back, silently sighing inside. No matter where you go, the world stays the same. I do not have time to care about those people now, he thought as he left the center of the chatter. At the cliff wall, Biogan quietly reached out to touch the moss on the rocks. I am sure this house was only built recently. But looking at the moss, Biogan rubbed the small patches stuck in the cracks. Maybe this underground place was built a long time ago and only recently reused. Whoever they are, they definitely have huge resources and wealth. This is not something an ordinary person could do. Stones and dust fell down. Biogan looked up to see a small beam of light above his head. There was light at the top. A bamboo basket slowly lowered from where the light shone. And the group saw it too. They gathered in the courtyard, cheering. Look up there. A basket's coming down from above. Auntie. The basket was set down, filled with vegetables, mushrooms, and meat, but all mixed together. The crowd happily shouted, That is food. Let us. A hand reached out to grab food, but a voice stopped the action. Wait. Everyone froze. The space fell completely silent. Then the crowd quickly erupted in anger. What the hell? Move aside, Gwite suggested. Why do not we split it evenly among everyone? That made the crowd pause. Confused, everyone looked at their leaders, waiting for a decision. 4 people knew Gwite, Night, and Kwang-san gathered in front of the basket. And Gwite pursed her lips. Since we are the leaders, let us distribute it. Just when it seemed settled, a voice called from afar. Wait. The sharp tone seemed to stop everything. Those nearby stepped aside as the owner of the voice entered the circle. I am taking my share too, Biogan said calmly. Then he casually reached into the basket. Put that down. A hand grabbed Biogan's to stop him. Sun frowned. No one takes food from the basket without our permission. Everything in the basket is controlled by us. Biogan stayed silent, stared coldly into Sun's eyes, then sharply pulled his hand away. Then Biogan smoothly raised his hand to attack. He quickly pushed forward, aiming straight at Sion's face. Biogan's sudden move left everyone open-mouthed in shock. Then Sion was pushed down to the ground. All of that happened in the blink of an eye. No one could react in time. You are grinding your teeth wide. What did you say? Say it again. Biogan's hand moved down to Sion's neck. His rough, hardened hand gripping tightly. Sion gasped in pain. Biogan squeezed harder with both hands. I said, say it again. Sion screamed, struggling with both hands. The crowd around him panicked and shouted, let go. You bastard. Let go. Now. Biogan stayed silent, glaring coldly at the crowd, pressing down harder. Hot drops of blood splattered everywhere. Sion screamed in agony. The crowd was terrified by Biogan's actions, trembling with pale faces. He's gone too far. Biogan seemed like a white snake, his silence and coldness spreading fear around. They whispered, that bastard's really pissed off now. But Nguite slowly stepped forward, her face icy cold. Please let him go. If you do not, he won't be able to answer. Biogan did not release but pressed harder, making Sion scream in pain. Why should I? Tell me why. Nguite calmly said. He probably understands the situation after what Hyoen did. Biogan finally let go, slowly standing up. What about the food? But Nguite closed her eyes. No one touches Hyoen's share, right? King and Netter. San nodded in agreement. Only then did Biogan fully release Sion, who stood up straight. From above, Biogan glanced at the young man clutching his bloody face. Lying on the ground, Sion blinked, trembling with anger. Damn bastard. Biogan glared at him, grinding his teeth threateningly. What? You want your eye to end up like that too? If you want to go blind, just say so. Sion weakly forced himself up, still holding his face, grinding his teeth. You crazy bastard. Biogan did not even look back. The food was evenly distributed, everyone eating until their stomachs were full. Biogan sat high up, looking down at the whole scene from afar, chewing on a radish. He thought to himself, this is a test to filter out the useful kids. It has been like this from the start, and I am sure it will keep going until they reach their goal. Many kids will die along the way. Sooner or later, they will all be my rivals anyway. Sitting and eating, he watched the noisy scene below, everyone chatting harmoniously. How's Hyoen doing lately? Nguite stepped up behind Biogan. Hyoen's still fine, even as everyone's rival. Right, after what Hyoen did, many kids left the Yujong group. Biogan glanced at her, his eyebrows slightly raised, and her group became the largest. But Nguite raised her voice in surprise. I thought Hyoen did not care about this since keeping distance from everyone here. But I guess Hyoen's been watching us all along. Biogan looked ahead, replying to the person beside him. As much as you all care about me, I have been watching everyone too. A comeback exchanged. Biogan glanced at Nguite, silently judging her. After handing out food to the group, she ate the least. That is why the other kids are so loyal to So-Ogan. She is definitely the standout leader. But Nguite tilted her head, changing the subject. Hyoen still lives in that gloomy room. Just because the other kids look down on her, Biogan did not avoid it. It is more comfortable there. But Nguite lowered her voice. Get it? Biogan kept thinking about why he stayed in a separate room, and it was also to build up more poison resistance. He rolled up his sleeve, revealing a fresh bite mark. Zombie bite. Since it does not hurt anymore, I guess I have managed to fight it off somehow. But Nguite spoke up. Why does not Hyoen join our group instead of fighting alone like this? Biogan did not answer directly. I remember I already answered that, he said. But Nguite pressed on. Didn't Hyoen say she would wait and see how things go? Suddenly a sound echoed, long and reverberating through the space. Everyone seemed familiar with this mysterious noise. But Nguite shouted, it is Meltime. Karing Nuk looked at the basket slowly lowering and shouted, I hope no idiot tries to crawl into this basket again this time. If you do not want to die, do not cut the rope while it is still going up. Got it. The basket just came down. Everyone eagerly stepped forward to see. But quickly, those excited faces turned into grimaces. What the hell? Why is there only this much left? That basket still carried food this time. But the amount was too little. Roughly only about a third of what it was before. But Nguite was shocked and confused, while Biogan beside her calmly and slowly stood up with an indifferent gaze. He already knew this was going to happen. It is starting now. Scene change. Magnus Sam was a boy who tried to overcome everything to join the group led by So-Ogan. In her group, he was the smallest kid, but made up for it with his tough endurance. But that little Magnus Sam died. The kids in the group like Nguite screamed in anger when they saw Magnus Sam's body. Whoever did this, I will never forgive that bastard. Everyone knew the reason. Magnus Sam died because he was the weakest. Under dim light, Biogan's face remained calm and cold, his eyes scanning the scene indifferently, showing no reaction when looking at the boy's body. When seeing Magnus's body covered with a mat, her eyes showed no emotion, only a clear rationality towards Nguite. In contrast, Thien V's eyes burned with an uncontrollable rage. He clenched his jaw tightly, veins bulging clearly. Damn it. I will kill whoever did this. At this tense moment, Nguite spoke with an icy voice. not caring who did it. She was frighteningly calm, her voice steady and unwavering. What really matters is that one of us has died. The Envy stood there, hesitating slightly, feeling dizzy from Ngite's unusually calm demeanor. In her eyes rose a fierce determination, her words low, hoarse, and cold like a curse. We have to get revenge. Just like he did to that boy, the weakest member of the other group will be the next target. On Byogan's face was a clear expression of tension. Silently thinking, the war has begun. Finally, the weakest member of the Goan-san group was found dead. This is only the beginning. Every night, another person dies, one from Soan, then one from Yamujang and Kangen groups. The killings keep happening. The kids started suspecting each other and became wild like demons in a famine. Scene change. He walked to a wall covered in moss. Taking some with his hand, Byogan bit a little. The taste was fishy and bitter, forcing him to grimace immediately. Remembering you, Byogan muttered. Disgusting. I will never get used to eating this. He only paused briefly to fill his stomach. While eating, Byogan guessed the other hungry kids had not gone far yet. Suddenly, a flicker of fire appeared at the far end of the dark tunnel. Getting closer to him, Byogan froze, his sharp eyes instantly alert. But he thought peace would not last much longer anyway. Under weak light, footsteps of the Zeon group appeared. The light got closer, and he thought silently, here they come. Byogan listened in the dark, judging from the footsteps. At least 4. They could not have gotten this far lost. Zeon asked his companions, are you sure this is the place? The kid holding the torch stammered. Yeah. I saw him go this way myself. The torchbearer's face showed confusion and fear. While he cautiously looked around the tunnel, Zeon was still pissed about losing an eye because of him. Angrily shouting, where's that bastard? Zeon smiled wickedly, his eyes gleaming with cruel satisfaction. Muttering like bragging, I killed 2 people after the fight. Now Byogan. This is the perfect moment for revenge. Zeon's eyes burned with fierce fire. Where is he? Suddenly, the kid with the headband screamed in terror. His whole body suddenly swayed unsteadily to one side. Stumbling, shouting, something bit my leg. From behind, in the dim light, a white snake slithered away. The headband kid fell down motionless, causing the kid next to him to panic. Wait, what is going on? What happened? He lay still on the ground, eyes rolled back, mouth foaming uncontrollably. Immediately, he shouted a warning. There is something here. Watch out. Just as he said that, the kid holding the staff was suddenly knocked down by something. When both of them turned around, all that was left was the burning staff lying there. The person seemed to have been swallowed by some force. Zeon was filled with intense rage. Damn it. From the darkness, he looked at them like a tiny, lost firefly in a vast forest, small, alone, and easily crushed. In contrast, he was in the faint light, shouting wildly, his voice echoing through the tunnel. Where are you? Where the hell are you, you filthy bastard? Quietly emerging from the thick darkness, Byogan appeared silently behind the staff. Without a sound or breath, his arm slipped around its neck suddenly like a snake striking out from the bushes, fast and cold. Zeon heard the shout and immediately turned around. Before he could react, he saw Byogan holding the staff with a terrified face, his limbs trembling uncontrollably. His eyes showed coldness, his face emotionless. Byogan was silent, but his aura burned fiercely like someone driven only by the will to destroy. A cold sweat rolled down his cheek, his eyes wide and tense, full of fear hidden behind a defiant expression. Inside, Zeon was conflicted, torn between terror and trying to stay calm. He clenched his fists tightly, trying to keep his composure, shouting, you bastard. Let go of the staff right now. Byogan looked at the staff, the person trembling with fear, his cold gaze muttering, at this rate, he will die, and I will become a killer. Byogan thought to himself, maybe I do not need to kill him just yet. Suddenly, he changed his mind. With a cold, sharp snap, Zeon froze, eyes wide, mouth agape, speechless. As he saw the body limp from Byogan's hands, lifeless and cold, Byogan thought silently, sooner or later, I will have to kill someone anyway. Zeon was furious. You bastard. You killed all my people, you cruel demon. Hearing those insults, Byogan's face showed no expression at all. He gritted his teeth, eyes wide, sweat pouring down. Zeon was angry but could not hide his panic, his bottled up emotions making him seem on the verge of madness. He went berserk and charged forward, shouting in rage. Damn you. Zeon lunged like a wild beast out of control, his face twisted with anger, every strike full of fury, as if venting all his fear and frustration on Byogan. He no longer held any reason, driven only by brutal instinct with every blow, but Byogan easily dodged all attacks. Zeon screamed madly, eyes wide as if he would lost all reason, his voice tearing through the space. He swung his weapon so fast it left a white streak slicing through the air. It seemed like he had knocked Byogan down. Zeon's gaze slowly calmed, but looking closer, He panicked. Realizing the strike had not hit Bioan at all, Zeon went crazy again, yelling around. Where are you? Where did you go? Don't run away like that. Come out. Bioan suddenly appeared behind him, speaking coldly and angrily. This time, you won't just lose an eye. Zeon panicked, trembling uncontrollably, then spun around and crawled away, with nowhere left to run. He fearfully glanced back, still with that emotionless face. Bioan slowly approached. With each step Bioan took, Zeon was pushed closer to the wall. The footsteps grew louder, making his whole body shake with fear. Biogan's eyes were like a predator's, cold and sharp, making Zeon sweat profusely and tremble uncontrollably. He immediately shouted desperately, Wait, let us cooperate. Bioan looked at Zeon with a puzzled expression, sweating heavily. Explained. We can fight those kids for long. Let us cooperate. Even Yuan and Songchon Goose groups can beat them if we work together. Biogan's eyes showed some calculation, but he kept moving closer to Zeon. Zeon tried to persuade. If you do not want to, then I will be your subordinate. I am different from those you just killed. I am useful. Use me. Bioan looked up at Zeon once, seeing through his heart. I know you will listen at first, but eventually, you will do what you did today. Zeon immediately shouted. You are wrong. I won't do that. Never. Bioan lowered his body, ready to strike, when suddenly a black mark appeared on his hand. Right after that, the big guy was thrown aside by the smaller Bioan, whose strength and speed caught Zeon off guard, not giving him a moment to breathe. He wrapped around the deer like a snake squeezing its prey. Bioan lunged forward, gripping Zeon's face tightly. He struggled desperately but was completely powerless against the chokehold. When his body stopped struggling, Bioan dropped him flat on the ground. Only then did he show emotion, breathing heavily as he turned and walked away, explaining that he kills because he is still weak. His eyes slowly reddened, like a predator lurking in the shadows. Cut to the scene where Yai Zhang's group had vanished, all because he and his close friends caused the chaos. Night. Night. And San all felt fear watching Zeon's entire group get wiped out. The three of them thought about Bioan, the one who killed Yai Zhang. She leaned against a pillar, gently lifting her hand, eyes lost in thought. Just how strong is Hyan? He killed 4 people all by himself. Over here, also worry of his power. He silently thought to himself that he should not become this guy's opponent. Lying on the floor, his eyes dull as he stared at the ceiling. Only one thought ran through his head. That guy is cunning and stubborn. San saw through Biogan's intentions. He knew exactly what he had to do to get everyone to follow him. He knew but felt powerless due to the huge gap in strength, only able to sigh quietly. Switching topics, he muttered that distributing food to everyone had escalated beyond control. People would have to kill each other to grab food. San jumped up, eyes sharp and cold, concluding bitterly that in the end, everyone would become a murderer. Thinking about Zeon's group, he whispered, Bioan killed Zeon, the strongest among them. No one would dare mess with him now. Realizing how dangerous Bioan was, he warned the kids. Never even think about messing with Bioan, and do not get near him. Nothing's worse than someone with nothing to lose. The kids saw the seriousness on his face and obediently replied. Got it. Understood. From afar came hurried footsteps. A bun-haired kid ran over shouting. Big bro, he wondered. What is going on? Why is he in such a rush? The kid caught his breath and reported. There are 2 people at the red house up north. I think they are the ones kicked out of the So-Ol group. Yum was surprised and stood up, asking, Are you sure? The bun-haired kid nodded firmly. Absolutely. I checked multiple times. Curious. He asked. What about their food? The kid hurriedly said. They have 1 potato. They will eat it all if we do not get there fast. The kids behind got excited hearing potato. Big bro. Potato, he thought to himself, killing someone just for a potato. But there is no other choice. San accepted the harsh truth and said firmly. All right, everyone get ready. The scene shifts to the red house up north. On the porch, 2 little girls, one with short hair handed the only potato to the one with long hair. The bun-haired kid led him to hide behind a corner, whispering, Look. Seeing the potato in the girl's hands, the kids instantly turned into hungry beasts, eyes blazing as they charged like madmen. San steadied himself, eyes filled with confusion. In front of him, the kids were no longer human, but moving killers driven by hunger and survival instinct. San stayed silent as the kids shouted wildly. Kill them. Take the potato. The 2 girls were startled by the shouting. They immediately ran, chased by the kids yelling, Stop. Don't let them escape. He stood frozen, thoughts screaming, Stop. Hand over that potato now. San carefully scanned the terrain, sensing something was off. This spot was a bad position for them. The long-haired girl quickly signaled an alarm. Responding to the signal, the kids who had been lying in wait suddenly attacked with weapons. At that moment, he realized it was too late and screamed. One kid got hit right in the neck. eyes rolling back. Collapsing motionless, the others froze, faces confused as if waking from a dark frenzy. Asemsan's eyes flashed as he immediately shouted orders. Damn it. It is a trap. Everyone. Fall back. San was surrounded by her group, but Nguyen stepped forward. Sneering. You caught such a big fish with just a single potato. She appeared with thin vi. But Nguyen laughed triumphantly, full of sarcasm. Looks like today we can cut down the number of mouths we have to feed. He blamed himself. What a mistake. His tense eyes revealing his anger. San shouted angrily. Damn it. How dare you? She stayed silent, her face eerily calm. In his eyes was a mix of self-blame and anger. But San knew the situation was hopeless. He had no choice but to beg. Can you just kill me? Please. I am begging you. Her face showed no emotion. But Nguyen replied coldly. I would love to accept your plea. But we do not have that much food. Hearing that, San's anger surged. He screamed in helpless pain. Do you have to kill everyone to be satisfied? Her gaze was indifferent to his anger. Her voice calm and steady. If you were in my position, you would do the same. Then Nguyen turned her back and gave a cold order. Kill them all. Immediately, the kids lunged at San like wild predators. All the kids, including him, struggled desperately to escape the nightmare. But their efforts were like weak waves crashing against a rock. Then, at the moment they all exhausted themselves, the Nvidia delivered the final, cold, precise blow, ending it all. She looked up, sorrow clear in her eyes, staring toward Bioan on the other side of the rooftop. He had been watching from outside all along, his sharp eyes scanning every detail. He had seen how everything unfolded. Bioan analyzed the battles, noting the use of terrain, many shortcuts, and various tricks. He roughly mapped the terrain and concluded that as long as there was a skilled guard, infiltration would be impossible. Bioan muttered. This is another version of a place that exists. Or you could say a copy. The people who made this want us to get used to it and to killing. He looked at the terrain and predicted that one day they would drag us into places like this again. If there is a big house like this, so that means this place is an estate of a major Jiang Hu family or someone very influential. Bioan also guessed the consequences would be huge if they recklessly attack this place. That is why they use us. We are tools they can throw away after each use. They throw us into hell and completely destroy our original nature, turning us into the tools they want. He had to accept the harsh truth. They force us to become killers. Cut to the kid laughing mockingly, full of sarcasm. Did you see that little brat? The whole group burst out laughing, the kid bragging proudly. I almost broke his neck. Before he died, he was flailing like a fish out of water. Another kid chimed in, laughing drunkenly. Did you see how startled he was when we suddenly appeared behind him? Thought he was a porcupine or something. The orange-haired kid shrugged casually. Everyone's praising our leader really is the best. The group laughed loudly, imagining the scene. While Nguyen got excited, her face beaming, heart blooming with overwhelming victory. What a perfect win for Feta. Now no one dares to mess with us anymore. Law sat quietly in a corner far away, silently watching them laugh, her face showing a hint of sadness. Looking at her still trembling hands from the recent fight, La faintly smelled blood. Watching the kids happily eating potatoes after the battle, she could not help but ponder they seemed used to killing, casually eating right after taking lives. Lola trembled in waves, lips pressed tight, eyes holding back tears, muttering repeatedly, I hate kids like them, and I hate myself too. Suddenly, the hatch opened, making the kids curious. Is it time to eat already? It is still early. She stood behind, giving the order to bring back as much as possible. The kids eagerly obeyed. Our fallen leader. Of course we have to, but Nguyen smiled softly, her voice gentler now. This time, everyone can eat and drink to their heart's content. With San gone, no one can stop us anymore. She looked around, puzzled. Wait, where did Bioan go? But Nguyen turned and saw him staring up at the sky. There he was. She caught the strange expression on Bioan's face and muttered. Why does he look so tense? Like he is on high alert. Nguyen kept watching him with curiosity. Maybe he is worried about something. Suddenly, Thien Vu next to her shouted in panic. What is going on? She startled and turned around. On the mound, a group of red-scarfed men suddenly dropped down from above, hitting the ground hard like a deadly rain, creating heavy, chilling sounds. The kids panicked, not understanding what was happening. Their eyes glowed with an icy coldness. In the terrifying silence, they quietly drew their weapons and suddenly charged, attacking the children savagely. One guy raised a club and struck a child, who curled up, clutching his battered body. The child's weak voice rang out amid the chaos. Wow. Why are you attacking me so cruelly? Nguyen was knocked down. Her body slammed hard onto the cold ground. Screams echoed all around, pain and despair. The children struggled in blood and tears, crying and begging. Please, stop. Bioan gritted his teeth. muttering, "I knew this would happen. But they are already beating them this brutally. Even taming beasts is not this cruel." His eyes burned with determination. Bioan told himself to endure it. Acting now would definitely draw attention. We can let them notice us. 3 masked men, different from the others, appeared. Seeing those 3, his eyes filled with rage. Teeth clenched, every muscle in his face tense. "Those masked guys are the real leaders." Nakim raised his hand to signal, and immediately the red-scarved men stopped. When they stopped, only the children lay scattered on the ground. Gasping painfully, the old man spoke solemnly. "I am not. Your lives are now in my hands. No exceptions. I will control all of you," a stubborn kid shouted. "Who are you to say that?" Without a word, a nearby red-scarved man brushed past, and in the corner of the kid's eye, pain shot through his neck. He was silenced for good before the kid could understand what happened. A spray of blood splattered everywhere. A huge blood spray spread all around. A scene so brutal it sent chills down everyone's spines. Nakim warned, "Anyone who dares to speak arrogantly again won't blame us for being ruthless." Bioan looked up helplessly, clenching his fist that lit up the room. The old man looked at his reflection in the tea and said, "They are the poison." Nakim gave an example of poisonous centipedes put together in one jar. If you trap poisonous creatures in one container, they will kill each other. Only the strongest survives. And when the final moment comes, the one left standing, he compared the children to that, put them in a pit to fight each other. The last survivor is the one with the strongest poison. And that is the poison itself. Nakim told Lone we must survive. And that is our goal. He asked Nakim if there was anyone worth noting. He replied, "There is so Nuangaya." Nakim praised her but also expressed concern. She leads the oldest group and has the strongest influence. If we do not control her now, it will be hard to handle later. Hearing this, Nakim ordered, "Keep her under strict watch so she won't even dream of rebellion." He responded, "Understood." The old man also named 2 others, Tongthian Vu and Kuangite, who are also key targets because they are the best and the last survivors. Nakim asked curiously, "What about that kid?" Nakim answered, "If you mean Bioan, that kid is still alive." As expected, the old man realized, indeed, the place he is in has the least food and the harshest living conditions. But that kid survived. He is no ordinary person. Nakim warned, "Keep an eye on that kid." Nakim acknowledged the order. "Understood, sir." As he left, the old man took out a scroll from the entrusted man's tube. The leader of the Blood Shadow sect sent an assassination contract with a 7-year deadline. Upon completion, the reward is 500,000 gold taels. The condition is not to leave any trace related to the Blood Shadow sect. At the training ground, the 3 swords stood high, looking down at the kids, whispering. One pointed far away and said, "That sand temple over there is your target." A red flag hung on the sand temple. The 3 swords explained the competition rules. Whoever arrives first gets a break for a while. But the slowest will learn what the temple's purpose really is. The break time refers to a period of 2 hours. As soon as he finished speaking, the kids rushed toward the sand temple. Those were harsh days. They trained hard to raise young boys and girls to survive no matter what. Enduring everything, the one holding the flag was Nuangaya, followed by Thian Vu. In a corner, first sword and second sword silently assessed. Indeed, Nuangaya was the best. Sharp intellect, excellent judgment, bravery, and execution skills all ranked at the top. Looking back at Bioan, the man said disappointedly, "Average performance. Not outstanding now. Seems that is all he can do." He felt a bit reluctant. Was I wrong? I had some hope for the only survivor in Zone 1. But as the scene shifted, Nuangayat's face showed confusion upon hearing about the Fen Lai Mind technique. Nuangayat looked at the boy still reading it and asked, "Still reading that?" Hoyana's already grasped part of it. Curious, she added. The elder said to stop reading it. Bioan did not answer clearly, just stammered to brush it off. Nuangayat yawned deeply, looking tired, then lazily asked, "Hoyan is not tired. Your stamina's really good." She stretched and walked toward the sleeping area, saying, "Keep reading. I am going to sleep first." He replied with a cold grunt. Left alone, Bioan fell into deep thought, remembering Tam Keem's advice. The Fen Lai Mind technique was something the sect barely obtained. It is easy for beginners like them. So he would give them 3 months. Bioan seriously sat down to feel his internal energy. A beam of light began to gather, gradually forming a glowing sphere floating in midair. In his mind, Bioan heard his teacher's words. Practice the Fen Lai Mind technique. Once you master the basics, you will be reborn with a body that can accumulate internal energy and sense Kai. To sense, the elders said it requires training. That is what I need to do. Fen Lai Mind technique. Of course. Even the elders among the kids saw this as the first step to sensing Kai. But none really understood the full Fen Lai Mind technique. Fen Lai means tearing apart thunder and lightning. In reality, Humans can tear thunder and lightning apart. This mantra refers to the speed of thought. Maybe it has a deeper meaning in the mind. If you keep this interpretation in mind while practicing Fenlai mind technique, you will definitely achieve different results than before, even if you learn martial arts first. Do not show off. Live quietly, neither too outstanding nor too weak, and avoid attracting attention. I have decided to live like that. Scene shifts. A sharp blade flashes like lightning. He saw it just in time and dodged quickly. The brown-haired kid grinned slyly. Dodged that. Watching the move, Bioan thought silently. He really tried to kill me earlier. He asked. Why do you do that? Clutching the knife, the kid laughed out loud. Isn't he fighting more exciting? Bioan frowned and coldly replied. Is that? Bioan glanced back, thinking. The first knife also taught swordsmanship. But the old man's wife does not know. Anyway, that is good. The brown-haired kid charged forward recklessly, full of provocation. So Bioan used full strength. He seemed unaware he was about to face the strongest opponent, still boldly saying, or else you will get eaten, like a sparrow. The brown-haired kid moved lightly but fast, creating a whirlwind around Bioan. He smiled weirdly. Something gleamed in his hand, flying straight toward Bioan. Bioan blocked it with a simple move, but showed a puzzled expression using hidden weapons. The brown-haired kid circled behind, grinning smugly, holding a hidden weapon ready to strike. He quickly threw the hidden weapon at Bioan, his face full of triumph. Bioan remained unusually calm, as if he could sense every movement of the hidden weapon the brown-haired kid just threw. Realizing the momentary lapse, Bioan immediately spun around, channeling his energy to form a protective barrier, unleashing a powerful blast that blew away all the poison darts flying at him. While he was still focused on dealing with the poison darts, the brown-haired kid took the opportunity, silently grabbing a knife and rushing at him from behind. Not caught off guard at all, Bioan instantly turned around, blocking the attack just in time. Even though his strike was stopped, the brown-haired kid did not back down one bit. He let out a crazy laugh, then suddenly spun around and charged forward like a lightning bolt, aiming straight for Biogan's ribs. At this moment, all you could hear was the clash of metal. Their speed was so fast that Tam's sword, watching from outside, was full of shock. Now, Bioan was on the defensive, constantly dodging relentless attacks coming from multiple directions by the brown-haired kid. He spun around at dizzying speed, creating a swirling vortex that flung the kid far away. When he stopped, Bioan stayed in a fighting stance, his eyes sharp as knives, locked onto the brown-haired kid ahead. The kid laughed and praised him, saying, not bad. But fighting like that is not fun at all. He grinned wildly, charging forward at lightning speed, full of arrogance. Come on. Do something more interesting. Bioan tilted his head, showing a look of annoyance, thinking, no other choice. Suddenly, he dropped the knife in his hand, stabbing it straight into the ground. Seeing this, the guy outside looked confused by Biogan's sudden move. The kid sneered. Hey there. Already giving up before we even start? Bioan stayed silent, readying himself, waiting for the brown-haired kid to come close, then delivered a powerful kick to his stomach. The brown-haired kid took the hit, his face briefly paling. Scene change. First sword sighed. They are growing faster than I thought. Second sword added. This is not a 7-year thing anymore. They can start after just 5 years. Hearing that, Lao frowned, saying, you are underestimating the opponent too much. Even first sword had to glare, waving his hand. That man's talent is so great he is called the best in Sichuan. To deal with someone like him, no matter how hard we try, it won't be enough. One mistake and the entire blood spirit squad could vanish, the elder explained. Isn't he that why the leader left no trace behind? After hearing this, he bowed apologetically. It is not that I underestimated the opponent. First sword did not mind the apology. I know. But no matter what, you absolutely can't get distracted. Second sword responded. Yep, sir. Noticing the blood training had taken quite some time, Lao asked, how's the skill transmission going? He replied, no obstacles. First sword is pushing the kids harder. Many of them will die. The elder watched the two fighting silently and said, those who survive will become as strong as him. Bioan, the brown-haired kid clutching his broken arm, screamed in pain. Bioan looked at him searchingly as he collapsed in pain. Meanwhile, first and second sword quietly observed the situation. Bioan, however, looked at the brown-haired kid with a cold, indifferent gaze. Bioan heard a sudden noise, turned around, and saw the elder and second sword standing behind him. His face showed surprise and confusion. When did you guys get here? Bioan stammered. Yes. In the blink of an eye, a flash of light appeared as a cold sword blade pressed against his neck. Biogan's whole body stiffened, sweat pouring down, soaking him. Looking at the sword at his neck without realizing when it got there, he muttered, why all of a sudden? Bioan saw the purple aura radiating from first sword and silently assessed. That speed is visible to the naked eye. With a wary look, he thought, How can someone draw and swing a sword that fast? Bioan looked at the brown-haired kid lying barely conscious on the ground and questioned himself. Did I make a mistake? Did I cross the line? He nervously looked at the elder, silently accepting the truth. In the end, all they wanted was to control a person like a tool. And if you mess up, you die. Suddenly, First Sword lowered his blade. Bioan adjusted himself, momentarily shocked, but quickly his eyes hardened as he lectured. An assassin leaves no trace, no matter the circumstances. Breaking your wrist and leaving marks like that is basically telling others your martial arts and identity, First Sword reminded him. Remember this. Never leave any trace behind. The other kids heard this and silently withdrew, their faces full of fear. Bioan already understood that the brown-haired kid's fate was unavoidable, but the kid suddenly stopped growing, like a survival reflex. A few minutes later, Bioan struggled to wipe the sweat soaking his back, breathing heavily as if just escaping a nightmare. 6 years later, the guy with the red scarf held a torch, shining into every corner of the rubble, searching the hearts of the kids training in stealth and trace erasing skills. He stopped in a dark corner, eyes full of suspicion, said nothing, drew his sword sheath, and stabbed straight into the burlap underneath. Once again, the child painfully slipped out. The red-scarfed guy's eyes were full of deadly intent. If I were the enemy, you would be dead by now. The kid stayed silent, nodded slightly, eyes coldly watching the guy until the red-scarfed man left, then finally relaxed a bit. He kept searching for the others, even after countless trainings. Using the return to zero technique without experience would eventually give you away. Once again, he left with a sarcastic remark, not even close yet. Moving to another corner, the red scarf guy realized only one person was left. He scanned around, his eyes like a scanner, sweeping every nook and cranny. After searching thoroughly without finding anything, the red-scarfed man started to look confused. They said 5 people were hiding here, so why is not anyone here? He muttered. No matter how hard I look, I can sense the presence of a living person. How's that possible? The red-scarfed guy slammed his sword sheath on the ground. Sighing, found no one. Just as he turned, he suddenly noticed the nearby burlap twitching. He was shocked to see something floating up. Bioan mumbled. I'm hiding close to him like this. The red-scarfed guy barked. Who is there? The kid pulled back the outer layer of the burlap, revealing Bioan. Bioan spoke up. Training S over. Can he start catching people now? By me. The kid nodded. Then expressionless, turned and walked away. It seemed something was bothering the red-scarfed guy, who called out. Hey, kid. Scene change. Smoke rose from a small campfire. Jiok-san suddenly spoke sarcastically. Who is that? How did someone so noble end up here? Bioan did not care much. Coldly said. Your face is changing. He stepped closer. Curious. Is that Yu Wang's face? He laughed mockingly. He is long gone down the hole. That is why I can use it, Bioan kindly warned. If you keep doing that, you will forget your own face. Jiok-san ignored him, smiling bitterly. He said. So what? I am not getting out of here anyway. The kid seriously replied. Fine. And Bioan responded sharply, but Nu Guyet, sitting nearby roasting a skewer, spoke up. The food quality keeps getting better. Looking at the burning fire, she whispered dryly. We will be putting a plan into action soon. Hearing that, the kid's eyes gradually hardened with determination. Scene change. Outside the hallway leading to Nat Kiem's room, the old man sat down, removed his mask, and sighed. Nahat Kiem. To Thwayet. The old man looked back on the past time, lost in thought. Over the past 6 years, I have raised 30 kids from about 300 people to become assassins. To Thwayet murmured. After all, the underworld is dangerous. If you do not kill others, you will be the one who dies, compared to me, who had to start from the bottom of society. These guys here are still pretty lucky. His eyes marked with wrinkles. The old man whispered to himself. Maybe it is time for me to die too. That is why I feel this way. Behind him, the door opened, and Kiem and Tam Kiem entered the room. Seeing Tu Thwayet without his mask, the man asked, Why did you take off your mask, sir? The old man chuckled and said, Just feeling a bit suffocated. Haven't I endured 6 years already? If you feel suffocated, you can take it off too. Hearing that, the two looked at each other and nodded in agreement, slowly removing their masks. Nikim said. New happiness. Tam Kiem replied. Most precious new. When the three sat down, Tu Thwayet regretted. At times like this, we should have a few drinks. Too bad. Nikim responded. If you want a drink, just go outside and drink as much as you want. Besides, it won't be long before we are out. Henfen Kitch said. We are almost into the 7th year. If nothing special happens, the kids will be sent on assassination missions, and then we will be completely free. To Thwayet, according to the report, exceeded expectations. Some even surpassed the standards of the trainers. and sometimes they struggle to control them. It would be such a waste to use it just once and then throw it away. Tuthoyat has something on him. He agreed but had to accept the previous request. There was no other way since the conditions were set from the start. Tuthoyat placed a book on the table, serious and solemn. Now, we have to start the final step. Scene change. 3 books placed before the kids. Nakim announced, 3 of you must learn this martial art by heart. And the other 27 must assassinate and kill the 3 who learned it. The kids fell silent after hearing the announcement, their faces showing shock and fear. They all felt deeply frustrated, thinking, now we have to kill each other again. Those damn bastards. They are determined to do this to the end. He announced one more thing. This is the last time. After today's training, you won't have to attend any more sessions until you get out of here. The kids were initially scared but gradually became amazed. Yet, their worry eyes did not fade. Instead, there were whispers of doubt. Is it really true? Can we really get out of here? But Ugayant thought quietly. They only need to sacrifice 3 people so the other 27 can rest comfortably until we leave. Bioan helplessly thought. They are baiting us with something tasty but poisoned. You planned ahead. Those who learn this martial art will become targets for others. It might be the kind of martial art our assassination targets have learned. And of course, the standards will be different from what we have learned so far, which is why I am ambitious. Bioan stretched out his hand. Su Feng is one of the 3 learning that book. Big Lake. I will learn that too. The other kids were shocked. You are crazy. Do you want to be the sacrificial lamb? He said coldly without many words. To find out, the sacrificial lamb has to wait. But Guyat warned with some worry. Better be careful because everyone here will be aiming at you, Bioan confidently said. Just wait and see. Scene change. In some dark corner of the dungeon, a scream shattered the silence. An ugly, chosen to approach the book, screamed in despair as a cold sword pierced his small body. Thienvu pulled out his sword forcefully. Strawberry syrup splattered everywhere. His face tense and guilty. Test me. Thienvu hated this scene too much. Gritting his teeth, he thought, the chosen ones to learn this martial art by lottery might feel it is unfair. But I have no other choice. Thienvu's mind pictured that kid. His face was thoughtful. The last person to learn the martial art from those books was Bioan. Jiuxan stood aside, laughing out loud. Serves them right, he said excitedly. I feel so relieved, Lai Min whispered worriedly. Now the only one left is Bioan. Mentioning Bioan, Jiuxan asked, it has been a while since I saw Bioan. Has he gone outside? She assessed the situation and replied. Bioan is still in there. He just has not noticed us yet. Nyungayat's eyes showed a bit of sadness. The last time I saw Bioan was a few days ago while he was training. Scene change. While practicing swordplay with him, she noticed some flaws and reminded Bioan. I think you would be better off putting the sword down. Strangely, even when he held the sword, she was not scared. Even when he blocked her attack, Bioan looked confused. But Ngayat thought back. Why did I suddenly advise him like that? He is already hard to deal with, Nyoksan suddenly suggested. Why do not we just kill those trainers? Killing them would be much easier than killing Bioan. Hearing that, Thienvu nodded. I agree. But I suspect they would not leave us like this without any precautions. They must have set some restrictions for us. She agreed. Right. We will deal with those restrictions later. For now, we need to focus on finding Bioan. The 4 of them continued moving. Both Thienvu and he agreed. All right. No other choice. After they left, from the shadows, Bioan appeared before the door and said, Kill the trainers. You looked sadly at the child who had just been killed. Bending down to wipe the boy's eyes with your hand, Bioan thought to himself. So now the head disciple must be busy hunting down those kids who are after him. Because there is no way he would hesitate to kill anyone with that kind of mindset. Your eyes held a hint of sadness. But then Bioan pushed himself forward mentally. If that is the case, this might be a perfect chance to uncover their real purpose. Bioan crouched behind a big rock below, secretly watching inside. You quietly assessed the situation and realized this was the temporary base of the head disciples. They guarded it tightly, but it was not impossible to sneak in. Then you quickly hid behind a closer rock, silently speculating that the head disciples had said, if the body moves even a little, the divine kneeling technique would be instantly broken. If you could split your breath into tiny parts, using the Thunder Soul technique, the situation would be completely different. You had to make your presence as faint as possible to act easily. Bioan pursed his lips, hesitating and thinking carefully. While moving skillfully to avoid alerting the guards, you still used deep internal energy and successfully slipped inside the house, trying to move without making a sound to avoid drawing attention. You breathed a quiet sigh of relief finally. You had broken in. Bioan circled around the house, looking everywhere, then suddenly stopped at the last room. You fell into thought. This seemed to be the last room here. Bioan carefully checked both sides before deciding to open the door. You silently scanned the room, furrowing your brow as you approached the only table inside, lowering your hand to investigate. pursing your lips in thought. What secret are you all hiding? You flipped through the books beside you, thinking about who had raised us to become assassins. Bioan glanced around, deep in thought. Where is this place? And how do I get out of here? Suddenly, you spotted a yellow paper tube nearby, curiously opened it, and studied the words written on it. The Blood Shadow Clan leader commissions a secret assassination of the Supreme Military Commander. Duration 7 years. Reward 500,000 gold taels. Condition: leave no trace related to the Blood Shadow Clan. Bioan frowned, quietly wondering. Commission: who is the Supreme Military Commander? How terrifying must the Supreme Military Commander be that over the past 7 years, they have been constantly checking and killing countless lives to raise us as assassins. You could not help but painfully speculate. Out of 300 children, 270 have been sent off. Is the target really that valuable to push them this far? Suddenly, footsteps echoed nearby. Bioan turned, thinking silently someone's coming. A guard with a covered face slowly approached the room, pausing at the door before swinging it wide open. Inside, there was no sign of an intruder. The furniture and items were all intact, except Nut Kim looked at the messy pile of books in front of him, thinking, I just tidied and closed these books. So why is it such a mess now? He quickly left the room. Heading toward the gate where the other guards stood, they heard someone approaching and quickly turned around, noticing Nut Kim's odd behavior. The two of them hesitated before asking, is something wrong? Nut Kim replied seriously, someone dared to break into my room. He ordered Nuff Kim and Tam Kim. He is still here somewhere. Search quickly and find him. Nihar Kigam panicked and shouted, this is Nut Kim's room. Tam Kim beside him was equally anxious. Who dares be so bold? Nina Kim asked curiously, do you have any idea who it might be? Tam Kim replied coldly, it is probably that kid. When it comes to infiltration skills, that kid is the best among them. Nina Kim slowly turned to Nut Kim, seeking agreement, then spoke hesitantly, could it be? Before he finished, Nut Kim answered, yep. It is Fiyun Gai. Tam Kim could not help but question, this does not make sense. He is being chased. So how could he break in here? Ni Kim replied, if we just ignore that kid, the consequences could be unpredictable. Tam Kim said, but we do not have any proof he broke in here. If we punish him without evidence, the others will definitely resist fiercely. Net Kim nodded and said, then we will make the kid's resistance focus on Fiyun and Gaia. Tam Kim frowned slightly and said softly, you mean? Ni Kim blinked and immediately understood his meaning, lips parting to say, could it be? Nat Kim cut in with a commanding tone, it is time to use the hell technique. Nakim was stunned, then after a moment spoke up, but that is a forbidden technique. Nakim did not object, slowly continuing, we have to make an example out of someone. He emphasized each word, not just Fiyun Gaiet. Even the others need to know who really holds their lives in their hands. Nahakim stared at the two men before him and asked, do you agree to use the hell technique? The two men answered simultaneously, no problem. We obey. Nahakim stood on the cliff, holding a flute, and commanded, get ready to taste the hell on earth. He smirked, eyes fixed on the young people working below the mountain. Noon Gaiet held her sword, exhaled deeply, and quietly asked, where did Fiu Gaiet crawl off to? Two people walking were suddenly blocked by two others arguing. That coward. No sign of him anywhere. What a scaredy cat. Noon Gaiet glanced at them thoughtfully. Even those proud of their tracking skills can find a trace of him. Not in Aku or here. Where has he gone? Suddenly, a soft sound rang out. Noon Gaiet became alert. What is that sound? Everyone around her seemed controlled by the sound, clutching their chests, coughing, unable to move. Noon Gaiet was quickly affected too. She collapsed in pain. Desperate cries echoed around. It hurts. Help me. I still held back tears, scared, thinking, what is happening? It feels like some bug is eating away at my whole body. She lay face down, her body trembling uncontrollably. By then, Bioan had arrived, bowing his head as he saw everyone coughing and lying on the ground. Quietly thinking, they finally activated that forbidden technique. Everyone clutched their chests, lying on the ground in panic, coughing non-stop. Lai's tears streamed down like rain, coughing relentlessly. Lai carefully observed each face, furrowing his brow. There is a sound that is muffling our ears, and everyone's writhing in pain. He guessed it was because they used that forbidden technique. Bioan leaned down to support Lai, quietly lost in thought. But I only felt a slight sting in my ear. Why am I the only one unharmed? I have to find out why. Her coughing grew more intense. Bioan kept patting her back. Lai channeled his inner energy to her, hesitating, thinking, transferring energy to someone else is extremely risky. But Lai has mastered the same Thunderheart technique as me, so no harm should come from it. Then what is the difference between me and the others? We eat the same food, live in the same place, and our martial arts are not that different. So what makes me different? Could it be poison? Bioan suddenly snapped awake, eyes wide, Thinking, if that forbidden technique involves poison, it explains why I am unharmed. I have been bitten by a snake recently, so my body is already immune. He was puzzled. But how could they activate poison in all 27 people but not affect me? Could the parasite inside us not be poison, but a poisonous parasite? Maybe they mixed poison into our water and food, so they can awaken it with that sound, when needed. Suddenly, he heard the guards shouting. On the other side, they were all lying down, apparently unconscious. Bioan frowned. Worried. Thinking, they are coming. What now? Should I dig out? They will realize I am immune to the poison. I have held out this long, but now they will collapse too, copying everyone else's actions. The guard immediately started searching everywhere. When passing by Bioan, he turned to his comrade. Hey, that Fiungaya kid is over here. Over here. Just as he finished speaking, Nakim hurried over to Bioan. Without hesitation, Nakim drew his sword and stabbed forcefully into Biogan's shoulder, ignoring his screams. The first sword spoke coldly. You have seen what is in my room. So all this time, you have been secretly hiding it. It would have been better to kill that person here and avoid unpredictable consequences. Then he drew his sword, ready to strike again. But the second sword behind him stopped him, saying, You can't. I have already discovered the stealth technique of Fiyuin Guide. Our mission needs that power. The first sword paused and replied, Using the others is enough. The second sword shook his head firmly. But you know they are not as skilled as Fiyuin Guide. The first sword turned to him and asked, So you think you can easily control that brat? The second sword replied excitedly, with the hellstorm in hand. Why can't we control him? You saw how they could not move a muscle while that poison was spreading through their bodies. Bioan Genshi kept struggling, tears and saliva streaming down uncontrollably. The first and second swords silently watched him. After a while, the first sword ordered, Give them the antidote. The guards behind promptly responded. Yep, sir. Soon after, the antidote was quickly given to them. Everyone around hurriedly woke up, coughing and hoarse, asking, How did we end up like this? From afar, the first sword said coldly, You were punished like this because of that Fiyuin guy. If he had not broken into our place recklessly, none of this would have happened. He warned sternly. Remember, if we see anyone bold enough to act recklessly again, all of you will suffer the same painful fate as today. Bioan was seriously meditating on a rock, suddenly recalling what they said earlier. You saw how they could not move while that ancient poison was taking over their bodies. He furrowed his brow, thinking, It really is ancient poison. So can I use the toxic power to control it? Escape that forbidden curse. That would be lucky. In the dark prison corridor, Luomanan and Knight were walking to find him. Nini looked around sharply, unable to help but sigh. Terrifying. Alone in a place like this. Although it had been a long time since he had a break like this, he trained like crazy every day. Antimet then spoke up. I really do not get that guy. He avoids everyone to live in such a damp place. Inget recalled the first sword's words. You were punished because of that Fiyuin guy. He had no choice but to stay put here. Ziworm muttered. But finding this place was exhausting. Where the heck is he hiding? Just as he finished, a voice came from behind. Why bother looking for me? You scared me half to death. But Alomanen and the others turned around and shouted. Fiyuin. He rushed over, panting. I thought I would lost my mind. Please give some sign so others know you are nearby. You little punk. Bioan ignored him and asked, Why are you looking for me? But they answered, We want to talk with you for a bit. He frowned and asked back, About what? They looked at him seriously and said, About that thing, the forbidden curse inside our bodies. I want to know about it. When we collapsed, you were not there. But when we woke up, you were lying right next to us, she quickly concluded. So definitely, after that forbidden curse was triggered, you approached us. You were not affected by it, or if you were, it was barely noticeable. Luomen behind her frowned, deep in thought. When I was trapped in pain, memories were hazy. But it seems someone transferred internal energy so I could hold on. It really was Fiyuin. But Nguite calmly continued. You know everything, right? What exactly is that forbidden curse? Bioan did not avoid their surprised looks. Right. He looked at the three of them and said bluntly, I know what it is. I know exactly what the forbidden curse inside us is. Silence fell for a moment. Then Nguite burst out. Tell us quickly. What the hell is it? Bioan said coldly. Well, why should I tell you? What benefit would I get from it? Uhuan angrily cursed. That bastard. We are all in this together. And you act like this. Bioan sneered and continued. Fellow prisoners. If we really are fellow prisoners, then you should not be hunting me down and attacking me nonstop. Right. Am I wrong? The three people called out as black-hearted were startled. He was too embarrassed and angry. Retorting, Fine. From now on, you are officially our fellow prisoner. I swear, from this moment on, no matter what happens, I won't abandon you. I will always be your good friend." The two women helplessly watched him laugh loudly with satisfaction. Bioan tilted his head and stopped to say, "Do you think saying that erases everything? You have got some nerve." Dano, ready to admit, smiled brightly and added, "If you want to learn swordsmanship, you have to be a little thick-skinned. You and I both have abilities, so being allies won't cost us anything. If one day we are free, just come find the Industrial Guild. I will consider our relationship and help you out a bit." But Guyot thought this made sense. Raising his torch, "From now on, I will always consider you an ally. At least, the kids won't oppose you anymore. I guarantee that won't happen." Li Man, who heard everything behind them, slowly spoke, "I have always thought you, Fiu and Guyot, were special. I will never betray you." Bioan was silent, seemingly moved by their vows, and softly said, "It is the sea lakes." The three were shocked and exclaimed, "Sea ice." Ung Dung explained, "We all have this sea ice. It is a kind of poison that usually lies dormant in our bodies, but it reacts to the sound of bamboo flutes and releases toxins throughout our system. This poison disrupts our blood flow and attacks our organs." But Guyot asked, "Then how can you get rid of this poison?" Bioan replied bluntly, "I am used to deadly poisons, so this Eastrevite does not affect me." Hangrong angrily glared at them. "Now you all know everything. As for how to get rid of that poison, go figure it out yourselves." Tranmak thought deeply. "The more variables, the better for me. Even if just 1 or 2 kids escape this poison, more variables will come into play." Li Man quietly watched him, thinking in awe. Fiu and Guyot is really hard to understand. The more I look, the more amazing he seems. But Guyot nodded and replied, "Thank you. We will definitely repay you for today. If you need anything, just come find me. I will help as much as I can." Then she and Danu quickly left, saying to him, "We are off." Bioan stepped up to Li Man, who shyly lowered her head and said, "Laitan." He asked confused. "Ah." She blushed and added, "That is my real name." She nodded, eyes shining as she smiled brightly. "I hope Fiu and Guyot will remember it." At the temple, and Hakim stood at the front giving orders, legs spread wide. "Today we are heading out." No one responded below. Everyone worriedly thought, "It is finally here." And Hakim called out loudly, "Fiu and Guyot." She quickly raised her hand to report, "Here," and seriously instructed her, "When we go out, we will sweep through your group. You are responsible for leading the kids out." Fiu and Guyot eagerly replied, "Got it." Then a prisoner transport crate appeared. Hakim turned and walked away. Transhu silently thought, "How many will survive this?" They were all strong kids, but the enemies were martial artists with the potential to reach the top ranks in Ranho, making survival very unlikely. Anyway, that is not my problem. My mission is over. Now I just need to retreat and rest." Leaving behind the troublesome life of an assassin, and stepped onto the crate with 2 soldiers and quickly disappeared. The kids got excited, shouting loudly, "We are finally going outside." But Guyot pointed and said softly, "The crate is not very big, so half will go first. Come on." Thiet Bun. Transam. Nahan Muk. "You go first." Bioan looked up, breathless, thinking, "Are we really going outside?" Finally, he was silent, eyes closed in thought, when Fiu and Guyot came up behind him and quietly said, "We will probably get our mission soon." "Right," Bioan replied faintly. "Probably. What about the Silex?" But Guyot answered happily, "Some people have already detoxed." Bioan nodded and said, "Is that?" Then she suddenly spoke up, "Thanks to Menani, it is our turn now." He turned to look at her and quietly asked, "You mean Alamehai?" But Guyot stepped forward and replied to him, "Yeah, it is our turn." Now there were only a few scattered people below, but Guyot stepped up as the first, scanning them with her eyes and smiling. "Hurry up. We are the last ones." Everyone quickly obeyed and got into the basket. Then Guyot pulled the rope, and the basket slowly rose up. Bioan carefully observed all the nooks and crannies below, quietly thinking, "Have we really been this deep underground? This is not just a deep place, I have been here for 7 whole years." The guy with the shaved head excitedly shouted, "We are almost there, the outside world. Finally. We are getting out." The outside light slowly filtered in, and Bioan quickly tore a piece of his shirt and wrapped it around his eyes, firmly saying, "If you do not want to go blind, cover your eyes now." And Guyot and Lamumin obediently did as told, while the shaved head guy hurriedly tore his cloth and cursed. "Damn it." Bioan lost patience, sharply urging, "Hurry up." Everyone was quickly lifted up, and the sunlight was blindingly bright. Bioan guessed it really was harsh. Everyone cried out in pain. It hurt so much. The basket was then set down on the ground, and everyone immediately sat down, covering their eyes, groaning non-stop. Slow footsteps approached them, and a man stepped closer to observe them. After a while, he spoke up. We have created some useful ones. Bioan frowned in irritation. Still not used to it. Lost in thought. Who is that guy? Uncle Lonum clicked his tongue and continued. Enough to satisfy the boss. Everyone quickly stepped out of the basket. But I kept thinking. His voice was emotionless. His words like orders. It seemed this person was the leader of the Blood Shadow group. Uncle Luljing exhaled and lowered his voice. All of you get on the carriage. First. We will head to Thanfong Kim to get you used to the outside world. The soldiers behind echoed the order. Understood. And quickly helped them onto the carriage. Bioan followed, thinking to himself. I remember that voice clearly now. The leader of the Blood Shadow group. The carriage slowly rolled forward. And as night fell, Uncle Log said, this will be your place to stay. You will get used to living in the outside world here. But do not get too comfortable. Those who mutate will be eliminated by my own hand. The others noticed Biogan's strange expression and all stared at him. Biogan sensed it but did not turn around. He said, even though we are assigned together, do not bother paying attention to me. The black-haired guy raised an eyebrow and sneered. Who cares about you? Biogan just silently stared at him, saying nothing. Then he spoke up. Anyway, we are out now, so let us get cleaned up first. The black-haired guy stepped up beside him and asked, how are we supposed to bathe? Suddenly, he tiptoed to look in the direction of Biogan's gaze and excitedly shouted, look, a river. The others happily went to bathe outside, shouting joyfully, this is awesome. After bathing, Biogan lay down on the grass nearby, looking up at the dark sky, sighing quietly to himself. This is it. The cool water finally. I am out of that place, he thought, closing his eyes to enjoy the night breeze. Morning came quickly, and a guy looked at a flower at his feet, curiously asking, what is the name of this flower? The girl next to him bent down to admire it and smiled brightly. It is so beautiful. The boy excitedly added, I never thought I would get to see things like this. The two sat there contentedly watching the flower sway in the breeze, and Biogan smiled as he watched them. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps came closer, and without a word, someone crushed the flower they were admiring, leaving the two speechless. The soldier tossed two weapons to Biogan coldly, but Biogan did not respond, just looked down at the two swords. Inside the Ice River Great Wish Hall, a tall, classic-style house stood in a small room inside. The leader of the supply group held a teacup and poured tea into the cup opposite him, respectfully saying, you have worked hard lately. The silent swordsman replied coldly, it is only natural for me to do this. The supply leader nodded seriously and continued, thanks to your sacrifice and the others, the spirit group's resources have grown richer. I do not know how to repay you, Nia Kim said softly while pouring tea. Uncle Long has done all the necessary work. Now it is time to rest comfortably. Nia Kim smirked, asking, so you mean to allow me to retire? Uncle Long smiled and replied, of course. Not just your uncle, but I can also arrange for Kim M and Tam Kim to step back and rest comfortably. And Kim sipped his tea and replied softly, thank you. Uncle Luong clasped his hands and said, no need to thank me. Your uncle has devoted his whole life to the Blood Spirit Corps, so we must show our goodwill like this. Nikin Kim quickly sipped again, waiting for him to continue. Nit Kim honestly spoke. Using them once and then discarding them shows how outstanding their abilities and qualities are. Uncle Long nodded and replied, I know. He continued, it is a pity about the kid's abilities, but we have no other choice. Our relationship with them ends here. Net Kim looked at him and quietly asked, do you know who the trustee is? Uncle Long shook his head and replied, I do not know either. If we want to keep doing this job long term, we need to know our limits. There is no reason to cause trouble. Uncle Long then fell into deep thought, realizing that as the Blood Spirit Corps grows to rival the strongest assassin group in the 100 Demons training, no matter how careful we are, it is never enough. Uncle Luong rested his hands on the table, placed his instrument there, fixed his eyes, and said, as long as we complete this mission, the Blood Spirit Corps will make a huge leap forward. And then capturing the 100 Demons training won't be impossible. Nit Kim was silent, a bit startled, but still did not respond. Meanwhile, everyone on the other side had prepared their gear for the upcoming mission. Someone asked, what are you thinking about? Why so? Are you nervous about the mission? Biogan replied, well, to some extent. The leader clicked his tongue, stepped closer to him, smirked, and said, that fake act of yours is lying again. If Jun heard that, those dogs in the waves would probably all be sent away. Biogan continued, if that is the case, you seem like Jun, since you talk so much nonsense. The leader got angry and snapped, what Jun are you talking about? And excitedly clenched his fists and said, I am looking forward to being sent on a mission soon. We have to fight the darkness to repay all the hardships we have been through. Biogan silently watched him. Then suddenly a call to assemble came from outside. Everyone was told to immediately prepare their gear and head out. After hearing this, some were scared, others excited and eager to rush outside. The other guy spread his legs and ordered, "From now on, you will move secretly to this place with me." Bioan tensely clenched both hands and thought to himself. Finally, the night falls. Everyone immediately moved into the forest. To Kim led the way. The kids hurried. And TG Kim both advanced with his internal energy and turned back to check on them. Thinking with satisfaction that they were doing well and not falling behind, brothers raised them well. But unfortunately, these kids are no less than the members of the corps. They reached the edge of the cliff. To Kim quickly stopped and shouted, "Halt!" Then he turned to instruct everyone. "All of you hide here quietly." The kids immediately used their internal energy to disappear from sight. "If you follow the path I show, you will find a place similar to where you once lived. Among them, your target is the person named Gaito-ha." The kids whispered to each other. "If it isn't Gaita, then it is clearly a place in the outskirts of Vaingai district. We are passing the road leading there. Helping the person in Gaita, who took 7 years to turn us into assassins." Bioan silently fell into deep thought. Feeling uneasy, at a temple surrounded by picturesque mountains and waters, Lan was admiring the flowers blooming fiercely. Unable to resist, she gently touched one flower, which immediately withered the moment she touched it. She watched the petals drift away, lost in thought, until a voice interrupted her. Still alone, Zane, seeing the former flower master approach, Lan quickly bowed and said, "Master, the wind was so cool I just stepped outside." The former flower master slowly continued. "Whether in the past or now, you always have this unnecessary sentimentality." Biangik stopped and asked, "Do you still resent this, master?" Lan shook her head and replied, "This concerns my life. I hope you can show me some understanding." She suddenly softened her tone. "So you were talking about Hahoyan Nai." She looked straight into her eyes, coldly saying, "I took those street kids, bathed them, fed them good food, and taught them martial arts to shape who they are now." She seemed to go mad, sneering as she continued, "Auntie, please understand." Lan quickly added, "I was just saying that." She stepped past her, whispering, "If it is a master's order, then of course the disciple must obey. So please do not get too angry. It is really bad for your health." Ninth Flower Auntie closed her eyes, sighed, and replied, "If they do not give us the answer we want today, then we will have to carry out the plan we have been preparing for 7 years." Lan obediently said, "I am always ready to follow the master." She pursed her lips, thinking to herself, she must always feel so much pressure. Poor thing. Just as she withdrew her words, a panicked voice called out from behind, "Master! Master!" Lan nodded and said, "That is a greeting." Dongho bowed and respectfully announced, "There is contact from inside Suong." Ninth Flower Auntie frowned, asking, "What did they say?" Dongho quickly replied, "They have made the proposal we wanted." The old woman was thrilled, slamming her staff on the ground, excitedly saying, "Really?" Lan smiled to herself, thinking, so in the end, it all turned out this way. She turned to look at Lan, but urged her, "From now on, you have to do well. The fate of the 4 sects depends on what you do." Lan replied calmly, "Don't you worry. I will do my best." She frowned, thinking quietly, "What a pity. I can make this talented kid the official successor. Only use her as a strategic tool." Lan did not understand her thoughts and just stared into space silently. Suddenly, Dongho spoke up, "Master, so how should we handle this issue?" Ninth Flower Auntie frowned and asked again, "What issue?" Then she remembered the yellow paper tube, hesitating as she said, "You mean that plan?" Dongho nodded and asked, "Yep. What do you intend to do?" She thought quietly, not answering immediately. Meanwhile, on that mountain, morning had come. Deep underground. The kids were hiding there. How long has it been? The sky is still bright. Lin was lost in thought. The assassination starts tonight, so I still have some time. I am more used to being in the shadows than outside. Lucky to rest comfortably and wait like this. Outside where they were hiding, the sound of weapons scraping was heard. Bioan seemed to sense something, eyes wide open, frowning, thinking, "Strange, I feel uneasy." A sword suddenly appeared from nowhere, stabbing straight into the heart of someone beside him. He could only watch, unable to stop it. He panicked a bit, thinking, what was that? Outside, Jinok was stabbing the ground with his spear. Silently waiting, after a long time, he sensed someone had fallen into the trap and excitedly dragged the guy up, shouting, "It is. The assassins are hiding here." Jinok mercilessly kicked the guy on the ground, muttering, "Didn't they expect assassins to hide so close to Than Than Mountain? That is crazy." Jinok quickly called his comrades, standing at attention, giving orders. They are attacking Than sect. Find and kill them all. Because Bioan Underground sensed something wrong. He warned everyone. We are at a disadvantage. Let us retreat first. The others quickly scattered to their tasks, repeatedly stabbing the spear into the ground. Suddenly, the ground slowly started to crack, the crack spreading. The soldier turned pale with fear. Then countless figures jumped up. Dong Sao heard their howls as they scattered, regrouping after breaking through the encirclement. The guards could only watch them fly away, powerless to stop them. The soldiers stood dumbfounded, then finally woke up and ran to search, shouting to their comrades, "Where are they? Chase them." Jinok stood behind, silently raising his spear and forcefully threw it into the air. The spear pierced through layers of armor, hitting the closest flying enemy, making him lose his grip and fall to the ground. Jinok grinned, grabbed the spear from a nearby soldier, and laughed. "Give it here." He ran upstairs, channeling his energy to throw the next spear into the air. Big Lake. Next target. Another assassin got blocked by him on the path to survival. Jinok laughed loudly, happily grabbed another spear and threw it into the air, shouting, "Keep going." Another guy fell down, hit by his strike. Jinok did not stop. Swung sideways, gathered strength, and threw the weapon straight up. Just as expected, another fleeing assassin got hit by a spear right in the back, lost balance and slid on the ground. Only one left. Jinok took a long run, jumped with all his strength, spear flying straight toward him. Heard him shout loudly, "The last one." Bioan was running desperately, looking for a place to hide. He heard the whistle of the wind, quickly turned around, swiftly dodged the spear. Seeing the situation was bad, he kicked the spear back to its original spot. The spear flew like a flash, rushing straight toward Jinok, barely brushing the coat of the guards, making them hurriedly turn their heads to see what the strange thing was. They panicked and shouted, "What is that? What just flew by?" Bioan slipped out of hiding and reached them, wrapping cloth around each of their necks and throwing them far away. The spear grazed Jinok's hand and stuck straight into the ground. The wound was not light. His hand was bleeding nonstop. That seemed to drive him crazy. Jinok laughed loudly, shouted orders. "Look at this. Chase them down. Do not let a single one escape. Kill them all." Bioan was far away, back to the group, furrowed his brow thinking, "Facing all of them is too much for me. I need to get out of here first." Saying that, he quickly ran off, could not stay here any longer. Jinok seemed insane, grinding his teeth, stepped forward to pull out the spear, moving forward coldly. He stared at the assassin he stabbed who was bleeding nonstop. Heard him say, "I do not want to die. What did we do wrong?" Jinok stepped forward to pull the spear from him, but continued. Another assassin even managed to get past Than's defenses. "That is your fault." Night fell. Bioan kept running desperately, wanting to get out of this forest quickly. He ran while thinking, how did they know my hiding place? I never met anyone on the way here. He recalled Jinok's earlier words were true. The assassins were hiding. He became more certain of his suspicion that someone leaked the information. Bioan fell into thought. Only he knew who the assassination target was in the group, so who leaked the info? He could not help but doubt. Silently thinking, he did not see Nat Keem or the subordinates anywhere. Clearly before the surprise attack, they withdrew first. So the reason they left me to be attacked was to destroy the evidence. Sounds of weapons flying around interrupted his thoughts. Bioan dodged lightly, but too many arrows came. Could not avoid all of them. Bioan lost balance and fell to the ground, but quickly regained strength. Forced himself to keep running despite the injuries. He kept thinking, what is the reason? Is it a problem with the blood spirit corpse? Or did the trustee change their mind? For now, it is clear the blood spirit corpse abandoned me. Then, after a while, a soldier and the guy chasing them reached a cliff. He stopped, panting hard, frowned and whispered, "Where are they hiding?" Like a little mouse. As he spoke, Bioan jumped out from the bushes, using the weapon he was given earlier to kill that guy. He silently vowed, no choice but to rely on myself. The others heard the noise and shouted to each other, "Over there. That guy's over there. Hurry and catch him." Bioan gasped for breath, took off his mask, and jumped straight down the cliff ahead. Luckily, he hid in the river flowing below the mountain. He quickly swam to the far shore, soaking wet, panting hard, looking at the rocks ahead. 200 leagues to the north. He headed straight forward without hesitation. After 200 leagues, he spotted another big rock with an inscription. 400 leagues to the northeast. Bioan silently stared at that rock, quietly assessing it. Countless bloodstains. Is this code-named guy injured? Seems serious. He is clearly badly hurt. Bioan glanced at the traps they set to catch the assassin, clicking his tongue in thought. Didn't Tate expect they would go to such lengths just to catch one assassin? He stared intently at them, silently guessing that from the fighters' outfits, at least 7 factions were involved. This is not just the Blood Spirit Legion's problem. Suddenly, footsteps approached him. Bioan leaned back to dodge and dropped to the ground. He recognized the approaching person and said in surprise, Lie mine, covered in blood, exhaled deeply and smiled. So it is you, Bioan. Early morning in the forest. Just as the sun breaks through, Biogan's eyes snapped open in shock. Min stood above him, looking down. So it is you, Bioan. Blood heavily stained her clothes. But Min still smiled. Lucky to see you. Hearing that, he immediately assessed Min was shivering, badly injured. Frowning, he asked, Where's everyone else? She struggled to speak. Most of them are already dead, he pressed on. What about Sozogan and Songchanyu? Though unable to open her eyes, Min tried to answer. I do not know how it ended like this. Everyone scattered. She recalled the scene her teammates fought fiercely, but a group in yellow quickly ambushed them. Despite the danger, she looked at the grim situation and sadly said, They stayed and fought to the end. Even if only one survived. Bioan held her gently, silently stunned by the situation. He laid Min down carefully and said, You will be next soon. Her gaze softened, and she calmly replied, I know. Bioan furrowed his brow and asked sharply, Aren't you scared? Don't you want to live? Min asked back, I want to live. Can you save me? Bioan lowered his head in helplessness and said, Mine. She closed her eyes, accepting her fate. That is why I gave up. I know my wounds well. Still, I am lucky I was not alone this time. Her voice grew faint. Will you watch over me until the very end? He agreed. Yeah, Min murmured. In the end, it all turned out like this. She shared her thoughts with Bioan. Everyone's been fighting just to survive. But it ended like this, unwilling. She asked. Who's it? Why yes. Why do this to us? Our fate depends on people we have never even seen. Trampled on with no way to fight back. Min voiced her bitterness. I hope they feel what I do. Bioan felt disgusted. Her voice weakened more and more. Bioan explained. It is all because of Ugular Sang. She barely understood and whispered. So he continued. Our target to assassinate is Ugular Sang from the Thanthan faction. Someone entrusted the Blood Spirit Legion to eliminate Ugular Sang from Thanthan, which is why we were kidnapped and trained as assassins for 7 years. He analyzed further. They are trying to erase us, things no longer needed in their plan. Bioan suppressed rising anger. As long as we are alive, we will find the one who turned our lives into this joke. I will definitely catch that person and get revenge. Min closed her eyes once more. That is right. I thought the same. Bioan. If it were you. She gently stroked his face, looking at him tenderly, then called his name. Bioan. I hope you survive. Her hand softly traced the lines of his face. She asked, Can you say my name? He quickly replied, Min. She interrupted. That is my real name. He repeated. Lyso? She smiled peacefully. Thank you. I really wanted to. Go ahead. You speak. As soon as he finished speaking, Min's hand dropped limply, and this time, those eyes never opened again. Bioan suspected that I did not know who caused this, but I am definitely going to wipe them all out. You still hate Aon? Fine. So keep watching. See what I am going to do to them. At a towering, ominous tower shrouded in gloom despite it being daytime, Uncle Logia is holding something in his hand, standing next to the 4 swords. The 4 swords express some astonishment. The view has been expanded. They are unlikely to escape. Uncle Logjing speaks up. It is really a shame to have to wipe them all out. We have put so much effort into raising them all this time, only to have to discard them like this. Hun laughs wickedly. I thought this was a card to throw away, but I did not expect to have to discard it before even using it. The 4 swords ask in confusion. Isn't this place also going to be dangerous? Hun wants to confirm. Because of the person who commissioned it. The 4 swords reply. I do not know the exact reason, but they have chosen to destroy everything. Pausing briefly, Han continues analyzing. If you want to keep a secret completely, would not eliminating all of us be much safer for them? Uncle Loing is a bit silent at those words, but then Hen reassures him. Ingain's point makes sense. But they won't find this place. We just need to wait here for this bloodbath to pass. The 4 swords are curious. Who exactly is the person who commissioned it? Uncle Loding answers seriously. If I wanted to, I could find out any time. But we need to keep within our limits. Unholds the piece of paper in his hand. At least they sent a warning letter like this. We do not have to cross the line. The 4 swords sharply notice tiny particles flying from the paper as Uncle Lodrong waves his hand. The 4 swords immediately raise an alarm. It is Chitu Tung Tung. Someone has coded this letter with Chudri Tung Hejing. Uncle Loving exclaims in shock. What? And Chi Tung, a special scent designed to track a specific target. Suddenly, someone collapses right in front of them. The crowd rushes inside the tower immediately. Net Kim shouts loudly. Everyone, get out of the way. We can fight Anne. But those rushing in do not seem to care. The leader shouts. Sweep them all away. Don't to leave a single Lussie assassin alive. Open the kill zone. The kill zone's rule forbids killing. Both sides tense up. Facing off, Uncle Loga is furious. 4 swords. Your words have come true. 4 swords hurriedly says. Leader, get out of the way fast. Uncle Lovung grits his teeth. controlling his anger until his veins bulge. Where to now? Wherever it is, unquietly turns his head and asks, "Don't you know? The ones they are after are us. They came all the way here because of us. Do you think they will let us escape?" Han's eyes emit a red smoke of rage. "Are you trying to cross the line?" Uncle Long raises his sword high and then draws it. Han laughs savagely. "I will show you." Power from the sword and lightning fast speed. Han charges forward with those. The remaining masters seem to freeze in shock when they see Henan like this, and in that blink of an eye, everyone standing near Uncle Luong has already been paralyzed in the neck, and Cheng is retreating. "If you dare bite us, this is how you will end up." Everyone from the Blood Shadow group. "Get up, everyone. Hang in there a little longer. If you hold on, we can win." Calm but commanding voice rang out. "You won't get that chance. Take back your words and attack now." A beam of golden light engulfed the entire space. Uncle Long watched the scene carefully, watching that damaging light rush toward him, and hurriedly swung his sword to block the light. The two energies clashed fiercely, leaving behind a massive cloud of smoke after the powerful strike. But at this moment, Uncle Long was injured from blocking the attack, and silently judged the power was too strong, but still asked firmly, "Who are you?" Today stepped out as the smoke cleared, arrogantly scolding, "A low-level assassin. But how dare you casually call my name?" Seeing the person clearly, Uncle Long was shocked. "Is she the poison-heart Iron Thorn?" and was stunned and speculated. "Then the one who commissioned this must be." "All right. Enough talk. Let us finish this. If you say another word, I will cut out your tongue." As she said this, Tuda was filled with murderous intent, ready to strike him down immediately. And guessed? Could the commissioner be from the Ivory sect? And angrily thought, "I should have suspected this was connected to them earlier. I regret holding back and not investigating the commissioner's identity." And was deeply frustrated for misjudging and calling Taeyong here. Uncle Long wielded his sword fluidly. But this Diane, even if skilled, would not fight alone. Tuda looked at him calmly. "How can an assassin like you dare?" There was no time for her to finish because Uncle Luong launched a series of deadly attacks and quickly closed in. Without warning, Uncle Luong was less than a hand's length from her. Uncle Luong threw all his strength into attacking, determined to take her down with him. But Tuda was equally fierce. Immediately counterattacking, they exchanged deadly moves non-stop. Tuda silently judged, "Just the ringleader of the assassins. Yet so skilled. Luckily, we are fighting openly in broad daylight. If this was a night ambush, we probably would not win." She was determined. "This guy and those assassins want to let me off easily. I have to take them all out." Tuda launched a deadly strike, shouting, "Charge!" Uncle Long was blasted away by a powerful golden light like a tornado. He stared at the huge tornado in shock, thinking, "Damn. Is this the end of the Blood Spirit group?" He was unwilling to accept it. "I have always hidden in the shadows, killed countless enemies, and built the Blood Spirit group to what it is today. I even thought I would soon catch Big Y Jin, the one feared even by top martial artists." He could not believe it would all end like this. Out of sheer unwillingness, Uncle Luong swung his sword with all his might to counterattack. He shouted, "I'm Ku Zhu, leader of the Blood Spirit group. I will survive." Determined, he charged at the massive vortex of energy before him. Uncle Luong gritted his teeth and pushed forward. Ignoring the rocks and debris thrown by the vortex, he pushed himself to the limit, steam rising as he unleashed his ultimate move. But before he could counterattack, an unidentified object shot into his leg. The pain hit instantly, forcing him to stop. Uncle Luong gritted his teeth, glaring at his attacker. Who dares interfere? He was immediately confused when he saw who it was. Tuji added more power to the vortex, making it even fiercer. At this point, Uncle Long had no time or strength left to fight back. He collapsed face first into a deep pit left by the vortex. Tujia looked down on Uncle Long with contempt. Worried screams mixed with terror echoed everywhere. "Master! Master!" Taking advantage of the enemy's confusion, the private guards suddenly attacked and wiped out the remaining people. Amidst the cries, clashing weapons, and chaos, Uncle Luong kept coughing and struggling to move his body with the little strength left. The mournful screams kept ringing out, but he stubbornly tried to speak. "Do not." At that moment, a cold figure appeared behind the private guards. She immediately bowed her head respectfully, the disciple in the flower respectfully greeting her master. Ninth Flower Senior Aunt lightly shook the staff in her hand. She spoke, "They are just a bunch of lowly assassins. Why waste time on them?" The private guards quickly reported the situation, begging the master to forgive them, saying the resistance was fierce and it took quite some time. Uncle Luong looked at the people before him with bitterness and exclaimed. He shouted loudly, "Ninth Flower Senior Aunt." He cursed with all his remaining strength. "Why are you doing this to me? Why is the Ningamai sect doing this to the Blood Spirit Legion? We sought you out." The private guards looked at him sternly. Uncle Long still did not stop. He kept cursing. "You are worse than animals," he yelled. "You traitors." Ninth Flower Senior Aunt slammed her staff down on Uncle Luong's head, cutting off his curses. She calmly said, "I do not know what nonsense you are spouting. Deal with them." At that moment, a sword pierced his chest. With one strike, he dropped his weapon limply. The old man clutched his wound and collapsed, gritting his teeth. "My sect." He recalled that after the former senior aunt became the sect leader, She expanded their power and strengthened their forces. Then asked, "What is your name?" The beautiful girl, like a fairy, spoke softly. Siren. He recognized her as one of the former senior Honest disciples. Rumored to look like a fairy and be incredibly talented, she was the one. She turned away, saying, "It is just rumors blown out of proportion." He smiled bitterly. "I have been an assassin for 10 years. And even the top disciple of the Angami sect could not beat me." After finishing, he closed his eyes and fell. She looked at him with some pity, then turned and walked away. The private guard scolded, "Too slow. Why waste words on that thing? Zane. Report." "Sister," a disciple spoke up, "take him away." The disciple pushed the captured man to the ground and said, "This guy led the newly trained assassins, and was the one who got close to Than Mountain." Ninth Flower Senior Aunt asked, "How many assassins did he bring?" I laughed scornfully. "Why ask me that?" she ordered. "You do not need to know. Answer quickly." I replied, "I do not know either. How much should I say? Who dares lie to me?" He taunted, "Even if I knew, I would not say." "Those who made me like this, do you think I would answer?" Ninth Flower Senior Aunt smiled dangerously. Realizing he was just a desperate assassin pretending to be strong, she grabbed his head, and terrifying screams instantly erupted from a mice mouth. She demanded, "How many?" He screamed. 20. 28, he begged weakly. "Kill me." She released him. Amai collapsed to the ground. She asked the private guards, "How many are dead so far?" The disciple replied, 24, he ordered. 4 remain. Don't leave any trace of trouble. The group responded in unison. Understood. Echoing across the sky, as Ninth Flower Senior Aunt passed Exhalan, she stopped and asked, "You have played a crucial role so far, right?" She replied, "Yep. Master," she reminded her, "after this is settled, I will send someone to Than sect to finalize things. Meanwhile, prepare for the soul ceremony." She replied with a bitter expression. Yep. She did not care and added, "Everything is for the sect." Exhalan did not answer but remained silent, as if carrying 100 worries inside. In a forest at night, someone quietly ran along the branches, then stopped on a branch to observe. Before Bioan was a group of guards working diligently. You secretly assess that they have strengthened their defenses. So I have to sneak inside. Bioan carefully observes the situation below. Have identified the right moment and silently remind yourself. Alright then. If you want to be overwhelmed by the underworld, Ninjang thinks, I will let you temporarily experience the underworld's wrath. Dawn breaks over the mountain peak. Early in the morning, a disciple of the Than sect carries a basket. Preparing to go somewhere, the guard asks, "With you carrying that, are you going to gather herbs today too?" Zorzan replies cheerfully, "Yep." Another guard wonders, "You went yesterday too?" Zorzan turns to answer, "I do not know what happened. But that day they said to prepare plenty first." The guard watches him leave and warns, "Though nothing is wrong, the atmosphere is chaotic, so be careful." That confident Zorzan leaves with a remark, "Who dares mess with our Than sect?" Zorzan enters the forest. The green canopy is alive with birds. The disciple looks around the forest to see what is there. He starts searching for herbs. Beginning near the closest Taoist temple, you approach the bamboo fence. Zorzan's face turns pale when he sees it. He stammers, "Who is there?" Bioan says nothing and slashes Zorzan's leg. He screams in pain. Zorzan is in so much pain he wants to cry but stays silent. "Who is there? Who would dare cause trouble here in Than Mountain?" Biogan's eyes are sharp and fierce. You ask, "You are a disciple of the Than sect, right?" If yes, nod once. Zorzan, tears streaming, nods vigorously. Bioan orders, "I will let you go, so answer me honestly. Don't get any ideas. Whatever you try, I will take your life faster." Then you release him and start questioning. "What is your name?" Zorzan hesitates. "Is Zorzan?" Bioan probes. "Your status?" He obediently replies, "Third generation disciple of the Than sect." Bioan digs for more info. "Do you know who Ugan Sang is?" Hearing the name, he is shocked. "You mean Master Ugan Sang, the founder of the old city?" Bioan repeats, "Founder of the old city." Zorzan tells you about Ugan Sang, the most talented master the Than sect ever trained since childhood. He mastered most of Than's techniques and reached a supreme level. Even the sect's past masters cared deeply about teaching him. Bioan ponders after hearing this. A sage of the Than sect. That is bad news. Isn't it obvious? They had to spend 7 years on us. 7 years or more. Zorzan pleads desperately. "I have told you everything I know. Please spare me." Suddenly, he feels something strange. His body won't obey him anymore. Zorzan panics. "I have to get out of here fast." But he notices Bioan behind him. What is he doing? Zorzan reaches back, his eyes wide with shock. Bioan moves swiftly. Zorzan is horrified by what he sees. It is himself. He carefully examines. Some parts look stiff, but at a glance, it is indistinguishable. Zorzan is terrified but does not yet understand Biogan's purpose. He starts to guess but it is too late. What is he planning? Could it be? Returning to the Thanthan sect, the watchman sees Bioan and mistakes him. Is Zorzan? Why is he back so soon? You casually reply. I forgot a few things. The watchman teases. This guy's head is in the clouds. The watchman does not notice anything odd and continues. Stay alert. Will you? Bioan replies lightly. Yep. You step into the city. Surrounded by Thanthan people everywhere, Bioan takes a deep breath and confidently walks deeper into the city. Bioan blends into the bustling crowd. No one senses the danger. Bioan's steps were filled with hostility. While the people in the city still laughed and chatted happily, only Bioan was the one surrounded by a cold, ominous aura. He walked without hesitation, and soon Bioan reached a quieter place. He stepped into a narrow alley and stopped. He looked up at what was in front of him. Finally, Bioan found the place. Bioan had arrived at the place he was looking for. Ogunsang's residence. His cold, sharp face was hidden beneath a mask. Elsewhere in the city, this was Kung Sang in the Thanthan sect. This place was heavily guarded, and the elders were holding a meeting. The Thanthan sect leader, Vulin Chan Chan, spoke up. Has the situation outside stabilized yet? Another old man replied. It seems the search for the assassins has ended. Minjin asked for everyone's opinion. Those assassins dared to cause trouble in our sect. Do you think this makes sense? Junior brother. The old man immediately gave his guess. Of course not. I think this might be someone's conspiracy. He was the second in command of the Thanthan sect. Yujin Pyong. Minjin probed. Who do you think it could be? Yugen replied. We still lack precise information to draw a conclusion. That is why I sent disciples to gather intel. Minjin praised. Well done. Junior brother Yu. An old man sitting opposite Yujin angrily slammed the table. No matter whose game this is, it is absolutely unforgivable. He was the top swordsman in the Vomin Chan Chan sect. He proposed. Our sect is on a crucial path right now. We must uncover the truth so this never happens again. Seeing his anger, Yugen quickly reassured him. Don't he worry. Junior brother will handle it. Senior brother. Long ago, during the Mathian Great Battle, a dangerous moment when Kangho was conquered by the new demon cultivator, a rare martial artist. Likavka Bakar established the Heavenly Will Order to join the fight, breaking old rules and engaging in battle. Like Thiensung, Vedang sect, and Hosun sect, they made great contributions and regained their former glory. But our sect and Nigamai sect could not break the rules or join the fight, only earning the hollow title of the fourth greatest sect. In reality, our strength can compare to those sects. Minjin insisted. If we want to catch up, we can't waste time on this. We need to quickly get our spirits back. Yugen encouraged. Don't he worry. If we follow the plan, we will catch up within 10 years. Suddenly, the elder happily said. That is reassuring. I feel much more confident now. He praised Yugen. You are amazing. Worthy of the disciples' respect. Yugen humbly replied. No need to flatter me. Senior brother. Suddenly, the elder changed the subject. How's Will Sang living these days? It seems even he is not fully aware of the outside situation. Yugen looked sad when mentioning this. The elder continued thoughtfully. I heard he is quietly cultivating to atone for his past mistakes. Will Sang was a mysterious figure in hiding. Will Sang was calmly cultivating. The room where he sat was filled with swords and a commanding aura. Deep within the ancient Thanthan sect, the elder heard that Will Sang sincerely faced the sect to apologize for not personally teaching his son. Another elder comforted him. All right, he is a man. At that age, full of energy is normal, the elder reassured. No need to apologize for that. It has already been properly handled. Will Sang and Will Jin respectfully replied. I will try my best to teach him from now on. The elder showed leniency. That is good enough, the elder observed. No matter what the world says. In that dark room, every sword stroke is forged. One after another. The elder's assessment was spot on. Will Sang's talent and gift have always been undeniable. He folded his arms and said, if trained well, he won to lose to the late-stage masters of other sects. All the elders there nodded in agreement. Everyone supported the elder's words. Minjin suddenly spoke. Junior brother. He looked at Will Jin and asked, did you say he accepted the marriage proposal from Engamai sect? Will Jin hesitated. Yep. That is right. Minjun spoke gently, saying that marrying someone from the Engamai sect is not a bad thing, especially since the other party is the youngest disciple of Master Ho Su-they. Will Jin agreed, saying that is right. There is a rumor that the girl is very smart. Marrying someone like that is not bad at all. Will Jin felt a bit annoyed when this topic came up, but no matter what, he still felt uncomfortable about it. Min Jun guessed it was because of Master Ho Su-thei's situation. Will Jin nodded. Right, he thought silently. The Ningamai's Master Ho Su-thei is trying hard to catch up with the Thanthan sect. Will Sang marrying her youngest disciple might make us lose our edge in this matter. So until now, I have been hesitating to refuse. He tried to reassure himself. But there was no other way we can live forever in this cramped Sichuan land. Will Sang is the only hope of the Thanthan sect. So pay close attention to this matter. Will Jin replied. Yep. I will keep an eye on it. then headed back to Wolsang's residence, where Bioan was standing at the door. He looked up at this huge place. It is the Manhwareader Hall. It is his first time here, and is really big. Bioan quietly looked around. Although the main door was closed, getting inside would not be too hard. He used his skills to jump up onto the roof tiles. Suddenly, someone's voice caught Bioan's attention. Brother Yu Su was bringing a girl inside. He hid on the roof, eavesdropping on their conversation. The blonde guy was not happy about Wolsang's situation, closing the place off just to bring a woman inside. The black-haired guy quickly signaled him to keep his voice down. The blonde ignored him and kept commenting. Who is it this time? Some local brat. The black-haired guy panicked and hissed. Hey, keep it down. If they hear us, it is all on you. Hearing this, Bioan thought quietly, the guy is bringing a woman inside. Seems like Thanthan sect. Maybe DKBI too. Alright, let us go. Hidden on the roof, Bioan thought it over, inside or outside. There are people everywhere. He waited until nightfall at Manhwareader Hall where Wolsang stayed. No longer disguised, he quickly sneaked into the hall. Stepping lightly as he checked around the room, Bioan was a bit surprised no one outside. He thought for a moment. There was no upper floor, but he noticed a ventilation gap high on the wall. Carefully, he climbed up. The room was a bedroom, and next to Wolsang was a woman. Wolsang was lying right below Bioan. He peeked through the small ventilation gap. Bioan realized that guy must be Wolsang. He stared at him closely and noticed something. Looking at Wolsang, Bioan judged that he looked quite different from the blood spirit leader. He seemed very strong. Bioan did not hesitate to pull out a rope, but after all, he was still human. If stabbed or losing too much blood, he would be done for. He tied it into a noose and slowly brought it close to Wolsang's neck. His face was tense as the rope touched Wolsang's neck, but suddenly, Wolsang woke up. Bioan panicked and quickly pulled the noose back. Wolsang was choked painfully by the rope. The woman beside him gasped, calling out, "Brother." Bioan jumped down from the roof, while Wolsang was left hanging in front of the woman. With one hand, he cut the rope. Wolsang gasped for breath. He angrily dropped to the floor. Bioan stood facing him. The two stood facing each other, Wolsang opposite Bioan. Bioan gently placed his hands on two bamboo poles, pulling them out, ready to fight. Bioan charged forward, but Wolsang did not move at all. He calmly waited for the poles to swing. Then Wolsang lightly raised two fingers. Then he blocked Biogan's poles. Bioan was stunned by Wolsang's strength. Suddenly, Wolsang pressed his face close to Biogan's. With just one strike, he knocked Bioan away and seized the chance to rush forward. Bioan did not expect it. Wolsang was like a sword flying straight at him. Bioan used all his strength to block the attack. He gritted his teeth to hold the blow, but Wolsang kept attacking relentlessly. Bioan could only defend by blocking quickly. He was attacked so much he was almost overwhelmed. Bioan wondered, is he really able to do this barehanded? You are tired of calculating. Defending like this is not a good strategy. We need to get out of this situation fast. Bioan noticed a bamboo stick lying on the ground. He kicked it right in front of Wolsang, but Wolsang caught the bamboo stick effortlessly. Wolsang casually said, "Not bad. But it is just a little game." Holding the bamboo stick, he asked Bioan, "Who sent you guys?" Bioan gasped but did not answer. Then Wolsang suddenly laughed. Could it be? He pointed the bamboo stick at Bioan with a serious face. And Bioan was startled by the person. Wolsang mentioned the girl while practicing martial arts. Wolsang thought to himself, mastering martial arts is way too easy for me. At the same time, those around him were carrying him. Truly Wolsang was the best, so impressive. But there was one thing. Wolsang was not happy despite reaching the peak of martial arts. He even thought it was too easy, and he could not find joy in it anymore. Just then, a girl approached Wolsang. Yun Su Hein. So cool. He immediately looked over and was drawn to her appearance. This girl's name was Yun Su. That is when I started getting interested in women. I got lost in their arms. One night, on my way home, I accidentally met a girl, and I told myself, she is the one. That girl's name was Lam Nugok. She was different from other girls because she liked wearing men's clothes. So that is it. Lam Ngok could not hide her beauty, and Wolsang called it a mistake. He was truly attracted to Lam Ngok's beauty, but Wolsang did not admit it and blamed Du. Thinking, that mistake was all Du's fault. I admit that mistake. But was that girl's suicide really my fault? Why did I have to isolate myself and train for a whole year because of this? During that time, he kept complaining. So boring. So boring, so Wolsang, wanting to pass time, went crazy training the sword that girl sent. Right. Her father, who died, sent someone to kill me. Someone really came looking for Wolsang to settle the score. That person was Bioan. After hearing what the other said, he felt confused and thought, that girl. Who is he talking about? Right now, Bioan has no way to get close to Wolsang. Plus, he is being controlled by him, so he had to silently admire. Too strong, always slowly releasing his energy bit by bit, all sharp and full of killing intent, like hundreds or thousands of blades surrounding him. Though he controlled them, because of that, Woolsang's move made me a bit tense. Right after, Woolsang charged at Bioan, and I shouted inside, "Here it comes." Woolsang was attacking Bioan with his sword, but Bioan blocked it for him. Luckily, Bioan managed to block that attack. Then he quickly changed tactics and launched a combo attack, but Bioan dodged every strike. But when Woolsang was not paying attention, Bioan kicked toward him, but Woolsang dodged just in time. "Annoyed," he said. "So frustrating. Jumping around like a kid on the floor." On the second try, he adjusted his energy to attack with the sword again, but with just a flick of Woolsang's hand, both swords flew far away. By now, Woolsang had lost patience. Enough joking around. Time to die. He punched him. So Bioan quickly ran away, realizing he was not a match for Woolsang. He took the chance to run far away. Woolsang did not intend to let him go. After clicking his tongue, he chased after him in the blink of an eye. Woolsang caught up and managed to grab the sword. Then Bioan threw it back at Woolsang. He quickly drew his sword to block it, and then unleashed a flurry of sword strikes on Bioan. Next, Woolsang attacked continuously, not giving Bioan a moment to think. On top of that, every strike seemed to want to take his life. When it did not work, Woolsang threw his sword aside. A second later, he pulled out another sword. Woolsang boldly stepped toward Bioan. Instead of gritting his teeth in frustration, he thought to himself, "This really is not going to work anyway. There is no other choice. I just have to keep attacking." You do not know. Bioan took the initiative to throw everything at Woolsang. Meanwhile, Woolsang just kept walking straight toward An. The sword quickly approached An as his martial skills surged. A second later, Woolsang unleashed the secret technique, the 72 sword breaks. All you could see was a bright wave of light surrounding An. Then Woolsang gently controlled that wave. Gradually, the wave surged strongly toward Bioan. Seeing this, you clenched your teeth in tension. Bioan dared not look away, not knowing what would happen next. Meanwhile, Woolsang was still trying to control that wave. Suddenly, Woolsang got distracted. He acted like that because he saw a girl standing next to Bioan. Quickly, he realized the other side was cheating and gritted his teeth, saying, "Daring to play dirty." So Woolsang sent the water rushing strongly toward Bioan. Within seconds, it separated that girl from you. Besides that, he also moved closer to the opponent and said, as Woolsang's sword nearly touched his body, Bioan recalled what happened before. Back then, Net Kim said that among them, 3 people had to master this martial art. Then Josieli said, "You want to become the tragic hero yourself?" And replied, "Just wait and see if I become the hero or the villain." Now, you and Woolsang were face to face. Woolsang was still surprised, saying, "How could someone like you? No way. No way that could happen." No matter how he attacked, Woolsang could not injure Bioan, so he shouted loudly, "How could someone like you block the secret sword technique of the Than sect? The 72 sword breaks." Bioan did not respond but thought, "What is there left to block? It is all just mastering how to live or die to survive. Although my achievements may lag behind others, I can fake it." Bioan kept using his mental speed technique, but after a while, Woolsang's sword pointed at his throat again. At that moment, Bioan was extremely surprised, but he still decided to move quickly to avoid Woolsang's attack. After a while, you were behind Woolsang and quietly thought, "Got it." Woolsang still had not noticed you were behind him. Seizing the chance, you quickly moved toward him. Finally, Bioan successfully landed a strike on Woolsang. He coughed up blood and said, "How could you?" Then Bioan struck again. Moreover, the last strike went straight into Woolsang's chest, and he gradually collapsed from severe blood loss. Although successful, Bioan was exhausted. Your ear was also stained with Woolsang's blood. You breathed heavily for a moment, then you looked toward Woolsang. The next morning at a mountain fork. It was a normal morning at the Than sect. On the streets, people's lives went on as usual, but shortly after, the Than sect members suddenly rushed out in a hurry. Then the sect's alarm bell rang out. All the sect's entrances were heavily guarded. Woolsang's body was brought here and covered tightly with blankets. Upon seeing this, Woolsang cried out miserably. Woolsang. How could this happen? Minjin standing beside him could not hide his sorrow. Original Heavenly Lord, why put our sect through this trial? Meanwhile, he was still holding his face. After a moment of thought in the car, he spoke. Senior brother, the elder replied. Speak. Junior brother, I accept the mission and will handle that kid. They then looked toward Hei. Meanwhile, she sat curled up in a corner, crying her eyes out. However, Minjin objected. What are you talking about? That kid is also a disciple of our sect. Do we really have to deal with him? The elder in the car did not stop. This concerns Woolsang's Than sect. If the truth is that while he was secluded for cultivation, he dragged this secular disciple out, so the outside world would know that Woolsang's Than would be completely destroyed, including ours. Upon hearing this, the old man unleashed his inner power to show how furious he was. On the other hand, Minjin looked at him seriously. But inside the car, he did not change his decision. This matter can't be undone anymore. Woolsang has already been killed, and our sect Than will soon be shocked. That is if we do nothing. There is definitely someone behind the waterfall assassin. If both Wolsang's Than and our sect's Than are lost, they will surely benefit from this. We have to stop this. At this point, Minjin also spoke up in agreement with the others' view. Continuing, Zhang Hein and 2 others stormed forward. Senior brother, you can do this. No matter how important our sect's Than is, it is not more important than a life. Besides, is not that child a secular disciple of our sect? He also glanced toward Hei. Even now, inside the car, he still stands by his opinion. Do you all think the same? If things keep going like this, not only will we fail to catch up with Shaolin or Vi Zhang, but our sect will fall further and further behind them. Hearing this, Du Haiyan felt troubled and bowed his head thoughtfully. Moreover, Minjin shared the same feelings as him. While everyone was thinking, Wu Jin grabbed his sword and walked toward her. Seeing him, one was extremely tense. When he got close, Wu Jin suddenly stabbed his sword into the floor. A second later, he said, "Sorry, do not blame us. This is something that has to be done." Knowing she was in grave danger, she shouted loudly, "Help! Someone help!" Wu Jin lifted his sword and gritted his teeth. If things keep going like this, not only will we fail to catch up with Shaolin or Vi Zhang, but our sect will fall further and further behind them. One screamed in panic, "Help! Someone help!" Although they heard her cries for help, no one came to rescue her, and when Wu Jin actually made a move on the girl, the old man was shocked and said, "Brother Wu, what exactly are you planning to do?" He looked blankly at Minjin and asked, "Hein, what do you want me to do?" This question left the old man momentarily speechless. Then Wu Jin shouted, "One Sang is not just the hope of Than. He means everything to me. How could a father just stand by and watch one Sang's Than be destroyed?" Young Dake also near T clothing P. Sober than T nej robuster. Sober than T nej robuster than Exquellen than Skessy dumb than arts and by gap Jesus was she assassinated. She slammed the table and said, "This is crazy. They set up a trap for us everywhere." Yet Wol Sang hid in Than sect's temple and was killed. Hearing this, the disciple of Siu Hos, Thai also got angry on behalf of the master. Not stopping there, she gritted her teeth and said, "But that marriage proposal was already arranged. The food was almost in our mouths, and it slipped away. Once that marriage is completed, my plan to control Than sect that I have nurtured for 10 years will succeed." She continued, "We can let the assassin who killed the young hero go. We can let this secret leak out. We must eliminate him." So Siu Hos, though I immediately gave orders to the disciples. If not, I would have already requested to withdraw from Than sect. Quickly lead the disciples to join the net formation. She quickly received the order and delegated it to the disciples. On the other hand, she looked toward the Haviland's car and said, "The marriage is broken off now. That person must be very happy." Also, Siu Hos Thai looked at her as if she were an enemy. Havlan hurriedly said, "Than Min, how could it be like that? Your fiancé is gone. You can be happy." She snapped at her. "Fine tea." Right after, Havlan turned and left, saying, "Since you agreed to this marriage, he is your fiancé." Siu Hos Thai did not make things difficult for her anymore and just let her leave. In a golden rice field, 2 farmers were harvesting ripe rice. After a while, Yang Qian came over and loudly said, "Looking up, all green. Looking down, all gold. Life is peaceful. Food is enough. Nothing is missing." After walking a bit, he was blocked by someone else. The other person shouted loudly, "Stop," while Yang Qian stood there stunned, replying, "What is going on? Why is this happening?" Tiavjong quickly responded, "We are chasing a fugitive. You need to prove who you are." He hesitated but clarified, "I am Yang Qian from Vio village. I am just heading home after finishing work today." If he was still sitting there, it was early. So how could he be done with farm work? He explained, "Yep. Today I only pulled weeds, and I am done." Then he looked to his superior and asked, "What do you want me to do?" Sangu let Yang Qian go, allowing him to pass. Immediately, he bowed his head and thanked them. Thank you so much." As the others passed by, Sangyu glanced back at Yang Qin. Then he stopped him again. Wait a minute, you say you were weeding. But why are you so clean if you were pulling weeds? There should be grass stains on your clothes and on your sickle." Sangyu noticed this, and Yang Qian hesitated. "That is why I said." He did not let him explain and loudly ordered, "He is suspicious. He is the assassin we are after." Sangyu also gave a signal. After a moment, white smoke appeared in the sky. This made Yang Qian furious, gritting his teeth. On the other hand, he was actually Pagon using disguise magic. A second later, Sangyu ordered, "Catch him." Seeing them rush forward, he stared fiercely at them. Everyone surrounded Yang Qian. Someone sent out a signal for backup. Soon, a cloud of smoke appeared in the sky. Then Sangyu shouted, "This woke guy is pretending to be a farmer. But he is actually the assassin we are hunting." Meanwhile, he started to get more alert. Quickly, everyone charged at Yang Qian fiercely. At this point, He decided to revert to his original appearance as Bioan. The sound of clashing swords rang out. Sang Yu was knocked back, and Bioan stepped in front of him in the blink of an eye. Bioan grabbed his opponent's neck. He also decided to choke Sang Yu, causing him great pain. Meanwhile, Bioan asked who was behind this. Sang Yu, choked by the rope, could not speak. After a while, he finally said, "The former head of the Engamai sect." Bioan was a bit surprised to hear her name. Then he asked, "The former head of Engamai. Did she order this directly?" "No choice," Sang Yu admitted honestly. "Not just me. All Engamai disciples were mobilized to help Than Thun sect hunt assassins." Bioan wanted to know their relationship, so he asked, "Are Engamai and Than Thun sects on good terms?" He denied it. "They are not really friendly, so even I find it strange," Bioan replied curiously. "Strange how? What do you mean?" Sang Yu hesitated again. "Well, yeah. At the same time," he thought, "if this drags on, martial artists who saw the signal will arrive." Bioan silently waited for Sang Yu to tell the truth. He also thought to himself, this person has known Gun Sang since he was nobody. He patiently invested in him for 7 years and managed the funds. So it was her, the former head. Soon after, reinforcements arrived. "Found him. It is that guy Oaks." Bioan looked and saw a group running toward him. Sang Yu excitedly laughed. "They are here. Ah, you are done for." Before he could finish, Bioan ended Sang Yu's life. Also, while fighting them, he silently called out her name. "Former head, even if I die, I won't die alone." Near the mountain range where the Nami faction has set up camp, someone came in after a while to report to Taga. Rumor has it that the assassin managed to break through the encirclement of the then martial artists and escaped. Hearing this, she quickly thought of a way to respond. On top of that, Taga complained that more and more problems keep happening. Annoyed, she muttered to herself that no matter where you go, there are always people suddenly appearing, like those assassins. Finally, Taga ordered all forces to chase the assassin, and just then, Sealan stepped forward to stop him, saying no matter what, we can catch him. Seeing Taga's frustration, she had a thought about the sudden appearance of enemies and said, "Sealan, what do you mean by that?" Sealan quickly explained that even with all the traps and nets, we still can't catch him. "I think this assassin is much stronger than we imagined. If this keeps up, we will only ever see his back." Seeing her dismiss his strategy, Taga asked irritably, "Then what should we do?" Sealan answered frankly, "We have to predict the path he will take." Hearing this, Taga said, "You mean we guess where he is going, and get there first to wait for him?" Sealan then analyzed the situation, roughly saying they could guess a few places. The assassin must be exhausted and worn out by now, given the current situation. It is likely he will return to the place he thinks is safest. That might be where he lived for a long time and was trained to become an assassin at this point. Taga somewhat understood Sealan's point. "You are saying he will instinctively go back home?" She confirmed. "We suspect the Blood Spirit group has been raising assassins near Padang." Taga agreed. "Exactly. Let us check the places in Padang that require large supplies." She also thought to herself, she is even smart, she really has it all. Meanwhile, Sealan was observing the others' reactions. Then Taga decided to follow her advice. Yugoyan's suggestion makes sense. "Alright, let us do it. We will head to Padang first and wait for him there." Her men responded loudly. "Understood." Outside, the sound of galloping horses echoed loudly. A group of cavalry was rushing at full speed. They kept shouting to each other, "Don't let him get away. Catch him." Up ahead, Bioan was running as fast as he could. On the other hand, you could hear threats from the pursuers. "He is already hurt. Let us see how long he can keep running. I have to report this to the 5th junior brother. What a cruel bastard." As the horses got closer, Bioan quickly climbed up the mountain. While climbing, he muttered to himself that although they were chasing and shouting, he could still throw them off. But just then, the enemy shot an arrow at him, so he had to keep watching carefully to avoid getting hit by the arrow. At the same time, Bioan noticed the Nami faction's men were already there, and thought to himself, how could they have predicted the path I would take? Below, Sealan had led the Nami men to the spot. She remained calm, watching to see what tricks he might try. Seeing Sealan, Bioan realized danger was closing in and thought, this is bad. In the forest near the Nami faction's camp, Bioan was fleeing from his pursuers. He was running at top speed. A second later, not seeing anyone behind him, he wondered, what is going on? The guy chasing me suddenly went quiet. Did he give up? Thinking this, Bioan quickly turned to check, and was completely shocked. Right after, a huge explosion happened near where Bioan stood, sending a column of earth and rocks flying tens of meters high, leaving a large trench and a massive crater. At the bottom of the crater was a person, the leader of the Than faction. A second later, he looked annoyed and thought to himself, I messed up. I only meant to clear the path. But he got so angry he lost control of his power. He had to keep that guy alive to find out who was behind all this. Then he shouted an order from the vehicle. Chase after him quickly. He might still be alive. The subordinate replied.
Yep, sir.
A moment later, two guy and the Nami men arrived at the scene. From above, she was watching the situation below carefully, in just the blink of an eye. Today spotted Bioan and quickly unleashed her martial arts. Then Today pointed her sword at him and said, after that, she swung her sword toward Bioan. Everyone saw a beam of light carrying an immense power, even inside the car. He was quietly thinking to himself that the guy was lucky to have escaped death. But she had attacked with the intention to kill him. A few seconds later, Tuda ordered Nami's disciples. Everyone, chase after him quickly. Don't let that villain escape. Search every corner thoroughly. Everyone followed the trail left by him. Soon, they loudly signaled. Got him. We found him. There is a passage here leading to an underground tunnel inside the car. He checked it out. There is a place like this. Nami's disciple quickly replied. I think he could only have gone down there. Then he ordered. Everyone, climb down the rope there. We must catch him. They immediately followed. Therese. Once everything is confirmed, I will order Nami's disciples down there too. We have to find and kill him first. Dongthan said.
Yep.
The people from Thanthan's sect are going down one by one. They discovered it was a dry pit. And he also followed his disciples down. Moreover, he found that below looked like a small underground chamber. And the rope followed his feet all the way down. Seeing the scene before her, she thought to herself in surprise. This is the place where the blood corpse raises assassins. She was so shocked that she almost forgot she was standing before a secret vault. Looking at it, its structure was familiar, making Tujia think to herself that the vault belonged to the Thanthan sect. At that moment, a Thanthan sect member named Lahan shouted, How dare they? How dare they build this crazy thing? How can there be a space like this? They have completely copied our sect. Master, we can let this go. We have to find and punish whoever's behind this. They must have been planning this for a long time. They could not maintain this place without someone's support. Clearly, someone is backing and protecting them. We must wipe them out completely. Then he hurried to where he was, and Turai had to stay silent and observe before making a move. But suddenly he laughed loudly, continuing to demonstrate his inner power. His action made the Thanthan sect disciples very worried. After a while, he loudly said, Of course. But first, we have to catch him. All the disciples clasped their hands and saluted in unison.
Yep.
We understand. After a moment, Tura stepped forward to greet him. I will send the sect disciples to search other places, he instructed firmly. You must catch him alive. Though it was a bit confusing. She replied.
Yep.
Tura had taken a few steps when he added. Cut off his hands and feet if you have to. Just catch him alive. You can do it. Right, she promised. Of course. He threatened Tura. If that assassin dies, I will hunt down and hold them accountable. Even if they belong to the 5 great martial sects, Tura firmly promised. You do not have to worry about that. After speaking, she quickly left, thinking to herself on the way. So he suspects our sect. I must find that guy before Thanthan sect does. Tura had not gone far when Sulan appeared. Meanwhile, she muttered to herself. Ever since entering here, I have felt constant pressure. Everyone thinks they have to catch that guy. But they do not realize this is clearly his home turf. The hunter here is not us. It is. Many rooms were precariously built hanging on the cliffside. A large gate was erected on the cliff, and he stood in front of it holding a torch. As he walked, he thought to himself, a place this huge can have been built just to assassinate one person. The central barracks seem to be modeled after our Thanthan sect. The quality here is not bad at all. Did they really go through all this trouble to build this place? Could it have been used by their clients before? What force could create a cave like this? After walking for a while, he spoke up, saying this is the last room. Inside, he also discovered a large room. Out of curiosity, he entered the second room, where there was a big table. Next, he searched for a secret chamber here, and finally found a small built-in cabinet. When he opened it, he was extremely surprised, and out of curiosity, he reached inside to check. Then he moved closer to see what was inside and found a golden box. He quickly took it out and saw a piece of paper inside. He carefully opened it to see what was written. He slowly read it word by word. After a moment, he got so angry he almost tore the paper apart, then hesitated and said, Those bastards. Just a second later, he actually tore it to pieces. He shouted furiously, How dare they use 50,000 taels of gold to gamble with the future of our Thanthan sect. I definitely want to let this slide. Suddenly, there was a shaking in the room, and everything started falling everywhere. Because of that, he accidentally noticed another passage when the wall beside him cracked open. At that moment, he asked confusedly, Is there a hole in the wall? He entered and saw a table at the end of the passage. There were many venomous snakes guarding the area. He hesitated again, saying, A pit full of snakes like this, what exactly is this place for? Seeing a book on the table, he could not believe his eyes and said nervously, This is the 9 Demon Sect. He picked it up and thought to himself, The 9 Demon Sect. Isn't he the sect that disappeared long ago during the Great Blood War? If it were not for accidentally finding this in an ancient book, I might never have known about it. Meanwhile, at his feet, snakes were everywhere. The others were still searching outside. After a while, they noticed rice scattered on the ground, and someone started picking it up. At that moment, Xiaobad, look, there are footprints here, Daifeng added. Clearly, he is somewhere nearby. That guy's an assassin. We do not know when he will strike, so stay alert. Everyone continued searching. Wang Ping noticed the sunlight reaching this far and thought happily, it is too dark, just a little sunlight should brighten this place up. Just as he finished speaking, Bioan rushed over to the guy. Before Wang Ping could understand what was happening, Bioan grabbed him tightly, making the guy panic. But Bioan did not let Wang Ping make noise for long. Within seconds, he had taken care of the guy. The people still had not noticed what happened. After walking a bit, Liquan said irritably, all those assassins live here. Jing Tinan quickly objected. How could they live in a place like this? How could someone stay in a place like this? Daifeng added. That bastard. We have to catch him no matter what. Liquan laughed loudly. That guy clearly used dirty tricks to kill Su Haiyan. Otherwise, Hoin would not have died so pointlessly. Cowards like that could never belong to our Than Than faction. Just as Bioan spoke, he appeared next to him and said, exactly like before. Liquan was still surprised, saying, when you already took someone's life with one move. After dealing with Liquan, Bioan moved toward Chong Tan, and when they did not hear Liquan's voice, the whole group turned back, and Chong Tan's tone held a hint of surprise. Immediately, all three were terrified when they saw him lying in a pool of blood. All three said in unison, this idiot. Meanwhile, Chong Tan rushed forward, cursing, you bastard, and replaced Tu Bao, loudly stopping Tan. Wait, let us get back. We can split up. On top of that, Bioan suddenly appeared right above Daifeng. Then he casually pulled the person up while Tu Bao remained completely unaware. At that moment, Xiao Bao panicked, realizing no one was beside him. At this moment, Little Bao panicked when no one was around. According to calculations, he wildly swung his sword. Right after, Little Bao completely fell into a pit of panic. He kept going crazy, shouting loudly, where are you? Come out. Come out right now. You cowardly corpse. Stop hiding in the shadows. Come out. Come out right now. No one answered, and the little one grew more terrified. Then he cried out. Before he finished, a shadow grabbed the little one. A second later, from within the shadow, appeared the eyes of a demon. Quickly, members of the Than Than sect arrived and examined the footprints left behind. Finally, Tan concluded that the footprints were chaotic, making it very difficult to track the trail. Than Than's opinion, and with Than's agreement. I understand. Moreover, he wore a tense, secretive expression. Dangerous. If he was simply running away, he would have tried to avoid pursuit at all costs. But instead, he led all his pursuers into the area he knew best. Does he really think that? Has he decided to end everything where he is most familiar? I have to catch him. Once, my status in the Than Than sect will rise. Than confidently told everyone, from now on just follow my orders. Pair up in teams of 2, and always keep track of each other's positions. If any of you slip up, even just a little, he will strike without mercy. Don't he give him any chance at all. Everyone responded in unison. Understood. Orders received. He then led everyone to continue the journey, but due to a lack of attention, he stepped on a trap set earlier. He stared blankly at his foot after making the mistake. Panicked, he shouted loudly, hearing his scream. Everyone raised their guard, and soon began slashing repeatedly. The trap was activated, so if they were not careful, someone could die. Members of the Than Than sect worked hard to disable the weapons fired by the trap. Many darts were chopped down to the ground. He was also putting all his effort into disabling the darts. Meanwhile, he muttered to himself, what kind of trap is this? Why even set this? On the other hand, he checked on his comrades. Is everyone okay? Lu Guang loudly replied. Some are hurt, but not seriously. Not stopping there, they looked up when they heard strange noises. Seeing water stains above, Lu Guang shouted, looks like the trap is still active. He immediately urged everyone, stay calm. We have to find a way to deal with this. Be careful, he added to himself. A cave full of traps like this, and yet people can still live here. From above, Bioan saw the chaos below, so he did not rush to act. Just watched them panic, unsure what to do. In the watchman's hand were poisons and deadly weapons, and in front of him were snakes. This made him think the snakes were probably collected for research. Unexpectedly, this was the base of the Kumalu. After they left, this cave was used by another group. I will investigate it as soon as I return to the main base. Meanwhile, members of the Nami sect were panicking, holding on to the watchman, unable to find Lai Ho anywhere. Bang Hao was crying and shouting, where did she go? Not seeing her made her even more terrified. At that moment, a hand wrapped around Bang Ha's waist. The owner was Tu Da, who said, it is. At the same time, others were shouting helplessly, we can't see anything. No idea where that guy is, Tuda loudly reassured them. Everyone stay calm. Do not panic, he is injured and can move easily. The longer this drags on, the worse it is for him. Don't scatter. Stay together, in the darkness. Bioan agreed with her words. So he decided to take a risk and thought to himself, that is right. If this drags on, only I will be at a disadvantage. So this time, while Tuda was focusing on staying alert, Bioan planned to break the unity she was holding. He decided from above, telling himself, I will end this. Meanwhile, Tuda glanced around and asked, where the hell is that bastard? Thanks to her keen observation, she spotted Bioan. So Tuda counterattacked and said, in your dreams, unable to fight fairly. He was furious. Right after, Bioan moved in for a direct attack on her. But he was caught off guard by Tuda's strike, gritting his teeth in anger. Bioan then planned to attack her with his left hand. Before Tuda could understand, his left hand moved toward her throat. In the end, Tuda's blood was spilled. She was knocked back, blood slowly dripping to the ground. The spot Bioan attacked was her eye, so she covered it with her hand and cursed. Damn it. Even so, he had to admit, she blocked that well. Seconds later, someone appeared and said, Lucky you, is Bioan. And she was pointing her sword at him, while he calmly said, Lucky. Bioan replied, it is instinct. Bioan angrily snarled. Instinct. Ah. That is a good instinct, Bioan bluntly said. I have heard that a lot already. Surrender. What do you say? The last sentence was mocking. Surrender. Then Bioan unleashed his inner power. A second later, he counterattacked, but luckily Bioan quickly blocked it. Moreover, after stabbing his sword into Bioan's back, she quickly stepped back. He reached out and grabbed Bioan's sword blade. Bioan casually asked, Surrender. Surrender and you will spare me. At that, Bioan threw Seelan's sword to the ground. Also, this question made her hesitate and reply. Well, without waiting for Seelan's answer, Bioan said on his own, Really? You never intended to spare me. If you did, you would not have chased me down to silence me. She bowed her head sadly and asked, Do you know where we came from? Bioan angrily said, The Nine Flowers sect master is behind all this. She is the real devil. Hearing that, Tuji urged Seelan. What are you waiting for? Seelan hesitated a bit, not wanting to act yet, but because of her master, Seelan finally moved and said, Although I am not entirely happy with my master, officially, the young master you killed was supposed to marry me. So I have to take revenge. Hearing that, Bioan looked extremely shocked. Seeing Seelan's current momentum, he worriedly muttered to himself, facing that kind of force now would be suicide. Better back off first. Hearing that, Lin Kudong's legs, according to Bioan's calculation, gradually stepped back. However, a powerful inner force pushed him forward again. Then it crushed Bioan completely. At the same time, it destroyed everything in its path. Seelan and the others were extremely worried. Next, a man stepped out of the car and said, So you are here. Tulin was very surprised to see him here. A moment later, Bioan got up but was covered in wounds. Seeing him like that, Tura gritted her teeth in anger. She took advantage of Bioan's injuries and shouted, Tura, holding a spear, rushed in like a flash. Bioan looked at her without blinking. Just then, the man from the car used inner power again. Moreover, he stopped Tura and ordered, Step back now. Tura was a bit resentful of this action from the man in the car, so she shouted, Holy Master, we have to kill him. If we let him live, who knows what will happen next? He just replied, I will handle that. Saying that, the man from the car walked over to Bioan, filled with hatred. He glared fiercely at him. After a moment, he sat down and gently said, So you are the one who killed Gu Zhang.
Wow.
Why did you kill that child? He said again. Even if you are an assassin, you should still be able to tell right from wrong, Bioan bluntly said. I have been locked up here since I was 14. Being able to tell right from wrong is way too much to ask. Hearing that, the man in the car somewhat understood the reason he meant I had no choice. You replied, How could someone raised to be an assassin do that? He said lightly to Bioan. I do not see any will to live in you. Meanwhile, the man in the car had another thought. With such a cruel look, if properly trained, he might become an outstanding talent. Then he took out the box from his shirt pocket again. The moment you saw the box, you recognized it. He had also found it earlier, without beating around the bush. The man in the car seemed to already know from the start. If so, you must know who entrusted you. Right. Who's it? Bioan did not hide it and said, I have a guess about someone. Isn't it you who is also guessing about that person, and trying to stop them from killing me? It seemed the man in the car had been told some dark rumors, so he was cautious. Seeing the man like that, Bioan laughed loudly. At that moment, he heard footsteps approaching. He also felt worried hearing the footsteps. Very quickly, someone ran over. It was the man's disciple, who loudly called out, Master. Teacher, are you okay? Seeing him, the man was surprised and replied, My disciple, why are only a few of you here? The disciple honestly replied, Sorry, We got trapped by that guy. The man in the car lowered his head sadly and sighed. Oh God. His expression turned serious. He stood up and looked straight at Bioan. After a few seconds, he said, letting someone die easily is too simple. Saying that, he grabbed Bioan's leg. He dragged Bioan along, saying, feel the suffering worse than hell before you die that might atone for what you did to my disciples. Without any sadness, a satisfied smile appeared on Bioan's lips. At the same time, Bioan thought silently. Atone. Then my 7 years of life will repay the time they controlled me. The man was dragging Bioan, accidentally leaving a blood trail behind. The dark temple had a blood streak stretching from inside to outside. In the dark night, a figure stood by the cliff, dragging something. Long snakes with glowing red eyes slithered everywhere. The man's expression showed hesitation. He looked at the person he was dragging and said, are not you going to atone? Bioan did not care and grinned with clenched teeth. Seeing that, the man's eyes turned angry. He turned his head and said while walking, honestly, you are really hard to breathe around. He threw Bioan off the cliff and said his last words. Atone for all your sins here with pain and suffering. Bioan fell straight down the abyss. As he fell, small rocks tumbled down too. Right after, Bioan landed right among the snakes below. He closed his eyes tightly, ignoring the snakes crawling on him. He opened his eyes and softly cried out in pain. His gaze became blurry as he heard the man's voice. Lock this terrible place up so no one can get in. Then another voice replied. Yep. Those were the last words Bioan heard before losing consciousness. He lay motionless on top of the snakes with red eyes. The snakes opened their mouths, revealing sharp fangs. They coiled around him. One snake bit Bioan's neck. More white snakes approached his body. Immediately, Bioan opened his eyes wide, his body covered in wounds. He reached out to check his condition. In front of him were snakes opening their mouths wide, showing their fangs. He clenched his teeth in pain as a snake lunged at him. He gritted his teeth and breathed heavily, staring at what was in front of him. Bioan's bloodshot eyes stared at the snake on his body, its jaws still clamped tightly around his neck. Immediately, he reached out and grabbed the snake. Then he opened his mouth and brought the snake close, as if about to bite it. The cliffs around were shrouded in deep, dark shadows. The area around the house had become desolate, with only a few skulls left behind. Skeletons and piles of broken bricks lay scattered on the ground. The deep cliff had no visible bottom. Just looking at it made one angry. The white and golden snake slithered away. It slithered toward a person sitting quietly in a dark corner. The snake raised its head, as if trying to see the obscured face of that person. Then it was bitten sharply by that person, breaking it in two. The person's face was hidden by their hair. They silently looked at their sharp hands. Then they placed their pale hands on the ground and stood up in the desolate place with no one around. This person stretched out both hands. Their hair was so long it touched the ground. Scene shifts to another location. Houses were packed closely together. The area was surrounded by cliffs and a large lake. People walked back and forth on the narrow street. At a certain shop on the busy street, suddenly, a man shouted loudly. Everyone immediately froze when they saw him falling from the rooftop. He fell flat from a great height onto the ground. The long-haired man slightly bit his lip. I told you already. The young man with long white hair brushed his hair back, revealing his fiery red, snake-like eyes. It has only been 3 days. Just leave me alone. Donnie, touch me every time you get a chance. The young man frowned, his eyes full of irritation as he looked over. The 3 people standing opposite remained completely still, staring at the young man. None of them dared to speak, all sharing the same thought. What on earth? They silently stared at the person before them. The surroundings had turned into a pile of ruins. What kind of deadly technique did this guy use? The man in red was furious. That guy. Did you really think you would be safe after messing with the fighters of Than Ngok Kwan? The young man repeated softly. Pale fingers revealed something like threads. Than Ngok Kwan. The first time that day, immediately, those threads flew out and tightly wrapped around the necks of 2 henchmen. The young man casually reached out and easily took down the 2 big men, making them collapse to the ground. The threads tightened so much that the man in red's eyes turned white and drool dripped from his mouth. The shop owner's face paled as he thought silently. Just a flick of the finger, and he could control Than Ngok Kwan's fighters. Is there really a master like this around here? The owner concluded clearly. This is definitely not normal. The white-haired young man sat leisurely on the bed, controlling the threads with his hand, while the girl serving him gently stroked his face. The owner quickly bowed, realizing this was a noble guest, begging for forgiveness and hoping the master would spare them. We promise not to cause trouble anymore. The owner lowered himself, humbling as a woman pleading for mercy. The young man's eyes, like a snake's, stared coldly at the person before him. The owner was so scared he broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, can a human's eyes really be this calm? Looking into them felt like facing a giant serpent. The young man held up 3 fingers and said, this is the 3rd day. His long fingers drooped but still glowed faintly like threads. Threatening. I hope you won't bother me. The 2 spared henchmen immediately gasped for breath. Clutching their necks, the owner respectfully clasped his hands and replied, yep. I understand. May I know your name? Young master. The young man looked at the owner and softly said one name. Bioan. The door opened, and a man stepped out leisurely from the doorway. Bioan trimmed his long, messy hair dressed modestly, and stepped out when a voice called out, "Young master." The shop owner handed him a bag and said, "I packed some food for you to take on the road. Eat it when you get hungry." He did not respond, just took the bag and walked away. The shop owner asked the girl beside him, "Siohain, who exactly is that?" The girl did not know either and replied, "He just suddenly showed up here." The shop owner watched him leave and added, "I wonder how his health is." The two stood silently. Then the shop owner quietly said, "Even the undertaker could not recognize him." Biogan's back grew smaller in the distance, but the shop owner still worried. The underworld's getting more dangerous, and everyone's on edge. Drops of water began to fall, pattering softly. Then suddenly it turned into a heavy rain, blurring the view like a curtain of water. The rain kept falling with no sign of stopping outside an old house. Biogan sat quietly, watching the rainy scene outside. He watched the raindrops fall on the tree below and thought, the scenery outside really is beautiful. Biogan miscalculated. It has been 7 years. 7 whole years have passed. He clenched his fists tightly, thinking that he had never forgotten his past. Not even for a second or a minute. His expression grew more determined as he recalled the days he had endured. It was because of that past that he could move forward with such resilience. Biogan remembered the faces. He would never forget the Thanthathan faction and the Engamai faction. When he reached Chengdu, he could learn more about them. His eyes lit up with hatred. Hurried footsteps and an annoyed voice echoed in the rain. "What the hell is this? This is so frustrating." 3 people ran together, talking loudly. "I told you to hurry up earlier, but you did not listen," said a monk while running. "Amitabha, we found shelter from the rain, so stop arguing." Hu Jiang grumbled. "We are all soaked now. What do we do?" "That Taoist guy." Gu ran a hand through his hair and retorted, "Why are you asking me? It is not my fault your shirt's wet." She angrily turned to him and snapped, "Isn't it because that Taoist got lost that we are all drenched like this?" The 2 monks stretched their hands forward and muttered, "Amitabha, great freedom bodhisattva. Why do you keep testing me like this? The world is so vast. Yet you make me travel with these 2. Gu heard this and said, "Hearing you talk, anyone would think you are just an ordinary monk." He Jiang added, "Who even cares? Stop making a fuss." She looked around and muttered, "This is really annoying." She glanced at the young white-haired man sitting in the corner and said, "Looks like there is another guest here." The 2 monks said, "Oh wow. So someone got here before us." Amitabha. Hu Jiang approached Biogan and said, "So handsome. Didn't he expect such a handsome guy on Mount Hongvu?" Gu pointed at himself and said confidently, "It is because I came that you got to meet him. You should thank me." She immediately turned angrily to him and shouted, "You are way too noisy." Then she turned to Biogan and introduced herself. "Hello. Fate brought us together. What should I call you?" "I'm Hyojang." He looked at her and said his name. "Biogan." She immediately covered her face, embarrassed, and exclaimed, "Oh my." Gu beside her sighed helplessly. Here we go again. Every time she sees a handsome guy, she loses it. He looked at Biogan and introduced himself. "Nice to meet you. Just call me Toisku." The other monk also spoke up. "Amitabha. I am Hyonic Zong." Hu Jiang started the conversation again. "Where are you headed?" Biogan replied briefly. "Chengdu." Hearing this, she immediately said, "We are heading to Chengdu too." Hu Jiang placed a hand on her chest and smiled. "If we travel together, I know a few things. You will see. We will treat you well. Come with us." He did not answer but quietly observed the group. He looked at the 3 in front of him and silently judged. They do not seem to get along. But when it is time to fight, they work together perfectly. He looked at the only girl in the group. Their center seems to be Hyo Jiang-du, but she does not quite look like the leader. He fell silent and began calculating, then stood up and made a decision. Thinking, what binds these 3 together? Biogan could not help but think. Too curious. On the outside, he stayed calm and said, "Of course we will travel together." The dark clouds gradually cleared, and the crowded dock was filled with people loading onto the boat. People took turns carrying large sacks onto the boat. Gu folded his arms and smiled, saying, "Lucky. The rain stopped early, so we could leave right away." Hu Jiang Yu Du complained while walking. "Moving like this is so inconvenient." Lin angrily shouted. "Honestly, you talk way too much." She ignored him and turned to ask Biogan, "By the way, why did you come to the city?" He honestly replied, "To meet some acquaintances." She curiously asked, "Who? Maybe I know them." He just answered briefly, "I just have a debt with them." Ingi immediately asked, "A debt? You owe them?" He replied, "They owe me?" Biogan then turned to ask Hyo Jiang, "Why did you come to the city?" She did not hide it and smiled. "We came here to trade." He asked confused. "But you do not have any goods," she said. "It does not have to be something you can see with your eyes." Gu kept a smile and asked, "But what about your sect, young hero?" He answered, "Nothing." Lin immediately asked again. Young hero said nothing. "What is wrong?" He replied confused. "Well, is there a problem?" Gu answered, It is just that Lian's expression showed he was thinking about something. Bioan seemed to radiate a terrifying energy that no one could ignore. The boat glided swiftly over the clear water. Each person on board busy with their own tasks. Some groups laughed happily. Others whispered quietly. Bioan sat silently, observing everyone on the boat. Helgen suddenly leaned over and asked, "What are you looking at?" He calmly replied, "Just looking." She looked at him and said, "Just sitting still like that makes others think you are feeling something." He replied coldly, "If you keep talking nonsense, go somewhere else." She was not offended and instead said, "That is harsh. You are trying to make me use force." Hein Sung looked at the two and said to Gu beside him, "Are you just going to ignore those two? The ruler of the world would be charmed by someone like that. Every action must be carefully calculated." Helgen sat close to Bioan and poked him teasingly. "He looks like a fierce spider. But why do I find him so cute? So scary. So scary." Lian raised his glass and drank. Then said, "Anyway, he is really suspicious. Because he is a quiet type. That alone probably makes things hard for him." He did not know what to say and just replied, "Maybe so." Suddenly, a glass fell to the ground, spilling all the wine. Everyone suddenly looked toward a boat approaching and shouted, "Ah! What is that?" The noise rose. "That boat's here." Gu looked up confused. People on that boat held swords and shouted, "If we can steal the rice on that boat, we will be full for a long time." Someone on the boat turned and shouted a warning. "Damn it. Pirates. Everyone grab your weapons." Others trembled with fear. "Oh God. Pirates. Help. Save me." Someone stepped forward and said, "Looks like we are facing a really bad situation." Gu smiled and asked, "Need my help?" The other person suspiciously asked, "Who are you?" Gu confidently replied, "Who I am does not matter. What I can do is what counts." At that moment, Hae Sung Tug rushed in from behind, holding a staff, just in time to see him leap off the boat toward the pirates. The pirates glared fiercely at the man flying above them. Hae Sung immediately swung his staff at the group of villains. He landed on their boat, and they backed off fearfully. Then they shouted aggressively, "Kill him!" The pirates charged at him with swords, but he blocked all their attacks with his staff. Hae Sung's eyes gleamed brightly. Then the villagers watched in awe, mouths agape, staring fiercely. Gu placed a hand on a stunned man's shoulder and said, he smirked and said, "I am only asking for 500 taels." Hae Sung's eyes lit up as he shoved the crowd aside. He reached out and grabbed the staff, thrusting it straight down. The staff pierced the ship's deck, and the crowd was thrown aside. Only his necklace could be seen flying up, glowing with each of his movements. Hae Sung moved so fast, striking down one pirate after another before they could react. Soon, all the pirates were knocked out, lying groaning on the ground. One scared guy turned pale and wet his pants in humiliation when he saw him coming. After that, Hae Sung calmly turned his back and walked away. He held the staff firmly, glaring at the beaten men writhing behind him. Then he jumped from the pirate's ship back onto his own. Gu waved his hand with a smile, saying, "Gaimal." Hae Sung. He reached out and softly said, "Aji Buddha. Next time just call me Lanju." Gu held the money and said, "Diko, if you do not follow orders, you will get scolded later." Then he suddenly remembered and asked, "By the way, where's that woman?" He looked in one direction and replied, "Over there." Hu Jiang was still beside Bioan Hoyanthian. "Hey man, now that we are in Chengdu, where are you headed? Wanna come with us?" He looked away and replied plainly, "I am better off alone." Hearing that, Hu Jiang covered her face in frustration and shouted, trying to look cold and cool at the same time. Gu just looked over, speechless. Seriously? No words. Hae Sung calmly repeated his usual phrase, "Aji Buddha." The man worriedly added, "If this keeps up, we might get dragged into it too." Then he silently judged, if it were anyone else, they would be scared stiff in this situation. But that guy, definitely not ordinary. Gu looked into those snake-like red eyes and thought, a nobody would not have a gaze like that. Hu Jiang pouted angrily. Bioan looked at her puzzled by her behavior. Then she turned her back to him, wiping tears, and said, "A beautiful girl kindly invited you, and you refused. That is just rude." Bioan bluntly replied, "No matter how pretty a rose is, it still has thorns." Hearing that, Hu Jiang's eyes instantly sharpened. She quickly returned to a cheerful mood and said, "Still, it is beautiful." She smiled and carefully spoke each word. "That is good enough." Bioan silently studied the expression on her face. He thought to himself, they collect money mainly to show off their power and boost their own reputation. Bioan imagined Chengdu engulfed in smoke and fire, thinking it must be full of conflicts. The Ivory faction and the Blue City faction would not ignore the disputes in Chengdu. Right. His eyes widened as he guessed. Are they in trouble? A voice echoed in his head. Better be prepared. Especially if you do not want to pay the price like I did. Biogan's eyes grew sharp and ruthless again. The exorcist stepped down as the ship docked, and everyone began disembarking. Gu sat on his horse and said, "We have to get into the city by tomorrow morning. What about you?" Biogan looked up and replied, "Just find a place to rest for the night." He Jiang nudged Quan Lian and said, "What a shame. So we can travel together, he answered plainly. I have some personal business to prepare for, she sighed. Too bad. He looked at the three of them and added, if I come to Chengdu later, I will get in touch, she happily agreed. Remember that, he softly replied. The three rode off, and Hyo Jing turned back to wave at him. Bioan stood still, watching them ride farther away. The exorcist fell onto the mat, casting a shadow as Bioan headed toward the nearby houses. Bioan entered a fairly large house and gently pulled back the curtain. The others immediately noticed the newcomer. His friends looked up, watching him enter. The atmosphere suddenly turned strange as he stepped inside. Bioan ignored the stares and walked straight ahead. As soon as you sat down, the owner came over to greet you, inviting you in and asking if you wanted to rent a room or order food. You replied, both, but I will order first, saying, what kind of son is this? Looking so damn pretty, maybe even prettier than a girl. Is he really a man? Maybe he is a woman disguised as a man. The owner brought the food over and said, enjoy your meal. Sir, Bioan picked up a strand of noodles with his chopsticks. Suddenly, a hand slammed down on your table with a voice saying, are you really a man or not? The guy casually introduced himself. I am Zhang Yujat, head of the local gang. Bioan did not bother to look at him and coldly ask, so what? The man leaned closer and said, I am betting with my crew that if you are a woman, I will win 2 taels of silver. Followed by loud laughter from the crowd. Bioan half closed his eyes and replied, then that is a shame. You just lost 2 taels of silver. The guy asked again, so you are really a man? You replied, yep, I am. The others raised their glasses and shouted teasingly, laugh it off. Then we will buy you a drink. The man reached out to Bioan and grinned slyly. Where exactly are you going to check? You roughly threw a chopstick at him, which immediately got stuck right in his eye. The man screamed in pain and fell backward, while the others turned pale from shock. Everyone thought at once, just because he was teased, he did not hesitate to stab someone in the eye. The man held his face and groaned. Bastard. My eye. My eye. Bioan held a chopstick in one hand and the chopstick holder in the other, walking closer, saying, you have an eye but act blind. Better to lose it completely. The man screamed in pain, but you calmly stepped closer and said, so I will take the other eye too. Hearing that, the man immediately raised his hand to stop you. Wait. Do not. Before he could react, you lunged right up to his face. He only saw a chopstick aimed straight at his eye. Then Bioan shoved the chopstick into the man's eye. You pulled back your hand as the man's screams of pain echoed around. The others got angry and rushed forward to stop you. What the hell is this? This guy's crazy. You held chopsticks in both hands like you were about to throw darts. Then the chopsticks flew straight at their targets. Accompanied by loud screams, the group was pinned down by chopsticks, only able to crawl on the ground in pain. So fast. Too fast. You controlled a chopstick floating in your hand and said to the group, you need to take responsibility for what you have done. Right. Sunlight shone down on the clear water. People bustled back and forth on the street. Everyone had their own destination, passing by each other one after another. Hao Jian laughed enthusiastically in response. This is a great opportunity for us, is not? Hao Nixung helplessly voiced his thoughts. Other people's misfortune is our advantage. What a tragedy. Hao Jian awkwardly interrupted. Don't say things like that. And EXO asked back, why not? She immediately objected. Among us, who is the most sentimental? Hao Nixung replied, of course. It is that Taoist guy. Gu cut into their martial arts argument and said, stop talking nonsense. We are here. Hao Jian happily led the way inside. All right. Let us. Looking into her eyes, he immediately brightened and exclaimed. She ran over and hugged someone tightly, then shouted, Leader Kaka. Long time no see. The young man smiled and replied, Vice Leader. You are right on time. This is the leader of the Black Literature Army, Jiang Miryang. The Tuan Exavung smiled and asked, it has been a long time since we have seen the leader. Has not it? Zhu also clasped his hands and said, I have really wanted to meet the leader all this time. Jiang Miryang clasped his hands and smiled. It has been a long time since I have seen you too. The four gathered around a table, and Zhu spoke up. It has been a while since we last met. So the money's almost gone. Jiang Miryang heard that and asked, so that is why we are all gathered like this. Zhu suddenly hesitated, then looked at him and asked, do we really have to get involved in this matter? Jiang Miryang smiled and asked back, well, feeling the pressure. Then just leave. Zhu immediately laughed and waved his hand. The leader is saying that again. Who would do that? Hao Jiang raised his hand and asked, is it because of the Thanthan sect and the Ingamai sect? Zhu returned to a serious expression and continued, doesn't everyone know those two sects have been rivals for 7 years now? Jiang calmly replied, that is right. He began to recount the events. I do not know what, but over the years, conflicts have happened both openly and behind the scenes, he said evenly, because they are the two top powers in Sichuan. Their fighting will inevitably lead to a division of power here, which could spark a major war. She thought for a moment and asked, so why exactly are those two sects enemies? Jiang Em's voice rang out. It is not important. The reason for their rivalry does not matter. Jiang kept his usual bright smile and added, What matters is that the chance for us to achieve our dream has arrived. Outside, the sky was clear. Sunlight filtering through the leaves as Bioan stepped down, his sharp eyes full of fascination. He casually walked down the stairs. The shop owner, a cleaning up, heard the noise and turned to look. Seeing him come down, the owner's heart jumped, and an alarm sounded in his mind. The owner recalled the image of him beating someone, and could not help but think, how can someone who looks so delicate hide such terrifying cruelty? Please. Just quit. Bioan stepped forward and called out. Shop owner. The owner nervously replied. Yep. He ignored the owner's panic and calmly asked, who here knows the internal situation of Sichuan best? The owner looked confused and said, internal situation of Sichuan? What exactly are you talking about? He clarified briefly. I mean the situation between the sects. The owner understood and replied. If that is the case, you should try the workshop. The owner even kindly gave directions. Go straight out. Turn left. And you will see it. At that workshop, there is the Fire Dragon Ice. You should check it out. Bioan repeated the name. Fire Dragon Ice. Following the directions, he recalled the owner's words. Long ago, soldiers from Sichuan City gathered and formed a sect. All the sects in Sichuan City trade with Fire Dragon Ice for a long time now. If you have questions, just go to the workshop, buy a suitable weapon, and Fire Dragon Ice will give you the right answer. The large hammer struck the glowing hot metal, sparks flying with each blow. Bioan quietly approached the doorway and looked inside. Someone was hammering a piece of metal into shape. He observed and thought, strange. Why does the metal sound so clear? Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. Wait. What do you think you are doing? A big man rushed over and kicked the young man hammering the metal. Who said you could use the hammer however you want? I already told you. No one's allowed to touch the hammer here. The man pointed at the younger guy and ordered, go do some other chores. The young man gritted his teeth in anger. But the man snapped at him. What are you staring at? Get lost. He was so angry he was panting. You are banned from this place for now. Until I call you back. You are only allowed outside doing menial tasks. He turned, still breathing hard, and noticed someone standing beside him. Muttering, damn. I do not get why the sect leader accepted a guy like him. The man immediately put on a serious face and said, hey, I did not know there was a guest coming. So I was just pretending to be serious. How embarrassing. What is the guest here to buy? Bioan did not care and just watched the person leave. Then asked. That guy seemed a bit off, did not he? The boss heard that and replied. So it is that Jiang Soju guy. The boss continued. I heard he is a descendant of Jiang Mun. But he keeps messing with the hammer and stuff without my permission. You asked curiously. If he is a descendant of Jiang Mun, is not he allowed to touch the hammer? You shrugged and said. So what? The boss then explained. Jiang Men is a sect that was wiped out because, during the war, they sided with the demon cult. He said, raising a finger. That is why Jiang Men was destroyed by a man known as the greatest warrior of all time. Fong Men. Since then, their power weakened until they were wiped out. He spoke slowly and evenly. Among the sects in Sichuan City, Jiang Men is seen as a traitor, so no workshop will teach any secret techniques to anyone connected to Jiang Mun, because everyone fears the past will repeat itself. Bioan concluded. Descendants have to live with the sins their ancestors committed long ago. The boss did not care and replied. Who forced them to side with the demon cult? It was all Jiang Men's own doing. Then the boss asked your purpose. But why are you here so early? You answered briefly. Broken sword. Hearing that, the boss led the way. Follow me. All the weapons made by my workshop are displayed over there. Bioan probed lightly. Seems like a lot of people have been ordering weapons lately. The boss replied cheerfully without hesitation. Hey. After the Engamai and Thanfeng sects officially declared war, orders doubled. The tension in Sichuan City is high. But for us, it is a business opportunity. He stretched out his arms, feeling the air, and continued. All the workshops are motivated by orders from the sects. You ignored the last words and silently observed from behind. Deep in thought, Jiang Soju was hit hard, accompanied by curses. This bastard carries the dirty blood of a traitor. The three all kicked Jiang Soju, who lay flat on the ground holding his head. You will end up like your ancestor Jiang Mun. You idiot who does not know respect or order. You endured the harsh insults. How dare you touch the hammer without our permission? Jiang Soju's eyes widened, filled with hatred. He held his head and looked at a small knife lying nearby. At that moment, Bioan stepped forward and said, humans are definitely more brutal than animals. You looked straight at the man on the ground, the light shining on you like a savior descending. Once you give in, they will torment you to death. You spoke evenly, each word hitting the listener's mind. If you get used to suffering, just keep living like a dog. Hearing this, Jiang Soju looked at the knife with even more determination. Bioan stepped up in front of you and the knife, then asked, do you want to live like this forever? Bioan stood there and said, once you show weakness, They will torture you to death. Your pain will never end. Your gaze fixed on the man on the ground as you said, if you keep enduring until it becomes a habit, you will have to live like a dog. The others pointed at Bioan and shouted, who are you? Stop talking nonsense and get out. This is Ao Longbang's internal business. You ignored their words, looked at Jang Soju, and asked, how do you plan to live? He looked up at your question, full of doubt. The bully, seeing he was ignored, shouted, hey, you there, you disrespecting us. Suddenly, Jang Soju lunged like a wild dog and bit the neck of the shouting guy. The bully fell to the ground instantly. Unable to react, he screamed in pain. You bastard. What the hell is this? But before he could do anything, a sharp knife was pressed close to his eye. You bit your hand and held the knife pointed at his eye, making him too scared to act. The other two bullies jumped up. Are you crazy? Are you a dog or what? Biting people. Jang Soju's gaze shifted to the two who just spoke. He released the guy's neck, then turned and asked, when have you ever treated me like a human? Everyone just treats me like an animal. Those two idiots are full of crap but still act tough. Hey. Do you really think you will get away with this? Jang Soju grabbed the knife, staggered to his feet, and said, do whatever you want. I am already tired of you beating me for no reason. He pointed the knife at the two guys with eyes full of hatred and declared, but remember this, I will hunt down anyone who dares lay a hand on me again. The two guys did not dare move. They quickly helped the guy rolling on the ground up and said, damn it. Just wait. We won't let this go. His brows furrowed tightly as he watched the three guys who beat him walk away. Then he staggered and collapsed, eyes shut tight. Bioan immediately went over and caught the unconscious guy. He said nothing and quietly held the young man. Bioan supported the young man as they headed toward the house. He opened the door and helped him inside. Then he sat him down, and Jang Soju let out a soft groan from the pain. Bioan turned his head, scanning the room. After a moment, he gave his assessment. Nice place. Jang Soju immediately shot back at him. You like this place? You messing with me? Bioan answered honestly. This is already a palace to me. Where I live, it is nothing but snakes. Jang Soju did not believe those words and said back, don't lie so much. You think I would be comforted hearing that? Bioan ignored him and turned away. I have got somewhere to be, so I am going now. Seeing him leave, Jang Soju called out, where are you going? Bioan turned back to the guy sitting on the ground and said, you sure care a lot about other people as business. Jang Soju tied his hair up and replied reasonably, caring about others is just human nature. Bioan responded indifferently. Is that? Jang Soju asked again. Yeah. Biogan's red eyes brightened as he softly said, some people owe me, they used me, then abandoned me, they even tried to kill me. Hearing that, Jang Soju asked, so you want revenge? Who are they? Mentioning those bastards made Biogan's anger flare even more. He looked at the young man and named two groups, the Thanthan faction and the Gami faction, plus the smaller groups under their control. Hearing this, Jang Soju exclaimed, that is crazy. Alone. Want to fight all the powers in Sichuan? He frowned slightly and held out his hand. Maybe I really am crazy. Lend me that small sword. I mean, I need it for something, so I want to buy it. Jang Soju looked at his small knife and asked suspiciously, this little thing. Hearing him call it that, Bioan said confused. Little thing? Are you serious? Jang Soju bent down, rummaged under the bed, and said, if you use this for revenge, you will probably die right away. He pulled something out and said, take this. Bioan looked at what was pulled out a pouch holding some sharp blades and quietly said, this? He took one blade out and thought for a moment. Sharpness. Balance. Wait, everything is perfect. Bioan asked, did you make these yourself? That must have been tough. Jang Soju smiled and replied, tough? Not really, since I made them secretly. It did not take much time or effort. Seeing the generous young man hand him the blades, he asked, you sure it is okay to give me this? Jang Soju replied immediately, you said you would take revenge on the Angamai sect and the Thanthan Ho sect. Jang Soju's voice trembled with anger as he continued, the reason Jang Moon fell apart like this is because of them. His face showed deep hatred, although I do not fully understand it. I will never forgive those who caused Jang Moon's downfall. Then he pointed two fingers at Bioan and said, you were the first to tell me not to hold back anymore. Bioan smiled softly upon hearing this. He grabbed the bag and took out the items inside. Bioan pulled out something sharp, like a knife's tip. He used his power to control the iron darts. The darts spun around Bioan like threads under his control. One dart hovered, its sharp tip aimed at his finger. His whole body seemed to glow like a god who could control everything. Bioan looked at the sharp darts and thought, like raindrops naturally moving like that. My eyes can be wrong. He quietly turned his head and said to Jang Soju, from now on, his name will be Wuling Bai. And in his mind, he confirmed he would be its master. He smiled and continued, my name is Bioan. And every time you hear it, you will probably think of an endless ghost. Zhang Shouju clasped his hands, full of defiance, and said, Boygon, I hope you become famous throughout Tin Tu Shayan. The evening light gradually faded over the quiet river. The empty street had only silent houses. And someone placed a teacup on the table. A girl with blonde hair softly spoke, sincerely thanking everyone for accepting the invitation from the young lady today. The girl opened her big round eyes, her beautiful face like blooming flowers. The others immediately responded, if it is an invitation from Misu, Of course we would come. Right. Everyone. We are always ready to stand by Miss Yu. You bowed slightly in thanks, saying that due to pressure from the Than sect, the situation in Back Ho Ward has not been great, but thanks to everyone's enthusiastic help like this, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Truly. Thank you all. Hearing this, the others felt energized and shouted, we will protect Batch Ho Ward. No matter how strong the Than sect is, they can overpower the entire city. That is right. Miss. You do not need to worry. She was moved to tears and replied, thank you all so much. While thinking, all men are the same. Just a bunch of lechers. You then spoke softly, honestly looking at the people at the table and continuing. Lately the Than sect's movements have been unusual. So the headquarters ordered me to train elsewhere. So I might not be able to come here next time. Those people eagerly raised their hands and said, is that? Can we join the Nagamai sect? I will climb to the top of Ungamai mountain for Miss. She was so touched tears fell, thinking to herself, a bunch of guys only care about my looks. I will lead them like a beautiful, proud flower, who smiled brightly to deceive everyone with her appearance. Then thought, wait until I mobilize both Angamai and Than. Outside the sky was growing darker, who walked down the stairs and said to the people behind, it is an honor to be with you all. And someone behind immediately replied, today really is a meaningful time. Suddenly she realized something and gasped softly. Her gaze landed on Bioan. Sitting quietly at the table, he opened his red, jade-like eyes and looked toward the group, who looked at the boy and thought, eyes that read, how could he be so cute? As she stepped down without hesitation, the group grew suspicious. Miss Yu. Her eyes stopped on Bioan. The two faced each other, locking eyes. Seconds later, spoke, it seems this is my first time meeting you here. She placed her hand on her chest and said warmly, this is a place where the 4 Seas nobles gather, so we should introduce ourselves. Right. I am Muxwangha from Back Ho Ward. By the power of magic, may I ask the young hero's name? The other party looked coldly and replied, Bioan. Hearing the name, who could not hold back her emotions and blurted out, so you are Bioan, the chivalrous one. You are a martial artist too. Bioan remained cold, his gaze sharp and icy. Think whatever you want. So what? Hearing the answer, you seemed incredulous and asked again, is there a reason you can't answer me? Usually, people who meet for the first time ask each other about noodles like this. Right. The brown-haired man behind stepped forward. Hey. How are you talking to Miss Yu? Apologize to her right now. Bioan tilted his head and replied coldly, sorry. The man continued loudly, show some respect and apologize sincerely right now, or I won't let you off. Hearing this, Bioan slowly stood up, his voice deepening. What do you mean won't let me off? Even if you are blindly stubborn. At least know when to back off and when not to, like hitting a nerve. The man gritted his teeth and said, damn you. Then he ordered his men. Jiangdu. Bring the sword here. The man drew his sword confidently and said, you dare insult me. Jiangdu angrily swung the sword at Bioan. This is unforgivable. The sword was just a few centimeters from him when the people around panicked. Hey. Watch out. Damn it. Bioan lightly dodged the opponent's attack, using his body's flexibility. He leaned back a few steps. The man's face showed clear surprise. Wait. Is he dodging my attack? He looked at Bioan's cold attitude and thought. He only moved a few steps. His eyes burned with anger. This bastard. Then he thought. There is no way this is happening. He planted his feet firmly, preparing to unleash a move. Someone watching from outside nervously said, that is the Thunder Wind sword technique from the Than sect. The 7th form. The deadliest one. Looks like he is trying to kill. His eyes were sharp, veins bulging. Then he shot forward like a compressed arrow. Sword pointed at his opponent. Bioan brushed his hair back lightly. The atmosphere seemed to freeze at that moment. In that instant, all you could see was the opponent's shocked eyes. Bioan coldly walked past him, the man's gaze full of suspicion. Refusing to lose, he spun around toward Bioan. Suddenly, he struck from behind, each cold step accompanied by a direct attack. Then Bioan stepped in front of you, her eyes flickering for a moment. Behind, the man looked like a demon ready to attack Bioan. Bioan just coldly glanced back. Is that all you got? His face fell. Speechless, Bioan gently placed both hands on the man's chin, surprising him. Then Bioan flipped him from back to front and gently knocked him down. The man's face hit the ground. Motionless, Bioan stood up and looked toward Yu. She stepped closer and said, please stay calm, young Master Pio. The people behind shouted worriedly. Miss Yu. She looked up at Bioan and said, he is not a bad person. Yu frowned slightly, smiling gently. I just stepped in too far because I was worried about the young lady. Bioan coldly looked at her. Everyone must take responsibility for their own actions. Seeing a hint of sadness on O's face, she replied, yep. Of course. That is why I think I should take responsibility on his behalf. Bioan tilted his head slightly. You will take responsibility for him. The men behind panicked. No way. Miss you. We would rather fight to the death. Byoan's gaze darkened. Not bad. He looked at her and assessed. She knows how to make the most of what she has. On the other side, you still smiled. It should be fine. Suddenly she stopped and looked at him. Byoan's expression did not change. Scene change. Somewhere, a candle was lit. Byoan sat on the bed, staring at the flame. A delicate hand reached out. A sweet voice spoke. Your Highness. Yu's eyes pleaded silently at the other person. The young lady needed your help with something. And with your abilities, you can definitely do it. Byoan looked coldly at the other person and replied, I will listen first. Then decide. Yu's eyes dared not meet his gaze directly. Znam. Then. Yu's voice was full of hidden meaning. Kill Namo-san. The acting sect leader of the Thunder Sound sect. She sat up, grabbing the stubborn bamboo mat. Not long ago, the sect leader Xian Ho of the Thunder Sound sect appeared, and pressured me into arranging a marriage. If I refused that marriage, they threatened to withdraw support from the Than Than sect, which put both Batch Ho Flong and Ningamai sect in a tough spot. Byoan frowned at the other person. Even if I fail, it has nothing to do with Batch Ho Flong. Right. You planned all this. Suddenly, you threw herself into the other's arms. If you kill Nam Ho-san, then the Ningamai sect's acting sect leader will repay you handsomely. Byoan asked again. Who exactly is this acting sect leader? Yu's eyes reddened as she answered. A disciple of Mai. Also the eldest daughter of the Ku-ho sect leader. The Ho family head is the acting sect leader. Acting sect leader. Nothing to be shy about. Byoan suddenly fell silent. Then muttered. I see. The scene changed to Ningamai Mountain. Bei spoke. I heard Ningami Mountain is magnificent. It really is. He and Hyojian climbed the steps. His voice still ringing out. If we lose the battle with Than Than, then we are all doomed. They fully understood their fate if they were driven out of Ningamai Mountain. Later, the two arrived at some sect deep in the mountain, standing silently in the main hall. The Ho family, cold and emotionless eyes watching them. Sun Jiang. This side's no different. Finally, facing them was the Ku-ho matriarch. Suddenly she spoke. Your group always sells out for money. Never free. So state your price. Hyojian replied firmly. That is right. We can't afford to lose out. The Ku-ho matriarch responded coldly. How much do you want? Hyojian still demanded a sky-high price. For us, 500,000 gold taels is enough. Her disciples quickly exchanged looks, demanding such a huge sum. Master, we do not need to listen to their nonsense anymore. Right. Accepting such a demand would make our sect a laughingstock in the martial world. Just as they were about to attack, she ordered. Stop. Then her voice softened. Do not be noisy. It is embarrassing. Her authoritative voice rang out. Do you think our sect will accept your offer? With 500,000 gold taels, I could lose to several squads like yours. Hyojian still stood firm. But no one is as strong as the Black Cloud squad. The Ku-ho matriarch replied. What if I refuse? Hearing this, Hyojian said firmly. Maybe the rest of my team has already arrived at Than Than Mountain. The Ku-ho matriarch suddenly burst out angrily. So you are trying to play both sides. Moments later, she struck the two hard, showing her strength. A few drops of blood fell. They coughed, a knees buckling to the ground. The Ku-ho matriarch angrily demanded. Be honest. I do not think you really need 500,000 gold taels. Tell me the real price you want to leave. Hyojian held his arm. Thinking silently, she really is the sect leader of Ningamai. In times like this, we trade with our strength. Then she said, we will follow the hirer's instructions as long as the price is guaranteed. Her eyes darkened. Ling Lung asked. Really? Maybe the Than Than sect is negotiating like us. Then she thought. Than Than must have the advantage. So they probably have more options. No need to choose us. She looked at the two, burning inside with anger. Really wanted to chop these two into pieces. But who knows when the war will break out. Better to keep them for now. She lightly tapped the chair and said, what a bunch of smartasses, she ordered. Ho family, go check it out. The Ho family quickly obeyed. Over here, Poor-sang kept complaining loudly. Damn it, so dirty and filthy. How can we make a deal? Asking for so much money, after the deal. It is probably over. The man beside him spoke up. How much more do we have to squeeze out before everything is settled? Oh man. Poor-sang rubbed his head and said. Almost lost my mind just now. He turned to express to the other party. Hyun saw it too. Right. Those two big warehouses full of grain. We lost the purchase but still have all that grain piled up. Did we have some bad karma in a past life with them? The man in the green shirt frowned and replied. Why would you say that? They will be really useful. Meanwhile, Byoan was watching the two of them intently from above. You lifted your teacup and took a sip, while Jiang Mu let out a long yawn. He looked at the glass on the table and thought, is everyone doing okay? Walking that tightrope between Ningamai and Than is really exhausting. After thinking, he spoke up. Once this job is done, I really need to think about retiring. Suddenly, he stopped and said, Boss. Jiang Mu turned to ask the other. Why did you come back like that? Yu hurriedly replied. I was actually planning to come back yesterday. But I met someone. Then he recalled what happened. I told you a few days ago. Right. I happened to meet and travel with someone here. I am talking about Bioan. After hearing that, Jaime said. That weird-looking guy. Right. You ran into him again here in Sichuan. Wow. Are you interested? It is no big deal. Jiangmu smiled slightly and replied. Nothing special. Probably just me being annoyed. Dealing with Ingamai and Thanthan is really tiring. It makes people sensitive. Gu stroked his sideburns. If that is your gut feeling, then this is not something to just brush off lightly. Then he pointed at the other and said. Anyway, that guy really is not normal. I am curious about him too, Jiangmu replied flatly. Yeah. I know. Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside. Boss Kaka. Hu Jiang pointed toward the door and said. They have been invited in. Outside are Jiang Ho and Ong Seun Jiang. Jiangmu bowed to greet them. The boss of the Black Cloud Peace Group respectfully welcomes our honored guests from the Ingamai sect. The two quickly introduced themselves. Jiang Ho from Ingamai. And I am Ong Seun Jiang. Jiangmu smiled lightly. The big shot from Nigamai comes here directly. So that means you have accepted the terms to negotiate with us. Right, Jiang Ho replied coldly. We will decide after the negotiations. Then he gritted his teeth threateningly. If the GM people deceive us, they better be ready to pay a heavy price. Jiang Mu agreed with the other. I am ready for anything. Then he invited them inside. Now, let us discuss the terms. Please come in. Not long after, Jiang Ho's angry voice echoed. What the hell? Why does the Guillaume demand foreign trade rights? How is that possible? Don't he get worked up? What you should be negotiating is the talent, not being so greedy. Jiang Mu leaned on the table and smiled. I do not think it is too much. If Mingamai fails here in Sichuan, that could easily happen. Right, his words made the other furious. Jiang Ho smashed Jiang Mu's table with force. While Jiang Mu calmly stepped back, Jiang Ho's eyes were full of rage. Jiang Mu half opened his eyes to look back as the table shattered into pieces. Jiang Mu reached down to pick up a glass from the floor and said, in that case, we will concede on the foreign trade rights. So no need for 500,000 gold taels. And no need to compensate for the table or the cup. He continued, help me find a spot near the western plateau. Jiang Ho crossed his arms coldly. Is that really your goal? Planning to settle down there? Hearing this, Jiang Mu's eyes gleamed with ambition. As you know, we are leaders. No sect wants us hanging around their territory. Jiang Ho agreed. Our sect feels the same. The two talked as if laying out a plan. Jiang Mu made a request. So we will establish a base near the western plateau, far from the Engamai sect. Then he smiled warmly. That is all. So you can accept that? Right. Jiang Ho was silent. Thinking, if we accept now, they will act immediately. But this might become a big burden in the future. She recalled Jiang Mu's people. But if she used them as a shield, she could not stop her thoughts. They could easily be worn down and their numbers reduced. Giving these people a place to settle is not hard, she thought further. If there is a problem, we can deal with it then. Then she agreed. All right. We accept your proposal. Jiang Mu laughed and said. So the negotiation is over. Springsea has ended. Then he thought to himself. Good. If the other side were from the Thanthan sect, it might not have been so easy to negotiate. Jiang Mu spoke up. I will write the contract. But Jiang Ho cut him off. No need. We will use Ingamai's honor to guarantee it. On this side, Ian Sun Jiang was silent, his eyes darkening. At this moment, Jiang Mu asked the others. You two will return to Nengamai immediately. But if you stay, we are ready to prepare a room for you. Jiang Ho quickly declined. We will stay at Batch Ho Ward. The ward chief there is one of ours. Deng Mu replied coldly. So that is how it is. Suddenly, a voice from outside called out. Hiu Jiang. Sect leader. She pushed the door open and shouted. Sect leader. Urgent news. Jiang Mu suddenly changed his attitude and growled. Deputy sect leader. No matter how urgent. You should not act like that, Jiang said. The young sect leader of the Loyam sect has been assassinated. The two quickly moved to another spot to talk. Jiang Mu hurriedly asked. How did it happen? Is the assassin caught yet? Hiu Jiang replied. It seems not yet. And the Loyam sect suspects this was done by the Thanthan sect. Scene changed to afternoon. The sun slowly setting behind the mountain. The disciples quickly moved inside. The sect leader Len Lung appeared. Someone asked. What is going on? The Loyam sect came to visit without notifying us. Two men looked back and said. And they are all armed too. Min Jun Len Lung spoke up. Now tell sect leader. The old man stood before the wooden coffin and said. What are you planning? The sect leader replied. That is what I want to ask you too. Min Jun kept a calm exterior. Explain the whole story first. Why bring this coffin here? The sect leader looked at the wooden box and said. Inside this coffin is the body of our disciple. Min Jun looked at him and expressed. I offer my deepest condolences for your loss. But I do not see how this concerns our sect. The sect leader was furious. You really do not know. I know everything. The other lowered his brow and said. I honestly do not know. That is why I am asking. Now can you tell me what happened? The sect leader was so angry his veins bulged. Fine. He drew his blue sword and slammed the coffin lid open. Then I will show you myself. Inside was the body of the young sect leader of Loyam. Nam. The body was covered in wounds. And the old man's voice echoed. Look at these wounds. Were not they caused by the Than Than sect's 7th true second break sword? Min Jun's face broke out in sweat as he thought. What is this? This is clearly the 7th true second break sword, the sect leader angrily questioned. So what if that is true? My disciple was killed by that sword technique. How could the culprit not be from Than Than sect? He clenched his teeth and thought. Because of the marriage alliance with Bach Ho Ward. Than Than is probably worried we will ally with Engamai and struck first. Min Jun spoke to calm him. T-sect leader. Please calm down first. The T-sect leader's fierce voice rang out. How can I calm down when my disciple was killed by Than Than's sword technique? Min Jun replied. Our sect will thoroughly investigate this matter. But the T-sect leader could not contain his anger. If you already have solid evidence, what else do you need to investigate? Explain it to the sect leader now. His shout echoed through the mountain. Too loud. Suddenly, a tall, imposing man full of authority appeared and shouted, coming to Than Than sect's mountain hall and acting so arrogantly. Absolutely unforgivable. Min Jun hurriedly stopped him. Junior brother. Before he could finish, the man shot forward like an arrow toward T. He used his strength to prepare a palm strike and attacked the other. Within seconds, one strike pierced through the D-sect leader's body. A figure collapsed. The D-sect leader's eyes glazed over. Moments later, he fell to the ground. The man's eyes were full of rage. Are you guys joking? How dare you put on a show here? Min Jun quickly stood up to stop him. Junior brother. Why did you attack? The man turned sharply and walked away, while someone ran after him calling out, Master Hein. The man was still angry inside. They did not even let anyone assess the situation before jumping up. It is not too late to control things first, and then figure out what is going on. Min Jun watched the others back and thought silently. Since when did my junior brother change like this? He has become more aggressive and ruthless. Before, he was cold but not this violent. Someone from the electronics department quickly ran over. Sect leader. Are you okay? The sect leader lay on the ground but still weakly spoke up. Is this really the intention of the Than Than sect? Using force to suppress so no one can argue back. Only Min Jun remained silent without saying a word. Suddenly the old man spoke up, suggesting to try talking to the junior brother. As soon as the sect leader wakes up, we can offer them a place to stay for a while. Don't face the end directly. Yep. Senior brother. Then Min Jun called out. In doubt. Respond in doubt. Yep. Sect disciple. Min Jun ordered the other. Go to Chengdu. The situation right now is far from normal. In doubt replied coldly. I understand. Scene change. At this moment, the sky was steadily filling with dark clouds. Two figures appeared in the hallway. The person in green spoke and asked, Is it true that Than Than killed Nam Ho Sang? It is just martial arts traces. It could be a fake setup. The other nodded in response. What is the right term for it? The higher the martial arts level, the more unique the traces left behind. So it is absolutely impossible to imitate the martial arts traces like the 72 sword breaks. The voice echoed as they passed a closed room. So is the Than Than sect really the culprit? At this rate, the whole city might be soaked in blood and chaos. Inside, Pagan sat coldly, leaning his hand on the table. His gaze was cold and emotionless. Suddenly, you slowly stepped in and asked the other, What is the plan? Pagan asked coldly. Auntie. You used that as an excuse and moved a bit closer. I mean, Nam Ho Sang's death belongs to the Thunder Sound sect. What trick did Han use to disguise it as Than Than's doing? At this moment, Pagan stood up. Let us. You asked directly. Wasn't it Han who killed him? You stepped closer and said, Who killed him does not really matter. What matters is that he is already dead. You gently lifted the other's chin. Isn't he that right? The two of you leaned in close. You agreed. Alright, Hon is right. Just a little closer, and it would be lips to lips. Suddenly you turned away. For now, I probably want to be able to meet Hein, because a distinguished guest is coming. I can be absent. Paogon looked displeased. A distinguished guest, who raised a hand and continued. I mentioned this before. Did not. It is my personal matter. A disciple from Niga my sect. That person also brought another junior sister to Bach Ho Ward. That person's personality is a bit difficult, so I have to meet them in person. Paogon was curious. Why is Master Den Ho coming here? Who replied vaguely. I heard she came to hire a group called the Black Cloud Squad. She continued. I heard they have quite a strong force. Their leader is apparently very smart too. Paogon's eyes narrowed as he thought silently. They are at Bach Ho Ward. Then you spoke up to ask, so when will they return to the main headquarters? You pushed the door open and stepped outside in reply. Maybe they will stay at Bach Ho Ward for now. Meeting them is good, but I really do not want to see that seductive charm at all. She did not forget to turn back and remind the other person. Well, I am off then. See you later. Brother. The door closed, leaving only Paogon on the street. His eyes filled with anger thinking about that person. So that is the flower thief. Cold and dangerous, staying in the city. I will meet her sooner or later. Then you muttered to yourself, the sudden death of the Thunder Sound sect's young master will definitely stir up the King sect. You turned your back and said coldly, just wait and see. Over here by the shore, A few sharp swords sliced through the waves. A deep red blood spurted out. The throwing knife quickly returned to someone's hand. Bioan on the street. His whole body radiated golden light. Beneath the ground lay a cold corpse. You looked at the body with a hint of emotion. The scene shifts to early the next morning. Trong Dot stood coldly in the blood-soaked room. The young master of the Thundersound sect was killed here. Right. The other person replied. Several. He lightly touched each mark and concluded. It is rougher than anything I have seen before. But clearly this is the Thunder sect's lower-level second strike technique. Standing on one leg. Could it be that an outsider disguised it? The other person replied. I would like to think so too, but in this case, outsiders could not possibly know the secret rare martial arts techniques that few of us have learned. Hearing this, he said. But before, a copy of it was leaked outside. Right. The young man with him explained confidently. That copy only contained the knowledge. Without our sect's core techniques, it can unleash more than half its true power. Trong asked. Could they be modifying our sect's martial arts? The young man quickly denied. You know, that would be a bit reckless. But we can analyze it carefully. Then he continued. And from an efficiency standpoint, creating new martial arts is better. He stood up, saying no conclusions yet. Anyway, judging at the scene is not ideal. So why do not we try to find out how that assassin escaped? At this, Trong agreed. All right, let us try to track that trail. He leaned on the table, thinking silently. That assassin is Ruthless. He thought of Bioan. Could it be the assassin he met 7 years ago? Surely not. Since that guy is clearly dead. Outside the inn, a voice called out. Anyone staying here? Trong led the group and said. Long time no see. Probably the Wu Army or Kim Thien Mon. They should be able to provide lodging. The person beside him looked at him and replied. So that is it. While he was rubbing his hands, something caught his attention. The young man quickly said. They are here. The group immediately quieted when they saw Trong Hoa. It was people from Ningamai. Their faces cold as ice. Our side quickly drew swords to defend. It is definitely Ningamai. The other side was not any less large. Are they planning to ambush our King sect? Suddenly, Trong slowly stepped forward and spoke. Long time no see. Ding Ho sect. Trong Ho sneered. Coming down here to scavenge. I thought you were just a little mouse hiding in the mountains. Trong pointed back at the others and said. So what urgent business brought the Ding Ho sect's lady master down here? Just protecting your property alone is already too much for you guys. Seems like you still have time to care about other things. A Treving Ho. You are in such a hurry. Just shut your filthy mouth, you idiot. Arguing while being clueless. What the hell? You clearly caused the trouble yourself, and yet you are cursing others. Seriously frustrating. Suddenly, Yonsanja stepped forward boldly. Now, we surprised shouted loudly. Waving our clothes over there. Those then guys really can't be ignored, shouting at the top of your lungs. You all know about the marriage between the young master of the Lukuijar M clan and the Bh Ho guild. So you killed him. Then sent people over. But they acted like they were thrown into a trash bin on this side. The clueless are not any better. I am so You guys must be stupid. Investing 7 years just to kill our faction's prospect and still acting high and mighty. Where does such cruelty even come from? Yonsanja looked a bit sad and thought, in the end, it turned out like this. Where did we go wrong? She bowed her head, thinking, the root of this clearly lies with us. But we never expected that assassin to be able to kill Wugusang. That person has been dead for a long time. But all of us are still being deceived by him. She stood at attention, turned around, and looked beside her. We do not even know that person's name. Suddenly, her gaze stopped at something. Yonsanja turned sharply. Cautious. Who is that? A sharp gaze. She followed the mysterious person, thinking, did I mistake him for someone else? In the crowd, the shadow gradually disappeared. Bioan took off his outer cloak. Bioan said, the feeling is still as good as before. He walked while thinking, if you want to nurture the source, you need the right seed. Now the key players have appeared. His eyes flashed with light. The start is not bad. Scene change. Night falls. The worried voice of Hyojin echoes. Where have you been? Why are you just getting back now? I have been waiting for you for a long time. Bioan replied. Lan Chao. Then he looked at the Jiangmu group and realized he was not the only one here. The group quickly had dinner. Friendly Dongmu reached out his hand. I am Truong Vu Luong, leader of the Black Cloud Peace Group. I have heard about you for a long time. Meeting now must be fate. Let us eat together. Bioan looked at the other party and nodded. He is the leader of the Black Cloud Peace Group. On this side, Jaimu was still smiling happily. Our Lancha really pays attention to this young master here, so I really want to meet the young master once and see for myself. After meeting, I can say the young master's talent really can't be underestimated. He kept talking, forgetting to notice the aura on the other person. Despite the young master's splendid clothes and appearance, he still could not hide his unmatched powerful aura. Such an aura is obviously hard to conceal. But even a little reveal shows the young master is not ordinary at all. Hao Jiang joked cheerfully. You are not wrong. Right, he is definitely not ordinary at all. At this moment, Jaimu spoke seriously. Then let us get straight to the point. Really want this young master to join the Black Cloud Peace Group. Biogun's eyes lit up. Jangmu did not know what was going on yet. He kept talking nonstop to everyone else. We might just be a bunch of leaders gathered together, but I have always nurtured a dream, that is for the Black Cloud Peace Group to be recognized and become a sect. To do that, we always want to recruit talents. Then he asked the other party, whatever the young master desires, we will fulfill. Then he turned to Hyojiang and said, if the young master wants, I am willing to hand over Lanchao to you. She quickly shyly said loudly. Gu silently witnessed the scene. Oh my, what the hell? Gu looked at Hyojiang and thought silently, that little brat. Dangley should not have said it like that, but it seems like she already likes him a lot. Nangley thought to himself, let us. How will he respond? Biogan's answer shocked him. I do not see anything attractive at all. The atmosphere suddenly went silent. All eyes turned to Gu. He quickly made an excuse. It is nothing. Please forgive me. I just choked on my food. Everyone, please continue your conversation. The group silently stared at him. At that moment, in the dining area, a voice rang out. Jaimu spoke up. It is a shame the young master still does not find those things appealing. His eyes gradually flashed with intensity. Then is there anything that the young master does not like? Our guild's affairs. Or maybe the day did not please Lan Trao. Pai Jiang nodded. All of it. If I eat something that gives me a stomachache, I would rather not touch it at all. The pig-faced guy scowled at him. She was full of doubt inside. Does he dare to refuse? Does he dare refuse me? Gu's gaze darkened as he looked at the other person. The atmosphere suddenly became silent. Suddenly, Jiang Mu coughed once. A moment later, he burst out laughing. I was just kidding. It is just a joke. So why is everyone acting like such fools? He slammed his hands on the table and continued. Even if I wanted the young master to join that much, how could I entrust Lan Tra to you? That kid is my precious treasure. How much I cherish him. Then he lowered his voice. I advise you on one thing. If possible, please do not touch our guild. I am speaking gently, but others might be more aggressive. At that moment, Paigon spoke up. I have something to say too. Jiang Mu looked at him. I am listening. Paigon's eyes glowed red. If one day, someone walking down the street suddenly loses their head from their body, his words made the other person freeze. If you think I did it, you would not be wrong. You just saw him flash a sly smile. Then he laughed and said, Jiking, why are you all looking so serious, like a bunch of idiots? After hearing that, Jiang Mu's expression darkened. Nighttime at Kunthian Gate. The light from some room was still shining. A foot gently rested on the table. A young man with short black hair appeared. Senior brother. Trong. Waved back. Oh hey. Alright. Alright. He then asked the other person, what is the situation with Engamai? The young man replied, after they entered Bach Ho Gate, there has been no sign of them. Saying that, he pulled out a chair and sat down. Just to be safe, Trong. Agreed. I have assigned some disciples to hide around Bach Ho Gate. Good. I have done the same. The other person responded politely. The situation is serious. Trong. Looked out the window and said, we have to quickly find the culprit, who killed the little sect leader of Loyam sect. Only then will the situation become clear, and we can find a way to solve it. The young man nodded in agreement. To agree. Let me go find Heoman and see what happens. Trong. Asked curiously. The young Heoman. The young man continued speaking. At least they have a good grasp of the underground faction's movements. Speaking of which, knowledge poured out of his mind. They will probably know who approached the Loyam on that day. In Sichuan. Their spies are everywhere. Trong. Said right away. We will have to make a deal with them. Then, fine. That is settled. I will leave that to you. The other guy nodded firmly in response. I won't let you down. Senior brother. Trong. Looked out the window, thinking silently. More sects are involved in this than I thought. His face was cold. Lome, Kim Swine Mon Debach Homan. If we do not catch that assassin soon, the consequences could be disastrous. Meanwhile, the inn. He lit up the entire courtyard with a projector. A shadow suddenly appeared. He pressed his hand against the wall. He was sure there was someone inside. So why does it seem like no one's there? He searched his memory. That rogue named Fivianjis. Even though he knew the guy was not ordinary, he raised an eyebrow thinking about Paugon. Could it be that he has reached a demonic level and can still hide his breath? Then he flung open the window. Stretching, he saw 3 figures on the rooftop across. Suddenly, his gaze froze for a few seconds. One figure vanished into the darkness. The rows of inns stretched on through the night. Not a single light on. A masked man knelt and reported to someone. On the other side, it was confirmed that the enemy showed no movement all night. The man's face was serious as he looked at the corpse. Sun's almost up. I will send someone closer to keep an eye on him. Vutin spoke up. I got good job. You are from the Black Cloud Battalion. Vice Commander Vong Vutin. Our leader seems pretty focused on him. Still, do not take your eyes off him for a second. Watch his every move. He disappeared quickly the other night, only leaving his voice behind. I will pass on the orders right away. Von sighed, then spoke. I still have unfinished business here. Then he looked at the map on the table, tapping lightly on a spot. The problem is, there are 3 gates to get into Than Than Mountain. He stared at the map, thinking, none of these gates are in Black Cloud Battalion territory. To get 200 cavalry through, we would have to circle all the way around the mountain's base. What should we do? Vuton sank into his own thoughts. His eyes narrowed noticeably. Jisao immediately threw out some small knives. The darts quickly stuck into the wooden floor. Vuton silently looked up. Then he thought maybe he was just being too sensitive. Jisao shook his head. I clearly felt someone watching me earlier. Was I just tense and imagining things? Behind, Biogun was hiding, observing the enemy's movements. He had already set a trap. Vutina's face was tense. Biogun stared at the opponent with sharp focus. In the darkness, at Bakho district, the Ho sect decided, sister, Return to the main mountain as soon as dawn breaks. The Xone sect asked in surprise. Why is she said it as if it was obvious. Anyway, since you are here, there is nothing else to do. Seriously. The sect is so useless. Even guarding next to the master would be better. She still wanted to stay. So she gave a reason. But the master already gave you orders. She still had no intention of changing her mind. The agreement with the Hack Van Peace Corps has been signed, so it is fine to go back. She could not believe what she just heard. It can be like that in this capital city. We might have to face the Than faction. So you have to stay here, she affirmed firmly, with me here. What is there to worry about? If things get dangerous, just use the Hack Van Peace Corps as a shield. So just do as I say. She knew she could not refuse. So she obediently agreed. I understand. If senior sister says so. She did not forget to remind again. Tomorrow at dawn, you must return. She agreed as well. She said goodbye to her. Now, get some rest. She clasped her hands and bowed. Yep. Outside, the night was quiet and still. At this moment, who carried a plate of fruit, pushed the door open and stepped inside. Auntie, can I come in? She saw her and immediately let her in. So it is Shwana. Come in. She asked. What brings you here so late? She held the plate of fruit and stepped closer. I came to talk to you. She was suspicious. That kind-hearted. She did not need to say it. She could guess. You just met some handsome guy. Did not you? Your face looks so rosy. Hearing that, she blushed and covered her cheek. Always so honest. She suddenly thought of Pyogon's image, then praised. That is right. That person really is handsome. She guessed further. The missing leader of the Thunder Sound sect who just died. It is very likely the person you met is the killer. But it made her shudder. She seriously asked again. Are you sure? That is the person who killed Nam Hosan. She quickly shook her head. Not very sure. Although I think so. There is no proof yet. She cheerfully promised. I will check that person out once I am sure. I will bring them to meet you. She did not think much either. If that is the case, then fine. She also reminded whoever that person is, but right now, there is a noise outside. Both immediately became alert. She hurried over, saw the whole group looking scared. What is going on? Following behind was her. A messenger explained. Here. Clearly from Than. Then a loud scream. They killed our gong carriage driver. The gong carriage driver lay on the floor with a fatal neck wound. Seeing this, she shouted angrily. Gong carriage driver. Early the next morning, the garden was full of vibrant life. Jiangmu asked Wutai, who was standing beside him outside the gate. A disciple of Lei Dai. Gong has been killed. The news about the gong carriage driver has reached them. Being a direct disciple of Deng Ho, he must be an important figure in the army. Someone like that got assassinated right in the heart of Bach Ho Ward. He shook his head and sighed. I am starting to wonder if we picked the wrong side. Wutai remained very calm. After all, it has already happened. The more complicated the situation, the easier it is for us to get dragged in. You voiced the suspicion in your heart, and it is true. Having an assassin of that caliber in Sichuan is unheard of. He did not pay much attention either. Oh really? You explained. Right. Since 7 years ago, after the Blood Dragon clan fell, no assassin has been able to get into Sichuan since then. After hearing that, he shared the same doubt as you. So who could it be? Than is a noble sect. They would not hire an assassin. At that moment, a group of people ran past behind them. I do not know what you are thinking asking that. Could there be a third party involved? Suddenly, he remembered what Pyogon whispered. If one day you are walking down the street and feel something like a hair falling, you can think of it as me. He raised his eyebrows and asked, did the target report anything unusual? You thought for a moment. If it is about the target then, you summarized from watching the streets for days. It has not opened for 4 days straight. The leader knows the strength of those assigned to watch already. His tone grew more serious. Are you sure it is not him? You did not dare lie. That is the situation so far. He gave the order. Got it. Tell them to temporarily stop monitoring him and focus on tracking Than's actions. You nodded. Got it. Inside the room, sitting on a chair with a serious face, the guild leader, a disciple of our sect, was murdered. He showed sympathy. You must be heartbroken. No need to beat around the bush. Just say it straight. I called you here because I want you to see the scar on my disciple's body. At the same time, the body was brought out. At first, I thought it was just a simple sword wound. But if you look closely, seeing that, he raised his eyebrows. He looked at the cut but could not make a judgment. What is this? This thing is extremely thin and sharp. It can be a sword wound. Really? But even so, it could not have dried the skin like this. After a while of silence, he asked, have you ever seen a wound like this before? He did not hide it. Honestly speaking, I have not. You suspected someone as experienced as you still can tell. He answered firmly. Yep. Then asked again, can you guess who it might be? He was thinking, it probably is not him. But when he spoke, he hid it. I am sorry, I can give you the answer you want. Then asked about the army. When will all the troops enter the city? He immediately reported. They will gather everyone within 2 days. But once the elite troops enter the city, they will be on high alert immediately. After hearing that, a murderous aura radiated from him. So what if that is the case? Just crush them in an instant. Hearing your plan, he was horrified. Could it be that you want to start fighting on all fronts right away? But you did not care about his thoughts. I already said I will pay you as you want. What is wrong? Scared. Your face was full of determination and hatred. I swear I will never team up with Than again. The other two saw that and wisely stayed silent. At this moment, the pressure kept mounting, making both of them respectful. We get it already. In the dark night, an inn was still lit. Ritsi Bey was lying on the bed, bandaged all over. A shout asked, what the hell happened? Jiangmu grabbed both of them tightly. How did this happen? Wu Jiang knew I could not argue. So he sat quietly. I went looking for that Paogon guy. But that bastard showed up and ruined everything. You stayed up banging the table, cut the crap, and explain everything in detail. She hesitated, recalling that moment. At that time, Paogon was sitting and eating in the restaurant. He was just focused on eating his noodles. He was not with anyone else. A cup of water was placed in front of him. Hu Jiang left and asked him, "Good meal." She did not even forget to roll her eyes. He noticed, and he, knowing what was up, thought there'd be no peaceful meal. He asked sharply, "What is going on?" She sat opposite him. "I am just here to ask if Hyan is okay. Is that not allowed?" He did not believe her. Just that. She tried to make conversation. "We were a bit rude that day. Hyan must have been scared. Right?" But he just replied coldly, "There is nothing to be scared of." Inside, she was screaming, "Damn it. Nothing to be scared of. How rude can you be?" But on the outside, she kept a friendly face. I suggested giving Hyan a week to think it over. "How's Hyan's decision now?" he asked back. "You mean about me joining that mercenary group?" She tried hard to persuade him. "Exactly. Would not it be great if Hyan joined?" Just then, someone approached. Renvenpei appeared right behind her. Yu Jiandu did not say a word but left like that. "So you are here." She annoyedly brushed his hand away. "Take your hand off me. Since when have you been following me?" He smiled teasingly. "Not just any time. I am not following you. It is the boss's orders." Then he focused on Paogon. "Is this the guy called Paogon?" He looked annoyed at Pei. Pei now had all kinds of bad intentions. Just like I heard pretty good. She could tell by his face that he was up to something. So she slammed the table and shouted, "Cut the delusions." He just stared at Paogon. "Delusions. You are the one losing it." He got close to Paogon, looking eager. "What delusions? Why are you jumping on the chair like that?" Then Paogon spoke up. "I will spare you," he calmly said, "if you do not look away before I count to 3. Once I say 3, if you still do not turn away, you will never get to use those eyes again." Pei was very annoyed. He kept playing around. "What is this? You think you are chatting with me?" He laughed while Paogon started counting. Paogon flicked at Pei. The chopsticks in his hand glowed with golden light. He moved his hand fast, making Pei hurriedly raise his hand to block. But the 2 chopsticks stabbed into Pa's hand. He got angry and used more strength. "You idiot." He smashed the table to pieces. Was furious. "What the hell are you doing?" Yu Jian rushed over to stop him. Paogon jumped high, strands of silk and small blades appearing around him. His eyes glowed red as he threw blades at Pei. Thousands of cuts rained down on Pei, though he tried to fight back. He kept getting injured. After that, with blood splattered everywhere, Paogon calmly retracted the blades. Then he placed his hand behind Pa's head. He pulled Pei. The silk strands around Pa's head slowly tightened. He raised his hand to Pa's eyes. Right after that, Pa's turned away. She looked at the scene in horror. Pei. He finished and immediately put away his weapon. At that moment, a whip came swinging. He dodged to avoid it. She rushed forward to continue the attack. Then she turned toward Paogon again. "Although I did not want to get involved, I sincerely advise you, Hyan, stop this now." But he did not listen. His whole body ignited with fighting spirit. She kept trying to explain, "I did not come looking for Hyan to cause this mess. Besides, this guy's already paid enough. There is no need to spill more blood." Right. The pressure around him slowly eased. Finally, he turned his back. He took a gentle breath in. Before he left, she did not forget to remind him. And Hyan also breathed in. "There is no need to treat my teammate like they are either alive or dead like this." She reminded him. And Hyan was careful too. She continued speaking. "If Hyan keeps acting without thinking about the consequences, he might end up in serious trouble." He did not respond and left immediately. When he got outside, he stopped. He looked at his arm. His shirt was torn. This was the outfit Seo Hyang used to really like. Then he kept walking. Jiang Mu finally understood the whole situation. So that means that guy is the reason Auric Bay ended up like this. But he was still extremely angry. Why did this have to happen at such a critical moment? She still held a grudge over this battle. "I want to let this go. This clearly slaps me in the face." Jiang Mu was still wary of Paogon. So he reminded her, "Think carefully. We have to settle things with Than Than first." She replied, "I know." As she left, he added, "The cavalry is about to move out." He ordered, "Prepare everything thoroughly." This made her hesitate a bit, and at night, in a mountain house, voices could be heard. Osan asked the person who wants to find the culprit who killed the young master of the Layam sect in the darkness. He confirmed, "A few." The old man laughed heartily. "Isn't he that like searching for a needle in a haystack, just with the martial arts traces of Than Than alone?" But he still firmly asked, "Is there anyone outstanding in Than Than right now?" The old man sat cross-legged, thinking, "If it is that, then there is one person. That person's name is Paogon." Osan nodded. "Head of the lower 5-gate branch in Thandu." In the old man's mind was the image of Paogon. He is so handsome that birds fly away and fish dive deep. But behind that beauty, people say he is as ruthless as a venomous snake. He asked again, "Is that person connected to the death of the young master of the Layam sect?" Hearing that, the old man thought quietly, but he was not sure. "That, I do not know, but he is the closest to the conditions of the person you are looking for. Achieve your goal. He placed a bag of money on the table. The name is Pio. He grabbed it. Achieve your goal. He placed a bag of money on the table. The name is Pio. Right, alright. The old man saw you off. Thanks for coming here. If you need any help, just come anytime. After you left, the old man sat there lost in thought. Who is the culprit? Could it be someone up there? Then the old man picked up a book. He muttered to himself while searching. The name Pio. It is recorded in the book. The first appearance of the immortal was at the Hongthian Law sect in western Sichuan province. Identity unknown. Purpose unknown. Rumored to have extreme tendencies. After reading, the old man could not believe it. He really is the one who killed Nam Ho San Sao. A thought crossed the old man's mind. If I send this info to the sect leader, they will handle it themselves. He spoke to himself. Unaware, a hand reached out from behind. Let the sect keep an eye on him for now. The hand on his shoulder startled the old man. Threads wrapped around him. We can trust this. We can trust this. The old man struggled but finally grabbed a thread. Got it. He used the flying spirit hand. But Piogon's cold gaze fixed on him. One snap of his fingers, and the thread took the old man's head. Are you still conscious? His head fell freely, taking the book with him. He did not forget to say, I am taking this. The old man's body remained there, unnoticed. At night, smoke and fire broke out. Terrified people shouted. War has started. The Thanthan and Nigamai sects are at war. Houses burned in a sea of flames. Jiang Mu arrived at the scene. He frowned watching the chaos, thinking, what is going on? It is like a nightmare. The crazed crowd attacked each other. People kept falling dead, one after another. The mob charged into the fight. This is revenge for Master Mai's death. I won't let this slide. Did the Nigamai sect hire assassins to kill Master Thuk? Die now. Distant cries of pain echoed. One side. Finally, Thanthan and Nigamai are at war. An old man stood up shouting for peace. It was Po Sang Ha, leader of the Ho Long gang. He pleaded, let us stop fighting now. At that moment, an arrow flew from afar. He was hit in the shoulder. Everyone rushed over. Boss. Seeing this, the crowd was furious. How dare they attack the boss? Unforgivable. They all charged forward. Jiang Mu watched, disheartened. It is total chaos. He guessed the situation. If this keeps up, Nigamai will be at a disadvantage. Then he ordered his men, gather all our Black Cloud Battalion members. He commanded everyone. It is time for us to join the fight. A huge fire broke out. People panicked and ran, shouting, fire! Help! Quick! While most fled, someone calmly walked into the flames, angry, pushing through the crowd. You guys, glared fiercely. How dare you send assassins to kill my disciple? Gritting his teeth. And you call yourselves a righteous sect in the martial world? Standing tall with his sword. You are the ones who started this with Thanthan. You hired those assassins to kill Han Sang, did not you? He glared coldly. You are also the ones who assassinated the young sect leader of Loyam sect. Right. Hearing this, anger peaked. That assassin used Thanthan's martial arts. Yet you blame your own sect. You are heartless scum, he shouted, charging forward. Today, one of us will die right here. Calmly raising his sword, his eyes grew even colder. The weapons of both clashed, creating sparks. Nearby, An Sun was struggling to defend and protect Gong Ho. The others were thrown far away by the team leader. An Sun stood watching them. Both were drenched in sweat, and so was Gong Ho behind her. The girl fell to the ground, causing An Sun to panic. Gong Ho. She tried to shout. The master. Gong Ho is still weak. An Sun. Master. An Sun was worried. She tried to scream. Do not. I will definitely save you. The girl struggled, tears streaming down. Gong Ho raised her hand slightly, responding. Still here. But then, the girl's hand lost strength and dropped. An Sun cried out, her voice trembling. How could this happen? An Sun held Gong Ho's body, silently thinking. This whole thing is definitely caused by the Nigamai sect. That is why I hesitated to fight Thanthan. But while I was still hesitating, Nigamai's disciples were sacrificing themselves. Her eyes shone with determination. So I can't keep running away anymore. Another big explosion happened. Two people stood there watching. The girl with braided hair wondered silently. Time is flying fast. How come our troops still have not arrived? Her attendants had already dealt with the bad guys. The girl's braided hair twitched, a suspicion forming inside. Could it be the Thanthan sect? They would not have time to do that. The girl with braided hair quietly called out, Sumpayo. And behind her appeared a kneeling figure. Yep. The group leader. The girl with braided hair ordered. There has been a change. Our people are still moving forces, but there is no sign of anything yet. The girl with braided hair looked serious. It seems someone has interfered to escalate this battle. Her eyes scanned the battlefield, searching for any suspicious figures. After receiving the order, Sumpayo disappeared, leaving only the word. Understood. He pushed through the chaotic crowd, thinking, this is crazy. Both sides are tearing each other apart over the truth of the assassination. Seeing how crazy everyone was, Sun Pyo knew the group leader was right, someone definitely meddled. Another big explosion happened. His head was spinning nonstop. So where is that person now? The battlefield was so chaotic that the sniper could not hide around the buildings, since they could be destroyed at any moment. Young, big, small, everyone was fighting. Sun Pyo observed the chaos and reasoned that among the fighters, no one else was like that. He wiped sweat like the wind, wondering, then where exactly is the sniper? When Sun Pyo stood before a towering ancient tree, he paused. Sun Pyo hesitated, staring at the tree, looking at each large branch. Sun Pyo realized that to see the entire inner city clearly, he would have to stand on this tree. He climbed straight up with suspicion, thinking, if it is here, could it be? Suddenly, golden sparks flashed among the leaves. Sun Pyo's eyes filled with amazement. He jumped up to dodge the attacks. Sun Pyo looked up the tall tree and saw. So the sniper is here. A person, on a large branch. A person wearing a black cloak stood silently without moving. Their red eyes seemed to pierce right through Sun Pyo. Suddenly, threads of silk were released, those swords weaving endlessly. Sun Pyo stood there watching the threads trying to catch him. He was stunned, unable to keep up with the rhythm. What now? The technique of these swords. Sun Pyo raised his spear and started to fight back. There is a hidden master here. Using sword techniques like this, he was sweating heavily, watching the streaks of light near him. Suddenly, the threads wrapped around Sun Pyo's neck, roughly pulling him up. Sun Pyo was brought before that person, struggling to resist. When Sun Pyo faced that person, his eyes were about to cry, and he could not even close his mouth. Sun Pyo forced himself, eyes terrified, trembling as he said, "You intend to..." But before he could finish, Sun Pyo's head exploded like fireworks. Blood splattered onto the black cloak of that person. The threads began to loosen their grip on Sun Pyo's body, yet those threads pulled his body up into the tree. That person looked at the chaotic mess. A cold wind blew, fluttering their cloak on the battlefield. Between Zhongkua and Zhongjok, Zhongkua collapsed. Zhongjok silently stood watching as Zhongkua was beaten until he spat blood. Yun Sun rushed over calling out, "Senior sister, come help Zhongkua up." Yun Sun reassured her. "We need to stop now and head back to Bach Ho Ward." She frowned, staring at the opponent. Zhongjok still stood there with an indifferent attitude. Suddenly, someone ran over calling, "Senior Hein, the two sisters are retreating too." Zhongjok turned around. "Let us retreat as well," he replied. Both sides withdrew in opposite directions. Orders were given. Everyone, fall back. Zhongkua and the others hurriedly followed. "Hurry up. Master Dinho has been seriously injured." That person stood by a tree observing the scene, smiling wickedly. "Dinho from Gamai has been seriously hurt." Seeing Zhongkua so badly beaten, he was delighted. The hall is pretty big. Chapter 41. An ancient building appeared at sunset, its curved tiled roof blending into the sky, both quiet and lonely. Just by looking outside, no one would guess the inside was a scene of great carnage. A long line of bodies covered with white cloths over their faces. Someone asked, "Who did this?" Su Haiying crossed her arms, eyes wide, continuing to ask, "Who killed them?" Wu Tine, sitting in the nearby car, also stared intently at the bodies on the ground. He removed his hand from the white cloth. They were all attacked by the same person. She was shocked. "Are you sure?" Wu Tine in the car confirmed. "Absolutely." His expression turned incredulous. He analyzed. "Look at the wounds on Jock San's neck and the wounds on X Ampios' neck and shoulder. They are identical, judging by the shape of the wounds. The weapon used was likely a Daodon, a type of blade." Su Haiying frowned, repeating, "A Dao." All 5 victims' wounds were caused by a Daodon. Then she ordered Wu Tine, "Send for Oryukpei." He saluted and replied. Yep. Later, the mentioned man appeared. He was ordered to turn around and remove his jacket. Sure enough, his back was covered with slash marks from a Daodon. Wu Tine stared in shock. These wounds are exactly the same. Next to Hyo-san wore the same expression. So they had identified the attacker who assaulted the disciples at the villa. The bastard Paogon was the one who killed Jock San and Exa Ampio. Su Haiying was furious thinking about him. She turned and shouted to her subordinates, "Immediately organize a team to hunt him down for me." Su Haiying frowned with intense anger and decided, Bach Ho will interrogate him directly. Switching scenes. Bach Ho Ward. A small villa surrounded by trees and flowers, looking peaceful at first glance. Outside, 2 female seniors exchange worried words. "Master Denho is seriously injured like this. What should we do now? The others hurt are also in bad shape." Suddenly, someone sternly said, making both turn to look. "First, stay calm. Xiampio just returned to Lian Tranan with them," she ordered. "Check the defenses at Bach Ho. It is our top priority now. I do not want Thanthan sect attacking again." Hearing this, the 2 senior females immediately complied. Yep. Understood. Seolin continued assigning tasks. "Now send someone to the messenger station to request reinforcements from our sect." She clasped her hands and said, Understood. After dividing the work, she silently thought. The feud between Gong Sawang and the Lukui Jurnam sect leader has made the conflict between Than Than and our sect worse. Then her eyes flashed with determination. Someone is clearly trying to provoke us into fighting. We need to check the real situation. Switching to a small house tucked behind a round gate. A yellow light shone into the night. Inside, the ancient patterned circular door was enveloped in thin smoke and soft orange light. In the room, a golden light curled around a motionless body, one eye covered, the other half closed. Hair messy. The person slowly opened their eyes. Whispering, "Dan. Dan." The doctor immediately approached, urging, "Please stay calm and control your anger. Otherwise, your energy won't stay stable, and you will be in grave danger." But the person did not listen and instead tried to attack the doctor, scaring him badly. But Ngai had opened her right eye wide and threatened, "Get lost before I cut your tongue out." The aura from her made him quickly obey. "I understand," the doctor said, then ran outside. Soon after, Ingwite felt a sharp pain in her body and bit her lip in discomfort, but she had no choice but to close her eyes and calm down. What the hell is happening to me? If this keeps up, the gang won't be able to control their disciples anymore. While she was resting and healing, the door suddenly opened. I need to recover quickly, but Ngwite thought it was that Dr. VJ coming back, so she told him to leave. Who is it now? I clearly told you to get lost, but this time, it was someone else wearing a hooded jacket covering his head. She saw the person enter but got no answer, so she looked over suspiciously. She seemed to recognize him. The guy took off his hood and jacket, but stayed silent. Then he asked, "Don't you remember me?" His eyes lit up, but Ngwite answered as usual, "I know you." The guy replied immediately, "Of course." Then he added, "I've not forgotten you for a single second in the past 7 years." He looked down at her intently. He sneered, "You still remember that I?" "Right." Hearing that, Ngwite suddenly realized it must be that bastard. Memories of being attacked and losing her left eye flashed through her mind. Without further delay, Bioan took off his mask completely. Long time no see. After learning his identity, Ngwite was furious. That bastard was supposed to be dead. He was thrown into a pit of snakes. How could he still be alive? He leaned close to her and said, "Yeah, I was thrown in there." She stared at him in disbelief. "What?" Then Biogan's eyes gleamed with killing intent. Surprised. "And by the way, I am the one who killed the disciples of the Gong family, and the young master of the Luki Ami sect." Ngwite's right eye blood as she listened. She got angry, remembering the young master's face. "You bastard. How dare you attack Nami's people? You did not think we would hunt you down. You are not scared." But he twisted it immediately. "Why should I be scared?" She felt helpless hearing his confident words. He continued, "After all, it is because of you guys raising us. Without you, we would never have become assassins." Images of 4 people tightly wrapped by a giant silver snake appeared. They closed their eyes calmly, as if they had given up everything. Ngite got angrier the more she listened. "What do you mean? What do you want?" Bioan calmly replied, "I do not want anything. I just want you to know what will happen to Nengamai later." Then he pretended to bring good news. "And it is good news for you too. Than Than will die as well." Biogan did not care that she found it unbelievable. He said she would be killed by Xuan Vain and Train Team S Snowblade from Nengamai. Then he added, "Just in time. Your master sister has also mastered this martial art." The more Ngwide heard, the more she coughed up blood from her nose and mouth. She struggled to get up. "How dare you? How dare you do this? You bastard. I have to kill you." But Ngwite reached for his neck. "Than Than and Negamai will keep bleeding." But Biogan was not afraid and kept torturing her. He laughed mockingly. "You monsters deserve this. You deserve to suffer." Then Biogan silently glanced down at Ngwite, who was still angrily grabbing his shirt. She quickly raised her hand, thinking, "This cowardly rat has to be stopped." Outwardly, she was determined to eliminate him. Such things must never happen. But Biogan showed no fear. "No matter where you hide, I will drag you all out." Then he threatened, "After that, I will swallow you all whole and never spit anything back out." Even though Ngwite tried to touch his face. Finally, she completely lost it. So angry that Than hurt herself. She was bleeding badly. Then tears welled up. Suddenly, right beside her, a white flower fell from a vase. On the other side, Ngwite also collapsed. Biogan silently watched her. He gave her one line. "That is only fair." Then Biogan said with a hint of pride, "Senza, I am pretty scary too." Hadap 42. On a quiet moonlit night, a great force shattered the door. Hiu Jiang, Heian Sung, and Gu stood there. The room was empty. Gu frowned and said, "Senza, that Biogan guy. He is already left." The 3 stepped inside to check. Heian Sung looked around and added, "The guards said the same. He has not been back since last night." Gu was suspicious. Could it be that he knew we would move, and had already changed his residence? Hae Sung thought maybe not. He could not keep the room without coming back. Hyo Jiang laughed helplessly. Crazy. I was fooled by his appearance. If I meet him again, I will definitely strip him down. Gu wondered. Where did he go? Where did he go and what did he do? He was doubtful. Could it be that he is already gone to cause trouble at Kim Thien Mon? 2 tall guards stood watch. One asked, how long did he say he would train back then? The other replied, do not know. He continued, after the battle, there is no spirit at all. Assassins or whatever all showed themselves. The other guy, annoyed, shouted, do not spread nonsense. Bad luck. Suddenly a loud sound echoed deep into their hands. A huge beam of light shot straight down onto the houses. They were startled and panicked. Both hurried inside in fear. The noise and light came from an explosion. The martial art just used was the snow-piercing cloud strike. Could it be the Ivory Fang sect has sneaked in here? They worriedly said, the master is inside. Go find him quickly. Elsewhere, Trongdot was practicing magic. He sighed softly, his sharp yellow eyes. He asked the person opposite, who are you? He casually added, such a light step must be an uninvited guest. The other spoke, Bioan. He frowned. Bioan, he continued. All right, Bioan. It is midnight. What brings you here? The guy replied. Those sneaking in at midnight never have good intentions. Neither do I. Trongdot answered. Sorry. I asked a stupid question. He went on. I met someone I want to ask about. He lowered his head and said. The little sect leader of the Thunder Sound sect was killed by you. The guy admitted. That is right. Trongdot. Still unclear. Asked why. He answered. Because of my plan I need the Than sect. The two confronted each other, both having grudges against the 4 sects, including Than and Ivory Fang. Trongdot realized. Ivory Fang. So you also killed the disciples of Ivory Fang, he admitted. Yep. Trongdot started to wonder. Someone carrying hatred against everyone. I have never heard the name Fiung Gait in our sect. Who are you? He stood up and said, I am an assassin. He stepped forward and said, the Ivory Fang sect made me an assassin. The Than sect made me an enemy of the 4 seas. Trongdot realized with a loud shout. Ivory Fang sect. Assassin. Could it be the one who killed the skilled disciple 7 years ago? He laughed, taking off his hat. Yep. That is, he hurriedly used magic. I am telling you. Bioan. Today you have made a big mistake. He pulled a knife pointing at him, adding, if you keep hiding, your life will still be spared. He furrowed his brows firmly. That miserable life. Let me end it for you. The guy sneered wickedly. Trongdot charged forward full of killing intent. Knives flew toward him. Trongdot moved quickly. Suddenly a strange force behind him made him hesitate. The guy's sharp eyes. He raised his index finger pointing at him. He was stunned, unable to move. The guy struck. He panicked thinking, this martial art. The guy sneered. Send my regards to Trong Ho for me. He panicked. What? A huge power appeared before his eyes. He was seriously injured. When he woke up he heard his comrades shouting, Master. Master. He struggled, barely speaking. We have created a demon. He closed his eyes. They shouted his name. Master. Everyone rushed over shouting. Ivory Fang sect. Ivory Fang sect killed the master. They shouted in unison. Revenge. We can't hold back anymore. His sharp eyes gleamed in the dark corner. He smiled watching. Everyone's voices were loud and clear. Let us avenge the master. Type 43. Everyone shouted loudly. We must avenge the master. Both sides fought fiercely, slashing and killing each other. The fire would flare up in an instant with a catalyst. Everyone killed each other day and night, without distinction. The question of whether this was someone's scheme quickly faded away. As long as they could kill the opponent in front of them, it was already a big win for them. Dead bodies lay scattered around the city walls. Footsteps approached. It was Wyan's son, covered in blood. She said this place would become a hell on earth. She was in pain, wondering how it ended up like this. Wyamu appeared from the darkness. Wyan's son turned around, and she responded. Master Jiang. He lowered his head and said, I want to discuss a couple of things about the recent murders, and about someone named Po-O. She was surprised and said, if it is about Po-O, then I have realized something. Elsewhere, a loud slap hit the table. Maho, trembling with grief and anger, said, Zai Ho is a very obedient kid. She clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. Did someone dare to kill him? Her face twisted with rage, radiating a fierce aura as she asked, was it that Po guy who caused this? The one who killed Gung Sang 7 years ago is still alive. And now he is causing Gungamai and Than to slaughter each other. The subordinate replied, that is highly likely. Madam, she was skeptical. But what exactly is going on here? That is Than's martial art. How could they have given it to that Po guy? The subordinate bowed his head and said, this is just a guess. But there is a man named Gung Won who always carried a copy of the martial arts manual. And he entered the territory back then. Maybe he took it from that person. Hearing this, she grew even angrier and shouted, that is crazy. How could someone carry a copy of such an important manual on them? The man nervously replied. It is just a possibility. Madam, she placed her hand on the report. The Thanthan faction want to listen to us. If that is the case, we have no choice but to capture that assassin Po-Oh, the man said. Leave it to me. Maho. If not, I will capture him myself. She widened her eyes. I will personally deal with anyone who dares to mess with Engamai. At the Yudungazai Bang, in the territory of Afkalong Bang, smoke rose in all directions, and cries of pain could be heard. Po grabbed a man's hand, causing him to scream in pain. The man said, nothing has changed here. Still just tools for killing. He looked toward Rang Soju lying on the ground and said, those who exploit others think they are noble. He asked, what should I do now? The man rolled his eyes. Just hurry up and bleed out. He replied, I will do whatever you want. The man's eyes were full of murderous intent. Glowing red. He said, what if we kill them all? Po laughed darkly. Fine. He struck the man hard and said, that is your choice. Now watch closely. Po-Oh's weapon slammed into the ground, sending out a powerful force. He laughed with delight. The screams grew louder as people were gradually killed by his power. Po-Oh and Rang Soja left. Po asked him, how do you like the weapon you created? The man looked surprised and replied, amazing. Incredible. The weapon I made can unleash that much power. He continued, with this, I can finally get revenge. You will need my help from now on. Right. Then he knelt down excitedly and asked, what do I need to do to help? Po smiled wickedly. Except 44. Footsteps hurriedly approached. Mi Trong rushed in and killed the man in front of him. Releasing immense power, the man collapsed. Someone behind shouted, St. Hyen. Why is the sect leader like this? Old Min Jun gasped. How could this be? How could this be? He shouted angrily and in panic. Junior brother. What is going on here? Matrong frowned and said, Hai knows the reason. It is because of this guy that someone in Elp died. Old Min Jung quickly objected. What happened in Elp has nothing to do with the Loki Am sect leader. Ujin believed otherwise. But he is the cause. Min Jun was furious. This is not a personal matter. Junior brother. Matrong glared and said, let me make it clear to you. I won't let anyone involved in this survive. Old Jun nervously wiped sweat, looking at him burning with power and thought. His killing intent has reached its peak. What exactly happened in that underground chamber 7 years ago to make him like this? Blind Inside shouted. 7 years ago. We lost Hansang because of the Gami faction schemes. And now it is Elp's turn. At this rate, Thanthan's future will be destroyed, Old Min Jun said worriedly. Junior brother. Blind Inside angrily said. I can't take it anymore. I have only stood by and listened to Hein's advice to endure. But what did that get us? He continued. Don't stop. From now on, I won't care about anyone's attitude. Then he quickly disappeared. Minjun watched him go and said, Blind Inside. Junior brother. Blind Flower beside him said, if Blind Inside teams up with Ujin and Puboun junior brother this time, it will be a huge problem. Old Minjun worriedly said, it has been 7 years since you junior brother's ritual. And with the chaos now, he still has not made any special moves. Blind Flower replied, because of Gun Sang. He allied with Ngamai, their sworn enemy. If those two meet and combine their strength, it will cause a terrible battle here in Traxiwan. Minjun thought for a moment. Then Blind Flower suggested, I will take action. Minjun was surprised. He replied, there are too many suspicious details in this case that need clearing up. I will go and sort them out. Minjun had no choice but to agree. If that is the case, go ahead. Just do not involve innocent people. Blind Flower quickly said. Thank you. Senior brother. Old Minjun advised. Use force if necessary to control my junior brother again. Why did Blind Inside get possessed? We need to find the cause. Blind Flower clasped his hands and promised. Got it. I won't let you down. The old man groaned in pain. Why did things have to turn out like this? He continued. Blind Flower junior brother. Thanthan's fate depends on you. In another ruined place, a loud voice shouted. Can you believe it? We have to stay in this old place for 5 more days. A voice replied. No other choice. We can't just stay out on the streets. The first person angrily shouted. All the shops are closed. And the guest rooms are only renting at double the usual price because of Thanthan and Engamai factions. Thandu is now in chaos. Someone quickly warned. Quiet. What if someone hears us? In a dark room, Bioan flipped through pages and whispered. The Hack Van army, led by Jiang Muriang, targets priests and blood monks. He thought silently. The intelligence of the lower 5 gates is really impressive. Not only records of factions but also detailed notes on individuals across Tixine. This skill will definitely come in handy. Looking out the window, he thought. Right now, many people there are slowly dying. He frowned, thinking, I do not regret what I have done. All feelings of guilt disappeared when I was still underground. Back then, survival was all that mattered. Now it is too late to turn back. Once it starts, you can't stop. I know clearly that living now means living with a different bloodline. He closed his eyes but said, even so, I won't give up. I won't stop thinking of others. He resolved, even if I am exhausted or fall, I will crawl to the end. He opened his eyes wide and looked ahead, knowing this fate might end in that fire. Elsewhere, a loud voice shouted, hurry up. Come here. The guys shouted urgently. Those not injured, come help here. They panicked. We are out of medicine. What do we do? Can anyone still be saved? An-sun looked over to reassure. Don't worry. Supplies will arrive around noon, so focus on treatment. Not supplies. Even pushed into a corner like this, they can still guarantee supplies. Amazing. Strange that such talents are not famous. Yu added. I heard she is Negami's most talented disciple in 100 years. Probably because she keeps a low profile. That is why no one notices her. Now's her chance to shine and organize everyone properly. Her management skills are outstanding. If she becomes sect leader, Mangamai could rise to the top again. An-sun suddenly realized something as a loud noise erupted. Yu panicked and shouted loudly. Someone is coming. And clearly, this is the work of a top master. The door opened. A person holding a staff stepped out, and everyone immediately recognized her as the former Ha sect master, the head disciple of Engamai. At shape 40, everyone hurriedly knelt down and said in unison, greetings. Sect master, all speaking loudly, carrying the sect master respectfully. Yu Mu bowed his head and said, I did not expect she would come here in person. Yu commented, things are getting more serious now. Yan-sun clasped his hands and said, disciple pays respects to master. She looked at Yu stepping forward confidently. Yu stepped ahead of Yan-sun, clasped hands, and smiled brightly, saying, welcome. Sect master. The elder of the 100 Flowers Guild respectfully greets the sect leader. She frowned in discomfort. Yu worriedly thought, what does that look mean? She opened her eyes wide and said, everyone. Come inside. Everyone entered together. She glanced at Ingmu and then Gu, saying, you two, come in as well. Ingmu chuckled lightly. Getting involved in this mess. Yu closed his eyes and replied, no other choice. We have to go in. Ingmu coaxed. You go in first. Gu was displeased. Why am I always the first in these pointless situations? Ingmu gave a reason. Who would not want to live longer? Even if just a little. Gu replied firmly. I definitely have to live long to lead the Black Cloud Battalion to thrive. After everyone sat down, she explained the case details that the disciples had uncovered and concluded. She repeated, Poon Poon. Then turned to look at U with sharp eyes and asked, and he? Do not you have anything to say to me? U was startled and replied, yep. As the woman stepped closer. What is your connection to that Pogan guy? U stammered. I do not understand. How could I have any connection to that Pogan? She stepped closer, tightly covered Yu's mouth, and smiled wickedly. I will ask again. What is your relationship with that Poon? Her face darkened, eyes sharp and glaring. She growled. Look me straight in the eye. I do not like liars. Why did you waver when that Pogan showed up? Tears streaming down. Stammered. That is, her face turned pale. She collapsed to her knees, begging, please forgive me. I really did not know things would turn out like this. She sobbed, trying to explain. I only meant to use him, but I did not expect it to end up like this. If I had just a little more time, I could have fixed everything. He trusts me, so it would have been easy to trap him. She extended her hand toward Ut, feigning pity. And he? Your current state is pathetic. Imsuung. Sect master, she frowned and said. No one asked you to kill the missing leader of the Thunder Sound sect. You just need to live peacefully like a flower among men, who gratefully said. Sect master, it is my fault. From now on, I will live like a flower. Just like you said. Einsun watched from afar, quickly shouting, Master. And she used magic to kill you. All three were shocked and stared as she collapsed. Her eyes turned cold as she said, it is not as easy as you think. Einsun screamed angrily. Master. Her power flared. She looked over as Ein shouted loudly. There is no need for this. She did not mean it. Even if she was wrong, it does not deserve death. Both Gu and Angmu were surprised. Has Miss An reached this level already? She smiled softly. Finally. You are showing the results of your years of training, she said. You should know. Once you commit a crime, you have to pay for it. No exceptions. Unsun continued shouting. Master, she replied. One day you will understand when you are in my position. So stop being childish and get out. She pointed at you then turned away, saying, clean up that mess and get rid of it. The 100 Flowers Guild is a branch of my Engamai sect, so I have the right to reclaim it. Tungsun bit his lip helplessly and turned away. Angmu was troubled, thinking, from the start, she intended to kill Usil. Huang Hao has already handed over the 100 Flowers Guild, he thought silently. As expected. A renowned master in Sichuan like her is not easy to deal with, she spoke. Leader Jiang, you should go too. Both were startled. She is even more ruthless. I hope the Black Cloud Battalion quickly hunts down that Poan. On a high mountain peak, 2 men carried a stretcher and dropped it. Someone said, just leave it here. The erosion or animals will clean it up. The other hesitated but replied. All right, they left. Come on, let us go quickly. It started raining. Poan appeared and unwrapped the cloth around Yuza. He looked for a moment, then piled up some stones. He said, I am not going to apologize because, after all, we only have a mutually exploitive relationship. He continued, but I promise I will take revenge on anyone who dares to treat her like that, he said firmly. Definitely. Chapter 46. There is a word called chemkos, which describes the most terrible anxiety in the world. The sorrow of parents losing a child. Everyone gathered in front of a door. Someone stepped up and knocked on the wooden door. The old steward opened the door a little and asked suspiciously, who is there? Miwa Ho cheerfully greeted. Still well. Steward. The steward slowly stepped out and asked, knocking so early in the morning. So it is the flower buyer. What brings you here? Miwa Ho asked the old steward. Is the senior brother inside? The steward replied, he is in there. Miwa Ho added, please tell him I came to visit. I know he is still deeply grieving, but our faction is facing a huge threat and definitely needs his support. The steward stepped back inside and softly replied to Miwa Ho. Yep. Please wait a little longer. Miwa Ho thoughtfully looked up at the house. He felt sad and thought, after being ambushed by Hun Sang, senior brother has gradually weakened. This house is also falling apart just like his spirit. The wooden gate opened again. Yu Jinpong stepped out, grinning at the old man. You came here. Junior brother. Mu Ho asked Yu Jinpong. Are you still well? Sorry I have not visited you often. Jinpong turned and replied. I am just barely getting by. You have waited long, have not you? Come in. Inside the room, sitting opposite him. Yu Jinpong. How could it be? The killer of the young master used the 72 broken sword technique. Mua Ho answered. I was surprised too. Mua Ho seriously said. This is hard to clarify. Jinpong said. I know why you came here. He thought of someone and calmly continued. It is exactly like those who killed Hun Sang. Right. His hands clenched tightly around the cup. Mua Ho cautiously asked. If it really was the one who killed Hu Sang 7 years ago, what would senior brother do? Yu Jinpong replied plainly. You know, his eyes seemed out of control. When parents lose a child, what else can they do? Of course, Yu Jinpong's anger peaked. He crushed the cup in his hand. Furious. I have to avenge my child. That day, Yu Jinpong's grief over losing his child turned into a burning desire for revenge. Nighttime. Quiet scene. Next to an old altar, a man stood silently. Countless feathers slowly fell from the sky. Bioan stared straight ahead, his eyes darkening. He just stood silently there, surrounded by flickering rays of light. He pursed his lips and quietly looked around. Someone approached and called out. Hello. Cool guy. Hyo-jan waved happily and called out loudly. Long time no see. You look even cooler now. Hyo-jan cheerfully asked. I was curious where you were. Turns out you are here. Didn't they expect you to be right in front of the Phoenix Flower Market? Biogan's sharp eyes looked at her curiously. What is going on? So many people coming means it is not just a simple visit. Right. Yin stepped forward, wiggling his fingers and said. He really is not normal. After all, he is a cold-blooded killer. 2 super strong guys standing nearby slowly said. Aji Buddha. Hyo-jan stood in the middle, smiling brightly. This is our last offer. Join the hefty Ven peace group. Bioan turned, seeming uninterested, and asked, what if I refuse? She immediately answered. Then we have no choice but to follow through on our demand. Hyo-jan's tone became serious. That demand is to kill you. The 2 super strong men nearby got angry. Aji Buddha. If you want to live, you better accept Jiang Judy's offer. Ingira replied. Really? Do you think we came here to kill someone? Bioan asked. Kill me. Why would you make that demand? Ingyu looked at him and quickly added. We know who you are and what you have done. Don't he pretend anymore. He pointed at you with regret. The one who killed Ningami's man. When our organization grows stronger, we won't be afraid of Ngamai anymore. Isn't he joining us a good thing? The client wants us to be Gamai. You have probably noticed that already. Bioan calmly replied. Is it really okay to betray a client so easily? I thought wanderers like us had to keep our word. Ing sat casually on the stone bench and answered you. Who in this world actually keeps their word? Especially here in the capital. Ingit's tone carried a threat. I do not hate anyone. So I do not want to have to act. Join the Black Cloud Battalion. Bioan fell silent. Then spoke coldly. Of course I will refuse. For me, keeping my word is the most important thing. Yu Jiang thought to himself. Keeping one's word. So he must have been commissioned by someone to do this. Who could that person be? Bioan recalled Alumna's words. Wishing they could feel what I am feeling now, the unbearable injustice tearing at my soul. Crushed by a power I can fight. A sudden noise made everyone turn around. Yu Jiang angrily said. That person's a woman. A man walking into a fire is always for a woman. Right. Yu's face lit with interest as he asked Bioan. A woman. Really? You sure seem like a guy who is more emotional on the surface. Yu Jiang stepped closer and asked. What kind of person is she? But Shot suddenly got angry and shouted. Spit it out already. A bright light appeared. Bioan's eyes blazing red as he stared straight ahead. A terrifying power erupted. Thousands of shards continuously falling from the sky. Yu Jiang held his hurting body. Thinking. Those shards just now. Yu and Hyonexung anxiously rushed over. Jiang Ru. Holding his injured body. Said. Yu Jiang reassured everyone. It is just a little roughhousing. Where's that guy? Someone stepped forward and said. If you keep talking like that, it is all for nothing. Jiang Mu calmly pointed upward. On the roof over there. You can see him clearly. Bioan's silhouette stood tall on the roof. Looking down, Jiang Mu shouted a fierce order. Kill him. From behind him. Countless figures jumped out, all charged toward Bioan, who stood above, casually biting his finger. Bioan's cold voice rang out. You brought a lot of people to catch me. There is no one left around, just blood everywhere, Jiang Mu replied. I never planned to let anyone escape. Behind Jiang Mu, tens of thousands stood at attention. Bioan looked down coldly and said, You will regret meddling in my fight. At checkpoint 47, two men sat facing each other silently. Jiang's voice caught their attention. One man asked, What is all the noise about? The other also asked, What is going on? They saw a group running across the rooftops and kept wondering if a fight was happening somewhere. The man hesitated. That guy, seeing the person being chased. They suspected. I do not think we have ever met him. Why does he have so many people following him? Bioan suddenly stopped, eyes fixed on the two men, then charged at them, making them panic. What is going on? Why is he coming this way? A strong blow hit the seated man. Bioan spun and jumped up while the other man fell hard to the ground, his head hitting the floor. Motionless, everyone around panicked. What the hell is happening? Someone's dead, one angry man shouted. You bastard. Who the hell are you? How dare you show up and kill someone? Why did not Bioan say anything? He just raised his hand. And the other guy's head was severed from his neck. The man's eyes widened in terror as he stared at Bioan. Bioan remained silent but punched the man's face, slamming him to the ground. The log beneath Bioan cracked as he slowly stood up. Everyone around were shocked. Confused expressions. Why was Bioan just standing there silently, ignoring everything around him? Hyojan looked on in disbelief and blurted out, What the hell is he doing? Wu and Hyonexung stood nearby and hurried over. This is bad. We have to stop him. Bioan and the others suddenly turned around to look behind them. The man with the spiky hair shouted first. Who are you people? Why are you killing? Hyojan asked back in surprise. And Wu stepped forward whispering to Hyojan. Those guys are watching us. Maybe they think we are working with that Bioan guy. Hyojan clenched his fist and replied. That bastard. He attacked a passerby. First I knew something was off. A loud voice full of resentment rang out. So it turns out someone's trying to make us fight these people. A strong wind blew up, and Bioan suddenly disappeared. The people there panicked for a moment, shouting, Where is he? That bastard's gone. The spiky-haired man pointed ahead and shouted. First, arrest those guys. They are all in this together. Catch them and make them talk about that other guy. Hyojan stammered. It is not like that. Wu cursed from behind. Damn it. Seeing Hyonsung step forward calmly, Hyojan was surprised, his blood pumping. Hyonsung explained. We can get stuck here. Let us move quickly. Hyojan hesitated. Then she and Wu jumped up and ran off, leaving a warning. Got it. Stay calm. That is an order. Hyonsung smiled to herself, thinking, since Jianzhu gave the order, I have to follow it. Let us get started. Everyone, looking at the out-of-control people in front of her, Hyonsung stayed calm, ready to clear up the misunderstanding. Fighting and shouting in the crowd, yelled, You bastards. Don't let these pests live. Suddenly, the big house caught fire, and everyone screamed in fear. Defeat the Than faction. The Ningamaya faction understands. Let us go first as an example. Fire. It is burning. Jiamu looked at the scene with satisfaction. The battle has spread throughout the city. This whole mess was caused by some assassin. Someone shouted. Do you even know what you are doing? Bioan calmly said. Everything's in motion now. The hidden forces have started to move. He muttered to himself. It is different from what I expected. But maybe that is for the better. He turned his head with a strange smile. This battlefield is going to be fierce. Hyujian angrily shouted. You brat. What are you watching? Bioan ignored him and slowly walked away. Before Gu could wipe his face, Bioan jumped. Gu held his sword. This ends here. His cold eyes swept a big sword slash. It slashed toward Bioan. But he did not rush. He calmly stepped closer. He lightly jumped up, swiftly dodging, then lunged toward the man. He reached out, using all his strength to strike down. Gu looked up at him suspiciously. That damn pain. He had been running and dodging all this time. Finally, he was thinking about fighting back, but Gu knelt calmly, then suddenly widened his eyes. Realizing the true power of that pain group, a few shiny shards fell again, and an invisible force pressed down, making it hard for Gu to resist. Bioan pressed on without mercy. But suddenly a small shard flew at Gu from behind. Gu gritted his teeth in worry as a beam of light cut across him. Gu clenched his teeth, blood flowing like a stream. Gu's paralyzed arm flew up onto a nearby roof. Gu screamed in pain. Clutching himself and throwing his head back, 2 shards appeared behind Hyo-jiang as she anxiously looked down and called out. Dawaist. Then the sharp shards cut through Hyo-jiang's stomach. The silent person guessed inside. How is this possible? It is moving so fast I can see it clearly. This pain group's tricks are unpredictable. She looked silently at Bioan and Gu in front of her. Suddenly, Hyo-jiang screamed with all her strength. Gu held his injured arm, gritting his teeth as he looked up. Biogan's cold gaze stayed fixed on him. Jiangmu stepped forward boldly and shouted. Stop now. When they did not stop, Jiangmu threw the dagger in his hand forward. Jiangmu clenched his teeth and threw the dagger with force. The small dagger flew swiftly, heading straight for Bioan. Bioan looked up, then grabbed Gu's collar and pulled him up. You aimed Gu's pain toward the incoming sharp pain. Gu's eyes watched the sharp pain rushing toward him. The other 3 closed their eyes simultaneously as the pain pierced straight through Gu. He fell down, blood pouring out, lying motionless. Someone shouted his name. Daosai. Nearby, someone's voice was still heard. Bioan sighed and left the wreckage behind. Hyo-jiang cried, clutching Gu's head in despair, calling out to him. Daosai. Wake up. Do not. You can die. Gu lay on the ground, struggling to open his mouth to speak. Jimaki. 1T. Hyo-jiang, heartbroken, spoke to Jiangmu. Leader, hurry and chase after that bastard. Her voice full of fury. We have to catch him. Then we will make him pay. Jiangmu stiffened but said nothing. Gu lay there silently, not even breathing. Hyo-jiang's tears streamed down, crying in agony. She collapsed, overwhelmed with grief, softly calling his name. Daosai. At chapter 48. 3 men silently looked down at the city submerged in chaos. Old Not Kim frowned, annoyed. What kind of crazy scene is this? Ein-sun stood behind him, quickly speaking. Master, within an hour we must find allied troops and resolve this chaos. In-kim stared into the distance, then replied. Yeah, the situation is worse than we expected. Suddenly his eyes widened. He shouted. Everyone, let us move into the fire dragon gang. No sooner had he spoken than countless people appeared from nowhere, hearing the loud noise outside. A man anxiously called out to everyone. The gang leader was from the Nangamai sect. The young man's voice rang out. Their sect leader personally leads the group here. The gang leader ran up worriedly. Auntie, the Nangamai sect leader is coming in person. He silently worried. If this keeps up, we will be at a disadvantage. A few rays of light shone through the small door crack. The door suddenly burst open, and a towering figure stood there. The gang leader trembled and gasped. You woman. Ni-kim slowly stepped forward, his voice tinged with anger. You have got some nerve to speak to me like that. Bo stood there, teeth clenched, threatening. You better take your troops and leave. This is an internal matter between the Fire Dragon gang and the Than Min gang. Net Kim waved dismissively. Everyone knows how things stand between Nangamai and Than Min now, and yet Bo still clings to such foolish thinking. Bo hesitated. Who says that? It is just. Net Kim cut him off sharply. Shut up. Then angrily charged forward. Ni-kim swung his sword down at Bo. Bo blocked the strike with his sword, thinking, I expected this, but she is stronger than I thought. Bo was forced back, thinking, her martial arts are terrifying. Net Kim did not stop, continuing the attack. A bright flash struck the forest. Bo spat out a mouthful of blood. Defeated, the ground around him had sunk into a large crater. Nut Kim pressed the attack without pause. He said coldly, it is, as his sword flew powerfully forward. Suddenly someone appeared, blocking the sword. Net Kim's face twisted with anger, teeth clenched tight. Net Kim nodded his head. Long time no see. then called the man's name. Wrong Jinan. Jinan stood there, staring at Nut Kim, replying, "Running into you is actually kind of fun." Nit Kim stepped closer. "Is that? I am not so happy about it." Jinan smiled. "Don't be silent. I have waited 7 years for that person. How could I not be happy?" Nit Kim frowned. 7 years ago. If you had not refused the plan to eliminate the Angami sect, maybe we would have met sooner. Nut Kim was suspicious. "What is with this aura?" Nut Kim looked at Jinan and said, "Lately, I have realized many new things I would never experience before." Jinan sneered. "Realizations? Learn something new." Nut Kim smiled wickedly. "I can even appreciate the profound mastery of your Than martial arts sect." With a proud tone. "I was proud when I learned about your martial arts, but I did not expect it to emit such a dark energy." Jinan angrily spoke up. "Do not judge others by your own standards. Than is far greater than your Angami sect." Nit Kim sneered at Jinan. "So powerful, yet you have been toyed with by an assassin all this time." Jinan corrected him. Confused. "Assassin? What are you talking about? What do you mean assassin?" Nut Kim slowly stepped forward and explained. "The assassin you dealt with in the territory back then is still alive." Jinan suddenly asked. "Have you confirmed his body?" Nut Kim laughed maliciously. "The body." Hearing Nut Kim's answer, Jinan got angry. "What did you say? You did not check. That is why this mess happened." Black asked further. "Is it true he is still alive?" Nit Kim calmly replied. "He killed the young sect leader of the Thunder Sound sect. The cause of this crisis. He killed our Ding Hawa, hiding among your ranks." Jinan widened his eyes. "So we have been toyed with by an assassin?" Nit Kim answered. "Yep. So you and I should settle this after we catch him. The situation is tense enough now," Jinan said firmly. "I refuse." He stood there silently. Suddenly he spoke. "The real villain is right in front of me. How can I miss this golden opportunity?" Holding a large sword, Jinan slowly walked forward, saying, "The Than 7 swords will help the Fire Dragon gang drive out these mixed Angami scum." Behind him, a group of people suddenly charged forward, ready to fight. Nit Kim saw this and calmly said, "So these are the Than Taoists," he said. "Never drink fresh wine. Always prefer the penalty wine." Jinan, full of fighting spirit, stepped closer. "Pay for your crimes, you faking Angami bastard." The two locked eyes and both jumped forward. The ground cracked beneath them as they charged at each other. Two powerful forces collided at the same time. Elsewhere, a man was running through the forest. Behind him came loud shouts. "Stop! You demon!" He stopped in front of a bright light. It was the divine Jade. He stared intently at the light. He gave a sinister smile. "So you have arrived." At 49. The night sky had turned red. Faint lights flickered on the sturdy city walls. From afar, horse hooves thundered fiercely. Suddenly, a man in a black sleeveless shirt surged ahead. With wind-like speed, he quickly put distance between himself and the others. Jiang Mu, riding his horse, raised his eyebrows. No matter how fast he rides, he can't catch up. His face twisted with rage, clenching his fists. Can't he believe it? Could he have used internal energy to boost his speed? Suddenly, memories of his past flashed back. Recalling that cold gaze in the face of a man, remembering Sang Yu's smiling face, he silently fumed. How dare he kill a Taoist master he regarded as a mentor? Fueled by anger, he grabbed his weapon and shouted orders. "Everyone attack." Hearing this, all the soldiers enthusiastically responded, moving into attack formation. And so everyone targeted the man in the black sleeveless shirt. Seeming to sense their plan, the man hesitated. The next moment, he immediately flew backward, making Jiang Mu shout in alarm. "What?" He is retreating toward the spear tree, a fleeing man still charging forward. Suddenly, the man in black vanished. Seeing this strange scene, a panicked soldier shouted. He disappeared again. Where is he now? The black cloak flickered past. Then the man suddenly leapt into the air, looming over them. Tai glanced back. The soldier's eyes went wide in shock. The cloak billowed strangely toward them. As fast as lightning, he unleashed a wide attack, instantly taking down countless soldiers below. After the strike, the man in black lightly landed on a warhorse's back, leaving behind countless soldiers defeated and unable to react. Witnessing this horrifying scene, Jiang Mu could not help but glare in anger. Tro. The guy in the black vest laughed as he threw off his hat and cloak. Immediately a fierce aura swirled around him, forming the shape of a silver snake. His eyes were full of danger, staring intently at him. At this moment, the entire city wall was engulfed in flames, with massive explosions erupting violently. The scene was desolate. Warhorses lay fallen all over the ground. Along with that, the soldiers were quickly defeated, lying motionless in pools of blood. Now, the guy in the black vest was surrounded by countless soldiers with no escape. Jiang Mu's eyes turned cold and deadly as he stared, then raised his brow and spoke. "This guy will definitely die by my hand." It turned out to be Bioan, who replied with a cold expression. "I do not understand." Hearing that answer, Jiang Mu immediately asked back irritably. "What? Not all?" Bioan said with a cold glance. then calmly added, "You all live like that." Biogun stood calmly before them and sneered. "This is the underworld. You guys, Vanthan sect. Inga my sect, they are all killers who take lives to survive. How are you any different from me?" Moments later, the flames grew fiercer. Swallowing everything. Looking at the scene, he continued, "Vanthan sect and Nigo my sect have killed countless people for their reputation." Then Biogun looked toward Jiang Mu and the surrounding soldiers and asked back, "And you guys? Those wanderers maintaining your large scale. You have probably killed 10 times more than them. Right?" Before he finished, the soldiers behind prepared to attack, but Biogun lowered his head in frustration and stated firmly, "I am just making things easier." Moments later, he raised his face, eyes wild and bloodshot, and countless lightning strikes fell, instantly taking them down. Biogun was indifferent. "Isn't he this scene caused by your own ambition?" Seeing that, Jiang Mu's face twitched with anger. Glaring fiercely, "You have lost your mind." Not paying much attention to him, Biogun released even stronger energy, radiating fiercely around. Seeing this, Jiang Mu suddenly fell into thought, thinking, "That crystal seems to glow even brighter than before. Could it be that he has transferred his power into it, making it shine?" Suddenly noticing something strange, his eyes lit up cautiously. Why would this assassin reveal his weapon? What is he trying to gain? While thinking, suddenly a bolt of electricity struck behind him, making him shiver. Startled, he turned around in fear. Someone is coming. One is the power of Kuho Master. But is there an even stronger force? How? Staring up at the city wall, Jiang Mu was stunned to see it explode. He thought, Biogun is always a lone wolf. Can't he be on the same side? So whose power is that? At that moment, Yugen's eyes shone brightly as he boldly challenged, "You think you can run, Kuho Master?" Facing him, Kuho Master laughed smugly and taunted, "Run? Do you see me running? Then go ahead and destroy everything in this city." As soon as he finished, the two charged at each other fiercely. Just as they were about to fight, a spear flew through, grabbing both their attention. Seeing that, Eugen paused, a flash of surprise on his face. On the other side, Kuho Master also froze, confused. Then both looked down to see a man in a black vest, his body emitting waves of electricity. They said in unison, "What is that?" Seelan, seeing the scene, was stunned and could not believe her eyes. She murmured, "That person is." Standing calmly under the city wall, Biogun remained silent without a word. Quickly, Kuho Master and Seelan approached to take a closer look. She asked, "Is he someone you know?" Seelan immediately changed her tone, frowning as she said, "He is the assassin." Biogun. Hearing that, Eugen turned in surprise and asked, "Assassin?" Suddenly, Biogun glanced sharply at them. Face darkened instantly, eyes turning cold. So he is still alive after all. From the upper floor, Eugen tensed, generating a powerful aura swirling around him. Shouting, the roar was so loud that the warhorses neighed in pain, and the soldiers covered their ears. Shouting, "My ears!" Without hesitation, Eugen charged down with his terrifying power. Seeing this, Jiang Mu was shocked. Mouth agape, he lunged fiercely at Biogun. But suddenly, he broke into a mysterious smile. Immediately, a white snake appeared, coiling aggressively around him. Biogun's eyes lit up, grinning wickedly as he announced, "Looks like everyone's here." His eyes shone brightly in the dark, flashing a sharp-toothed grin, full of challenge. At dawn, when the sky was still gloomy, the silent space was eerie, the steps intimidating, houses packed tightly, faintly glowing in the hazy sunlight. Biogun, wearing a sleeveless shirt, darted swiftly through the leaves under the cold night. Jiang Mu glared, clenching his lips tightly as he chased after him. Master Kuho and Anson hurried after them, the atmosphere tense and urgent. Eugene's eyes half open. Eugene's face was fierce, his eyes glowing. He shouted loudly, "Stop right there." Anson raised his eyebrows, his face hardening as he suddenly realized something. Anson shouted toward Master Kuho, "If we keep going like this, we will fall into the trap that Biogun set." Master Kuho looked at her angrily and snapped, "Too noisy. Quiet down." The veins on Master Kuho's face bulged, her expression more intense than ever. She clenched her teeth, thinking angrily, "Too noisy." Though she did not show it all. "But I can feel it. That guy has learned some supreme martial art. During the fight there was a moment he dominated me." Her face still fierce as she thought further. "If not for that assassin showing up, he and I would have kept fighting. And not only my life but my honor would have been damaged." Master Kuho and Yun Sun kept running. But she glanced at her father, who was still lost in thought, his face showing no change. A rain of arrows suddenly fell, sharp and deadly, shooting down from the sky at lightning speed. Countless screams from innocent people, arrows piercing their bodies, blood spilling everywhere. A truly tragic scene. Master Kuho stood frozen, shocked by what just happened. It was so fast. In the blink of an eye, dozens, even hundreds, fell. The stench of blood everywhere. Two servants looked horrified, mouths agape, sweat pouring down their temples. Dongthan shouted. The soldiers stopped. Chaos everywhere. Jiangmu dismounted, his face grim and worried as he looked up. If not for that assassin, he and I would have kept fighting. And not only my life but my honor would have been at stake. Before them were dilapidated houses, walls rotten and cracked, withered trees swaying aimlessly in the wind, nails, wood scraps, and house parts scattered all over the ground. A truly desolate scene. Sweat dripped from Jiang Mu's forehead, his face shocked and amazed. This could not be just some ordinary ruins. Everyone gathered before a ruined fortress, like the collapse of a dynasty. Naturally so, An Sun leaned back, watching the scene. Master Kuho stepped forward and said, "Looks like they lured us to Jia Road." One Jin shouted fiercely. "How dare they lure us to such a cursed place? Why do not they just show up already?" Bioan stood on the rooftop, looking down at them. The gloomy dawn light flickered below, cold and sorrowful. One Jin glared at him, hatred clear on his face, his hands clenched tightly into fists. Biogan's face remained calm as he looked at them, his eyes glowing brightly. One Jin ground his teeth and cursed. "You bastard. You jerk." Master Kuho was annoyed. She did not understand what he was planning. Too reckless. "What are you trying to do?" At that moment, Bioan smiled slightly, a mocking smile. He raised his head to look at the lowly ones before him, the air charged with a strange energy. Bioan glared at them, his face unable to hide his joyful grin. He said, "Watch closely." He raised his pale hands, a radiant glow spreading around him. He spoke calmly. "Here it comes." The energy swirled around the space they stood in. The aura prickled their skin. Wind suddenly rose everywhere. "It is my will." In another direction, a man holding a sharp, shiny sword walked toward Bioan. A scoundrel with tightly curled black hair, carrying a huge sword on his shoulder, approached him confidently. Devilish grin. "I will tear your whole family apart." He jumped across the rotten rooftops with his sword. Suddenly, countless blades rushed toward him. He held the knife to block the strike. Still confident, but that smile would not last long. He looked at the blades like they were kids' toys, silently wondering. But the number kept growing, like a rain of knives swiftly flying toward him. Then, somehow, his body stiffened and froze. Only then did he feel fear and panic. "Why am I frozen like this?" He tried his best to dodge the knives with the sword in his hand, swinging wildly around him, but overwhelmed by numbers. One blade stabbed straight into his thigh, blood gushing out, making him flinch. The moment he let his guard down, countless other blades stabbed him from all sides, piercing him everywhere. Only then did he realize it. But it was too late. The endless blades kept stabbing continuously, the smell of fresh blood spreading, his blood flowing all over his body, and he screamed in pain. With one strike, he collapsed to the ground, his sword falling from his hand as the onlookers watched, seeing him fall. Blood streaming, the two girls stepped back in fear, their faces drained of color. Trembling, just a few steps and he could hover in the air like that. That is definitely a stepping stone. Bioan smiled at the people below, thinking to himself, "They have no idea what hidden weapons or poisons are here." A servant spoke up, trembling with fear. "A knives. And here of all places." His legs trembling, he whispered, "Are we supposed to catch him here?" Everyone looked at her. She stepped back scared, still shaking. "As long as it is not the exit path, anywhere else is fine." An Sun raised his hand, worried, looking at her. "Wait." Suddenly, countless arrows shot from the sky, swarming like snakes attacking their prey. They struck the servant girl's forehead and neck, her face still pale. Blood sprayed, staining her collar red and splattering everywhere. She fell dead on the spot, followed by others. Those arrows flew fast like venomous snakes, swallowing their prey. Many people fell. The stench of blood a grim reminder, and the first challenge. Chaos erupted. They dodged to survive. The men shouted seeing their teammates fall. "Dodge. Quick." Ein Sun shouted to calm everyone. "Stay calm. If you move recklessly here." But no one listened. Everyone ran wildly, screams and falls happening nonstop. "Help. Help me." The limbs of those people emitted a thick white mist. Everyone's limbs went numb. The white mist spread. Then they collapsed, turning purple as if a death sentence had fallen on all standing there. They clutched their necks, collapsed, foaming at the mouth. Screams faded, replaced by cold thuds that sent chills down spines. The cries for help grew weaker, tears and misery flowing, veins bulging on their necks. The pleas slowly died out, the last desperate words. "Help me." Amid smoke and darkness, Tiny glowing eyes appeared, a writhing swarm of horned snakes looking terrifying, made sounds that gave goosebumps. Snakes. That bastard knows how to summon them. Weak cries echoed everywhere. But no magic came to save them. Help! Madame Kuho stood still, as if calculating something. Everything happened too fast. But she did not flinch once. Then she issued a challenge, her face fierce, smiling wide despite the wrinkles. Clearly excited, her eyes blazing. Come down now. I will tear that pale-skinned bastard's throat out to satisfy myself. After her declaration, Bioan remained still on the rooftop, his cloak covering nearly his entire body like a shadow. His lips twitched in a slight smile. The air around him was not filled with deadly intent like a hunting snake. Just calm. Then his face appeared again, still smiling with that dangerous look, as if mocking someone who overestimates themselves. Promising to hand him over to death's embrace. The final round is mine. Chapter 51. Night slowly fell over the small town. The atmosphere was unusually gloomy. Eugene stood stiffly in a corner with lifeless eyes, as if waiting for something. He had just knocked out the last soldier, radiating a heavy killing intent. Suddenly, Eugene's eyes seemed to blaze as he saw the snake lying on the floor, burning with rage. He caused a massive explosion that made everything around the bed seem to blow apart. Eugene gritted his teeth, speechless, looking up at the distant machine. Roar out, you are the one who destroyed my Than's wings, and you will pay with your life. Bioan, just as fierce, arrogantly shot back. Pay with my life. Didn't I already pay that price 7 years ago? Eugene's eyes blazed with anger, and he was so furious he could not even speak. Bioan was not afraid of that fierce glare at all. On the contrary, he calmly continued. In this rotten world, no price is higher than the one I have already paid. His eyes shone brightly as he slowly said, I still have to pay. Do not. Suddenly, the air went silent, with only the wind howling through the small valley. After speaking, Bioan vanished instantly in a flash of blue light. Then he dashed toward Eugene so fast that he froze, unable to react. Eugene angrily glanced around, and when he could not find him, he snapped. You are bold. Still, he stayed ready, gripping his weapon tightly with both hands. Bioan flew straight at him before Eugene could react. Eugene clenched his teeth, his eyes seeming to burn with fire. Luckily, Eugene quickly regained his composure and used his technique to block Biogan's strike. Two beams of light clashing head-on. Biogan's robe tore apart from the impact. Beneath the robe was a young man with long platinum hair. Seeing him, Eugene had to admit he would changed a lot, but those eyes. Bioan lifted his bloodshot eyes to Eugene and replied, You have changed too. But those eyes are still the same. Then he stood still, staring intently at his opponent. Eugene raised his weapon, furious. Enough messing around. Now I'm serious. He swung the Venom sword in a swift, decisive strike toward Bioan. Biogan's eyes showed no fear, just a strangely calm glow. He waited until the attacks came at him, then smoothly dodged them. Then he charged back at full speed. Behind Bioan, thousands of faint lights flickered in the pitch-black night. As he stopped, those lights began their task, flying one by one toward Eugene. Eugene was caught off guard and could not dodge. Taking Biogan's full strike, he quickly raised his weapon to shield himself and smirked mockingly. Not bad. No more assassin's act. Biogan did not reply, just kept firing light beams at him. Eugene blocked them with his weapon. Unharmed, he thought to himself. 7 years is a long time. But how can his martial arts compare to the famous masters of Sichuan with just those moves? What a joke. Watching Biogan fight happily, he thought further. It has been a while since my competitive spirit felt this alive. Biogan's eyes flashed as he unleashed deadly light beams, and Eugene's mind raced, recalling how he would spent 7 years in darkness. Flicker of feverish excitement suddenly appeared in his eyes. Eugene saw that Biogan looked just like the passionate boy he once was. Still that same fiery young man from years ago. He closed his eyes, exhausted, trying to calm himself. When he opened them, Eugene said cold. All right then. His whole body felt like it was standing on burning coals, his chest swelling with battle spirit. Biogan remained calm and indifferent toward him, showing no fear in this situation. Suddenly, countless lightning bolts appeared from the sky out of nowhere. The sky, once pitch black, now glowed a deep crimson. The weapon in Eugene's hand seemed to catch fire. It was engulfed in flames created by the lightning bolts. Eugene, full of fierce determination, challenged. Let us see if you can dodge this. Then he threw all his strength into a strike forward, causing a massive explosion. Everything around was blasted apart. The force was so strong it swept Biogan away in the wind. Could not hide the terror in his blazing red eyes. Suddenly, a blazing red light advanced steadily toward Biogan. That look flickered with a shock it had never known before. Another huge explosion went off, turning everything around into rubble. The one who caused the blast, Eugene, was still calmly thinking. This feeling, if you survive the 13 worlds of Than Van, you can just come out unscathed. You have to come out stronger. Biogan was actually spewing out a stream of red liquid at this moment, but that was nothing compared to someone like Biogan. Looking closer, he was pinching Eugene's injured nose tightly with 2 fingers. The man was so shocked he was almost speechless. Eugene asked thickly, What? What do you mean? Biogon's 2 fingers kept squeezing the injured nose. Those hands seemed to emit a powerful beam of light. Biogon's whole body radiated a fierce aura. He poured all his energy into those 2 fingers. Suddenly, water stains slowly appeared on Eugene's injury. Biogon's mouth was covered in red liquid, but his eyes still held an unbreakable determination. Then he used a secret demon-slaying technique to shatter the injury. Fragments flew out amid Eugene's terrified, panicked eyes as the shards fell to the ground. The fight finally reached its true conclusion. Eugene looked at his hand, feverish and confused. The sword passed down from master to master after thousands of battles. Never a scratch. How could this happen? He seemed to lose his mind, lunging at Biogon and shouting, "How could you do this to it?" Suddenly, an arrow pierced from behind, making him spit out red liquid. Biogon looked up in surprise to see who it was. Eugene caught up red liquid and slowly collapsed. Straining to look up, he angrily called out, "Kuho! Master Tay." Both Eugene and Biogon were stunned by her words. "You have worked hard. A blind master. Now let me handle that guy." F52, with a grim face full of wariness. "Kuho! Master Tay." Kuho held her staff proudly and looked down. "A blind master. You are done for." Then she unleashed her power with a roar. "Let me deal with that guy." A drop of blood fell on the stone floor as Kuho's staff pierced through blind master, who was caught off guard. He turned weakly and sneered, attacking from behind like a coward. Kuho, still smug like a petty villain, said, "So what if it is a sneak attack? Isn't he winning the top priority in this world of martial arts?" She kept rambling on with her reasoning, blaming herself for not being able to prevent it. Blind master spat back weakly. "You call yourself a person, yet you are the head disciple of Ungamai." In the heat of the fierce fight, blind master shouted, "Aren't you ashamed to be seen like this?" Hearing that, Seelin and Lymin both turned around surprised, but Kuho paid no mind to blind master's words and proudly declared something that shocked everyone. "The only thing people will see is the glorious victory of my Engamai. The last one standing will rule all of Sichuan." Her face revealed more and more of her cruel, threatening nature. "As for everything else, let it all go to the other side." Blind master took a deep breath to gather strength, then shouted loudly, like a wild beast with broken claws. He roared fiercely. What would come next? Blind master declared. Engamai will eventually fall on opposite sides. Blind master yelled at Kuho. "Because of you." But Kuho probably did not hear a word. She gathered her energy and said, "You have said enough." She dashed at blind master like a spear, quickly pulling out her staff and stabbing deep into him. "You should be worried about Than and your people." Blind master saw blood-stained Kuho's staff red. She turned and smiled. "Because Engamai will last forever." She shouted and poured her power into the staff, thrusting it toward blind master. Than is missing a few strong pillars like blind master, and you will all collapse miserably." Thunder cracked across the sky. Blind master collapsed, leaving a dent in the ground. 2 distant disciples shouted loudly, "Master!" They helplessly wondered, "Damn it. How could this be?" At that moment, as if sensing something, Kuho turned around. Behind her appeared another person, and a wary look flashed in her eyes. Kuho looked at the person in front of her, feeling somewhat grateful. Even though that person had shaken their sect, they also gave us a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Biogun with white hair stood there silently. Without waiting any longer, Kuho began channeling her power into the Than Indi, causing the ground beneath her feet to crack. Kuho laughed fiercely and declared, "I will make you feel pain you will never forget, even in death." Everyone around was pushed back by Kuho's power, but Biogun stood firm like a rock. He said coldly, "If it were not for your ambition, I could have lived a peaceful life wandering the world." His eyes held nostalgia for what had happened, wishing he could still live that wandering life. That moment of nostalgia quickly vanished, his expression returning to usual indifference. "Your ambition turned me into a cold-blooded assassin." Thin golden threads appeared around Biogun. Moving with his every step with insane speed, he dashed toward Kuho. "Look closely. I am the terrible monster you created." The dizzying speed made Kuho, who was confident, turn pale. The thread struck her staff, producing a dazzling light. Biogun's eyes showed no extra emotion. "See how far I have come." Their eyes, sharp and focused, met as both prepared for a fierce clash. In a brief moment, Biogun took the lead, leaping down toward Kuho. Kuho quickly raised her staff to block the blinding light from their collision. The scene made Ansun standing nearby, anxious. The master only saw Kuho's deep smile behind the dust. She charged again. That is not enough. Kuho unleashed the golden light chaos strike at Biogun. Though seriously injured, with a loud explosion, Biogun stepped out of the thick smoke, starting his finishing move. Kuho did not hold back and counterattack. Biogun's golden threads were thrown into the air as Kuho rushed at him with her staff. After the move, she looked up with a mocking smile. "Is that all you have got?" But Biogun was still intact. He stood somewhere else as a group of his thin golden threads dug deep into the ground. Take a closer look. Only then did Kuho realize her feet had been wrapped by golden threads without her noticing. With a snap, Biogun pulled the golden threads tight. Kuho was dragged along, Panicking, she gasped. What is this? Bioan suddenly appeared right in front of her, his hand striking swiftly, dark and fierce. A black aura surrounded him. The dark energy boosted his physical strength while his mind sped up. The strike was so fast it hit Kuho hard, making her stagger. I do not see your advantage. That blow landed, leaving her covered in blood. Thanks to that, his speed could rival the speed of sound. Kuho's eyes rolled back as she spat out a mouthful of blood. After the move ended, the dark aura withdrew. Bioan returned to his previous calm stance. He stood there, watching her struggle on the ground. An-sun shouted anxiously, Master. Kuho is badly beaten but still trying to get up. Inside, she was terrified beyond words. What the hell is going on? Her mind was in chaos. What did he just do? Why could not I see his attack clearly? And this is just the first move. Kuho was unwilling. Isn't he that blind guy inside the lucky one? She looked at Bioan, who had become so strong right before her eyes. What kind of monster is this? The more she thought, the more unfair it felt. At this rate, I will end up just like that blind guy. Kuho used all her strength to call for backup. CO1, the leader of the hack van group. She looked toward Bioan. You are still standing there frozen. Hurry up and take him down. The two named also tensed up. Damn. They are planning to gang up 3 against 1. She looked on but did not make any move. That is terrifying. You see through all of Kuho's nasty tricks. She is willing to sacrifice 2 lives just to save herself. After saying that, you rushed forward to act. Sensei can't let this chance slip away now. One by one, you broke through those blocking Kuho, who was already collapsing. But those guys were not easy to take down. They charged back to counterattack. Jiang Mu thought a one-sided attack would settle things smoothly. What a reckless, shallow guy. But when he realized it, the golden hooks were already flying toward him. One pierced straight through Jiang Mu's body. After the impact, he just lay there, collapsed in a pool of blood. Bioan kept advancing. An-sun stepped up to block you, telling you to stop immediately. But some things can be solved with words alone. She saw she could not stop you, so she unleashed a second move. Did not I tell you to stop? None of it could even scratch Bioan. You easily got past An-sun. That left her stunned. He did not even bother to fight back, just slid past her like that. She turned to look back. How could Bioan be standing there while Kuho was kneeling on the ground? His face was dark and terrifying. Kuho was both nursing her wounds and trembling in fear. The look in her eyes was like facing a demon. An-sun, far away, could only scream in despair. No way. You wrapped a move around the two of them. Kuho was terrified as she looked at her hands. Those hands seemed covered with thousands of black snakes, making her utterly terrified. She screamed in rage. You damn bastard. If it were not for you, all of Sichuan would already be in my hands. Just then, the white snake lunged forward, aiming at her throat with a deadly strike. Watching her slowly collapse to the ground, Bioan silently wondered, was that all she wanted to say in the end? You looked at her lying there like she was dirt. Now, it's the time for you to get out of my life. Move 54. You looked down from above. Now get out of my life. Your eyes glowed with a strange light. The two behind you were shocked by the scene before them. The Modung sect members inside were watching. Even their master could not believe it. Those still fighting each other all stopped, mouths agape in surprise. That scene left the villain triumphant. Now just a corpse lying in a pool of blood. Her disciples cried, looking this way. How could this happen? Master. Everyone was stunned. The Huatha sect leader was taken down in an instant. Is he even human anymore? Looking at him, I feel pain deep inside. Whispers kept spreading. He really is the Grim Reaper. Your reasoning silenced all those whispers instantly. They were terrified of your power. Unbelievable. How could we ever catch him? A venomous look from you scared a girl so much she cried and ran away trembling. That scene made An-sun reflect. He was wrong. She remembered your eyes and the image of the white snake wrapped around you. We were all overwhelmed by him. Underestimating him was the perfect opportunity for an assassin like him. Those terrifying red eyes looking down were truly frightening. He already killed both the leader of Ngami and Than Than. Control over Sichuan almost completely in his hands. She struggled to think, what should I do now? Clutching the sword tightly, she wondered where Ngami would go now. At least the master has already. Bio turned back to look at her. Words stuck in his throat. Suddenly, a terrifying roar cut through An-sun's words. Everyone turned to look in that direction. Muzhong's whole body radiated power, like he was pushing himself further, making everyone nervous. Muzhong, the true master. The disciple next to him asked tensely, Master, are you okay? Everyone witnessing this can't help but talk. When that anger flared up, someone blurted out that it must be demonic energy. No doubt about it. Then Togen guessed. Could it be that when Muzhong wiped it off, that guy just barely recovered in time? The elder of Than City has learned dark magic. Mood revealed himself. The attack moves have already changed. Each strike is thrown, then carefully dodged. You see that? Looks just like me. Muzhong's disciples behind him are shocked. Stop it, Master. But at this moment, Muzhong's mind was clouded by demonic energy. Screaming out, Oguan did not attack. He just kept dodging the blows, thinking to himself, much faster than before, no openings in his movements. Is it because he is fully adapted to the dark magic? You squint your eyes, studying Muzhong's current state carefully, but still, Muzhong is crazed, his eyes no longer showing any mercy. Now Pyogon uses golden ropes. Lunging toward the opponent, you smirk and pull the ropes back. Muzhong's whole body is like a pig basket, tightly wrapped and dangling. He shouts, You bastard. and with one strong effort breaks your ropes. But he is also seriously injured. Mujong gradually weakens and falls hard to the ground. Someone approaches at this moment. Mujong. Senior brother. A hand reaches out, stopping your step. A large man stands between Pao Gun and the collapsing Mo Dung. That is Muho. Rank 55. Standing firm in a desolate place ahead. Muho furrows his brow. Silent. Suddenly, he startles and glances behind him, seeing a familiar person lying at his feet. He panics. Mujong. Senior brother. Muho's face is full of worry as he lifts the elder up. The elder's eyes are just white membranes now. His face looks lifeless. Ding. Muho asks in panic, "How do you know dark magic?" Du really does not know. Saying this, he clenches his teeth and closes his eyes tightly. Mujong gently pulls out some needles. Everything. Then the elder places his hand on the path. It is all for our Than Than. After finishing, the elder's eyes begin to fade. Mujong finally passes away. The elder's hand drops limply to the ground. Muho's horrified face. Can he believe the truth before him? Only 2 people remain in the scene. The moment a person is lost, along with their words. Senior brother. You were really foolish. He looks calmly at Mujong lying there. You did that for the sake of honor. You lost our Than Than. The image begins to fade, showing the ruined buildings nearby. The image freezes on those who failed in the battle, including Mujong. The nearby villagers now gather around. Mujong, the master of the Than Than sect, learned dark magic. The 9 Flowers elder of Inga Mai stabbed Than Than in the back. Their eyes are filled with terror, but in the end, they still could not take down that assassin. Bioan stands there, full of confidence. From today, the order of Sichuan will definitely change. The image zooms in on Biogan's beautiful face. That of a man like this. The clear blue sky. Sunlight shining over the entire surrounding scene. Under some building, someone has collapsed and lies there. Biogan silently looks at Muho. He silently turns his head away. His gaze focuses on the one who has passed beneath him. Iwang Sun says nothing, observing the scene before him. Suddenly, someone slowly stepped forward. The man in white looked at you and greeted. Bio. Hero. That is. She bowed her head and clasped her hands. If the hero allows, we from Nengamai would like to take Trontraimpamen's body back to Engamai Mountain. A woman suddenly looked up, her eyes filled with tears. Impossible. We can negotiate with the one who killed Trentu Imenen. Immediately, her eyes flashed as she glanced behind her. Seeing such a fierce look, the woman fell silent. Finally, Iwang Sun turned his head away without looking. She furrowed her brow, thinking to herself, right now, revenge is not the priority anymore. Survival must come first. Pyogon's face was expressionless. He said nothing but let out a soft sigh. Then he stood up, looked at you, and said, we also want to take senior brother's body and then withdraw. He bowed his head and clasped his hands to you. We sincerely hope you agree. Seeing this scene, everyone was confused and thoughtful. The heads of Ingamai and Than Thun both humbled themselves and bowed deeply. If the battle continues, both factions will find it very hard to recover their strength. Then they all glanced at you anxiously, wondering if the assassin would agree. Pyogon's eyes glowed softly like a ruby. Immediately, Mama's face turned into a terrifying expression. If after I let you go, you dare to rekindle the flames of revenge, do not blame me. Ein Sun bowed respectfully and said, I swear on my honor, Ingamai will absolutely not seek revenge on Hero Pyo. Maho also bowed. Than Thun does not want more bloodshed either, so we hope to end this grudge here. I will make sure the hero trusts me. Actions will prove everything. Then Maho said, we won't break our promise. You remained silent, seemingly deep in thought. Pyogon said nothing and looked them. Then you gently raised your head and looked to one side. Your eyes were bright red like a shining gem. A voice echoed from the high sky. If that is the case, I will take a step back. The scene shifted back to the ruined courtyard. Zero's voice echoed everywhere. After this event, Sichuan fell into chaos. Both Nengamai and Than Thun stopped fighting for power. Other sects also enforced lockdowns, focusing on repairing the damage. After the battle, many suffered heavy losses. The shadow of you slowly walked forward. The scene returned to Pyogon. Yet, no one dared to dream of avenging the deadly Pyogon. Somewhere, the light in the sky still shone brightly as usual. On a rift, a boat was drifting. The water gently rocked the boat, and a cool breeze softly blew. On the riverbank, someone raised their hand and called out, brother. The younger brother is here. A young man waved and smiled brightly. Pyogon heard the call and turned to look. Seeing who it was, he turned back and lay down again. However, as time passed, Sichuan began to change again. The scene changed. Someone sitting at a desk asked, Auntie. Sichuan was shaken by an assassin. That person stood up gently and said, Senjata must go directly to Chengdu. The person's face was hidden behind a curtain. The scene shifted to the sunlight. 2 people stood on a cliff chatting softly. One said, soon we will be in Chengdu. Really looking forward to it. The other replied, yep. Uncle, what will the future hold for the martial world of Sichuan province? On the street, voices and door noises buzzed. An old merchant was enthusiastically advertising his shop, saying that since the renovation, everything is half off. A shop assistant also eagerly invited customers. We are back in business. A young merchant saw a newcomer passing by and greeted him. Here's the good stuff, sir. But you did not straighten it out, and just walked through the crowd of Sen with the sound of knives. Please. Esteemed guests, feel free to visit. Welcome. Welcome. Then he stepped into an inn. As he opened the door, an employee was coming out. The female employee smiled politely and greeted. Welcome. Honored guest. How may I assist you today? He immediately made a request that made the employee slightly stiffen. I want to see the innkeeper, she stammered in reply. If there is no appointment, it might be difficult to meet the innkeeper. Hearing that, he was briefly surprised. Then he smiled and gently raised his hand. How about this? His hand touched her hair. Right after, a badge appeared in his hand, astonishing the employee. Seeing it, she quickly bowed and said, Supervisor. Supervisor of the team. So he was the supervisor of the Hong Hu Tan team. He told her to keep quiet. Quiet now. No need to shout like that. Quick. Call the innkeeper here. Also, bring me all the recent reports on the movements around Chengdu. The employee hurried off immediately. Understood. Understood. Meanwhile, he stood waiting in the lobby, deep in thought. Flashes of insight lit up his eyes. Hu Tan recalled the Osan case. The death of Fan Da, the Sichuan leader. Could it be connected to the assassin who caused chaos in Sichuan? Outside on the street, people were still strolling and shopping. Suddenly, there was a loud crash of something falling. People nearby quickly moved away in fear. A burly man was angrily taking off his coat. You guys dare sell me this junk? The man sneered as he sat down on the ground. His anger grew stronger. You look down on me just because I am hunched over. Do not you? The seller who had fallen quickly knelt and said, That is not true. How could that be? The man clenched the necklace tightly. You want 3 taels of silver for this? The seller was scared. He hurried to explain clearly. This necklace is base price plus labor is already high. 3 taels is already very cheap. The man bargained. Too noisy. 1 tael. Only 1. The seller quickly bowed his head. That is really tough for me. The man threatened again. So you absolutely refuse to lower the price for me? The seller was scared but could not meet his demand. I just reopened my business. Please. Sir. Understand, you damn bastard. The man silently stared at the seller still kneeling on the ground. He angrily gritted his teeth. You damn bastard. Suddenly, someone approached, cutting him off. Hey. Stop. The newcomer knew the man well. Takungada, famous across the land. What is going on here making such a scene? Sir. Please do not make things difficult for this man. The newcomer sneered. If you are short on money, I can pay for you. The man was furious and speechless. Sir. Finally, the man asked, Are you the shadowless monk Liu Shenfeng? Why are you here? That man was indeed the shadowless monk Liu Shenfeng. The person behind him was like Xiaoa. He smiled broadly. I was traveling with a lady, ended up drifting to this place. Then he turned to introduce the man to Xiaoha. This is the hero Wu Jingwei, nicknamed Taikungada, a famous figure in the southern Jiangyu region of Chenghunan. Now, hurry up and ask your questions. She politely bowed. Greetings, hero. Then he turned back to size up the man. Let us see now. Then he put on a heroic act. If the hero really wants that bracelet that badly, I will pay for it instead of you. Hearing that, the guy got even angrier. He threw the bracelet back to the seller. Forget it. I am not a beggar. He cursed as he walked away. Damn it. What the hell are you people? Then Feng silently calculated. If the IDS-10 has already arrived here, then the other fighters from the 7-star gang will come soon too. Thinking about that made him even more troubled. Wherever the 7-star gang is, trouble is bound to start there. Things are getting more complicated. Then the two of them left together, in a peaceful place. By a rift, Bioan sat quietly on a log. The water stirred slightly. Ripples appeared on the surface. A fish was pulled up from the water by him. Soon after, it was in his hand. From the forest behind, a flock of birds flew away. Their noise made him glance up slightly. A gentle look flashed in his eyes. Finally, he released the fish back into the river. He stood on the shore silently watching it swim away. He turned his back and walked into the forest. Outside, peace still reigned. Beautiful. Chapter 57. It was still a beautiful, ordinary day. Bioan was leisurely enjoying his meal. Hu Tan walked in and immediately saw him. At that moment, Hu Tan spoke up. You are Bioan. Right. Bioan did not hesitate to admit it. That is. Hu Tan chatted very naturally for someone they just met. You look way better in person than the rumors say. Just look at that face. Bioan replied coldly. If you are here to talk nonsense, then get lost. Hu Tan smoothly pulled out a chair, wanting to sit down. Excuse me. This is so sudden I forgot to say hello. I went through a lot of trouble just to meet you. Young Master Bioan. Hu Tan introduced himself. I am Hong Yuezhen. Biogan's expression was indifferent. Hong Yuezhen. I have never heard that name before. Hu Tan was not surprised. Well, of course. This is the first time I have revealed my identity to someone outside the Henaguman. Bioan slowly raised his chopsticks, eating as he asked. Why did the Heguman come looking for me? Hu Tan looked puzzled. You really do not know. Then you are asking. Hu Tan got straight to the point. Then I won beat around the bush. Did you kill the Huoman Captain Ozen Qiang? Bioan frankly confirmed. Yep. That was me. I am the one who killed that Haguman guy. Hu Tan's face darkened with murderous intent. No longer polite like before. Hu Tan was curious. Why did you kill him? Bioan explained. Because he collected and sold my information. Hearing that, Hu Tan was confused. Just for that reason. Don't you know what the Haguman is like? Hu Tan thought about the Habanguman members and wondered. Do you think you can live outside their reach? He threatened. The moment I give the order, Every Hengumun agent in the city will try to kill you. Just as he finished eating, Biogun put down his chopsticks and replied sadly, so what? Biogun's eyes showed no fear at all, because the first person to die will be the one. Next will be the leader of the 5 gates. Hu-tan burst out laughing. Hu-tan was deep in thought. Should I take him out right here? Biogun seemed to have fully understood the other's attitude. The two locked eyes in a tense stare down. Just a second later, a cut appeared on Ho-tan's face. Biogun warned, "Don't show your killing intent in front of me." He reminded him, "I am pretty sensitive about that." Hu-tan was so shocked by the scene he was left speechless. Biogun stood up and spoke, "I do not care what the 5 gates are. It is none of my business." He turned his face to threaten. "But remember one thing, if you guys keep bothering me, I will take all your lives." Meanwhile, down on the street, the craftsman worked with all his might. The sound of metal echoed through the air. The man with a ponytail wiped his sweat with difficulty. Biogun stood outside the door and asked, "So many commissions lately?" The man with a ponytail said happily, "They are here already." Biogun shone under the sunlight. "I did not want to disturb you since you seemed so focused." Biogun looked around and complimented. "These pieces look good," the man with a ponytail explained. "Lately, I have been getting a lot of orders." The man with a ponytail still smiled despite looking tired. "Thanks, brother. Without you, I would not be able to keep this workshop running." Then the man with a ponytail asked, "What brings you here? Did the spirit seal break?" Biogun denied, "I want to place an order." He gestured with his hand. "I need armor to protect my arm." The man with a ponytail looked puzzled. "Armor?" Then he thought to himself, "Armor seems pretty simple." But the man with a ponytail still pondered for a moment. Finally, he replied cheerfully, "Got it. I will make something light but strong." The man with a ponytail guessed, "It will probably take 5 days. Come back then." Biogun was grateful. "Thanks, man. Soon." Night fell. The man with a ponytail stepped into his warehouse. He whispered, "Let us." The man with a ponytail could not help but feel worried. "Brother Biogun is looking for armor. I have never seen him wear protective gear in battle. Could a big fight be coming?" Thinking that, the man with a ponytail rummaged through the shelves. Then he happily picked up an item. Perfect. Still some good stuff here. But something else caught his attention. The man's face turned serious. "Someone's here." The man with a ponytail threw aside a leather sack. "Who is there?" A child appeared before him. The man with a ponytail was stunned. The man with a ponytail wondered in confusion. "Who's this kid?" Chap 58. The man with a ponytail gently pushed the door. He set down a bowl of porridge. The man with a ponytail said, "I left this here for you. Eat whenever you want." Still no one answers. The man with the ponytail wonders. It has been several days already. He speaks up, "I do not care who you are or how you got here. Don't stay hungry. Eat quickly." Finally, the man with the ponytail leaves. "I have to be out until late today. I will bring you something good when I get back." The door closes, leaving only a faint light. A slow figure appears in the corner of the room. Udison, trembling with fear. Cut to a certain place. A man enjoying nature hears a call. The man with the ponytail speaks. "I have brought you what you need. A pair of close-fitting gloves." The man with the ponytail explains. "Since they are forged gloves, they will be very comfortable to move in. Not restrictive at all. If you channel your inner power into them, they can easily block attacks from certain weapons." Bio replies happily, "That is great. You are really good at forging." The man with the ponytail says proudly, "Of course. I put a lot of effort into making these." Suddenly, he remembers something. "That is right." The man with the ponytail puts his hand in his pocket. "Take this." He pulls it out from there. "Just silver." The man with the ponytail explains. "I used leftover materials from forging armor to make this. It is elastic and sturdy, so it will be useful for you." Bio nods. "I will put it to good use." Then the man with the ponytail dries his hands. "That is done. I am heading out." Bio wonders, "Leaving already?" The man with the ponytail laughs and replies, "There is a guest at home. I have to check if they are still there." The man with cat-like eyes looks a bit puzzled. Meanwhile, at the market, Josieli walks through the crowd with a serious face. He asks, "Still have not found them?" Sahayaki Young thinks for a moment, then answers, "I am sure they have entered the capital, but then they disappeared without a trace." Josieli sighs deeply. "This is really frustrating." Sahayaki Young complains, "Entrusting this to the 5 gates is really tough. So annoying." Josieli scolded, "I told you to keep it secret. Those sneaky 5 gates guys can be trusted." The man with the ponytail recognizes that figure. Josieli anxiously asks from behind, "Have the others arrived yet?" Sahayaki Young reassures, "The ironworker guy Da should be here by now." The man with the ponytail wonders, "Should I stop by the market before heading back?" An iron ball drops, shaking the whole area. Everyone is stunned by the sight. Ironworker Nidai speaks each word carefully. Ironworker Nidai is extremely angry. "You damn smartus." Bio just looks at him with contempt. Ironworker Nidai thrashes like a wild animal. "Do you know who I am?" Bio asks. "I have to know who you are first." This only angers Ironworker Gaida more. "Damn brat." Bio stares at Ironworker Ida with those sharp eyes. Ironworker Gaida struggles hard to break free from the chains. "Damn brat." Too greedy. Thiat Kong Gaida charged in with the determination to destroy. By now, the distance between the two was very close. Bio pulled out his weapons, ready to fight. Suddenly, Josoli appeared loudly. "Stop." Thiat Kong and Dai was shaken and forced to stop. Thiat Kong Gaida looked back in frustration. Seiyoki Young spoke up, cutting in, "I will handle this. They are members of the 7-star sect's Bloodflower Demoness." Josoli, the 7-star sect leader, the fiery dragon Seiyoki Young. Thiat Kong Gaida still insisted, "But leader, I have to kill him, Seoki Young seriously reminded him. Thiet Kongda, take a good look ahead. Thiet Kong Guy to calm down and look carefully. Seoki Young warned, if you take one more step, your body will be split into 100 pieces. Bio sighed beside him. Damn frustrating. Seoki Young noticed and replied, I do not know what happened between you two, but this young guy hits hard. Seoki Young's eyes glowed with a threatening light. If you mess with my brothers, my comrades, it is like you are messing with the 7-star sect. If you do not give a good reason, I absolutely won't let you off. Bio just stayed silent, saying nothing. The two faced each other tensely. Seoki Young could not help but speak. Stop it. Hone looked at the young man, not seeing anything clearly. It was Hein who caused the trouble that led to this mess, probably acting recklessly, which made people angry. Thiet Kong Gaida cried out. Seoki Young responded, am I wrong? Thiet Kong Young Gaida was speechless hearing her reasoning. Jo Seolian said, may I ask the young hero's name? Bio answered calmly. Oh. Jo Seolian smiled warmly. That is a great name, young hero. Bio. We will make up for today's incident. Let us both give a little to each other. Bio stayed silent. Bio just walked away, which was enough to make the other side fume on the spot. Jo Seolian easily understood. Not sure what is going on, but the atmosphere in the capital is very gloomy. Jo Seolian glanced meaningfully at his teammates. Until we know the situation, we should not cause any trouble, because we still have a mission to do. Over here, Shinu was eating ravenously. The man with the double chicken hair looked quite pleased watching this. Chap 59. At midnight at Thay Lian Lao, Bio spoke for, I want to learn about the 7-star sect. Facing him was Ho Tan with an indifferent expression. Hu Tan frowned and asked, that place with all the chopping and sizzling. You want to check out that place. But why the 7-star sect? Bio, no reason at all. You want to die. Hu Tan did not back down. I can tell you. He laughed loudly. Useless. Hanungumun headquarter is where I do whatever I want. That is the procedure. Hu Tan's face was serious. But there is one more thing I want to ask. He laughed heartily. If you answer, I will help you. Bio thought for a moment. Then Bio decided to ask away. Hu Tan was excited. I did not expect you to respond so quickly. That is good. I want to ask about your ultimate goal after mastering that powerful martial art. Bio replied calmly. I do not have any goal. Hu Tan was surprised. None at all. Not even the title of the undefeated in Sichuan. Bio explained while reading a book. I only learned martial arts to survive. I lived my life working hard to get revenge. And now, all my grudges have been settled. I have no more attachments in my heart. Bio expressed. Except for reading books, because it is kind of interesting. Ku Han thought to himself. Luckily, someone of this stature does not openly show ambition, though I do not really believe what he says. He was intrigued. Revenge. Ah, that is interesting. Yu Tian concluded. You must be busy too, so I will stop the conversation here for now. His eyes seemed to look right through me. So what are you curious about regarding heartbreak? Bio's attitude showed no goodwill. The reason they came here. Hu Tun agreed to the deal. All right. We will find out why they stayed silent after coming here. Bio ordered. I will stay here for now, so if you find out anything, contact me immediately. Wu Hun's words were very professional. Yep. Leave it to us. Bio returned to the reading room. The main meal was peeling the afternoon snack nearby. The waitress spoke up. Eating fruit while reading. Right. The waitress asked cheerfully. How do you like it? I asked the merchant guild to bring it directly. Suddenly, the waitress started losing consciousness. It was fresh and delicious. Bio was stunned watching this. Bio quickly caught the waitress as she fainted. Bio looked toward the source of the voice. This place sure has a strong natural vibe. Giotto sneered. How can anyone live in a place like this? Bio replied with a leader's tone. Living deep in the forest and mountains makes life more comfortable. Does not it? Suddenly, Giotto burst out laughing. That is true. You think so too? This peaceful life is pure bliss to some people. At that moment, he remembered. But, do you even know who I am? Bio paused. No idea. Giotto was somewhat impressed. You seem pretty calm. Bio guessed. If you had bad intentions, you would have acted already. Giotto grinned widely. Teasing. You are really bold. Why is Mavrong so obsessed with you? Bio stated firmly. You really are from Than Thun. Gianot introduced himself. I am Mavrong's senior uncle. Than Thun's top swordsman. Dadp Chen. Bio asked directly. It seems you did not come here for revenge. Right. Then what is it? Giot explained straightforwardly. But Than Thun has become a ruin now. You know that. Right. Bio was confused. That is not my fault. Giotto asked back. Are you denying what you have done? Bio admitted. I never denied what I did. They did it themselves. Just like Than Thun's reputation. Did I force or coerce anyone? Giotto was left speechless after hearing that. Giotto revealed his true intentions. I came here to kill and restore Than Thun's honor. Seeing the other's annoyed face, Giotto continued. I thought what you did was unforgivable, but I did not sense any evil aura coming from you. In front of Bio, Giotto could feel it. More than that, I even sensed a solid energy radiating from him like stone, calm as ink and strong as thunder. That is not a sign of evil. There is still a deep sense of loyalty inside. Giotto silently admired. Truly, nothing in the world is useless. He smiled and replied. All right. Giotto began to speak in riddles. Than Thun's downfall is partly fate. A sect that can keep its purity 1T last long. It is good to purge all the impurities like now. No need to worry about those growing threats anymore. Bio was a bit surprised. Giotto pleaded. Promise me one thing. Will you? Giotto thought about the current situation. After Than and Nagami, two major powers in Sichuan, fall, many other forces will try to intervene and take their place. If evil forces take control, not just Sichuan but the whole world will be thrown into chaos. Giotto sincerely said. I hope you will stop that from happening. Bio refused. Gio Dofi did not give up hope, hoping you possess a hidden heart of justice, not one of evil. He vanished with the wind after leaving the sentence. Understanding comes from fate. Bio denied the truth. There is no way I have a hidden heart like that. Later, at the place of the man with a ponytail. Excuse me, sir. The name is Nam Sinu. The man with the ponytail was surprised. You. That is quite a name. The man with the ponytail asked again. Where are you from? Good. Sinu answered. The man with the ponytail started to get confused. Are you being chased by someone? Sinu nodded to let it go. At that moment, they stopped talking. Sinu shouted about a group of people in black clothes. Before finishing, a weapon sliced Sinu in half. The assassin smiled smugly. The man with the ponytail watched the scene. Feeling thrilled, Sinu hesitated. Tears in his eyes caused. Accept 60. The man with the ponytail shouted in shock. Sinu. The guests ignored Sinu lying in a pool of syrup. Zamchuftu calmly asked himself, should I capture him alive? They Tangdeng, along with Feng Haitsen. Hurt by Samdit, he muttered sadly. If we bring the assassin here, we will only get half the reward. Didn't he expect Sinu still had some movement? Zamchut was briefly surprised. Suddenly, Sinu's body struggled violently. Sinu screamed pitifully, looking in great pain. Zamchut could not believe his eyes. Damn it. Sinu stood up completely ahead. The kid breathed heavily and painfully. Outside, it was almost dawn. Inside, Zamchuk still stood there, stuck by glue. Zamchufri clapped happily. Though I do not know how you are still alive after that hit, but that is good enough. He grabbed Sinu's head. So now I can take on more enemies. Sinu's eyes seem to be activating something. Sinu is starting to fight back. The grip strength becomes incredibly strong. Just one wrist shake and Zamchuk spun around like crazy. The man with the ponytail was terrified. Zamchuk sat up, dizzy. What the hell is this? At this moment, Sinu seemed controlled by some force. Zamchuk was confused and wondered. As far as I know, this kid never learned martial arts. So where does this power come from? He noticed. Also, where did those wounds from earlier disappear to? Zamchuk got even more excited. This is definitely unusual. No wonder the law is so strong. There is definitely a reason behind it. It would not be bad to bring this guy's body back. Even better if we catch him alive. He challenged. Let me see if he is still alive after losing a limb. A perfect setup. The man with the ponytail stabbed Zamchuk from behind. The man with the ponytail shouted loudly, run. Hurry up, you. Sinu suddenly snapped out of his daze. Zamchuk was annoyed. You little fly. Let me go right now. The man with the ponytail grabbed him tightly. Move fast. Sinu stood frozen, unable to move. The man with the ponytail urged. What are you standing there for? Run. Zamchuk turned around and scolded. You brat. Zamchuk launched an attack and took down the man with the ponytail. Zamchuk clicked his tongue in disappointment. He ran off. He muttered as he left. What a pain. The man with the ponytail was left behind. The man with the ponytail helplessly called out. Sinu. Pio's secret base. That gang. That Tindong is looking for a kid. Suddenly asked. A kid. Hutan confirmed. That is right. Recently, they have been searching for info on kids around 6 or 7 years old. Felt puzzled. Wow. Hutan admitted defeat. I do not know yet, even though they have mobilized most of the 5 Gates forces. Is there some mystery behind Senza? A voice suddenly caught both their attention. Step aside. Thought for a moment. That voice immediately asked. What is going on? A waitress ran in to report. A man came here saying he is looking for someone. Seemed a bit uneasy. Slowly stepped out. In front of him was the man with the ponytail being restrained. The man with the ponytail cried out desperately. Asked anxiously. What is going on? The man with the ponytail grabbed Pito's shirt. The man with the ponytail begged desperately. Right. Please withdraw. Replied. Speak up. The man with the ponytail wanted to be sure. Hon will withdraw. Right. Did not agree immediately. If it is something I can do. The man with the ponytail recounted the entire incident. A kid accidentally ran into your lab. Then suddenly, a martial artist showed up trying to grab him. The man with the ponytail looked terrified. That kid got slashed right through the shoulder. The man with the ponytail was agitated. Everyone thought he would go into critical condition because the wound exposed the bone. But no. After a while, he staggered back up. The assistant manager standing behind continued. That martial artist might be from the 7-star sect, Blood Mountain Pain style. And the kid who got slashed through the shoulder. The assistant manager slowly analyzed. Yet he is still alive after such a fatal blow. Is it some kind of resurrection? The assistant manager questioned. Legend says the Demon King, known for decades in the martial world, had superhuman healing abilities. Even facing top masters or fatal wounds, he could survive. The story goes that at some point, a rumor spread through the martial world. A martial artist who discovers the Demon King's secret will gain eternal life. Darkness enveloped the city. The kid seemed cornered by death itself. Clues to the Demon King's secret had appeared. Flames spread everywhere. People shouted, fire, fire. Everyone panicked, screaming for help. Everywhere was sorrow and casualties. But some people were still inside. Only Jozoli walked calmly through the burning ruins. Jozoli was unfazed. Clearly, that kid ran this way. He wondered. Could he not be here? While Jozoli pondered, Tixine was not his territory, so it was hard to operate long-term. If only the 5-Gate Syndicate had stepped in, they could have caught that kid long ago. Then Deung called from behind. Joamai, Deung asked. What are you doing here? He is a member of the 7-star sect, a wandering swordsman named Daang Pyong. Jozoli replied. What else? Of course. I am looking for that rat, Deung thought. He might have already escaped Chengdu. Jozoli sighed. Oh man. So all this time you have just been wasting your time. Daeyoung was a bit annoyed. Why burn Chengdu? What if other sects show up? Jozoli assured him. They won't come. They are too busy freaking out over that Pyogon Kayama guy. Every time they mention that name, they shake in fear. Daeyoung scoffed. You really believe that? Someone's clearly exaggerating. There is no way the martial artists in Chengdu would fear some nobody. Daeyoung arrogantly drew his sword. If that guy met Hoyan, Jozoli nodded. Hoyan would chop his head off with that blood wave sword immediately. He might not even have time to react before he is dead. Jozoli agreed. Then I will wait for that moment. Fine. Dad. If I chop Huan down, I will hand you his head. They left, recounting the villagers' suffering. Jozoli smiled. Hoyan always talked so smoothly. They casually flew off one by one. But suddenly, Jozoli noticed something. This attention lingered. Jozoli slowly looked up at the building. Daeyoung had been hanging suspended. A silver chain wrapped around his neck, preventing him from moving. Daeyoung was destroyed at the same moment. Jozoli screamed. Hoyan. Back to the ruins they created. People fled in panic from all directions. Helpless as the fire passed, homes and doors all burned to ashes. The young man stared at the devastation in shock. How could this happen? She asked urgently. What happened? Then Feng, familiar with the situation, confirmed. This fire is not normal. He began recalling that not long ago, Chengdu had also experienced a fire. That is really unfortunate. Shen Feng suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure. He was shocked and thought to himself, that is the assassin. Gam In-hei. A man named Gam Tu appeared, a member of the Heartbroken Path. The assassin Gam In-hei. Gam Tu said nothing and headed straight inside. He wondered, what is Gam Hero looking for? Shen Feng replied. Truly curious. He guessed it must be something important for him to be in such a hurry. Suddenly, Shen Feng seriously asked, can you sense the aura? My eyes lit up. Of course I can. It is so obvious. How could you not notice? I suggested. Let us follow him from behind and see. So the two of them began an intense tailing mission. But Shen Feng lost the trail. Where did he go? Could it be that person knew we were tailing him? Disappeared in just a brief moment like that. Came across a pool of blood. Immediately sensing the aura. Sure enough, there was an assassin not far away. It was Gam Tu who was killed. And that night in the city, a large fire broke out far away, spreading smoke that darkened the sky. Now in an alley where the fire was still burning, Shen Feng and I stood before a fresh, blood-soaked corpse. It turned out to be the body of Gam Hero. He seemed to have died not long ago, his eyes wide open and empty, not closed. Witnessing a great master fallen, Shen Feng was stunned and exclaimed. She, unable to believe her eyes, spoke up. Is this real? A master like Gam Hero killed so quickly. And of course, Shen Feng thought the same. His voice filled with shock. Never expected such a terrifying assassin to be hidden in the world. After thinking for a moment, he turned to me and guessed. Maybe it was him. Hearing this, I could already picture the figure. I asked. You mean the one who shook up the city before? The one who faced all the Sichuan sects alone? Shen Feng recalled past events, and after seeing the scene before him, he believed it was true. Answering seriously, at first, I thought it was just an exaggerated rumor. But after witnessing this, I can't deny it anymore. Shen Long's eyes suddenly narrowed, reflecting the flames burning fiercely. Tears fell from the corners of his eyes down his cheeks. But surprisingly, the tears were red like blood. Sichuan is about to suffer a terrible disaster. Cut to another place. 3 days later, the sky was clear with whistling winds making the tree leaves flutter, and sunlight shining down on the city. Here, the trees swayed continuously in the wind. Crows perched there with terrifying red eyes, seeming like a bad omen. Suddenly, a hand clenched tightly into the sand among the grass. The young man was struggling to get up, teeth clenched, his white shirt stained red with blood, looking utterly miserable. Nearby in the grass, a man was badly wounded, blood soaking the grass. It seemed he had been in a fierce battle. At that moment, someone stepped forward and asked loudly, "What the hell is this guy?" He stepped closer, amazed. Can a human really do such extraordinary things? Then he pulled out a needle and pricked his finger. The wind continued blowing, shaking the branches mixed with fresh blood. Xinu was lying on the ground, barely moving, while Sin continued smiling from behind. Just watch. No matter how strong your martial arts are, bleeding this much means you can survive. He was talking without noticing the red aura radiating from the blade behind Xin Yu. Suddenly, he froze, and Xinu turned around crying loudly. "Cut it out. You are wrong. Please spare me." That guy just smiled with satisfaction after hearing it. No mistake there. The underworld is a place where right and wrong do not matter. One slip and you get cut down or killed. Though I do not know how someone could have that kind of physique. Either way, my boss will tear that person apart piece by piece to study from blood vessels to bone marrow. Those guys will dig through everything to get to the bottom of it, even if that person is immortal. I do not think they would survive it. Sinu was trembling with fear upon hearing this, tears streaming down nonstop. Sin one ticket kept injecting the worst thoughts into his head. He said, The dream of immortality that so many chase will be the death of that person. The wind kept blowing, leaves swirling through the air. Suddenly, Joe Samchok appeared, shouting frantically, "Something big has happened." Sin One Ticket listened, then turned to ask. Joe Samchok's eyes looked like he had witnessed something horrifying. He stammered, "Luck Hein." That Hein. Hearing this, Xin One Ticket seemed to realize something and froze in place. Sweat kept pouring down his face, and his complexion darkened. They said that earlier. Seo Shimpeng from Musdung too discovered Hein's body. Elsewhere, the sky was beautiful and calm, without the strong wind from before. Suddenly, a man appeared, shackled and dragging his heavy steps. Looked like he was not tired at all. His face resembled a wild beast. That guy dares to cause trouble. Then suddenly he stopped and looked back. Right then, only the image of Ntu came to his mind. He said, "How dare you embarrass me? I will teach him some manners later." Suddenly, a pair of feet appeared, standing on the nearby roof tiles. Someone stood there for a moment, then jumped onto the ridge, as if watching the shackled man. The other guy suddenly saw the shadow of the watcher, and turned to look. It was Nativian. The guy immediately wondered, where's he rushing off to? On top of that, he climbed onto the roof to avoid being seen. Then he spaced out. What is going on? What the hell is happening? I better follow him quickly. Just as he said that, a rope snapped onto his shoulder, causing him sharp pain. Instantly, 3 or 4 ropes appeared, tightening around his neck. The more he struggled, the tighter the ropes got. It was like a wild beast being restrained, screaming nonstop. That guy immediately lunged forward to fight back. One strike from him severely damaged one side of the house. Dust and smoke billowed everywhere. No one expected him to be that strong. The weight of his strike, like 1,000 pounds, cracked the ground. Natayu appeared at that moment. Seeing this, his eyes turned red. The veins at the corner of his eyes bulged. He was about to roar. That powerful attack seemed to have no effect on Nunratiyu. He blocked it effortlessly. Then he just stood there, staring at the other guy for a long time. The guy got annoyed and shouted loudly, "You bastard." But strangely, Natiyu remained calm, just watching silently. Suddenly, the sky turned gray and gloomy. Smoke rose from the other side of the house as well. A flock of blackbirds flew over, as if signaling that something bad was about to happen. Somewhere nearby, a killer lay sprawled in a pool of blood. The assassin was lying in the middle of the path. Maybe another killer had taken out that man. Tayua ran over to the assassin, shouting, "Uncle, look here." Even though the assassin was face down, she could still recognize who he was. She turned around in panic. That bloodstain still has not dried. Maybe this person was killed in a really brutal way, and it probably just happened recently, not too long ago. Shen Feng was also very surprised. He asked again, "This person a stealth assassin?" Then he recalled Gamzei Hip's murder, and looked back at this victim to form his argument. How could he be the one who killed Gamzei Hip? First Gamzei Hip, now this one. He is targeting the 7-star Hall. Xiaohe also spoke up right after. She felt it was really difficult. Does the 7-star Hall have any grudges with anyone? Could it be the 100 Ghosts League? Shen Feng denied after hearing that. The 100 Ghosts League has never taken any action in Sichuan. It is very likely the assassin's goal is to cause chaos in Sichuan. That is just his speculation. The truth of the matter is still uncertain. Looking at this victim, he analyzed. I am not sure if he had any grudge with the 7-star Hall. The killing method was extremely sophisticated, absolutely natural. Shen Feng is no ordinary assassin. Xiaohe immediately imagined a long-haired female demon with sharp teeth stained with fresh blood. Very terrifying. She was curious, what on earth was that monstrous reason for killing? So cruel. He really is a brutal, ugly monster. Shen Feng, seeing her vivid imagination, immediately spoke up to shut it down. People who saw him said he was young and handsome. But Xiaohe immediately objected. How could that be? Handsome guys who are proud would not do such horrible things. But Shen Feng just smiled gently at her innocence. Then he turned away, not forgetting to remind her. He probably has not stopped yet. Stubborn Xiaohe kept asking, "Uncle, is not our involvement in this just a waste of effort?" Hearing this, Shen Feng explained, "I have lived a life of righteousness. How could I just stand by and ignore this brutal massacre? Besides, the 7-star Hall has some extremists, but they are still on the side of justice, so I can pretend I do not know." Although she was not convinced, she still closed her eyes and replied, Yep. I understand. The two of them kept looking at the crime scene and spoke. Who knows how far this storm will spread? Back to another place. In a Four people were running from something. One of them was carrying a kid with a tumor. Seioki kept reminding his teammates as they ran. His face was extremely tense. Everyone be careful. That guy could strike at any moment. Remembering the image of the tumor kid, Seioki felt regretful. It was his fault. The assassin who killed the stealth assassin was a notorious hitman in Chengdu. I should have killed him a long time ago. Then the images of the tumor kids, 3 victims appeared in his mind. I wanted to shield the young man's gaze, but I did not expect that would lead to my brother's deaths. This situation is really bad. Feeling confused, Seioki turned and asked, "Why is he targeting us?" Because of that battle. Ding also spoke up. If that were the case, things would not have escalated this far. Seioki looked at the tumor kid in his arms and guessed, "This has got to be connected to that kid. Bad move." He seemed so panicked he could not help but let out a shout. But Diang quickly stepped in. Just one strike. He seemed so panicked he could not help but let out a shout. But Diang quickly spoke up to calm him down. Calm down. His face clearly showed the tension building up. A gentleman's revenge can wait 10 years. As long as we get the reward, That Zippo-gon thing is just a matter of time. I have to hold on until then. Seihyoki agreed and spoke up. That is right. Today's humiliation must be avenged in the future. Jozoli turned back and smiled softly as he said, men really are something else. So stubborn. Then I suddenly spoke up, praising, but also kind of cute. The sky was already darkening. Birds flew in all directions. In the dark, gloomy forest, the four of them kept running, trying to find safety, but they seemed to sense danger. Seiyuki spoke loudly. Something is off. Jozoli turned back and asked, what is wrong? Seiyuki's eyes suddenly went blank. As if haunted by something, he shouted. In the dark forest, a fishing line had wrapped around all four of them, and the first target was Xinmut Vi. The other three were terrified. They felt like they could not escape. Sima Vi shouted, run. Right after, the lines tightened around him, and some invisible force dragged him into the dark bushes. Seeing this, Seihyoki shouted, hurry up. Jozoli also yelled, brother. While the other two ran, Josam suddenly spoke up, brother. What the hell is that? Josam was terrified. Obviously the next victim was him. His eyes darted nervously to the side. Then, the person disappeared. Only blood splattered everywhere along with a hat. The other two kept running straight ahead, fighting for their lives. They kept running endlessly like there was no end. Suddenly, in front of Seiyuki was Xinmut Vi. Maybe he was stuck in the bushes. Seiyuki quickly demanded, put your hand out here. This has got to be a trap. Simsanamura realized it too and kept shouting warnings. Do not come here. Do not. Stay away. Suddenly, everything went pitch black. In an instant, Xinmut Vi vanished mysteriously. Now only two people were left standing there. Gritting his teeth, Seiyuki turned and asked, what is going on? I have never heard of anything like this before. We have to get to the mountain peak fast. Just as he said that, he suddenly realized something. Wait. Why are there only two of us left? There's the little brother. Jozoli also felt scared and clenched his teeth. Damn it. We rushed after the second brother too quickly. Now, Seiyuki's blood was rushing to his head. The veins on his forehead started bulging clearly. He was getting angry. This can be happening. How could this be? Haven't we lost brothers one by one already? Now even the little brother too. In the dark, a weak voice sounded along with the tightening fishing lines. Big brother. Hearing that voice, both Seiyuki and Jozoli looked up. Right above their heads was a request for a ticket. That guy was hanging in midair. Big brother. Big brother. Countless sharp ropes were tightening around him. Then, he tore the ticket into many pieces right in front of them. When that guy's head fell, Seiyuki screamed in pain. Second brother. At this moment, the TU also stepped out silently. His eyes burned red like blood. Wild as a beast, Nitu's face remained cold as he looked at the other two without saying a word. The old forest was shrouded in darkness. The wind howled in bursts, making the scene eerily chilling. A call for second brother echoed through the space, and then faded away. We wonder. He has returned. Nitu's face remained cold as he looked at the other two without saying a word. The old forest was shrouded in darkness. The wind howled in bursts, making the scene eerily chilling. A call for second brother echoed through the space and reached the cold corpse. Feet slowly appeared from the silent darkness. Fi-jun emerged from the shadows with eyes shining like headlights. He calmly walked through the pile of bodies. Faginen's face showed no change. No fear. No displeasure, just an oddly steady calm. Josioli saw him now looking like a grim reaper, and could not help but tremble all over. At the same time, Seiyuki looked like he was high, veins bulging on his forehead. His pupils also glowed. He tensed up like a wild beast and shouted loudly. His spiritual energy burst out wildly. His whole body was covered by immense spiritual power. At this moment, Seiyuki was like a fierce beast charging straight at Fi-jun. Standing before an out-of-control Seiyuki, he remained calm and fearless. Seiyuki's feet suddenly paused for a moment, filled with bitter hatred. He gathered power into a fist behind him, a punch carried with a radiant, powerful light. He remained calm and fearless. Seiyuki's feet suddenly paused for a moment, a punch carried with a radiant, powerful light. Remained calm and fearless. Seiyuki's feet suddenly paused for a moment. He remained calm and fearless. Seiyuki's feet suddenly paused for a moment, filled with bitter hatred. He gathered power into a fist behind him, a punch carrying a radiant, powerful light was thrown straight at Fi-jun's face without hesitation. The determination in Seiyuki's eyes did not waver but instead grew stronger. The punch was easily dodged by Fi-jun, who moved lightly as if the attacker was not even a worthy opponent. He missed and cursed a few times in frustration. He swung a few more punches, but Fi-jun just dodged perfectly by leaning aside. A flurry of attacks was launched but none even touched a hair on him, and he began to doubt himself. What the hell is going on? I thought I could do it, but I can't. Seiyuki thought about his punches with a troubled mind. So far, even though I have aimed at his weak points, he always suddenly dodges. Then another punch was thrown along with that thought. It is like he is starting to realize. Starting to realize. Starting to realize. He is starting to realize. Starting to realize. Seiyuki thought about his punches with a troubled mind. So far, even though I have aimed at his weak points, he always suddenly dodges. Then another punch was thrown along with the thought. Just like that, that guy started to realize something was wrong. I was only touching his afterimage. No matter how fast or powerful his strikes were, they all ended up being easily dodged. Finally, Seiyuki decided to risk it all and threw a full-force punch. What followed was a terrifying explosion with devastating power. As the dust cleared, I saw him still holding the same stance from when he threw the punch, his face serious. Once again, the smoke drifted away revealing a tall, Well-built figure with clothes, not a scratch on them. Seheki was so terrified when he clearly saw the figure before him that he could not believe his eyes. It was none other than Pagon. Completely unharmed without a single scratch from the punch. Save him. He had no guesses. Ignoring her, Pagon calmly raised his hand along with his hidden weapons, the threads wrapping tightly around him, ready to send his prey back to the earth in just a minute. Without hesitation, he quickly launched those hidden weapons. Now Jozoli saw the scene and was utterly horrified, his pupils involuntarily narrowing, but survival instinct would not let her stand still and wait to die. She counterattacked. Jozoli entered battle mode, spiritual energy surrounding her body, forming two bunny ears on her head. In this form, she easily dodged Payogon's hidden weapons. The situation at a distance for Hyoki was not looking good. He had no guesses. Save him. He had no guesses. Ignoring her, Payogon calmly raised his hand along with his hidden weapons, the threads wrapping tightly around him, ready to send his prey back to the earth. In this form, she easily dodged Payogon's hidden weapons. The situation at a distance for Hyoki was not looking good. His face turned pale as he stood frozen, the threads already wrapped around his neck. Jozoli rushed over like the wind, hoping to save him. Big brother. She charged with all her might like a bullet. A real bullet. That was a guess. Ignoring her, Payogon, but even so, in this form, she easily dodged Payogon's hidden weapons. The situation at a distance for Hyoki was not looking good. His face turned pale as he stood frozen, the threads already wrapped around his neck. Jozoli rushed over like the wind, hoping to save him. Big brother. She charged with all her might like a bullet, but even so, Payogon advanced to use Hyoki as a hostage before she could get help. Jozoli rushed over like the wind, hoping to save him. Big brother. She charged with all her might like a bullet, but unlucky for you, Payogon used Hyoki as a hostage before she could get help. Now answer me. Why do you want to capture that kid? Jozoli saw the unfavorable situation and thought, that kid? It is definitely because of that Nam-sun guy. His mouth is all messed up. That thing. That thing. Seeing her hesitate, he quickly cut the thread around Hyoki's neck and threatened. Speak up. He spoke in utter fear. I do not know either. We are just following orders. Payogon was not easily fooled. As soon as he heard that, he knew this guy was lying and yanked the thread, making him wince in pain. Jozoli saw his senior brother about to lose it and hurriedly stopped him. Wait. She dropped her battle form and cautiously said, let us settle this by talking. You are scaring us by doing this. Okay. Jozoli looked at him greedily and continued. We do not know much either. So when Payogon heard this, he agreed and relaxed his grip. The thread tightening Hyoki's neck was loosened in an instant. At that moment, his eyes shifted from fear back to their original fierceness. Taking advantage of this rare chance, he played dirty and gathered energy in his palm to ambush Payogon. Right then. But then those eyes turned to surprise and he recoiled. It was his master who, without him realizing, had already been eliminated by Payogon. Sayoki looked at Jozoli's body, his despair rising as he dropped his gun. Damn it. 2 lines of bitter tears ran down his cheeks as he screamed out in rage. Brothers. My brothers. I have to kill. His mind shattered into pieces, leaving only the thought of revenge. And without hesitation, he charged at Payogon, risking life and death. He was going crazy, but his mind stayed calm as still as water. Without a trace of malice, Payogon closed his eyes tightly, letting his hair turn back to jet black. Then he raised his hand, forming a sharp blade, ready to counterattack. His figure moved like a slash, cutting past Sayoki, who had lost control, sending him flying back. The effect of the previous attack turned him into a donut, reuniting him with his damn brothers. Sayoki refused to accept it and fell down, his eyes wide open. His face showed no change throughout Payogon's attack, as if denying reality. Truly a death god. After the chaos, Payogon approached a kid lying nearby. The wind howled through the dark, eerie forest. Payogon lifted the kid onto his shoulder and walked away from the bloody, rainy scene, footsteps echoing in the silent night. Looking at the kid on his shoulder, Payogon wondered, is this kid Kuvizong? Judging by his current condition, he could not help but feel doubtful. Although he was barely alive earlier, his breathing had stabilized now. Are there really people like this in the underworld? This made Payogon think deeply. This might be the key to the secret of immortality. It is unbelievable. Questions kept flooding his mind. Being born human means death is inevitable. How can one defy that natural law? Then he considered a possibility. Even if it is possible, there must be a price to pay. Suddenly, a powerful energy burst out, strong enough to shock even Payogon, who was usually calm. Before him appeared a blurry figure flickering in the deep shadows of the ancient forest. Payogon became cautious. Who's this? Why can Tie-Dye sense his presence even though he is standing right next to me? This is my enemy, he thought, staring intently at the figure ahead. A gentle breeze blew, carrying a fluttering leaf. The leaf floated toward Payogon, who was still confused about what was happening. Suddenly, the seemingly gentle breeze turned into a strong attack, forcing Payogon to quickly raise his hand to block. Assessing the situation, he thought, this wind is not normal at all. It is like a blue dragon appearing in my mind. And if it is already making a move, I can just stand by, without hesitation. Bioan summoned countless spirit beasts to destroy the enemy. 3 silver snakes led the charge, swiftly slashing toward the opponent's position. Seeing the enemy not move, Bioan smirked, wanting to see who this guy really was. Facing the incoming attack, the mysterious man sneered, easily shattering the spirit beast's assault with just a bit of his energy. The enemy's name was Pangjan. He summoned a blue dragon with formidable power and mocked, "That is all you got." Bioan witnessed this overwhelming power and could not help but feel wary. He is strong, definitely not an ordinary fighter. Bioan realized that if he could not kill him, he would be the one to die. So he prepared to counterattack. Bolts of lightning gradually covered Pangjan's body. But was that enough to harm him? Just as the lightning neared, a barrier appeared, blocking the attack. Pangjan clasped his hands, ready to counterattack. After his smile, the sky seemed to shift, clouds swirling as a terrifying force approached. Indeed, lightning bolts rained down from the sky at Pangjan's command. Even Bioan had to widen his eyes in surprise at the pressure the technique created. His pupils began to glow as he tensed both hands, ready to take the incoming strike, always summoning electricity and hidden weapons. He used everything he had to block this blow. Sparks flew, followed by drops of syrup dripping down. But none of that could shake his iron will at this moment. Bioan used all his strength to resist. His survival instinct would not let him fall here. His feet slowly retreated under the pressure, his white hair fluttering wildly in the wind. Bioan, who had been watching from the side, finally spoke up. "The one taking the hit is red hot. He managed to break my technique and survive in just a brief moment." His eyes showed clear satisfaction. Or rather, after blocking that deadly strike, Bioan's body was surrounded by spiritual energy as if he had just made a breakthrough. Bioan had to admit defeat in the face of his power. "Your potential has been activated by me." Dark clouds began to race across the evening sky. Bioan stood firm, electricity crackling around him, his eyes glowing, his hands transformed into terrifying claws. Twitching, Bioan growled, seemingly waiting for something. A thunderous roar echoed, his robes billowing. Bioan watched, frowning slightly, then raised his hand and unleashed a technique. It trapped Bioan in a whirlwind, with electric sparks flickering nonstop around him. Bioan stood there, calmly observing everything. He laughed wickedly, raising 2 fingers in front of his face. Growing more intrigued, he pointed his 2 fingers to the sky, and suddenly a bright beam shot down from the silent sky. Following it was a dragon twisting and turning. Bioan's hair was blown up by the wind, but his fierce expression did not waver. "If you drag this out, it won't benefit me at all." The dragon moved to stand beside Bioan, and suddenly a dazzling bolt of lightning appeared. Excited, Bioan's hand unleashed a burst of power into the sky, which then shot straight at Bioan. In Bioan's shocked eyes, beams of light shot straight upward. When the power and impact collided, a massive explosion erupted. The technique ended it as Bioan clenched his fist. Bioan looked at the chaos, wondering, is it over yet? Amid the thick dust and smoke, a single point of light appeared. He stared down in surprise. At Bioan's feet, a bolt of electricity shot upward, but luckily he dodged just in time. Bioan charged again, sending another electric blast at Bioan. He wiped sweat from his brow, gritting his teeth as Bioan soared into the sky. He bowed his head to look down at the ground below. Bioan nodded in admiration. Impressive. Bioan knelt there, drenched in blood, but his eyes still refused to give up. He smirked, raising his eyebrows slightly, surprised that someone could survive his attack and even counterattack. Bioan assessed the situation thoughtfully. "This is the first time I have faced an opponent like this. If I let him grow stronger, who knows what will happen in the future. Maybe now's the best chance to kill him." Looking at Bioan, though his face was stained red with blood, his eyes still would not surrender. There was no fear in those eyes. People like him would fight tooth and nail to take down their enemies. Bioan knew that if he wanted to kill him, he would probably get hurt too. He was getting old and needed to take care of himself. He clicked his tongue in frustration. Bioan landed on the battlefield and pulled someone toward him. People often say, heaven's medicine is hard to predict, and the human mind can never fully understand. The boy was dragged away, clueless about what was happening, while Bioan kept rambling, unsure if his decision today was right or wrong. Suddenly, Bioan panicked, shouting to stop. The ground around him cracked under the pressure he exerted. Bioan struggled, determined, taking that kid away. Bioan's got him, thinking he is protecting him. You grind your teeth and talk about protection. Whatever. He stepped in front of Bioan and said, "Sorry, but I can tell you, I am not obligated to explain anything." Bioan stubbornly, despite being weak, said, "If that is the case, you can take that kid away." Bioan laughed like he heard a joke, throwing his head back. "Who needs your permission anyway?" Glancing at the boy in his arms, Bioan remained calm. "I do not know why this kid is here. This place is not meant for him." According to him, a terrifying scene unfolded. "If the kid stays here, the entire Sichuan will be drowned in disaster. You might survive because your martial arts are good, But those around you won't be so lucky. That is why I have to protect this child. Bioan looked up at Bang John. How can I trust what you say? Bang John smirked. Whether you believe me or not does not matter. You think I am scared and just backing down. Even though your talent is extraordinary, your fighting style is strange. But it won't work against every martial artist. Suddenly he asked, what is your name? Biogan's lips curled slightly. Isn't he revealing your identity the least bit polite? You think so too? Bang John held the boy and introduced himself. I am Bang John. Biogan repeated his name. Bang John. Bang John. Then smiled faintly as Bang John flew into the sky. Bang John disappeared, leaving only a voice with Biogan. As the sunset faded, an angel appeared, and the crimson sky opened. Everyone should beware. You relaxed your body as Biogan sat on the battlefield. Your body is in such bad shape, yet you are still dissatisfied. You got played like that. Under the clear sky is the entrance, and the lips of a powerless man spoke about these corpses. Tan sighed softly, with an old man behind him, looking at the pale corpses. Tan said, in just one night, all 7 were beaten to death. He felt helpless. The Tindepung is a famous sect in Hunan. There must be a reason these 7 are so well known. He recalled someone's silhouette. Yet they were dealt with so easily. How high must that person's martial arts be? No matter how strong. There should be limits. How can someone be that ridiculously strong? A wind rose as Tan stood there. Talented figures appeared. The martial world is about to erupt in chaos. He ordered his 2 subordinates behind him. Analyze the bodies and investigate that person's martial arts. The 2 immediately responded. Tan asked the old man. And the other person? He replied. He is at the workshop. He asked again. Workshop. It is a workshop run by the Ruthless sect. The image of Jiang Soju appeared. Tan ordered. Investigate their relationship. Don't miss any clues. He stood there with his hands behind his back. We can control him. But we can gather info to earn more silver. The old man respectfully bowed. Among the closely packed houses, Jiang Soju sat opposite Pite. He held a bandage. Looking helpless. Since last night, everything has been chaotic. An image of a big fire appeared. According to Jiang Soju, they Yetung set fire to burn a third of the slums. Chengdu is getting more chaotic. The people are all uneasy. Countless hands want to grab the boy. But he does not understand why Thet Tin Ding is doing this because of that child. What secret does that child hold to be targeted by such powerful figures? Memories returned. Bang John and his dragon stood tall. Jiang Soju continued. That man calls himself Bang John. Biogan's eyes widened. He knows him. Jiang Soju looked blank. How could I not know? He explained. He is strong enough to rival the 2 strongest powers. The 3 sects, the 3 clans, and the 3 factions. Even kids know about him. Biogan wondered. 2 strongest powers. 3 sects. I do not seem to know much about the martial world. Asked directly. Tell me more details. Jiang Soju was a bit embarrassed and awkward. I do not know much either. Where should I start? He said. The 2 strongest powers are considered the top sects in the martial world, though they have only existed for less than 100 years. But since the leaders of these 2 sects have legendary histories, they have been recognized as the 2 strongest sects in the martial world. The images of the 2 sect logos appeared. One blue and one red. Jiang Soju continued. Those are Kwangvo sect and Thienvo clan. A gloomy atmosphere settled in. Jiang Soju explained that Kwangvo sect was founded by the great hero Li Kuok, who ended the Great Demon War. Thanks to Li Kuok's glory, this sect rose to become one of the strongest. Currently, the sect leader is Li Chung. Li Kuok-san. The mood brightened a bit. Jiang Soju said Thienvo clan was founded by the hero Jiang Chan Ho, who killed the demon lord. With its financial power, Thienvo clan attracted many followers and became a huge force. The 3 circles he mentioned next are the 3 sects. Shirlin Temple, Vedang sect, and Hosun sect. Jiang Soju continued. The 3 clans, as the name suggests, refer to the 3 estates, the Nugayat estate, Kwaikim estate, and Vokim Sun estate. He said their existence was short-lived, but rumors say their hidden power was terrifying. Suddenly, 7 black circles appeared. He explained the 3 allied sects include Longthean Valley and Vokim Alliance. The Thothian Association was supposed to have 10 sects, but after the Great Demon War, only 3 remained. Jiang Soju solemnly told Biogan that those controlling these 11 sects are considered the rulers of the martial world. Biogan jumped up in surprise. Now I realize, he said. They also have individuals without backing but whose personal strength rivals the 11 sects. Those are the 8 emissaries. Among them are the 3 sages, including Feng Tun whom Hein met. Besides Feng Tun, there is Kim Tun, Vo Tun, and the others whose details are still unclear. Biogan frowned and asked seriously. So there are at least 20 people as strong as Feng Tun. He pursed his lips, thinking to himself, the martial world is vast, and there is so much I still do not know. Biogan sank into thought. Feeling like a frog staring at the outside world through a narrow opening, he jumped up again, surprising Jiang Soju. Now I am fully awake. Biogan was determined. I will definitely find that kid. Jiang Soju lost his words. No need. Bioan turned to look at him. Jiang Soja looked a bit scared, seeing that kid reminds him of himself. But it seems the kid does not belong here. Maybe it is better if Feng Tun takes him away. Bioan raised his face, forcing a smile. Sorry. Because of the place where you got hurt. You just gave up. Bioan calmly closed his eyes. It is. Thanks to that I gained a lot of experience. When he opened his eyes, his face showed a determined look for revenge. This martial world hides many masters. Though I lost this time, who knows about the next? Under the sunlight, the trees were lush. Someone brushed against a bush, making it shake. Bioan disguised himself to escape, thinking that in the martial world, only the strong survive without being oppressed. He walked without looking back. Bioan planned to first find a way to lose the 5 Muna Company's tail, though confident he could escape. That is not the best way. The best is to hide his identity and gather information. His steps did not stop. Bioan paused in front of a Taoist temple gate to do just that, reading the sign quietly. He said, Danfeng Estate. Bioan looked up, muttering, It has been a while since I last came here. One foot stepped inside. Bioan felt a bit happy, clutching his hat, eyes scanning elsewhere. Sure, someone must be hiding here. The blood spirit corpse leader. Under the sunset glow, the last rays bathed the land in a golden hue. Bioan walked silently, his wide-brimmed hat shadowing half his face, revealing only his closed lips and sharp chin. Suddenly, hurried footsteps sounded behind him, followed by a clear, excited voice. Hey. There is a show over there. 2 shadows passed by him, and behind him, an image of youth appeared like a mirage. In the distance, 3 kids played by the stage, Thien Vu mischievously splashing water on Lyman. Innocent laughter ringing out. But now, Lyman is only a memory. The 2 are now like parallel lines, never to meet again. The evening wind blows through, leaves rustling softly, carrying a cool sadness. Cut to inside a dilapidated wooden house. His eyes darken. After the blood spirit squad was slaughtered by the Ngami faction, no one has cared for them anymore. His sharp gaze sweeps through every corner, observing carefully. There are signs someone rummaged through here, but nothing valuable seems missing. The thing that brought me here must still be here. Bioan's cold back. The blood spirit squad leader Kuju Yang was cruel to children, treating them only as tools for his own goals. But a man like him won't hesitate to do anything for money. He places his hand on an old wooden cabinet. They hid behind the guise of an assassin group to make money, but in the end, they were killed by the Ngami faction. Bioan looks up sharply, his eyes flashing coldly. Spotting the most precious thing among what they found, his eyes gleam. It won't be lying somewhere thieves can easily spot. On the dusty floorboards, a small strange mark appears. Bioan is silent, raising his palm as a cold spiritual energy radiates. Twisting into a thin spiral, a hole opens in the floor. He slips through like a ghost. The space above is pitch black and cold like a snake's den, thickly covered in dust. In a hidden corner, an old wooden tiger lies still, seemingly intact. Bioan steps closer, bends down to open the lid, picks up a book, and puts it in his mouth, knowing right away. In a luxurious courtyard, pale yellow lights shine on polished stone floors. Laughter and chatter fill the air. A middle-aged man opens the door, his face bright with excitement. Where are we playing tomorrow? A cold flash crosses his eyes. In the middle of the room, Bioan sits silent, solemn. Your legs are shaking. The man quickly turns his head, then flees, shouting, Who are you? Is anyone outside? Bioan's eyes blaze. No one's coming to save you. The man turns back, his face pale. The dark room is hung with corpses, their colors faded. Bioan's voice is sharp. Lately, you have been sinking deeper into illegal deeds. The man's face goes ghostly white, mouth agape, sweat pouring like a shower. Are you the Shadow Moon? Bioan pauses, his eyes cold as bone. Yep. The man drops to his knees, frantically bowing his head, banging it hard on the stone floor. Please forgive this lowly man's mistakes. I am truly sorry. He trembles, terrified, surprised to be remembered. Why has the Shadow Moon returned? He has not appeared for 7 years. He pleads desperately. I always remember your kindness when you saved me from hunger and cold. I will give you all my wealth. Please accept it. His hands shake violently, face twisted in fear. He looks up as light streams in through the window. The man slumps down, facing away, breathing heavily. Just go. On the tall building's roof, Bioan stands firm under the pale moonlight, his figure blending with the cold night. The Shadow Moon has returned. From now on, I will have to pay tribute every year like before. Bioan flicks a small pouch lightly into the air. Rathotam. Sure enough, that Kuju Yang scattered assets everywhere for emergencies. His gaze fixes on the remaining small courtyards in the distance. Many places still to visit. It is going to be busy. Elsewhere, among the ruins of a small camp, Shenfeng and Xiao stand quietly amid the sound of hammers and wood clashing as villagers try to restore the building and the road. Shenfeng's eyes are troubled, staring toward the horizon where the tragedy's remnants lie. I should have stopped the 7-star squad. She shakes her head seriously. That is not Uncle's fault. The 7-star squad is not a simple enemy you can take down without a plan. Xiaohe looks up. Eyes determined. No matter what anyone says. I really admire Uncle's heroic heart. I know Uncle is a man of integrity. Shenfeng smiles. Thank you. Good. They stand facing each other. Eyes meeting. His face turns serious. I will stay here with the followers to find that enemy. Because he could harm the Jianyu. She is shocked. Please come back home. She is... Well. Shenfeng's voice is firm. Do as I say. Xiaohe nods obediently. Uncle. He turned around. His eyes stern like never before. Do not be stubborn. That is a dangerous person. If you are in danger, I won't he be able to face her. She bowed her head. Heart heavy with sorrow. If Uncle says so, then I will go home. Shenfeng nodded. His eyes quietly filled with countless feelings. Thank you. Forgive me for not keeping my promise to take you roaming the Jianyu. Xiaohe stopped. Smiled gently. It is, Uncle. Next time I will go all the way with you. Now I will go home, but I will definitely come back later. He hesitated. Rubbed his hands. She clasped her hands in respect. Uncle. Please take care of your health when I am not here. Shenfeng straightened up, his eyes shining with kindness. After a while, he smiled warmly, full of gratitude. All right. I promise. On the high mountain deep in the forest. A little Viet will appear. The echoing sound made the space gloomy and quiet. Heavy footsteps approached. A silent group carried the coffin forward. The Ku group led the procession. Their eyes dark and cold. The door creaked open. 2 coffins were placed down immediately. Han bowed his head. His angry voice echoed. Hoin Bun sect oversees life and death affairs. The foolish disciple accepts this harsh fate, hoping someone will clear this injustice. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock and fear, hands gently rolling prayer beads. A hoarse voice rang out. Who is here? Hoin Bun raised his brow, his voice sharp. You are not disciples sent to Sichuan City. I am from the Hoin Bun Thunder Sound sect. The Vuku group panicked, their eyes wide with hatred. Shouting loudly. Yep. The disciples received orders from the previous sect leader to enter the Jianyu. I remember you. A cold gaze looked down from above. Why have you returned here? The previous sect leader clearly ordered you to build a base in Sichuan City, and immediately bowed his head, hoping for mercy. The others behind did the same. The Vuku group cried bitterly, sobbing. We disciples of the Thunder Sound sect lost our sect leader and junior leader because of the Thanthan group, and were driven away like stray dogs, hoping to clear this injustice. Coin Bun's eyes burned like fire, grinding his teeth. What? Thanthan faction? The prayer beads in his hand snapped sharply. His body carried a red spiritual force born from rage. They dared mess with the Thunder Sound sect. They won't get away with it, and bit his lip tightly. Eyes blank with fear before the powerful spiritual force ahead. A hoarse voice sounded. Huckam. A murderous aura appeared in Hoyan Bun's eyes. I will order Huckam to handle this matter. He ground his teeth, his eyes stained with bloodshot fire. Than. I will make you regret this. The sky was clear blue, sunlight shining down on the ground. That gaze slowly lowered. Scene changed. Snow was falling, covering everything. Then Feng quietly watched the cute snowman. Icicles hung on the roof, ready to fall. Winter passed. Sunlight filtered through the leaves. Then came the cool rainy season. Trees sprouted new shoots, growing and thriving. Flowers bloomed in full, showing off their colors. Footsteps echoed. A passerby sighed. This winter had a lot of snow. Luckily it has gotten much warmer. The road outside was cleared. People lined up endlessly to enter the city. The guy replied, now we can trade. Won't he starve to death? A sigh echoed. His face showed worry. Why can't I even see his face? Shenfeng was silent. Could it be he left the city after that day? Otherwise, how could he be so calm? His gaze passed by. The sound of a horse carriage rolling. The carriage stopped. He slightly raised his eyebrows as a voice called out, Uncle. Xiaohe cheerfully ran over with a bright smile. Uncle. She stepped forward and hugged Shenfeng tightly. He was momentarily startled, rubbing his hands. He said, why are you here? Xiaohe pressed her cheek against his strong chest. She spoke softly. Uncle has not returned yet, so I came to look for you. Luckily you are safe. Shenfeng said seriously. You have not been back long. You went that way alone. The snow was really heavy. She replied straightforwardly. Do not worry, Uncle. I went with a friend. He hesitated. Friend. Gai Yang stepped forward, clasped his hands respectfully, and said, respectfully greeting the invisible cultivator Yuexin Pong, the sword-wielding immortal soldier Gai Yang. Hearing that, Shenfeng was momentarily stunned. The young lady knows my nephew, the sword fairy. But she is not a direct disciple of sword master Han Yu Chan, so why is she here? She smiled, saying she has known Soha for a long time. But this is the first time they have traveled such a long distance together. He immediately grew serious. So the young lady came here because of my nephew. Please forgive his rudeness. Xiaohe panicked. Rudeness. Uncle. Gai Yang is calm. I have business here anyway. Her tone dropped. The Heavenly Gold Society will be fully present here. Shenfeng was slightly surprised. The Heavenly Gold Society is here. Then many young talents will show up in this city. She cheerfully invited. Not all of them. Just some from our group. So I want to be able to have dinner with you later. Behind them, a cold gaze followed the conversation. I understand. You know where I am. Come find me when you are done. That is right. Xiaohe smiled brightly. I will see you later. Uncle. Then we can talk more. At a small courtyard, Moonpong excitedly raised his hand. Eyes sparkling. Here. Young Lord Xiao Moan Pong. She smiled gently. Long time no see. So Moan young hero. Guyan raised his brow slightly. I see you are still wandering free as before. Looks like you have been here a while and met them already. He laughed excitedly. The courtesans here are nothing like other places. Then her voice turned colder. Anyway. Keep your mouth shut. Don't dirty my ears. Xiaohe looked confused. Where are the others? Two figures appeared suddenly. You are early. They are coming soon. Moonpong smirked. There they are. Sogan and John the Kebu slowly stepped in. Hoyan. White Moon Sword. Sogan. John V. Kebu. Sogan Han. Heavenly Gold Society leader. Blood warrior guest John Kebu loudly greeted. Long time no see. John V. Kebu sat down. Smiling brightly. We are late? Miss Lean replied. We just arrived too. Suddenly, his face turned pale, shadowed by gloom. Guyan. And looked around. Hoyan. What is wrong? His eyes widened. Alert. Nothing. I just feel like someone's watching. Miss Lean calmly added. They are watching us. John V. Kebu laughed. You have not changed at all. A figure quietly sat nearby. The tea on the table had gone cold. Bioan bowed his head, deep in thought. The Heavenly Gold Society. The narrow street grew lively. Bustling, chunks of meat hung for sale. A hand reached out to gently stroke the animal's head. Biogan's eyes darkened. His expression cold. He bowed his head silently. An old man approached. Softly asking. No cure. Right. Hearing that, Bioan smiled bitterly. How could it be cured? The old man laughed heartily. Looks like a busy day today. You okay? He nodded. But I am only working through today. Why are you quitting today? The old man forced a smile, eyes tinged with sadness. So today's your last day. That is a shame. Got something important going on. Bioan replied coldly. Asai echoed. Nothing. So who is it for? The old man spoke quietly. At first, I was curious why a strong man like you came here. Helping a cow pass peacefully without pain is truly a miracle. His hand radiated a fierce red aura. Maybe a natural talent. But his hands were already stained with that aura. The old man turned and walked away. Then try to finish everything today. If you need work in the future, just come here. Bioan respectfully replied. Yep. He bit his lip. Silently reflecting. I have spent quite some time here, but learned one thing. His body radiated golden spiritual energy. Any life would die instantly if their vital spot was touched. The vital spot is not fixed. It is always moving. But there is a pattern to track its movement. Bioan stretched his arms. Today's the last day to test that pattern. Sorry. Little one. The animal looked confused. Its eyes slowly closed. The large cow immediately collapsed to the ground. Mother Lung watched. Eyes bloodshot. Glowing brightly. The mission was a success. As night fell, in a grand Saho estate, the soft yellow lights gleamed on the polished stone floor. Suddenly, a soft sound broke the silence. Utin leaned back casually in his chair. Letting out a relieved sigh, he lowered his face. Calm but frustrated, he would been stuck here all winter without getting anything done. It was really annoying. Wasting time like this for no reason. Outside, a respectful voice called out. Master of the guild. Tuna's tone turned serious. What is it? A maid replied. A guest is here to see the branch chief. But the branch chief is not capable of receiving him. His eyes lit up with interest. Who's it? Some important figure. Hearing that, Utinon grinned with excitement. It was the iron-blooded martial guest. Young Master Jin Gung Yu. The room fell silent as Gung Yu stood coldly. Face lowered, Hu Han stepped forward. Smiling warmly. Speaking sincerely. Sorry to keep you waiting, sir. I am the branch chief of the Engavavmn in Chengdu. Jin spoke respectfully. I am Jin Gung. His sharp gaze swept the room. Then a firm voice rang out. Are you really the branch chief? Utin smiled calmly. Puzzled. Young master. What do you mean? Jin raised his voice. The atmosphere I am sensing here is very different from other Mun branch chiefs I have met. Utunin studied him carefully. So each branch chief creates their own vibe. Or maybe it is just because I have not been in this role long. He laughed to himself. Trying to stay confident, but that cold, piercing gaze felt like it could cut right through him. Gungu raised an eyebrow. Lips pressed tight. Eyes sharp and assessing. But then he bowed his head slightly, softening his tone. All right. I am looking for someone. But I do not know their name. Gungu recalled the strange fire incident. I only know that last year something big happened in Chengdu. It caused heavy losses to Than Than and Gami, with many casualties. He spoke seriously. I heard one person was responsible. I want to find that person. Utingan pressed his lips, thinking deeply. So you want to find Pyogon?
Well,
Utingan clenched his fists in frustration. But Pyogon's whereabouts are still unknown. After the massacre at that Tayo, he disappeared. He spoke up. I heard that person is not in Chengdu anymore. But I have other thoughts. His voice was rough, cautious. That person's movement is like a ghost, very hard to detect, even if he is right next to you. Tracking him won't be easy. A pouch of silver was placed on the table. Gung Yu slammed his hand down. Voice loud. Isn't he the Engangai Munus principle to track down anyone? Here's the tiger's money. Are you up for the task? Yutan stood and bowed respectfully. I will do my best to meet your expectations. Young master. Jin nodded. Then I will be waiting for good news from you. Gungu radiated a strong aura. Jin, leader of the Kim Then Hasi, was ranked among the top 5 prodigies in the world. He was a highly skilled martial artist, famously known as the grandson of Jin Gon Mai Hai Wang, one of the Bi Tain Tai. Judging by his character and skill, many believed he would catch up to his grandfather. But looking at his recent progress, it seemed he was searching for something. Bioan stood hidden in the shadows, his voice sharp. Have you found out why they gathered in Chengdu yet? Ho's voice replied. Sorry. I have not had time to look into it yet. Biogan's eyes flashed. They did not come to Chengdu just to hang out. There is a reason. Find out quickly. He bowed respectfully. I will do my best. Biogan smiled brightly.
Yep.
But I am a bit worried because my skills are not quite up to par yet. Encouraging cheers and warm reassurances filled the street. Just do your best. I was the same once. Gai Yang appeared, her gaze slow and observant. She raised her hand in greeting. Here. Hein. Gungu seemed surprised. What about the others? She replied softly. Soa went with young Master Xin Pong. And So and Hein went to scout the place. Gai Yang raised an eyebrow. Eyes dark. Scouting. She crossed her arms helplessly. Voice annoyed. That is all I know. Gai Yang looked up. How's the search going? He spoke seriously. Not easy at all. She looked at him. Hein. Do you think that person is connected to them? Gungyu pressed his lips. I do not know. We will have to investigate. You slow down. If it is not related, the options will narrow down. Gai Yang immediately reassured. Just take your time searching. Let us go relax and clear our heads. Gungu looked a bit confused. Then relaxed. She smiled brightly. Hearing there is a show at the Heavenly Sound Music Hall, Gai Yang slowly moved forward. After all, Hein had nothing else to do today. You replied softly. All right. On a clear moonlit night, everyone gathered to sit before a performance. All focused on the soothing sounds in their ears. On stage, the performer's long fingers gently plucked the strings. A gentle, graceful instrumental piece filled the concentrated faces, blending into the magical sounds below. No one could take their eyes off even the smallest movements. The sound echoed, pushing everyone's focus to the peak. Gai Yang watched the performance for a while, then spoke up. Although the technique was not extraordinary, the sound was incredibly vivid. Each note perfectly precise. You could feel the strong will of the performer in every note. Really? Looking at the performer, she said softly. Seems like that person has not been playing for very long. If they would start it earlier, they might become a master musician by now. What a shame. At that moment, Jamu's eyes rolled back. His brows furrowed as he thought silently. I do not know much about music, but this is really strange. In Jamu's eyes, the person playing the instrument radiated a dense aura all around their body. He doubted in his heart. That vibe did not feel like a musician at all. More like a swordsman. A bold thought popped into his head. What if that arm was holding a sword instead? Suddenly, a red light flashed, making Gai Yang glance over in surprise. She saw Jamu's whole body emitting a strong aura. She panicked.
Huh.
What is wrong? He still did not take his eyes off the performer. His voice lowered as he asked, that person, do you know who they are? Gai Yang asked curiously.
Well,
is there a problem? He frowned and said, just curious. Seeing his enthusiasm, she leaned in and asked, then I will go find out, Jama said firmly. Trusting her, his gaze stayed locked on the performer as fingers plucking the strings. He thought silently, although nothing seemed unusual. I have a very familiar feeling, like the one I had at that inn. On stage, the performer was fully focused on the sound, their eyes never leaving the strings. Suddenly, his eyes widened, one glowing red, revealing a mysterious smile. Then the rhythm changed. His fingers flew quickly over each string. Jamu also held his breath watching this scene. Waves of sound rushed out, growing stronger and stronger. The flute players, hearing the rhythm change, exchanged surprised looks. After regaining their composure, they blew with all their might on each flute. The fingers on the instrument moved faster and faster. Below, the audience grew more and more excited. They all stood up, cheering along with the rhythm. Just like Jamu said, The artist now looked like a swordsman performing his sword dance. Sharp and skillful. After those intense sounds came the audience rising excitement. While Jamu showed a rare look of fear, after a while, Yang said to him, I found out everything, looking at the smiling performer in front of her. She said, that person is Imkwanok, originally from the capital city. He inherited a huge fortune from his parents and, combined with his passion for business, quickly became very wealthy. Alongside his broad smile was Guy Young's slow voice. After accumulating some capital, he decided to pursue his passion. Staring intently at him, Jamu asked suspiciously, are you sure that guy is really from the capital, standing behind that shadow? She explained. Mu asked a lot of people and checked thoroughly. So it is definitely him. Without hesitation, Jamu said bluntly. You will know once you meet him. Yang asked in surprise. Meet you? Right now. He did not answer her and just walked straight ahead. Soon after, he stood behind Bioan, bowed, and introduced himself. That was an excellent performance. I am Jin Gumu from the Magic Network. Hearing someone praise him, he forced a smile and replied. I am. Okay. Thank you. Jamu eagerly stepped forward and said, I was really impressed by your performance. Young hero. So I came right away to ask you please forgive my rudeness. He asked excitedly, if you do not mind, can I invite you for a cup of tea? After a while, finishing tea with him, he walked home alone. A solitary figure quietly walked down the hallway. As he walked, he seriously thought, Jin. Although the conversation was nothing special, his gaze was very sharp. Soon after, he returned to his usual calm expression. Coming here because he liked the show was just an excuse. His eyes flickered with a fire, and Bioan wondered, what is really his reason for approaching me? Jamu's excited eyes flashed in his mind later. If we get a chance, let us meet again and talk more. Thinking this, Bioan told himself there is still time to check what his real intentions are. He looked up with sharp eyes, deciding it is best to let him get close and observe slowly. After a while, he reached the front gate of his house. Just as the gate opened, an old man silently held a card standing right behind it. Seeing this, Bioan asked in surprise. Manager Go. What is the matter? Looking at the card, he thought in surprise. After both the sect leader and young sect leader were killed, the Thunder sect almost collapsed, so now there is some movement. Thinking this, his eyes darkened. He told himself he has to monitor the Thunder sect's direction. At this moment, under a large castle bathed in moonlight, sparks shot up illuminating the area. Below, a group of fierce-looking people cleared the way for one who walked arrogantly, probably their leader. He muttered, eyes looking up to the sky. At the same time, a thought appeared. Everyone thought the Thunder sect could not recover like before, and he was that Thunder sect so I Wang Ho. His hand clenched tightly, veins bulging. Trembling slightly, Wang silently vowed, even if I die, I will never kneel or admit defeat to Than Than. Remembering his humiliating past, he thought, the sect leader's promotion ceremony could not be held under Than Than's pressure. This is something I can never forget. Even now, they still refuse to admit their fault. Thinking this, he clenched his teeth and swore, this grudge must be avenged. Glancing back, sweat started pouring from his forehead. For this purpose, he invited this person to Ranho. Behind him, a figure with a covered face revealed only terrifying eyes staring at him. Wang suddenly shouted loudly, eyes wide open, left eye glancing downward. He said, in 3 days, we will set foot on Than Than Mountain. Wang looked back at him in surprise and softly asked, just us? Suddenly furious, he shouted, what have you prepared? You have to tell me before I act. You have to tell me, or I won't move. Huckam replied coldly, you do not need to know. Hearing this, Wang grew more anxious. This can be. Seeing his calmness, Wang got angrier. Stop with the nonsense. Do you think we came all the way to Shaolin Temple just to hear meaningless words, a place thousands of miles away, and you bring us here for this? As soon as he finished, blood-red veins appeared in Huckam's glaring eyes. Immediately after, he vanished, leaving Wang stunned. To everyone's shock, he stretched out a clawed hand toward one of them. His huge hand grabbed that person's face. The man's eyes showed clear shock and fear. He used all his strength to envelop the weak body and the hopeless pleading eyes. Something slowly invaded his body, his teary eyes revealing a fiery red color. Soon after, the spark of life gradually faded from those eyes. His spirit was mercilessly cast aside, his face still showing terror and despair. Then, he went mad, continuously clawing at his own face. Huckam leaned close to his bloodied face, speaking coldly, I am Suk, meaning Suk Pham Phap Tong. The man's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he shouted, the Suk Pham Phap Tong will never be forgiven. The scene shifts to a bustling street. A cup of tea is carried outside by a woman, accompanied by a satisfied voice, very good. Very good. At this time, Moon Pong was sitting and playing chess with a few others. He picked up a chess piece, smiling happily as he spoke. After a tiring journey, Playing a few games to relax is really enjoyable. The man beside him took a sip of tea, then curiously asked him, young hero, what brings you here? He leaned over, casually placing his chess piece down and said, I came because of a celebration. I can only freely enjoy myself until today. The man laughed awkwardly upon hearing that. That is really unfortunate. At that moment, a girl walked by, causing the smile on his face to fade. She was a young lady with a charming appearance. Stunning. Moonpong was immediately captivated by her beauty. He could not take his eyes off her. Nearby, an old man was drinking wine and murmuring approvingly, Su Haiyang is truly beautiful today. Young hero. Have you never met her before? She is the owner of this establishment. Suddenly, Moonpong abruptly stood up and left the table. He grabbed Su Haiyang's hand and called out, Miss. To her surprise, he eagerly asked, are you the owner of this place? Su Haiyang looked at him worriedly and softly replied, Yep. Without hesitation, he leaned in close and said frankly, you are different from the others. Very beautiful. Su Haiyang was annoyed but still polite as she said, you flatter me too much. Young hero, please let go of my hand. Moonpong still spoke boldly. Have a drink with me today. She angrily reminded him, young master Moonpong, don't he do that? Hearing this, he not only did not let go but held on even tighter. He asked, you know me? Then you know my personality. I always treat those who follow me well. Those who oppose me get the opposite. Su Haiyang firmly replied, even if you force me, I won't chain. Please let go of my hand. Suddenly, his eyes turned frightening. Moonpong began to threaten, if you keep refusing, today will be the end of this little establishment. Do you understand? Su Haiyang was startled. She exclaimed in shock. What? He stared into her eyes and repeated, I said I can destroy this little place. A flicker of worry crossed Su Haiyang's eyes. Why is he so stubborn? What should I do? Just then, someone stepped forward and called her. Su Hai. She sighed in relief and bowed. Little Miss Su Haiyang pays respects to the master. In front of her stood a man with a face covering and mysterious orange eyes. Seeing him, Moonpong smiled and said, Master. Could this be the real owner of the little establishment? Su Haiyang quickly hid behind him. The man glared at Moonpong and replied, that is right. Moonpong stepped forward and asked, what is your name? The man answered bluntly, you do not need to know. Moonpong shouted angrily, what? The cold man looked at him and asked, why should I answer your question? Moonpong frowned in annoyance and said, it has been a long time since I have been this pissed off. Just some little tavern manager acting all cocky. Do you even know who I am? Then he smiled slyly and said, I have made up my mind. Today will be the end of the Heavenly Fragrance Tavern. He forcefully unleashed a massive aura that filled the room. Standing in front of the man, without hesitation, he said, I will show you the difference. Facing him, the man remained completely still. Seeing this, Moonpong grew even more excited. Ordinary guys can't even stand against my presence. Without hesitation, he threw a punch straight at him and shouted, your martial arts are impressive. The fist came flying, but it passed through the man's body easily. Moonpong looked up, his eyes flashed with surprise. The man cast a cold glance at him and slowly said, messed with my people. You interfered with my business. He spoke each word filled with anger. It seemed like he was ready to risk everything. As soon as he finished speaking, Moonpong panicked completely. Wait. Before he could say more, the man launched a strike that made him scream in pain and madness. His eyes remained cold. Even the blood droplets flying around did not distract him. The aftermath of that strike caused the tavern's door to explode. A powerful force blew everything apart. Moonpong's body lost control and was thrown outside. Amid the thick dust and smoke, the man silently observed every small movement. As the smoke gradually cleared, he took heavy steps toward him. Without a word, the man stepped on his back as a sign of victory. Moonpong lay stunned on the floor, thinking silently, I have not even used my full power yet, and already he has got me under control. After Thanthan and Nigamai disappeared, are there really experts like this left in the city? He forced himself to glance up and ask, who are you? The man coldly gathered power in his palm and said, I told you. You do not need to know. Right after that, a lightning strike hit him, making him scream in pain. Turning around, he left. The man spoke to his subordinates. Clean this up. They bowed respectfully in response. Orders received. At that moment, at a manor the next morning, inside, Su Haiyang gently lifted the veil off the man, resting his head on her lap. The face revealed was Bioan from the Oak Navy. His eyes were heavily bloodshot. Su Haiyang looked at him tenderly and softly said, last night was no small matter. Did Tang Hai save me? Then she furrowed her brow, voice upset. But the little warlord Soman Pong did not come to this city alone. I am worried his friends will cause trouble. Bioan suddenly exclaimed, friends. He suddenly sat up and said, you are right. Su Haiyang was startled too. Master. Suddenly, you blurted out, we have guests. At this moment, outside, heavy footsteps were approaching the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. A girl stood in front of the shop owner and introduced herself. I am a friend of that rogue, Lu Man. Gai Yang said with a forced smile. May I speak with the master of this place? At this moment, she was standing before a closed door. Someone inside spoke and left. Gai Yang was stunned. Her eyes showed surprise. Regaining her composure, she gently opened the door. The sight before her immediately made her eyes widen in astonishment. Facing her was Pyogon, wearing a mask. Next to him was a giant snake with blood-red eyes just like his. Gai Yang was stunned. She wondered in confusion. What is this? Why does this person's aura look exactly like a huge, fierce snake? Then she slowly asked, are you the master of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion? No answer from him. Konok spoke softly. Please have a seat. Sitting opposite her. That is right. Let me introduce myself. I'm Quan Gai Yang, also known as the Enchanted Sword Fairy. I wonder if you have ever heard my name. He closed his eyes, calmly replied, never. She smiled awkwardly. Easing her embarrassment, she said. Seems like I need to try harder then. I thought I was already quite famous in Jiangsu, but my reputation still has not reached this place. Her face showed calmness and grace, fitting the demeanor of a martial lady, but a sharp glint flickered in her eyes. I wonder if this person has ever left Sichuan. She stared intently at his aura, curiosity impossible to hide. Clearly, this is a master. Compared to the Song Munpong incident, this is nothing. Unexpectedly, after that great case, Chengdu still has a master like this appearing. In the somewhat quiet and gloomy space, she spoke. "Ma, what is your name?" About to make up a random name, he suddenly paused. In his mind echoed Su Jiang's gentle voice whenever she called him master. So he answered decisively, "Call me Azudi." A mocking look flashed across Gai Yang's face. She immediately understood the meaning behind his words. Azu means master of the dark night. Sounds good. Master, I did not come here just because of that rogue. She lifted her deep black eyes like a deep lake, looking straight at him calmly. I have something to ask you. The bloody scene of the battle in Chengdu immediately appeared. Looking at Pao Gon's expression, she slowly asked, "Are you the one who caused the great disaster in Sichuan last year?" His eyes suddenly turned cold. He asked, "Why do you want to know about this?" She kept her calm expression and replied, "I am just curious. That is all." In the dimly lit space, the more he observed her straightforward expression, Pai Gon asked, "About what?" Gai Yang came closer and hinted, "I can only tell you when I meet that person." She looked at him with eyes that seemed to see right through the world. Her voice came out softly, gentle. "If you are not that person, then I have no reason to speak at all." As if predicting she would say that, he slightly bowed his head, responding with little interest. "Then I guess we do not need to talk anymore." At his unusually calm expression, it seemed like Gai Yang's eyes also began to show a hidden flicker of emotion. She should quickly understand the meaning behind his attitude, so as not to make the atmosphere even more awkward. She smiled lightly and said, "Until we meet again." Outside, the sky was clear blue, a gentle breeze, reflecting a faint rainbow. In that quiet space, someone rushed into the room. Panicking, it is a big problem. Inside, Minjun and Muho were chatting and enjoying tea. Seeing his frantic look, Minjun asked sharply, "What is all the noise about?" The other person was still shocked, his eyes wide with difficulty. He said, "That thing." Before the two astonished faces, he hurriedly spoke loudly, "The people from the Thunder Sound sect are gathering in large numbers outside the mansion." Just as he said, outside, a huge crowd was steadily approaching. Minjun stepped out with his servants and disciples. Looking at the person in front of him, he was momentarily surprised. Eong bowed respectfully and said, "I am Hong Ho, the newly appointed sect leader of the Thunder Sound sect." Minjun calmly and politely responded, "Infinite blessings of Buddha. I am the head disciple of Than Than." As soon as he finished speaking, trembled. Sweat began pouring down. What should I do now? At that moment, and Siam's voice echoed in his mind. 3 days from now, I will climb Than Than Mountain. He started to worry deeply. Ekiam said he would go up Than Than Mountain in 3 days. So why has not he shown up yet? What should I do to buy more time? Seeing his gloomy expression, Minjun asked worriedly, "Sect leader, are you alright?" The tragic scene flashed through his mind again. He tried to put on a serious face, carefully choosing his words. "I am the rightful successor of the Thunder Sound sect." Although trying to stay calm, fear was still clear in his eyes, so his words came out softly, wanting to demand Than take responsibility for the former sect leader's death. As soon as he finished speaking, Muaho could not help but lash out at him. "The one who should be responsible has disappeared without a trace." Minjun immediately glared and reminded him, "Stop it, junior brother." Calmly, he looked at Kwayong and asked, "How exactly do you want us to take responsibility?" Despite his fear, he spoke firmly, "We have lost a leader, so we want Than Than to pay the price with someone of equal rank, in front of thousands behind them." Ong bluntly declared, "And your own life, head disciple." After hearing that, Minjun adjusted his breathing. A drop of sweat rolled down his forehead. "And my own life." Even the old man's disciples could not hold back, and all shouted out, "Seriously? Suicide?" Seeing Yorong's pale face, words sharp enough to cut like a knife rang out. "How dare you disrespect our sect leader like that? How dare you talk nonsense like that? Is the Lukiarmu sect full of people like this?" At this moment, his face twisted in anger. Among silently screamed in fear inside. XCM. Then he told me if Than Than caused trouble again, he would handle the rest himself. What should I do now? Suddenly, someone behind him spoke up. "Wait a moment." He stepped forward, head bowed low, and said, "I am Alite, the sect leader of Kaothine Martial Hall." Without hesitation, he walked straight up to Minjun. Seeing him appear, the old man quickly asked with worry, "Why is the hall master here?" He thought to himself, "Why come at a time like this? How embarrassing." Confusing voices kept echoing in his head. Our Than Than sect has maintained good relations with other sects for over 100 years, so no matter how big a mistake our sect makes, we can't be forced to accept such an outrageous demand. He stopped. His lips curled slightly. "I am." His eyes widened, bloodshot like a wild animal gone mad. He tilted his head, smiling eerily. He said, "The Luiheim sect's demands are justified." Minjun was momentarily stunned. The old man gasped in horror. "Seriously? Seriously?" At this moment, from the crowd behind, someone else spoke loudly. "But do not leave." He stepped forward, introducing himself. "I am Xianho from Chine Bang." He also spoke firmly. His eyes were just like the other guys. His expression was no different at all. He said, "I also agree with Lei Paiyan's words." Sir. The three faces staring shared the same thought. They just wanted the Than Than sect to take responsibility by ending itself. Min jumped as if bound by invisible chains. Panicking deeply, images of houses smashed to pieces flashed before his eyes. Walls crumbled all over the courtyard. The scene right in front of Hagu Tunnen made him flinch. Canteen frowned. His voice showed an indescribable emotion. How could this happen? On the ground, bodies lay everywhere. Blood stained the entire village red. Higutan stood before two subordinates and asked in shock, what happened here? The scene was tragically terrifying. The sky was pitch black, as if mourning the tragedy. Stand down. Higutan frowned and asked, is anyone still alive? The subordinate next to him replied, Sir. Looking at the man tortured to death, he asked in surprise, when did this happen? Any news on the culprit? Standing nearby, the subordinate answered, just this morning. Sir. No news on the culprit yet. He closed his eyes in disappointment and said, we might never find the culprit. Higutan immediately glanced back at him and leaned in close. The subordinate hurriedly explained, all the dead were holding weapons like knives, kites, sticks, and spears. Look at the body of the man below. His back was marked with 3 long slashes. The other continued, and when looking at the scars left on the corpse, he summarized everything and made his guess. It seems like they were tearing each other apart. Higutan corrected him. He stared intently at the man and wondered. The villagers killed each other, and no one survived. His eyes widened, like a direct blow to his psyche. He really could not understand. What on earth happened here? Back at Truong Moon Than Than's building, Awaiwang was scared but, seeing the support from those behind him, he bravely spoke up, Truong Moon Than Than. Take responsibility. The two intimidating faces behind kept pressing. End it yourself. You have to pay for what you did. Minjun looked at them fearfully. He could not say a word at this point. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Muaho leaned close to Minjun's hand and whispered, senior brother, the tavern owner and the gang leader. He quickly sensed something quietly unfolding. He continued speaking. Something seems off. It looks like they are not in their right minds. Minjun replied softly. I noticed that too. At that moment, behind the two of them, a disciple spoke up. Addressing Truong, I have something to say. The two old men immediately turned around, their eyes filled with curiosity. Minjun coldly looked at the person stepping forward and asked, what is going on with you? Suddenly, he trembled slightly. Veins bulged at the corners of his eyes, frightening Minjun. No wonder he is the leader. He quickly recognized that injury. Then, while gently releasing a knife from his sleeve, foam started to drip from his mouth. Under Minjun's wary gaze, he lunged straight at the old man with the knife. His eyes were bloodshot. His face stiffened as if controlled by some force. He stabbed Minjun in the side, making him widen his eyes in shock. Muaho rushed forward to catch Minjun's collapsing body and shouted in panic, senior brother. At this point, Minjun had steadied himself. His hand trembled as he grabbed the knife buried deep in his side. Seeing Minjun's body shaking uncontrollably, Muaho shouted anxiously, Master. Senior brother. She supported his weak body. He angrily looked toward the inside of the building and shouted, what kind of nonsense is this? Inside the building, his face was pale, his eyes bloodshot, foam dripping from his mouth. If you did wrong, you have to take responsibility. The disciples behind slowly stepped forward with swords, muttering continuously, pay the price. Seeing this, Muho was stunned and could not understand them. What is wrong? Like a pack of bloodthirsty beasts, they charged forward, screaming nonstop. While fighting, the disciples stayed clear-headed and shouted loudly, Uncle Master, what is going on? Protect the sect leader. Behind them, Combax watched this fierce rock-throwing battle. Lai Baiwang and Georgian also ordered their subordinates, disciples of the High Heaven Martial Hall, attack Than Than for me. Disciples of the Starguard sect, get up for me. The space immediately erupted into chaos. The screams echoed throughout the entire region. Kuan stood to the side, staring blankly at the battle unfolding. He was surprised and wondered, what is going on? The situation has completely reversed. At that moment, a voice rang out, stiffening his face. What are you still hesitating about, you idiot? Attack now. On Than Than's rooftop, he quickly spotted a large shadow sitting and watching the drama. It was Am. He openly fueled the chaos of the battle. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes. Am said, if there is internal strife, even a great sect will fall apart. His gaze shifted to Mavho and Minjun, who were clutching each other in fear. He continued, Than Than will be no different. He glared at the chaotic battle and could not ignore the desperate faces of the two sect leaders in the nearby forest. Tall mountains appeared, long-winged birds soaring above the valley, emitting piercing cries. Meanwhile, the Jamu group was walking along a trail. The large birds flying overhead caught their attention. They stopped and looked up at them. Jamu grumbled irritably, these birds are way too noisy. Then he turned and quickly walked away, his face full of worry. I've got a bad feeling about this. We need to hurry. Soon after, they slipped into a building deep within the mountain pass. Inside the building, the fierce battle was still ongoing. The clashing of swords echoed through the space. The conscious disciples kept shouting, trying to wake those who were being controlled. Snap out of it, senior brother. Emaho helplessly watched the disciples struggling to fight. He angrily blamed himself for not noticing the suspicious signs from the Lukiaim sect and others earlier. If they have been controlled by dark magic, Than Than's disciples could be affected too. Why did not I think of that? Looking at the disciples ahead, he began to understand. Because they are comrades, the disciples can fight with full strength, so they keep losing ground. If this keeps up, suddenly, a figure flew past his head from above. As the person landed, a massive force was unleashed, causing an explosion that shook the ground. Memho hurriedly shielded Mindung, fearfully staring at the newcomer. After the smoke cleared, The person stood before them, radiating overwhelming power. He stood tall like a statue, sharp eyes scanning the battlefield. Then he turned to look at Manhwa's despair. Before he could react, their group bowed respectfully and introduced themselves. I am Jin Jong-woo from the Kim Thin Society. Please forgive me for joining this battle without permission. Manhwa smiled and said, so it is Jin, the young hero. Thank you for your help. Then he stepped forward, curious, and asked, what is going on here? He paused, still not understanding. We do not know either. Seeing the pain in the leader's face, he was speechless. He spoke on his behalf, sharing his guess. It seems they have been hit by dark magic. I do not know what the mastermind behind this is planning. Hearing this, Jong-woo frowned and looked to the side. Dark magic. At that moment, he stepped forward to check a near-dead person and noticed some signs. A large vein was visible on the person's temple, running straight to the corner of their eye. Seeing this, she turned back worriedly and voiced her suspicion. It looks like poison in the neck. Hearing this, Manhwa panicked. Poison in the neck. Looking at those strange shadows, twisting and turning, their vacant eyes exhale smoke from their mouths. The old man asked in surprise, you mean they are all zombies? On the side, Oin was quietly watching them too, his face twisted, sweat pouring down nonstop. He himself was just as shocked. What? Zombies. Suddenly, the cold stares from Jong-yu and that guy made Oin jump with worry. His eyes showed a sharp, suspicious look. Just then, Nyuxa stood up, eyes still fixed on the body below. She said if they really are zombies, then the one who controls them must be nearby. We have to find and take him down. She glanced at Jong-yu and gave instructions. I will handle things here. You go find the sorcerer and pull him out. Without hesitation, Jong-yu closed his eyes and replied, got it. He quickly spread an aura around to search for the culprit. The circle kept expanding, sweeping everything around. Soon after, within the large circle, a bright flash appeared like a signal. Jong-yu opened his eyes, looked straight in one direction, and said, found him. He immediately wiped away a bit of hesitation. At full speed, Jong-yu dashed straight toward the identified target. After a while, in front of a dense forest, he stopped abruptly. Jong-yu drew his sword, locking the target within range. He swung decisively, burning a large patch of trees. Inside the forest, a blurry shadow appeared. As the dust cleared, its eyes showed along with a grotesque figure. Jong-yu landed on the grass, facing it directly. It turned out to be Hukadam. One of his horns was broken by Jong-yu's strike. He glared fearfully at Jong-yu and asked, how did you find me? Pointing his sword at him, Jong-yu asked coldly, what is your purpose in all this? Hukam burst into eerie laughter and said, purpose? Your attitude is really annoying, Jong-yu said angrily, narrowing his eyes. If you want to answer then. Jong-yu raised his sword into a ready stance and said, I will have to destroy your magic myself. The blade in his hand radiated an overwhelming energy. Jong-yu swung the sword back, creating leverage to increase its power. He slashed decisively toward Hukam, a red streak splitting the air. The terrifying force rushed at Hukam, tearing his clothes apart. Calm to a scary degree, he did not flinch at the attack's power. The red slash cut through and split a whole mountain, huge rocks flying chaotically in the sky. At this moment, Jong-yu's face was tense, his brows furrowed, eyes fixed on the target. The rage passed. Hukam suddenly appeared behind him. Hukam whispered something quite full. Jong-yu quickly turned, but Hukam had already vanished. With him gone, Jong-yu said disappointedly, he got away. Looking at the aftermath of the strike, he said, looks like we can prevent the fallout. Jong-yu raised his brow, face serious. But remembering Oiwang's fear, he quietly said, there is still work to do. Under the gloomy sky, the scene shifted to a familiar house. There, Oiwang was tied up, kneeling on the ground in front of a group of people. Witnessing the scene, Muaho was momentarily stunned, then exclaimed, the zombie is dying. This made Oiwang even more scared, his face pale without a drop of blood. Suddenly, Jin Jong-woo unexpectedly spoke up, asking, who took down the zombie? Without hesitation, Oiwang stubbornly denied loudly, I do not know him. Hearing that, Jin Jong-yu immediately pressed his face close, chest full of killing intent, demanding, really do not know. His eyes burst with power, threatening, this is the last time I am asking. I want to ask again. At this point, Oiwang was cornered with no way out, his whole body trembling, teeth clenched. After a long pause, that guy finally stammered and admitted honestly that the person was from the Little Thunder Sound sect. That immediately caught Ma Hoa's attention, and he was shocked to hear it was the Little Thunder Sound sect. Standing aside, Jin Jong-yu could not help but express with awe that the Little Thunder Sound sect was actually the origin of the Warm Thunder Sound. So it is very likely that the sorcerer named AFC is from the Little Thunder Sound sect, which made Guy Young a bit surprised and curious about what that person looked like. Right away, Jin Jong-woo furrowed his brows tensely, full of doubt. Since he was wrapped in cloth all over, it was hard to tell his identity. Then he glanced at Kwai Wang, who was kneeling on the ground, and continued questioning, are you really a disciple of the Little Thunder Sound sect? Before Iwang could finish his words, a streak of blue blood suddenly appeared, bubbling up on his face. In an instant, Iwang seemed possessed, screaming wildly under the mosquito net. He kept coughing violently, spewing bright red blood. In his panic, Half out of his mind. Stammered. Help me. At that, someone immediately threw down their sword and rushed over to check on him. She quickly and skillfully placed her hands, professionally taking the pulse of the sick man. Unfortunately, right after, she froze in shock and said, "He did." Nearby, Nong So could not help but speak up. "That guy seems really suspicious. He does not even trust people on our side. Looks like finding him won't be easy." As soon as she finished speaking, she looked serious for a moment and glanced at Manhwa, questioning, "If we want other sects to help, we need to prove that person is from the Little Thunder Sound sect. So what does the true man plan to do now?" At that, Manhwa hesitated for a moment, unable to say anything. "Our sect does not have the energy to fight them anymore." Saying this, Faxiactor reluctantly admitted, "Our disciples suffered heavy losses. I do not know how long it will take to recover from these injuries, so our sect does not want to get involved in this matter anymore." Hearing that, Jin, who standing nearby, could not help but frown. True man. Before he could say more, Manhwa interrupted firmly. "There is a saying, a gentleman waits 10 years for revenge," he resolutely declared. "The grudge today will be repaid by our Than sect within 100 years. The humiliation we suffer today will be returned tenfold." In response, Jin, who immediately bowed respectfully. "If the true man has decided, I will respect that decision. I hope Than recovers quickly." With that settled, Manhwa helplessly gazed at the distance. "Thank you all." Some time later, the scene shifted to the sweet moon forest. There, Jin, who walked while grumbling and questioning. "We are going to track him down, right?" He frowned anxiously. "The opponent is a monster who can manipulate others' minds at will. If we let him roam freely like this, it will never end. We have to find and eliminate him." Nearby, Nimuong So cut. "He has been gone so long. Is there still a chance to find him?" Without hesitation, Jin, who said firmly, "From the blood he left behind, we can tell his injuries are severe, something an ordinary doctor could not survive. That is why I am sure he is heading to a famous clinic. We can contact the 5 gates for help." Hearing this, Yuong So obediently agreed. "Leave that to me." With that decided, Gai Yang suggested, "I will go inform Soha and Yu Sun Bang Liye Heap and cooperate with them. Yu Sin Bang Hai Hype will definitely help us." Seeing things were progressing smoothly, Jin Chonggu did not hesitate and said shortly, "Let us do that." Then he strode forward, heading straight ahead, watching that familiar figure. And Vuong So immediately sighed. "This probably won't end well." Gyang responded helplessly. "This is not the first or second time something like this has happened, so do not be surprised," she added proudly, though a bit foolish. "Honestly, there are very few people in this world as heroic as him. Maybe we are all drawn in by that belief, which is why we follow him." At this point, there really was no other way. Ongso just heard it and could only laugh. "He is always like that, is not?" As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately raised her voice and urged, "Let us hurry up," making Gai Yang quickly nod in agreement. Time truly flew by. Before long, the sky had turned pitch black. In a distant land, Suayang appeared with a smile on her face, politely saying, "Please be careful on your way back." In response, Bioan comfortably replied, "Suai, let us meet again next time." Hearing this, Suayang felt a bit shy and bashfully said, "I will always be waiting for you." This pleased Bioan greatly. He laughed with satisfaction in an instant. Just like that, Bioan quickly turned and left without looking back. At the same time, on the other side, a familiar figure suddenly appeared. He wandered around, standing high up and looking down at the surroundings in all directions. From afar, Bioan suddenly strode forward. The next moment, he abruptly stopped in his tracks. Bioan accidentally ran into Jin Jong-yu, who was standing in a corner. He immediately straightened his face and realized Jin Jong-u was right across from him. Jin Jong-u respectfully bowed and spoke first. "I am Jin Jong, the iron-blooded martial artist. May I ask if you are the master of the Heavenly Fragrance Inn?" Hearing this, Bioan did not say much, only briefly asked, "What is this about?" Right away, Jin Jong-u replied, "Actually, I need your help with something." But just seconds later, he suddenly hesitated. Eyes shifting, Jin Jong-u suddenly realized and hesitantly asked, "Have we met before?" But it seems it was not with this face. He added fearfully, "Which face is the real one? Or is there another face? Whoever you really are." Jin Jong-u decisively glanced at Bioan standing opposite him. Bioan, standing face to face with Jin Jong-u for a moment. After a while, Bioan seriously spoke. "Who do you think I am?" Without hesitation, Jin Jong-u replied from across. "Before coming here, I heard a story about a man," he recalled emotionally. "He is a lone wolf who likes to toy with the sex in Sichuan. But I do not really believe that it just does not add up." Slightly puzzled, Bioan curiously asked, "You want to find this person?" Without many words, Jin Jong-u honestly admitted. "Yep." Once again, Bioan asked the same question. "Wow. What is the reason?" Jin Jong-u's face showed clear frustration as he said, I have been watching an organization for a long time. I want to check if that person belongs to that organization. In response, Bioan continued to question. And if that person really belongs to that organization. At this point, Jin Jongyu could not hold back and shouted. Then I will fight and defeat him. I will do whatever it takes to uncover the truth. After saying that, he slowed down but pressed directly. Can you answer me now? Who are you? To this question, Bioan remained calm and did not utter a word. Instead, Jin Jongyu directly challenged. Are you musician Lim Kwanuk, the master of heavenly fragrance in, or the assassin who plunged Sichuan into chaos? Which identity is the real one? As he spoke, Jin Jongyu stared intently at Bioan. At this point, Bioan had no choice but to smile wryly. Just seconds later, a handsome figure was revealed at the right moment. Seeing him, Jin Jongyu was instantly stunned. Is this the real face? Indeed. Bioan briefly confirmed. He seriously said, I have given you the answer. Now it is your turn to tell me what your goal is. With that settled, Jin Jongyu quickly agreed excitedly. Of course, within moments, Bioan promptly grabbed a strange object tightly. It turned out to be a gold coin, which Bioan looked at thoughtfully. Standing nearby, Jin Jongyu suddenly spoke up. Dragon Gate. You know it, right? Without hesitation, Bioan cut in confused. What is this thing that made Jin Jongyu so stunned? So you do not know? Hentei said thoughtfully. Recently some people have started using this symbol. They have no connection and have never met. But they all share the use of that symbol. The symbol has spread widely, like a marker, and it is also involved in many power struggles. They are totally different from the martial arts sects. They do not care about reputation at all, only their own benefit. Hearing this, Bioan became cautious and asked again. Jin Jongyu answered honestly. It is somewhat like merchants, but with a key difference: they have absolute force. He then seriously asked again. So may I ask, are you part of this organization? As soon as Jin Jongyu finished, the atmosphere immediately turned awkward. After a moment, Bioan seriously replied with one word. Jin Jongyu just laughed out loud. Is that so? No. Puzzled, asked, do you believe me? Jin Jongyu honestly answered without more words. I do. Which surprised Bioan. Wow. Immediately, Jin Jongyu confidently said. Because of your eyes. He firmly clasped his hands and said. Though we have met, let me introduce myself again. I am Jin Gum. Jin Jongyu smiled and loudly asked. May I know your honorable name? With his usual attitude, Bioan coldly and briefly said. No. Hearing this, Jin Jongyu immediately smiled and said. Then Bioan. Can we become acquaintances? I think we can be acquaintances regardless of status. Bioan bluntly refused. Of course not. Without another word, he decisively brushed past Jin Jongyu, who knew nothing about him. This instantly sparked Jin Jongyu's competitive spirit, making him laugh. Even if I do not know much about you, I always trust my eyes. As he spoke, Jin Jongyu looked intently at his palm and emphasized. I know you are not a bad person. It is blunt. But I really want to ask for your help. He honestly admitted. There is a very dangerous person hiding in Chengdu. I heard he is from the Little Thunder Temple. If we leave it be, something big might happen. That is why Jin Jongyu directly proposed. Please help me find that person. He suddenly laughed excitedly. When this is over, we can talk slowly. But Bioan just showed a stern face and said. It is useless to say anything. Hearing this, Jin Jongyu looked again. At the same time, he thought to himself. The one causing chaos in Sichuan, does anyone really understand his heart? From what I have learned, he is just a victim. Deep down, he is not evil. Thinking this, Jin Jongyu smiled confidently. We will meet again. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to another place. Dimly lit by flickering firelight, a trail of blood stretched across the room. A badly wounded figure appeared, looking miserable and choking out questions. Who is in charge here? Without a word, the other person slammed a heavy blow to his head. In the zealot's presence, a strange figure suddenly appeared, radiating fierce energy, declaring, you will regret this. The scene then shifted to a room where Sumonpong was sipping tea. Suddenly, he sneezed loudly. Damn it. Sumonpong immediately recalled a familiar figure, the Night Master. He bitterly thought, how dare he do that to me? Fine. At this point, Sumonpong could not hold back and firmly said, when I am healed, I will take my revenge. Just after thinking this, Sumonpong shouted loudly, bring more wine here, causing the nearby servant to be startled but quickly obey. Yep. In anger, Sumonpong glared at the guy. What are you waiting for? Are you mocking me? He barked at the servant sharply. In an instant, Sumonpong looked visibly discouraged and sighed. Right beside him, a strange figure suddenly appeared. It turned out to be Hukadam, who abruptly grabbed Sumonpong's head. This confused him deeply, and he quickly became flustered with questions. What? What is going on? Who are you? Without a word, Hukam yanked hard, making Sumonpong scream in pain. He spat out a glowing pill and placed it firmly in Sumonpong's mouth. Without hesitation, a bright energy burst out immediately after. Hukam forced Sumonpong to hold the pill in his mouth. Just moments later, Sumonpong had no choice but to swallow the pill. Unable to escape. Without delay, Hukum loudly recited a chant. Very quickly, Samanpong was completely controlled. His face suddenly turning pale with bulging veins. He obediently knelt down, willingly following Hukum's orders. Immediately after, Samanpong suddenly changed and struggled to stand up. With determination, he said, I am broken inside, but I swear, I will get revenge on the one who did this to me. That is right. Revenge. Samanpong laughed as if he had lost his mind. Meanwhile, outside the village, desperate cries for help echoed. Help me. A group of crazed people kept smashing things, leaving the villagers confused. What the hell is wrong with them? In panic, the villagers fell into despair and blame. What did we do wrong? At least tell me why. Suddenly, from afar, a strange figure appeared, causing them to freeze. A madman, too wild and loud, instantly scaring the villagers to collapse onto the floor. Seeing this, the madman immediately raised his weapon to attack. Stop. Do not interfere. But right after, a strike suddenly grazed him, making him hesitate. It was Jin Zhongyu, who now showed a cold glare and looked on with a stern face. Watching the madman fall to the ground, Jin Zhongyu sighed. So this is what has happened already. He immediately grew serious, clearly thinking it was his fault. At that moment, from afar, someone was attacked and screamed in agony. The scene turned completely chaotic. Jin Zhongyu shouted again. Was him? No one. Then, his face twisted with anger. Not only did he ruin the countryside, now he dares to cause chaos in the city. Nearby, Nyungso looked puzzled and asked, why has not he shown himself yet? Jin Zhongyu sternly replied. Clearly, this riot is not his real goal. Maybe he has another plan. The noose is tightening, and he is probably losing patience, which is why he is acting like this. I will handle this first, he said, but did not let him finish. From afar, Gai Yang suddenly ran over, shouting desperately, Hoing, Miss Gay lad is in trouble. Hoing, something big is happening. Hearing this, Jin Zhongyu quickly asked, what is going on? Immediately, Gai Yang blurted out, Manhwa. He is back at Thien Hong Lao again. Right after her words, an alarm suddenly rang out from afar. It is burning. People scattered wildly amid the raging flames. There is a fire. Thien Hong Lao is burning. Seeing this, Jin Zhongyu suddenly realized something suspicious. Could it be that in the blink of an eye, the fire had quickly engulfed the entire Thien Hong Lao? The people nearby cried out in pain. What do we do now? Sister. They rushed to bring more water. In panic, a young woman could not hold back and shouted loudly, Su Jiang's sister still has not appeared. Sister. Sister. On the other side, the door slowly opened amid the blazing fire. Here, Song Munpong appeared looking miserable, coughing harshly with each breath. He suddenly refused to answer any questions. How dare you refuse me? In an instant, Song Munpong flared up fiercely. His anger spread wide and strong. How dare you pick a fight with me? From afar, Jin Zhongyu appeared just in time to stop him. By Sor. Song Munpong was frantic and wild-eyed. His face was cold and merciless as he stared at the crowd. Jin Zhongyu immediately froze, clearly terrified and stunned. That look was exactly like what we saw on Than Than Mountain. That guy had clearly cast a spell on Bai Sur already. Standing aside, Gai Yan could not hold back and spoke up. The fire is spreading fast. We have to get Song Munpong out of here quickly. But Jin Zhongyu hesitated, lost in deep worry. That woman. She is dead. Is it Bai Sur? He paled instantly and made a decision. Right now, saving Bai Sur has to be the priority. Then helplessly, he called out softly, Bai Sur. Jin Zhongyu gently tried to calm him down despite that cold, strange stare. Calm down. Come on. Leave that woman there. But in response to him, Song Munpong glared fiercely again. This matter. He suddenly snapped awake, fearfully jumped up. Song Munpong immediately broke down. He kept loudly defending himself. This whole thing was his fault. In the moment of breaking down, Song Munpong immediately froze and shouted loudly, It was him whom everyone looked down on. Was him. Just said. Song Munpong shot a hateful glare at the group. Witnessing this whole scene, Jin Zhongyu stood frozen, motionless. At the same time, from afar, a familiar figure suddenly approached with determined steps. So it was Bioan. He was glaring fiercely back. Without hesitation, he silently gathered his strength, preparing to act. Very quickly after that, a bunch of white threads quickly wrapped tightly around Song Munpong's neck. In an instant, the head weakly hit the ground. It kept spinning around like that. Dropped the object to the ground. Very quickly, it spread wildly before the group's eyes. Jin Zhongyu was so scared he could not say a word. Pyawang. Standing aside, Nyungso then loudly scolded, Who is that person? How dare someone lay a hand on Pyawang? But in response to that, Pyawang on the other side remained cold and silent. He did not say a word, just furrowed his brow and glared. A moment later, the familiar figure of that lovely young lady appeared with a sweet voice. Master. So it was Su Haiyang, she boldly asked. Does Master have any wishes? Before that statement, Pyawang remained calm, expression unchanged. Indeed, Su Haiyang immediately expressed kindly, Master always listens to our wishes, but he never told us his own wishes. Before that statement, Pyawang was briefly moved, then spoke. I have always dreamed, he firmly declared, I can create a world without darkness and dampness anymore. As soon as the words were spoken, a beautiful vision instantly appeared. Pyawang asked sternly in return, and you? You have not told me your wish yet. Hearing this, Su Haiyang's face instantly darkened. After a long moment, she then tearfully expressed, my wish is so big that even I do not dare to hold on to it. This made Bioan hesitate a bit. The group looked up at Su Haiyang. At this moment, she suddenly burst out laughing. The young lady said, so if I could see your dream come true, then I would be very happy. Back to the present moment. Bioan painfully held Su Haiyang's cold body in his arms. Standing aside, Jin Zhongyu immediately stood firm without hesitation. The person. Right now. Bioan suddenly exploded with rage. His eyes flashed with fierce energy. Su Haiyang. You want to guard my dream, but you disappeared before the world I dreamed of appeared. Don't worry. No more word. You have completely lost it. I swear, I won't let you leave alone. On this side, Jin Zhongyu's group still did not understand what was happening, frozen in place. But right then, Niamso suddenly drew her sword. In an instant, she went into a defensive stance, ready to attack. Very quickly after that, the 18 White Moon techniques were skillfully unleashed. Seeing this, Bioan fought back fiercely, and so, the two sides clashed fiercely. Suddenly, from afar, Niamso suddenly rushed forward with her sword. She said nothing, just glared. Her chest radiated sharp energy as she charged ahead. A barrage of blades quickly surrounded and struck her entire body. Seeing the situation was bad, Gei Weiyang charged forward without hesitation. Not a moment to lose. Niamso then let out two short words. Thank you. Right then, Gang and Niamso joined forces, struggling together to resist the damage. Watching the scene, Gei Weiyang was momentarily stunned. Thinking, the throwing knives are changing trajectory on their own. Could it be the Kui-controlled blades? He was instantly horrified, thinking to himself, the attack directions of these throwing knives are as sneaky as venomous snakes. Very quickly. Next, Gei Weiyang was so scared he turned pale. I can predict where their next attack will hit. Unlike the two of them, Bioan sat silently, motionless. From afar. After a while, a barrage of his throwing knives suddenly appeared. They quickly surrounded Niamso. In panic, Niamso momentarily froze. Stunned by the painful blows, Gei Weiyang was equally serious as he was bombarded with attacks. Standing to the side, Niamso could not help but shout, get out of the way. Sadly, it was already too late. Gei Weiyang was still sluggish in resisting. After a while, she vaguely regained consciousness and turned her head. Then a fresh stream of bright red blood suddenly spurted out by reflex. Drops of blood fell one by one, dripping onto the cold floor. Gei Weiyang let out a sudden, pitiful cry of pain. Niamso was not lucky either. Completely restrained by the secret technique. Very quickly after that, Gei Weiyang was also restrained. Niamso cast a worried glance, looking at her with pain in his eyes. They were all completely controlled in an instant. Everyone showed obvious pain. No way to escape. Very quickly after that, Gei Weiyang fell into a passive position, both hands tightly bound. Niamso could not help but feel terrified, eyes looking up, unlike them. Bioan on this side narrowed his eyes, radiating fierce energy. Panicked. Furrowed his brow, pressing his lips tight. Niamso also could not hide his fear, mouth silent. Not uttering a word. At that moment, Gei Weiyang silently thought in fear. That guy did not even move. Just by throwing that painful move, he could control us. Niamso was no less worried, silently telling himself his body could not move. This feeling of helplessness. But then, immediately after, a knife suddenly flew right in front of him. Gei Weiyang on this side was no luckier. Eyes wide looking up. Suddenly, Bioan unexpectedly narrowed his eyes. The sharp knife quickly approached Niamso's eyes. Gei Weiyang was terrified, his whole body trembling. Suddenly, Jin Zhongyu on this side took a deep breath. That guy drew his sword, ready to charge. He did not radiate fierce energy. A powerful strike was suddenly launched. A bunch of white threads tore apart in an instant. Gei Weiyang's face changed instantly, escaping death in a tight spot. Niamso could not recover in time, mouth still gasping for breath. The sharp knife quickly approached Niamso's eyes. Gei Weiyang was terrified, his whole body trembling. Suddenly, Jin Zhongyu on this side took a deep breath. That guy drew his sword, ready to charge. 9 Heavens Annihilation Sword, 9 Souls Blade. No breath coming out on this side. Bioan still stood silently against the attack. His face showed no change, directly meeting the opponent's gaze. At that moment, Biogan's eyes suddenly flashed with killing intent. Jin Chamu's attack was held back for a moment. At that moment, Niamso could not help but feel confused, silently thinking, if it were not for Chamu, I would almost be dead. I have never seen anyone that strong before, but even so, I can just stand by and do nothing. Suddenly, from afar, a voice unexpectedly rang out, directly cutting through his thoughts. Like that is enough. This made Niamso stop and look at Jin Chamu in confusion. Calm. That is enough, Jin Chamu said seriously, emphasizing his tone. Stop. Endure it. In response, Niamso still stubbornly insisted. Endure what? Are we really just going to retreat like this? Endure what? How can you say that? But Gei Weiyang, sitting right beside him, was immediately speechless. You, brother, directly emphasized it. We just have to endure it. This made Niamso clearly puzzled and confused. Even she was. Immediately, Gei Weiyang muttered under her breath. By now, you have probably realized we are no match for that person. Indeed. Niamso could not help but think silently. As a disciple of Han Yu-chun, she naturally has all the skills and confidence to be arrogant. Yet someone like Gei Weiyang, who has never been patient, actually said the words endure. At that moment, Niamso could not hold back her frustration and knelt down abruptly. Instead, Jin Chamu immediately called out. Bioan, with a serious face, suggested, let us put our grudges aside for now. This made Bioan visibly annoyed as he shot back. Why should I do that? Without hesitation, Jin Chama quickly explained with a serious face. You probably think Bioan is the one behind this incident, but how could a coward and womanizer like Han do such a thing? The real cause is that someone's been pulling the strings behind Bioan. We have also been tracking those controlled by Han recently. They all share the same symptoms. Han stressed firmly. Han is doing this to distract us so he can escape. So our top priority now is to catch Han. We figure once that is settled, we can deal with today's issue later, while we are busy fighting like this. Who knows? That guy might have already slipped out of the city, but incidents like this could happen again. That is why Jin Chama quickly and proactively made this proposal. Bioan, please accept our sincere request. At these words, Bioan stiffened for a moment and stood up. He narrowed his eyes and asked, what if I refuse? Then I will have no choice but to fight. At that, Han quickly brought up a counterpoint. But if you do that, you won't be able to kill the evil enemy who caused her death. Is that really a good idea? Seeing the lifeless beauty before him, Bioan felt a flicker of sympathy. Without another word, Bioan turned his back. Jin Chamu's group was left standing there in shock. They watched as his figure slowly disappeared. After a while, the building was completely burned down. Su Haiying lay motionless on the ground, her face pale as death. The people around broke down crying. Why did this happen? Su Haiying. Sister. Sister. They sobbed, calling out to her. From afar, Bioan suddenly approached and instructed. I will be gone for a while. From now on, you will take charge of Qian Haiying house. Once said, the subordinate obediently agreed. Yep, sir. Once again, Bioan emphasized sternly, above all, keep things quiet. Without hesitation, the subordinate respectfully replied, leave this to me. You focus on handling everything else. With that, Bioan decisively turned his back. Suddenly, he stopped abruptly. From afar, familiar figure Su Haiying called out, are you going after the enemy? At this, Bioan confidently replied, finding him is not the hard part. He suddenly glared fiercely. The real issue is finding the one behind him. In an instant, this caught Jin Jianwu's attention, making him hesitate. But then Jin Jianwu quickly realized and wondered if he was talking about Little Thunder Temple. After a while, the scene shifts to a quiet street. Here, Gai Hang is walking with a heavy heart. As she walks, she frowns, lost in thought. So Gun Hoyan is busy handling Siomun Paiwang's affairs. So Gun Hoyan is out looking for someone named Bioan. Jin Jianwu thinks it is going to be really tough if Hoyan keeps trying to handle everything on her own. Thinking this, she suddenly becomes unaware and bumps into a large figure. Gai Hang is startled and quickly speaks up. Sorry, I was lost in thought and not paying attention. But the next moment, Gai Hang's eyes widen in shock. Hukum suddenly appears, glaring at her. He just stares coldly, not saying a word. Gai Hang is terrified, but can he do anything? Hukum raises his hand with a menacing look in his eyes. In an instant, Gai Hang falls unconscious. Hukum hoists her onto his shoulder, grinning with satisfaction. He is already planning with the person he just captured. You are going to make a perfect ingredient for me. I will take you to the Little Thunder Temple and turn you into the strongest puppet known this little alley. Hukum is pleased, eagerly anticipating the tears of that Jin Wu when he finds out. Meanwhile, at Sefin Ren, Bioan is talking with Zhang Shuju. Bioan tells him he has to leave for a while, so he has asked a servant to gather the necessary things. Zhang Shuju asks curiously, where is Hoyan going? Bioan replies softly, Tibet. Shuju is surprised. Tibet? Going by land would take at least a month. He asks worriedly, what exactly happened? Hoyan is leaving because of what happened with Thean Hong. Bioan nods. That is right. Zhang Shuju looks shocked, then hands Bioan a box. Keep this. It is for you. It is a fake room. Zhang Shuju explains its use. It is waterproof and heat resistant. Carefully notes every little detail, remembering that Huan said she would need such things. So just take it with you. Then Zhang Shuju reaches into his pocket and pulls out something else. One more thing. He hands Bioan a small vial. Bioan takes it and examines it. What is this? Zhang Shuju explains it is burned powder. White phosphorus. When you sprinkle it on a fire, it is really hard to put out. They stopped making this a long time ago and only just started producing it again. He reminds him not to waste it since there is only a little. If it is not urgent, it is best not to use it. Bioan gratefully puts the vial away. Got it. I will use it wisely. As dusk falls, someone comes to see Bioan. One Gai Yang has disappeared. Jia Mu excitedly recounts. The woman you fought and injured is not the type to leave without saying goodbye. Bioan avoids the topic, saying he has not seen her since then. And Ji Wu, I do not mean that. Gai Yang's disappearance might be connected to what we have been through. He guesses the guy was hurt by me before, so he might be after revenge. He is controlling Bioan and trapping Gai Yang. Jia Mu begs Bioan, please help me. Bioan is puzzled by his words. Help? I killed Siomun Bioan and almost killed your teammate too. Jia Mu is impatient. It is because Bioan destroyed the goods and attacked your people. My teammate acted before thinking it through. It is urgent now, so let us put this aside. He earnestly asks for Bioan's help. The guy's heading back to Little Thunder Temple. It is just me. It will be hard to catch him alone, so I have no choice but to ask for your help and be grateful. Ji Wu. Can we find him together? Bioan reluctantly agrees. Fine. But do not bother me again. Just follow Soda, he says coldly. Nothing alive can escape my grasp. Biogan's words are full of menace. None can slip through my hands. The two of them quickly arrived at the hut. Each wearing a cloak, the bodies of many people lay scattered on the floor. This scene left Jiam-woo speechless. How could he commit such a heartless act? Biogan bent down to examine each body, then looked up at the window of the house. Biogan realized that his plan was to watch and track their whereabouts from here. If he is planning revenge, then monitoring all their moves is essential. He guessed that the attempt to manipulate that Bai Wang probably started from here. Jiam-woo felt pain hearing that name. Bai Wang. Then Biogan stood up and looked at the debris on the floor. Biogan picked up a piece of leather and examined it. Indeed, he intended to head to Tibet. Jiam-woo wondered why the leather pieces were oiled. Biogan explained that the oil makes the leather very useful when traveling in high humidity. The Jiam-woo bent down to inspect everything while Biogan explained their uses. Cotton would be used to line clothes to prevent chafing, and iron pieces would be attached to shoes to prevent slipping on ice. Quickly understood Biogan's point. They would be passing through snowy terrain. Biogan immediately identified the destination they needed to reach the Western Plateau, the only place between Sichuan and Tibet where snow still piled up. Jiam-woo was eager to leave right away, saying, "Then we have to get there." After a night passed and dawn broke, the two found the body of a horse. Nearby were the bodies of men. Jiam-woo was shocked. Both horse and men were slaughtered and drenched in blood. He guessed that the enemy had switched to boats here. In front of them was a large lake. Biogan looked at footprints imprinted on the wet ground. He told Jiam-woo there was good news and bad news. Biogan said the good news was that the Wayang soldiers were still alive, his eyes fixed on the footprints. But the bad news, Biogan's face turned very serious. They had realized they were being tracked. "It is the wind," Biogan said. "Put this on." He handed Jiam-woo his cloak, saying it would be essential for crossing the snowy plateau. Jiam-woo took it, puzzled, and asked, "What about you?" Biogan opened the box Zhang Shaju had given him earlier. "I have another plan." He put on the new cloak prepared by Zhang Shaju. Meanwhile, in a snowy region, Huckam was carrying Wayang step by step across the thick snow. He could feel Huckam's worry. The pursuer was highly skilled and relentless. He wondered who that person could be. Was there someone like that in Chengdu? Huckam guessed. Could it be that guy? He suddenly remembered that his plan to use Mu Pine's cell to trap Jin Gum Woo's group had failed. Suddenly, Huckam recalled someone, the owner of the Tianshang building. He was terrified to realize that person hid behind a flawless facade. He was extremely dangerous, always lurking in the shadows, as if he did not exist. He looked at Wayang on his shoulders with annoyance, thinking if he were alone, he could have escaped far away by now. Huckam was frustrated but helpless. Unfortunately, he still had to carry this burden. Very quickly, the two Biogan also caught up. Jiam-woo looked at the snowy path ahead and said, "We have to get through here quickly and return to the Little Thunder Temple." He was grateful to Biogan, saying, "Finally, we made it. I never thought I would get past the order to come this far. Without you, I definitely could not have made it." Spending time with him, I realized we only share one thing: we both know martial arts. He understood one thing. Besides that, we are completely different, especially in spirit. He is sharper and much more dangerous than me. That is what makes him a top assassin. He has already devastated Than and Nengamai, Jiam-woo thought. He must know many more ways to kill than I have ever seen. He truly admired Biogan and was curious to learn his killing methods in the future, both eager and scared at the same time. Suddenly, Biogan stopped. Something was coming. A cavalry troop was approaching. Jiam-woo recognized them immediately. With those offensive swords, they had to be the Tibetan horse thieves. He knew a bit about these people. Horse thieves were ruthless killers. Jiam-woo gripped his sword tightly, ready to fight them off. The trouble they caused could erupt at any moment. Suddenly, Biogan ordered, "You handle them." Shocked, he asked, "Just me?" Then the guy left, leaving Jiam-woo alone. The snowy plain had strong winds and rapidly changing weather, so tracks could easily be erased. Biogan still left clues for him, so I need to track them quickly. I will leave marks for you to follow, so do not worry. Jiam-woo immediately chased after the trail of Huckam, leaving him alone to face the large troop of horse thieves. "Come on, bring it on." Meanwhile, in a neighborhood, Niumso was tending to his wounds. He reflected on past events. Feeling tormented, I could not do anything to help, nothing at all. Suddenly, a voice called from outside. "Nium, can I come in?" Niumso quickly regained composure and called back, "Of course. Come in." The visitors were Shin Peng and the guild. They did not bother asking much. Just said, "How are you doing? We came to check on you." Shin Peng spoke, and Niumso forced a reply, "I am much better now." But then he cried out in pain, startling Shin Peng. "Oh man, just keep resting. Do not push yourself too hard." Then he introduced someone. "Actually, I came because someone told me about your situation." Shin Peng introduced Hong Yuizhen, the head of the Chengdu branch of the Five Gates Company. Hong Yuizhen politely greeted Niumso. "I am Hong Yuizhen." Niumso bowed slightly in return. Nice to meet you. Master Hong. Hong explained his purpose. Please forgive me for being blunt. But this is important. He reminded him it involved the assassin who came with Jin Gung Yu. His expression grew serious when discussing Bioan. He is very dangerous. Our Five Gates company has tried gathering info on him, but still have not found anything concrete, Hong suggested. So if you get any info on him, please share it with me. Otherwise, the danger he brings could directly threaten the underworld. Hong showed concern. I heard he attacked you. What happened? But inside, he was unsure. Tired. Did not know how to answer. I will cooperate with you. Master Hong. But I do not know what this cooperation really means. Hong was surprised. What do you mean? Nium So replied grimly. Even now, I do not know what trick I was attacked with in the snowy area where Bioan was chasing Huck M. Yang was carried on his shoulder. Nium So's words echoed, and there was no way to respond. Yang saw a glimmer of hope. Nium So shared his impression of Bioan. He is the first person to make me feel this way. He spoke with a fearful tone. He is so mysterious, like a shadow. Yang was surprised. Master, why were you here that day? Huckam sensed something strange. Turned around but saw no one. Huckam suspiciously looked at Yang. Clearly. You sensed something moving. Right. What was it? He noticed Yang's change, her breathing and heartbeat quickened. Still, Huckam found nothing unusual. No odd signs anywhere he looked. He stared thoughtfully at the land before him. It was just an ordinary place. Suddenly, Huckam sensed something. What is it? Did I miss something? But then he felt a brief sharp pain. Confidently, Huckam said, let us see if he can keep up with me. Suddenly, he used a cloning technique to trick Bioan's eyes. Multiple images of Huckam appeared before him. Yang wondered. How did he do that? Curiosity filled her mind. How can Master sense his movements to follow him? Yang was amazed by Bioan's ability. Every step he took, Master took a step too. She realized one thing. Among all those images, the real one would not be noticed. Even knowing this, Yang could not help but wonder Master was absolutely invisible. Like a person who can see behind their own back. His fighting style resembles a demon spirit. But compared to the Night Master, it is ordinary. How could he move like the opponent's shadow? Huckam's breath caught for a moment. He flew into a rage, shouting, who is there? I know you are here. Show yourself now. But Huckam saw no one. Fear filled his heart. What was his target? If he wanted to avenge Tiangsang Tower, he would not hesitate to attack. Why would he have to sneak around like a scared rat following me? He guessed something. Could it be this woman? He came looking for her. But since she is in my hands, he can't attack easily and is just lurking around. Huckam looked at Yang and made up his mind. Fine. He tossed her up into the sky. Huckam gathered all his strength with both hands. Aiming to knock out the terrified Yang, he shouted a challenge. Let us see how much longer you can hold out. Then he unleashed the demonic fire attack straight at Yang. Suddenly, a rattan whip shot out. Caught off guard, Huckam's hand was slashed by the whip in pain. He quickly looked at his hand. Ignoring Yang as she fell into the snow, she groaned weakly. Exhausted. At that moment, Huckam confirmed that he was here. Bioan was right behind him. But he did not notice. Where is the person? Where is he hiding? Think I do not know. I have to get to the Little Thunder Temple immediately. Huckam? Abandoning Yang, Bioan stepped up to her and gently lifted Yang into his arms. Bioan looked at her worriedly. She has been through so much he did not know if she could hold on until the sword pearl arrived. Yang weakly spoke. Nightmaster, why are you here? He did not answer her question but said, Please understand me. Suddenly, Bioan lowered his head and kissed Yang's lips, transferring some of his vital energy to her. Yang asked hesitantly, Nightmaster, this is... But inside, she felt the warmth that was so comforting. Bioan laid her back on the snow and said cautiously, I have passed my energy to you. Hang on until he arrives. Yang was puzzled. She watched Biogan's retreating figure, questions swirling in her mind. Is he Nightmaster? Why did you come here? In the dark night, Huckam approached a tower. He stood before the main gate as a voice inside called out. What is the matter? Huckam stated his identity. I am from the Little Thunder Temple. I will report to the Tower Master. He requested. Let me meet the Tower Master. After a moment, the door opened. The Tower Master grinned wickedly and asked his subordinate. He says he is from the Little Thunder Temple. The subordinate reported. He suddenly turned dark. I am interested in Huckam. I have heard that name before. The little dog raised by the magic monk. He was brought in to meet the Tower Master, who asked his purpose. What does your little dog want with me? Huckam explained. Someone's been watching me. He will definitely come here. He is skilled in martial arts and stealth. So I have to be careful. The Tower Master laughed loudly. A little dog like that getting all worked up. Ridiculous. Then he slyly said a condition. Don't worry. If you can take down the tower, not even the magic monk can enter here. Seems like the magic monk does not want debts. But this one might have to be settled. The Tower Master reassured Huckam. Don't worry. Stay here safely. He bowed deeply. Grateful. Today I owe you one. The night was dead silent. Huckam was assigned a room and was about to fall asleep. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and saw two strange conjoined rings. Shocked, Huckam jumped up. He carefully picked them up, suspiciously thinking about the tower master. Outside the tower in the dark night, a lone figure stood under the lantern light, cloaked head to toe. Someone inside looked through a small window and asked, "Who is there?" No one answered, making the asker suspicious. The gate guard leaned close, peering outside. "What the hell?" Another person, leaning against the door with arms crossed, asked, "Is someone else here?" The gate guard kept looking outside, talking without noticing the cloaked figure standing right behind him. But now, something is wrong. What is he saying? A figure in a cloak with long hair slightly parted their lips, releasing a strange wisp of smoke. Huckam, eyes bloodshot, peered through the door crack and slipped inside. Behind the door, the space was pitch black, making him constantly turn his head to look around. In this darkness, Huckam turned and stepped deeper into the shadows. The more he moved, the more uneasy he felt. And it was completely silent. He could not sense anything. Yet something was shifting. The hallway seemed to be narrowing. Or maybe it had always been this tight. He clenched the two jade bracelets, stained with blood, tightly in his hands. That did not matter now. What mattered was the safety of the tower master, the owner of these bracelets. Huckam clicked his tongue and pressed further inside, suddenly widening his eyes in shock. A tall man with his mouth slightly open was lurking in the shadows. The unexpected figure suddenly fell backward. Somehow, that person burst into fierce flames around him. A corridor lined with guards standing rigidly on both sides. He panicked and looked frantically in all directions. He spun around and ran away from the fire, shouting loudly. The flames chased after Huckam, lighting his path wherever he ran. There were bodies here, and here too. The whole tower seemed twisted and distorted beyond belief. Everything was burned to ashes. He panicked, thinking, "Damn it. I actually came in here. If that is the case." The two jade bracelets fell to the ground. The female tower master's face was covered in blood, two wounds on her chest still bleeding heavily, pooling on the floor. Am stood there, staring at the scene before him.
Wow.
Why did he kill everyone in the tower? And why leave behind the tower master's bracelet, as if wanting me to witness it? Why not just kill me too? What do you plan to do after torturing me like this? The tower burned through the night. Huckam jumped out, the tower collapsing behind him. He quickly landed, the red flames blazing behind him. A slender, beautiful hand channeled inner energy into a palm, unaware of the danger behind. Each blade carrying cold inner energy pierced through his body. Huckam did not have time to care about his bleeding wounds. He kept running to avoid danger. He calculated in his head now his only option was to cling to the Little Thunder Temple. It was his only hope for survival. Mist covered the mountain forest. Huckam cautiously ventured deeper into the woods. He held his injured shoulder, muttering some meaningless words. The long-haired figure in the cloak was closely following him. Bioan was the one chasing and trying to kill him. Bioan stood in the forest. No, he was not anxious, just silently observing. The distance between him and Huckam was just a few steps. But Huckam vanished right before his eyes. He could not sense any signs of life, no breathing or body heat. Bioan silently sensed his surroundings. It was eerily quiet, and he was almost motionless in the forest. Bioan took a different path, stopping to look up. The forest around him seemed somewhat familiar. He had been here before. He glanced briefly, but Huckam was gone. A breeze blew as he walked along the forest edge, and Bioan looked up. This forest seemed hostile toward him, trying to push him away. Biogan's feelings were twisted and strange. The forest kept shaking, with illusions and traps confusing the senses. A faint temple appeared in the chaotic space. It was a formation set up to hide the owner of the Little Thunder Temple. The influence of the Little Thunder Temple in the west was terrifying, making it very hard to find. Bioan stood under the departing path, turned his back. As always, at the foot of the mountain was a gloomy village. Bioan entered, his footsteps echoing. He carefully observed around. This village near the Little Thunder Temple seemed strange. Was there something special about it? He silently walked deeper into the village, sensing eyes and breaths but no one coming out of their houses. But now is the time people should be active. Why are they so cautious of outsiders? Bioan did not notice that as he walked past the wall. A boy was hiding behind it holding a big rock. The boy said nothing and threw the rock with all his might. Bioan did not turn around but still caught the rock aimed at his head. Using a bit of strength, he crushed the rock in his hand, then glanced back at the culprit. That kid was Amian. His clothes were dirty and worn, his face full of anger as he shouted, "Get out of our village now." The adults from the village ran over in panic, shouting, "Oh my, Amian, Thuong Hei, Ayu Yuan, his father." He rushed over, pushed the boy's head down, and knelt, his face pale as he begged, "Please forgive nice rudeness on my behalf." The villagers who arrived also knelt down low, pleading, "Please be merciful and forgive us." Amian stubbornly refused to be afraid, ignoring his father's grim face beside him. Why should I fear them? Biogan looked down at the villagers. Iona's father was sweating profusely, his face full of guilt, trembling as he tried to defend his son. Are you planning to turn out like your brother too? Hurry up. The boy gritted his teeth and spoke defiantly, tears filling his eyes. I am not afraid of you, even if you turn my brother into a monster. So what? Hearing this, the boy's father began to tear up as well. This kid. Biogan looked at the father and son and asked, who took your brother away? Amian shouted loudly. Donnie, wake them up. Don't you know, those bastards all belong to the Little Thunder sect. Just like him. Biogan's eyes flashed with a strange light. The Little Thunder sect. His father pulled him down. The father and son timidly led the other village kids away. Why come back now? Missing someone. Catch me. Then. Hurry up and catch me. The boy defiantly replied. I am not here to catch anyone. Amian did not believe him and sneered. Biogan frowned slightly. I have no reason to take anyone away. I would rather just let Red Quatch go than cause a whole mess by kidnapping someone. Amian furrowed his brows deeply. So you are not part of the Little Thunder sect? Biogan confirmed. Inanuna's father stammered as he asked, if you are lost, do not blame why it is like this. The villagers panicked and bowed their heads. Please forgive us. It is because the Little Thunder sect has taken so much from us. Imayuan's father bowed his head and said through gritted teeth, they have left this village in ruins. But years ago, this place was full of life. The image of the village in the past was filled with bright sunshine, adults working, and children playing joyfully. Although this village was near the southern forest territory of the Little Thunder sect, we had no trouble until now. But suddenly one day, the monks from the Little Thunder sect came and took all the children away. The boy Amian was outside at the time and was safe when he heard the news that the children were taken, without any explanation. Only Amian was out and thus remained unharmed. Then when they saw the children return, they were so relieved they almost cried. But years later, when we met those missing children again, we realized the Little Thunder sect was carrying out a terrifying plan. If someone refuses to fight, we will kill their parents. If you lose, your parents will die. The cold man watched the kids fight each other. This battle was a fight for their parents' lives. Blood was everywhere. The kids attacked each other, and the losers were killed, while their parents were mercilessly murdered too. The remaining kids seemed no longer normal, which turned them into emotionless beings who could not even recognize their own family. They made the kids kill each other and bleed out while resisting. My severed arm was cut off by my own son. Biogan's voice echoed throughout the silent village. So why do not you leave this place? Aminga's father laughed bitterly at himself. How could we possibly do that? He cried as he explained, and others began to tear up too. No matter how dangerous it is, those kids are still our own blood. Shadows knelt on the ground before Biogan, saying if we leave, we are afraid the kids will get hurt again. So we do not dare leave even if the kids do not recognize us anymore. Iminga's father hesitated and asked, but why are they looking for the little monk and acting so crazy? His cold voice made the villagers shudder. I will kill them all. Aming was already scared, and his father seemed to have made up his mind. He gritted his teeth and slapped his own back, then said, let me tell you what we know about the Little Thunder sect. The person who holds the supreme position in the Little Thunder sect is called the Dharma Lord. I have heard the Dharma Lord currently has incredibly powerful martial arts, known as the Blood Buddha. They say he mastered the ultimate martial art of the Little Thunder sect, the Heavenly Dragon's supreme will. More than that, the Blood Buddha has over 10 branches. So people often call it the Blood Buddha 10 branches. Beneath the Blood Buddha 10 branches are 300 Blood Mala monks, the core force of the Little Thunder sect. Besides these two forces, the Little Thunder sect also has many other branches and organizations supported by certain individuals. Aminga's father said, we do not know the way to the Little Thunder sect, but I think they will leave clues to help you find them. Since that place gathers so many people, he knelt down, his words full of trust. An extraordinary person like you will notice things ordinary people like us can see. So you will definitely find their place. Biogan was quite surprised by his knowledge. He knows a lot, even though he has never been there. Amy's father replied it is because of the obsession parents have with losing their children. Hearing this, he quietly pulled out a weapon. This situation feels familiar. Biogan muttered that they have stayed here long enough. If they keep delaying, it is just giving them more time to plan against him. Looking into the distance, he silently decided to end this quickly. Aming stepped forward and called out, "Wait. If you meet Soma and the other kids, please do not kill them, save them." He regretted it, bowing his head and crying, I could not do anything to save them back then. In a dark alley, the screams of the kids who just witnessed their capture echoed. Meanwhile, Aming tried to hold back his fear, tightly covering his mouth to stay silent. He cried for his own weakness, his voice trembling. Someone called me, but I was too scared to step up. Aming's father stepped forward and patted his shoulder comfortingly. It is not your fault. Even your mother and I were powerless. Through tears, he tried to encourage him. Fear is natural. You did well. If you had been taken too, how could I have survived? Amidst the emotional scene, Bioan coldly spoke. But I can't accept that excuse. Hearing this, he shouted in confusion. Well, Bioan quietly replied. I do not know the situation inside the Little Thunder sect. Bioan explained further. That place is extremely mysterious. And I have to sneak in, even if I meet the kids. I can't act rashly without knowing their condition. From the start, I was not looking for the Little Thunder sect to save anyone. His eyes flared with anger, voice full of rage. But I promise. In the dark, the forest lies silent. Following Amyang's father's information, Bioan traced upstream along the stream to this place. A red aura spread everywhere. He sensed that the formation was activated. Bioan muttered while looking at the small ripples at his feet. No matter how strong the formation is, it can cover the entire area like these ripples. He observed the surroundings quietly, but thought sensing it would be difficult. Bioan looked at the fish in the stream with suspicion. Unlike the people of the stream who thought the food source was abundant and the environment was good, Bioan stopped and looked toward the water pipe, muttering to himself, wondering if it was affected by human waste. A cold gust of wind cut across his eyes. From the distant wastewater pipe, a strange purple mist slowly spread out. It gradually expanded, resembling tiger bones, simultaneously surrounding Bioan's body. Assessing the situation, he silently guessed that although his vision was obscured, he was sure this was the path to the small underground temple. Bioan refused to give up easily and kept moving forward, thinking to himself, even if my sight is blocked, I will use my sense of smell and touch to find you. Outside, the moon was high, and the water level in the pipe was rising. Suddenly, his eyes caught sight of something. In front of him, Bioan saw a white fence. Beyond it, thick purple mist spread out, hazy and eerie. Looking closer, through the mist was the small underground temple. He muttered, have I reached the boundary of the formation? Bioan approached the white fence and grabbed one of the bars. In an instant, only a mystical smoke remained there, and Bioan had long since disappeared. Scene change. On the other side of the wall, someone spoke arrogantly. Who dares to trespass on our territory without our permission? That person probably would not even find their way here, let alone break in. Bioan stood nearby eavesdropping. The person with him added, who would waste time on such pointless stuff? His body soaked. Bioan hid behind the wall, quietly observing. The other said, no one's broken in here for hundreds of years. Who would spread such nonsense? Exactly. Another person approached hurriedly. I told you. This is an order from above. Be alert and keep watch. The two startled and quickly turned to obey. Bioan thought curiously. What was that guy bragging about me? Scene change. Nighttime inside the small underground temple. Hyopun frowned, mouth twitching uncomfortably. Someone said they were chased by an assassin to the point of running away. He bowed deeply before the altar, replying, Yep. That is right. Sorry, sir. He clenched the prayer beads in his hand. Voice sharp. Does this make sense? Someone chased by an assassin but no one even saw him. Hyopun gritted his teeth, holding the beads but could not help but scold. They even told me to be cautious of him. Why did not you deal with him and instead brought him here? I respect you and do not mind supporting you. But you are really disappointing me. Hukim pleaded earnestly. Master, please give me one more chance. Just give me time, and I will handle him. He bowed sincerely. Please trust me. Seeing his attitude and long-standing trust, Hyopun hesitated. Although he was angry, Ka closed his eyes and spoke up. Master. Although Hukim was followed, he did complete the revenge mission. We must reward and punish fairly. He gave his all. Hukim is not someone who lies. So we must find out who chased him. I am very grateful, he said, quickly standing up and nodding. Yep. That is right, Huivi suggested. He is definitely still in Nam Mok Lam. Should we send out some tracking dogs? The guy next to him said. We should guard strictly. He can't get in here. There is a bug here. Hukim sat in the middle, silently muttering. That is not right. How can we catch him by just sending a few dogs? His eyes lit up as he thought. In the end, I can only trust myself. Scene change. Night falls. Since Hukam's warning, everyone became more alert, lighting fires and organizing strict patrols every night. After patrol, Jangmuk returned to the gathering and asked, there is nothing here either. Did anyone see anything? Even the smallest detail? The other two said. Doubt crossed his face. It seemed that even searching all of Nam Mok Lam found nothing. Hukam's information might be false. Hatta spoke sarcastically. He is usually just a show-off. He'd added, we should not trust those old fools. He shouted angrily. That guy ran away already. Why should we suffer because of an old man's nonsense? Jangmuk put it aside and ordered. We should go back and discuss. Both of you follow the patrol orders. As the two left, suddenly his eyes changed strangely. A few days ago, after finishing his daily task, Jangmuk went back to his room to rest. He took off his clothes, revealing a muscular back covered with countless scratch marks. Jiang Muk leaned back on the bed, enjoying the feeling of comfort. As he thought about it, he could not help but get annoyed, wondering how long this would last and where he should find those spies. Jiang Muk still had no clue. He thought the guy Hyuk was definitely talking nonsense normally. He was not capable of anything meaningful. Suddenly, he saw a pale face with cold, sharp eyes appear on the ceiling, staring right at him. Before Jiang Muk could react, Pyogon's threads suddenly shot out and pierced straight into his body. They quickly tightened around Jiang Muk's limbs, trapping him like a moth caught in a spider's web. He could not move at all. Quietly, the assassin crept closer to Jiang Muk like a spider approaching its prey. He was sweating profusely, drenched all over, too afraid to close his eyes, feeling trapped and terrified. In Jiang Muk's eyes, only the terrifying image of Pyogon's face remained. And then he muttered, Heek was right. Scene change. Coming out of the forest. Now standing in front of him was the disguised assassin. The assassin saw him and immediately asked, Isn't he that Jiang Muk? Master Hyan, the nearby local asked. Hoen already went into the forest to search. So what is he doing here? The two approached and asked. Hoen finished searching. Right. What brings you here? The disguised Pyogon replied. Everything is done. Only this place left. So I came to check it out, he said. Puzzled. Isn't he this place rarely visited? What could possibly happen here? The assassin turned around with a serious face and ordered, I am just here for appearances. Also, to tell the brothers that today's search is over. They can leave now. He led them inside, and the two obeyed. Yep. Master Hyan, the deeper Pyogon went, the more he noticed a faint greenish mist accompanied by a strong stench spreading everywhere. What kind of place was this? He examined every corner, wondering if it was a warehouse or a drug lab. This was not just a bad smell. Where exactly was it coming from? At the end of the path, a water crack in the wall emitted the full odor. Pyogon grimaced at the increasingly strong stench and muttered, It is here. The strongest stench is coming from here. He saw a hole in the wall. Curious, Pyogon moved closer, took a deep breath. In Pyogon's mind, he thought, This smell is different from the rotten food I have smelled before, but it is somewhat similar and toxic. Without hesitation, he poked the crack and forced it open. Behind the wall was a staircase leading down, and the stench grew even stronger. Pyogon, excited, said, Let us see where this leads. Scene change. Somewhere in a basement, Kwang Hyat was brewing something, with a punk-looking guy beside him being used as a guinea pig. Kwang Hyat turned around excitedly, holding a vial in his hand, looking at the punk who squinted from the bright light and said, You must have been waiting a long time. Holding the vial, he sighed. Making this was complicated. Sorry for the trouble. Kwang Hyat tilted the guy's head back, dropped a blue liquid into his mouth. You do not need much. Just one drop is enough. Kwang Hyat laughed maniacally, his eerie laughter echoing in the room as the guy's body started twitching violently. The punk's mouth and nose spewed out a lot of foam, and blisters began to appear on his face. The intense pain made him writhe in agony, his body curling up in despair. His screams pierced the air, sharp and furious, as if trying to tear the space apart. Just seconds later, the punk's body went still, returning the room to silence. Seeing that he was completely dead, Kwang Hyat jumped up joyfully and shouted, I have done it. Holding the vial proudly, Kwang Hyat said, Just one small drop is enough to take out 10 top-level martial artists easily. Excited, he added, If I give this to the monks, I bet they will love it. Bioan spoke from the shadows. That stuff's definitely worth using. Kwang Hyat admitted from the start, I can detect who is coming. But he was surprised he did not recognize the person in the vial. Kwang Hyat raised the smelly vial and asked, You also think this stuff's worth using? Right. The assassin feigned surprise and asked, What kind of poison is this? Without hesitation, Kwang Hyat replied, I have not named it yet, but I finally finished making it. Kwang Hyat confidently said in a rough voice,
Yeah, sure.
Anyone poisoned by this toxin will die within 7 steps. Hearing that, Bioan smirked quietly. 7 steps. Before sending him off, you kindly gave it a name. What do you think of the name 7 Steps Soul Chasing Powder? Kwang Hyat laughed heartily with satisfaction and replied, 7 Steps Soul Chasing Powder. That is a great name. He nodded, his eyes flashing with excitement. I will call it 7 Steps Soul Chasing Powder. While Kwang Hyat was still admiring his creation, you fired a small force like a bullet straight at him. Without a sound, Kwang Hyat's head was pierced, blood gushed out, and he died without a chance to react. Bioan quickly grabbed the vial and silently celebrated. Thanks to him, I now have a powerful poison. You seem to have noticed and warned. I already said I do not like anyone wandering around here with cold, sharp eyes. You looked at the timid rats. Bioan frowned, extremely displeased, and sent a message. Meet at Little Thunder Temple tomorrow morning. He Poon, upon hearing the news, his eyes burning with fury, shouted loudly. There is no way the Kwang-Hite guards were assassinated by an intruder. Ka, struggling to open his eyes, said. Huem was right. The spy is hiding and wreaking havoc at Little Thunder Temple. You could not accept this. Slamming your fist hard on the chair in frustration. How could he have gotten past the formations all over Nam Mexi Flam to get in here? He reported the investigation process. But no one knows how he managed to bypass the formations. But investigating the deaths of the Kwang-Hite guards will reveal the truth. I checked all the bodies but found no trace of the spy. Ka reported with eyes half closed. I searched everywhere inside and outside Nam Muffy Lam, but found no body anywhere. Then we learned that they say last night the spy went out to scout Nam Migulelium. After finishing the search, his whereabouts became unclear. And then all the Kwang-Hite guards were slaughtered. Kua made a suggestion. I think if we track the spy's lost trail, we might be able to find him. After hearing that, Hu Poon's anger simmered down. He clenched his fist tightly and slammed it so hard on the armrest it shattered. Hu Poon's shout echoed throughout Little Thunder Temple. He is definitely hiding somewhere. A huge vein bulged on his forehead as he yelled furiously. Catch him fast. Bring him before me before he kills any more of my men. Now. Hu Poon's anger was no longer fire but boiling lava. He wanted to catch that spy so badly it was like swallowing him whole. The hall shook with his rage. I will cut off his limbs. On a starry dark night, a group dressed in red carried cold bodies. Lining them up in a long row, suddenly, an angry man from afar shouted. All caught. How's that possible? Not a single spy caught. How long do you want this to go on? His face showed irritation, his tone harsher. Just one spy causing this much chaos. What the hell is going on? How am I supposed to explain this to the Kwang-Hite guards? He turned to a nearby eunuch and asked, Where's Huem? The eunuch quickly replied, Huem is in seclusion. Meditating. Hearing this, his face twisted into a scary grimace. He gritted his teeth and said, In seclusion, the spy is causing chaos and he is in seclusion. Unbelievable. He shouted into the air. Get Huem here immediately. At that moment, someone knelt down, bowing deeply as if pleading to someone. On the main platform, Hu Poon sat with a stern look, saying, When the monks were killed, he never showed up. Now he finally appears. Tell me, do you have a plan? Seeing this, Huem, still kneeling below, quickly replied, I have the ability to break the curse on the children. As soon as he finished, Hu Poon seemed to realize something and suddenly asked, Children? You mean those kids from that village? What do you intend to do with those mutants? Without hesitation, Huem answered, Perhaps you already know I have experimented and taught them the anti-Guanian dark technique. It is a rare dark art countered by practicing Shaolin's Guanian divine skill. Although human potential is limitless, if you use all your power, your brain can dissolve. The mind limits itself with no way to unleash more. But I broke that curse by manipulating the mind. I have created some interesting things. If we use them, we can definitely catch that spy. Hearing that, Hu Poon quickly said, Are you sure? Remember, the spy you brought killed my disciple. Although I respect you a lot, do you dare to bet your life on it? Immediately, Huem spoke up. I was chased by him and never even got to see his face once. I can't even put into words how humiliating that was. Anyway, this life is already on the line. I guarantee everything to you. Please allow me to call everyone here. His voice was deep and commanding, and the atmosphere around fell eerily silent. Hu Pulse large hall quickly filled as he called all disciples to the 10,000 moon hall. In the dark night, a large covered area appeared, radiating an eerie, gloomy silence. Inside, a door was blocked by a large wooden plank. Strange sounds came from within. Outside, everyone gathered, sitting neatly in rows. Hu Pul's voice boomed. Everything's ready. Come out here quickly. Suddenly, a group of people appeared from behind the large curtain. 3 mysterious figures knelt calmly, approaching him. Ni, Ear Demon, and Little Devil. Seeing this, Hu Pul did not hesitate and spoke loudly. From the signs of the outsider, signs that can be found on the corpse. Based on many observations, I hypothesize that the spy is disguised as one of us. All disciples of the Little Thunder Sound sect have gathered here. That spy is definitely here too. No matter how well he hides, there is always a way to find out. All the experts are here. If we reveal his identity, catching him won't be too hard. Hearing Huem ramble on, Hu Pul grew annoyed and said impatiently, When do you start? Hearing the question, he quickly replied, These kids survived after the forbidden technique was lifted. When the technique is lifted, a special mark appears on their bodies. This special eye can see the flow of vital energy. Our martial arts have a unique energy flow. If we find anyone different, that is the assassin. This kid is Ear Demon. Though blind, his other senses are heightened. He can detect lies. That sound just rang in my ear. Hu Pul smiled proudly and said, Good. Very good. The special eye uses energy to identify the spy. And Ear Demon will question him. Wait for. He looked at Little Devil, who smiled smugly. Then asked, What about that kid? Immediately, Hyum answered. That kid does not have anything special yet, but his killing intent is very strong. I do not know what powers he has, but he survived after the forbidden technique was lifted. Right now, all he thinks about is killing. Hearing this, Hyupol's face darkened. He spoke. So it is a failed experiment. Originally, the Little Thunder Sound sect would not accept anyone without a killing instinct surviving. Wait for it. Hyupol's voice boomed. Go find him quickly. The group from before agreed and shouted. Understood. At that moment, Knee-Eye and Ear Demon stepped toward the group in red robes. A thought flashed through his mind. You can consider high killing intent a talent. Could there be side effects? I am sure there is something behind this killing intent. The thought kept going. What exactly is it? Suddenly, he spoke. Little devil. You look for him too. Hearing this, the kid showed no reaction. He spoke harshly. I do not want to, on this side. Knee-Eye was carefully inspecting each person, trying to find the one they were looking for. Ear Demon did the same. His eyes half closed, but he kept moving through the crowd. A Knee-Eye's gaze swept over them. He muttered repeatedly under his breath. Not him. Not him. And not him either. The child's gaze suddenly stopped. After a moment of silence, he spoke up. He is not here. That sound just echoed. Everyone there was momentarily stunned. Hyukim was also surprised and shouted out, What? Seeing that, the group from earlier started to get more restless. One person followed another, all with helpless looks. So did that kid find him or not? I do not know. Could it be that he is not here? What? Hyopun was now sitting on the high platform, shouting. His eyes looked a bit more fierce. He shouted loudly, the one who bragged to me that you could find him. Hearing that, Hyukim quickly objected to Hyopun's words. These kids can be wrong. Maybe he is not one of the people here. He is hiding somewhere. Suddenly, the little demon standing nearby blurted out. He is sitting right there. This made Hyukim quickly turn to look. His tone sounded urgent. What? Without hesitation, the little demon jumped up onto the high platform. The kid stood in front of someone. Quietly, he said, he is sitting right here. You are the one we have been looking for. At this moment, the little demon's face looked more terrifying. He spoke with a fierce tone. That is right. My brother. The person opposite now showed a clearly confused face, but in reality, his eyes flashed red. Silence fell. Then a chilling aura appeared. A terrifying red energy radiated around. He smiled satisfied, like he had just caught his prey, repeating his earlier words. I can kill people. Right. Kill. The sharp collar around the little demon's neck glowed strangely. Black circles appeared around him. They emitted a deeply eerie red light. Suddenly, that aura lunged at the person opposite like a fierce tiger attacking. At that moment, the other's face began to vanish, the mask seeming to peel away. When the mask smiled, a head of pure white hair appeared before the little demon. This made the kid freeze. Pio Gonson's face appeared, his red eyes glowing with energy as he stared at the other. Seeing this, the little demon quickly calmed down. He smiled smugly as he thought to himself, it is the Lord of the Heavenly Fragrance Tower. Meanwhile, the little demon's arm still moved, controlling that terrifying power. His mouth curled into a teasing smile as he spoke. How strange. That energy flew back and forth, forming a dark aura surrounding the two. Seeing no reaction from the other, the little demon wondered aloud. You are just sitting there. But I can hit you. Over there. The demon noble was watching from afar, unable to help but ponder. It is the first time I have seen this scene. He is not just sitting still. He is using his chi like fishing lines to push back the little demon's attacks. That is really some advanced technique. At this moment, those fishing lines appeared, wrapping around Paugons, constantly blocking the little demon's strikes. The kid then formed a magic circle, a light appearing between his palms. Immediately, the little demon's black circles were all held back by the thin fishing lines. Suddenly, the circles emitted a blazing red light. Paugon's eyes lit up as he asked, What is your name? Seeing this, the kid did not hesitate and replied, I am the little demon. As soon as he finished, he added, So you are Myung's disciple. Hearing this, the little demon's eyes froze. The little demon hurriedly asked, Are you the one who lived and also my father? No sooner had he spoken than Heelpun behind him angrily shouted, You guys. He looked at his subordinates and sternly said, Why are you just standing there? Hurry up and catch them. Immediately, the boy raised his hand. A beam of light appeared. Paugons quickly spoke up. We are talking here. Do not interrupt. You fools. He looked at the kid in front of him, his cold voice sharp and clear. Little demon. Step aside. Just in time to jump into the air. Paugons unleashed that energy toward the approaching group. Suddenly, he held back. Everyone now realized what was happening. But before they could escape, they were surrounded by flames. They screamed in fear. The fire's too big. Put it out. Get out of here fast. The mournful cries of those people kept echoing from inside the fire. The fire's burning me alive. Put it out quickly. Looking at the ruined stuff before him, Heepun could not help but feel angry, thinking to himself, when did he plan this arson? This is not ordinary fire. What kind of trick has he pulled? When did he start hiding his true identity from me? Meanwhile, Paugons ignored the wreckage and said, The person's parents asked me to save them. Hearing this, the little demon seemed to realize something, smiled, and replied, So they are still alive. Thank goodness. They are not dead. I still remember how I chopped off that man's hand to fool them. Seeing him endure the pain without complaint, because he did not want to alarm me, broke my heart. Suddenly, the little demon turned to Pyogons and asked how to get out of here. He quickly replied, I am not leaving. And I did not come here to save anyone, but to kill them all. As soon as he said that, the little demon curiously asked again, kill them all? Yeah. Pagons answered without hesitation. That is right. His words ringing in his ears. The little demon smiled happily and said, all of them, without warning. T was shocked. This kid's grown up. I want to kill them all too. Kill them all. Hearing that, Hivigam, standing not far away, immediately objected. Little demon, you want to betray us? At that moment, the little demon's face became unusually calm, replying, betray? You think I am following you? You treat us like slaves. Instantly, Kunov beside him joined in. Us too. Seeing that, Haikim suddenly exclaimed. What? Not paying much attention to him, Kunaiv kept speaking. Even though we do not remember anything about the master's orders, or what you did to us here. Those words echoed in Haikam's ears. He raised his hand, emitting a dim light, and shouted, you all. But before he could act, cords wrapped tightly around his arm. Biogon, unfazed, threatened, do not you dare touch the kids. The cords tightened around his arm, causing him to cry out in pain. Biogon looked at him with terrifying anger, his mouth twitching as he said, now it is your turn. A purple flame spread, burning fiercely. Hyalpoon scowled, staring at the flames surrounding him. He stood at a distance watching the crazed people flee, shouting out in despair. The painful cries caught Hyalpoon's attention. He looked over to see a body burning in the fire. A nearby man spoke up. Your Honor, this fire is not normal at all. You should get out of here quickly. Hearing that, Hyalpoon tightened his grip, shouting, no way are we just standing here watching, leaving our disciples to be slaughtered by that assassin. We can just fight him blindly and risk everything. We need to find a way out first, then capture him later. As soon as he finished, Hyalpoon's anger peaked, veins bulging on his forehead as he growled. His wild eyes looked toward Pyogon's group, thinking, that arrogant guy always claimed he brainwashed them completely, but now those fools are standing up against me. What a bunch of crazies. How dare they jump around in front of me like that? Hyalpoon gritted his teeth in frustration. Suddenly, he raised his hand as if casting a spell. A source of light surrounded him. It swirled continuously like a raging wind. Hyalpoon shouted angrily, you bastards. I will blow you all away. At that moment, a great power was unleashed, fiercely attacking forward like a starving monster. That terrifying beam of light was rushing straight toward Pyogon. At that moment, he seemed to sense something and quickly turned his head to look behind him. Instantly, the pile of broken stuff was swept up and scattered everywhere. In the blink of an eye, the purple flames, Pyogon, and the three kids vanished, leaving only the aftermath of the brutal attack. Hyalpoon finally looked up, staring at the chaotic scene ahead. He exclaimed in surprise, where did they go? Where is he? Where did that guy disappear to? Hearing this, the subordinate replied, could it be that they were all beaten to a pulp by the Grandmaster's great technique? Seeing that, Hyalpoon calmed down and answered, no way. And I will kill him no matter what. Meanwhile, Pyogon was running while holding someone in his arms, with the three kids close behind. A loud noise echoed as they hurriedly chased after them. On the ground, dark red drops of blood had just fallen and were still moving. Hyalpoon approached a small house, asking urgently, where are they? Someone in the distance did not hesitate to answer. This way. He continued, the blood trail has reached here. Maybe they were injured after the Grandmaster's attack. I have already sent the vanguard team. They should arrive soon. Not paying much attention to the man's words, he kept walking, his voice still ringing out. I will check it out myself. Over here. Hyviam stood before a large door and asked, is this the Hall of 10,000 Techniques? Before the other could answer, a thought suddenly struck him. Under the Hall of 10,000 Techniques. Could it be? FEM hurriedly shouted. This place is very dangerous. This is where the Poison King and his followers researched deadly toxins. Just as he finished speaking, the door opened, revealing a gloomy greenish mist inside. The mist hit their noses sharply, making everyone's blood run cold. Those who inhaled it immediately felt choked, tears streaming down, painfully gasping. Poison. Poison gas. Help. Hyalpoon looked at the scene before him, unable to hide his horror. Another person covered his nose and ordered the group behind him. Everyone, hold your breath now. Suddenly, Hyalpoon jumped up, forming a circle with his hands. A strange light appeared in his palms, attracting the mist, and he shouted out. Seeing this, those nearby quickly followed suit. Grandmaster. Wait until the Grandmaster fully blocks the poison gas before you breathe again. On this side, Hyalpoon was using all his strength to cast magic. His face twisted in pain as he cried out, but before long, something else appeared. followed by a pile of severed heads flying up, blood splattering everywhere. His face turned pale as he looked at the people writhing on the ground. Amazed, he said, "Damn," from the shadows. The little demon smiled smugly as he walked and said, "Behind us are Kuku Na and Taiyu, just as you said, brother." Though it took a bit longer than expected, the earlier scene reappeared. Bioan was running forward, and the little demon quickly asked, Brother, when can we kill them?" Bioan barely cared, replying indifferently, "Just follow my lead." After saying that, the group kept running, with drops of blood still drifting in the air. Bioan spoke up, "They will definitely follow the blood trail thinking it is mine, but they won't realize it is a trap. I won't let them die easily. I will lure them into a trap and slowly kill them with poison." Hearing this, the little demon annoyedly replied, "Then that is not really killing them." Bioan calmly said, "The poison is not strong enough to kill them all, and I do not need to waste effort dealing with the remaining lackeys. You said you have been waiting for this moment a long time, right? Don't worry. Just listen to me. Wait a little longer, and you will get to enjoy it." As soon as he finished, the little demon smiled happily. Awesome. Back to the present. The little demon stood before Hyelpoon, who was diligently casting magic. The kid asked the two beside him, "As long as we get revenge, I do not care if I die." The others, Ku9 and Nativyu, answered in unison. "Same here." But as that voice echoed in his ear, the little demon smiled with satisfaction. Good. Then, the little demon's face turned terrifyingly scary, his loud laughter echoing around triumphantly. The little demon's loud laughter echoed throughout the room. Seeing that, Hyelpoon got angry and growled, his eyes bloodshot as he thought to himself, "Just wait. As long as I can break the poison, all of you will be finished. If I use the triple flame strike, everyone will." As the thought faded, the light in Hyelpoon's hand flared even brighter. Then suddenly he shouted loudly and vanished. Still, the other three calmly watched Hyelpoon's next move. Immediately, his shout echoed in the air as he unleashed that great power toward the little demon. "Get rid of them all for me." At that moment, their eyes widened, watching the light rapidly approaching. In the blink of an eye, a huge flame burned everything, sounding like a massive explosion hitting the ground. The dazzling light flared up, stunning everyone. Hyelpoon looked at what had just happened, horrified, and exclaimed, "What is going on? What the hell is happening below?" Hyelpoon stood in the middle of the huge fire. As soon as he saw it, Hyelpoon quickly shouted, Fap Tun. It is Fan." Finishing his words, he turned to his subordinates nearby. "All of you, go help Fap Tun." They quickly responded, "Yep, sir." Without delay, they jumped down into the pit. Approaching Hyelpoon, they hurriedly asked, "Fap Tun, are you okay?" It looks like he wiped them all out. He ignored their words, a thought flashing through his mind. He had poured all his strength into that last strike. Most of them had turned to dust. No response. One of them spoke up, "We will handle the rest. You should go rest." But Hyelpoon's thoughts were not settled. "Everything is over. So why do I still feel this itch?" Suddenly, a savage face appeared right beside him. Instantly, 2 streaks of red blood ran across, dragging the heads of the 2 men who had just spoken with Hyelpoon. Not done yet. The little demon quickly swept toward the group standing frozen in the distance. One of them angrily raised a fist charged with magic toward the little demon and shouted, but before he could react, a hand reached out and grabbed his neck, a spray of blood bursting out. Seeing this, the little demon angrily shouted, "He is." Hearing that, the demon beside him calmly replied, "There is plenty more." At that moment, the 3 of them attacked the group, blood flowing everywhere. A truly brutal scene. Watching what was happening before his eyes, Hyelpoon cursed loudly, "You guys lost." Suddenly, fishing lines appeared from nowhere, wrapping around his neck, making Hyelpoon exclaim in surprise. He grabbed the thin lines and yanked hard, muttering, "So shallow." Immediately, sharp arrows flew from behind, but seeming to notice early, Hyelpoon slammed one hand into the ground. Cold sharp energy surrounded him. Hyelpoon smirked. "You think you can mess with me using these petty tricks?" Suddenly, a shadow appeared, making him shout quickly. Without hesitation, Hyelpoon moved toward the shadow. Clenching his energy tightly, he charged forward, shouting, "I know you are hiding there." A powerful punch came flying, sounding like an explosion, but Bioan quickly blocked the attack. His eyes flared as cold sharp blades appeared around him, shooting straight at Hyelpoon. Once again, Hyelpoon caught the blades, sneering in contempt. Such a weak attack. Hyelpoon's hand gripped the blades, pinching them between his fingers. Immediately, they were burned up by the power in his hand. Frustrated, Hyelpoon growled, "It is all useless." Moments later, both landed on the ground. Bioan clenched a thick rope tightly. His whole body radiated cold sharp energy, His angry gaze fixed on the opponent as he spoke. But remember my words. His eyes grew calm as he pulled the cloth in his hand tighter. Suddenly, Bioan twisted the cloth into a spinning circle repeatedly. Very quickly, you charged straight at Heelpun. While Bioan threw that shirt toward him, it shot through the air. Its speed so fierce it seemed to tear the space apart. That thing turned into a large circle, continuously rolling forward with incredible force. In an instant, it appeared right in front of Heelpun. Seeing that, he broke into a smug smile, quickly stepping back a few meters toward Bioan, shattering the ground beneath. Not panicking, you swiftly jumped onto the ridge. Immediately, Bioan spun to the side, dodging the attacking force. Instantly, you raised your hand holding that big rope. A kick sent small fragments flying forward. Suddenly, your lips moved slightly, widening, softly chanting a secret technique. Suddenly, rushing streams of water surrounded you, forming 72 sword strikes. The water spirits swept forward toward Heelpun. Seeing this, he raised his hands to block the water. The power of fire and water fiercely clashed against each other. Heelpun poured all his strength into the attack, his face twisting into a terrifying grimace. Unexpectedly, his robe tore apart, revealing his muscular body covered in tattoos. Heelpun's face showed frustration as he quickly spread his arms wide. Quite impressive, but he did not stop there. He continued launching all-out attacks. This time, his power surged like a fierce dragon charging forward. Bioan was no less fierce. You stood firm as Heelpun gritted his teeth, unleashing his red flames. Bioan glared him with fierce eyes, rushing forward with the power of sharp ice. The two charged at each other, the atmosphere torn apart by their intense gazes. The pressure of the dragon and the white serpent clashed, a life-or-death battle looming over them. Fong Tun is the toughest master I have ever faced. The image of Bioan appeared with long white hair bursting with power. To deal with masters like him, you need to reform your tactics. That is the trap strike, attacking by tricking the opponent into a trap. Heelpun easily blocked Biogan's punch. Moments later, he used his strength to strike straight at your face. In the blink of an eye, molten power shot from Heelpun's arm, predicting the opponent's attack and dodging it in a split second. I will use trap strike to force the enemy into a position that benefits me. Heelpun then revealed his speed. Between them, one wielded fiery power, the other cold power opposites. I will use trap strike to dodge the attack. Then he launched another molten strike toward Bioan. Danger lurks constantly. The closer you get to the enemy, the more dangerous it becomes. You and Tradham Jing thought silently, if I get hit, my bones might break. My flesh definitely want to stay intact. If I fight properly, he won't easily hurt me. Buying time is the best strategy. Thinking it and doing it, Biogan's eyes widened. But before he could strike, you took a hit right to the face from Heelpun. Bioan silently calculated. This fight is not easy. You stepped forward and threw a punch at him. Heelpun was not backing down and countered. He's no fool. You kept kicking toward him. Any fighter in this situation would feel uneasy. Anxious inside, Bioan attacked again, but he easily leaned away to dodge. Heelpun kicked through your hair, but over time, they would trust each other and fall into the trap. You gripped your weapon tightly, eyes locked on Heelpun. That is how trap strike formed. Thinking deeply, it seemed Heelpun shouted, "Damn. Already tired. Why are your attacks so weak? Just using weird tricks. But actually useless." You thought silently, setting this trap. Meanwhile, he sneered with contempt. Sure enough, you are just a mediocre assassin. To make sure of victory, Biogan's eyes widened, his body glowing, and you smirked quietly. Heelpun yelled madly. Enough already. Right after, Biogan's attack on him definitely left a hole. Suddenly, red streaks started appearing in your eyes. Instantly, Biogan lunged forward like a bullet. Moments later, a large spray of blood shot out. Heelpun had been stabbed straight in the chest by your weapon. He coughed up a big mouthful of blood, Heelpun's voice hoarse as he said, "You bastard. How could you?" Biogan did not answer him but raised his hand, channeling his power to shout, "Break the jade." In the blink of an eye, a circle appeared right at the wound where you just stabbed Heelpun's body. Moments later, he screamed in pain nonstop, his eyes glowing brightly. Biogan's long black hair gradually turned white as he slowly spoke. Though that guy was dry and harsh, Heelpun's whole body suddenly blackened and stood motionless. You turned your back and walked away, not forgetting to say, "It is." The dry arm lay on the ground. Heelpun was now just a dried-up skeleton. His subordinates saw this and could not help but cheer excitedly. A fight ton. A fight ton. They immediately charged forward, one of them yelling hoarsely, "He did." That guy was definitely badly injured and could not miss this chance. Tiyuma let out a sound, then shouted angrily, "What?" At that moment, someone above slashed straight down at Heelpun's subordinates below. The slash cut into the ground, creating a long trench. Dirt and rocks flew everywhere, scattering the panicked subordinates. What is going on? A familiar figure landed on the ground, holding a sword, the dust slowly clearing. It turned out the owner of that powerful slash was Ja Mu. Hen smiled and turned to Paigon, asking, "You okay?" Bang hi you. Seeing Jam, Bioan recounted the events. "I lost time hiding in the field. So it took me a while to find you here. If I had not reached that tower and heard the explosion earlier, I probably would not have found you anytime soon and came beside you." Then glanced at Heelpun's condition and added, "Luckily, it is not too late. And it looks like the biggest problem's been solved." Then Jamu turned to the subordinates behind him and said, "Senza can only help with small tasks," and then asked Bioan, "Can you still fight?" You did not hesitate and stepped forward with Jamu. As you walked, he smiled and said, "We do not need to be so reckless." Meanwhile, elsewhere, Huckam stood before a massive pit, looking at the huge hole. He could not help but widen his eyes in amazement. Switching back to Biogan's view, the scene showed bodies lying in pools of blood. Tiyuma was not scared but ran around playing happily. Jamu sheathed his sword and said, "I am done here." Buying high. Hearing that, Biogan frowned irritably and asked, "Who is being high to you?" "Don't ask, that kid already went back to the city." You asked confusedly. "I do not remember leaving any trace." "How did you track him down?" Jamu rid. "It is not tracking magic. I just tried to imitate what you did. With some help from a few Taoist items," he added. "I was a bit clumsy copying it, so I was a little late. But luckily I made it in time." Biogan thought to himself that his current state was not good at all. Outwardly normal, but his inner energy was chaotic. If he kept running, he would not get good results. Meanwhile, Jama looked at Heelpun's condition and could not help but admire inwardly. Knowing the magic of the Little Thunder Temple was powerful, but did not expect they had such a strong master. A master like that. Now in this state, what kind of trick was used? His face showed clear interest and curiosity as he muttered, "Biogan really wants to know his current condition." Then Jamu asked, "Are we teaming up now?" Biogan looked up and replied, then opened his eyes wide and added, "There is still one more thing to do." The scene shifts to another place. A battlefield engulfed in flames. Someone running frantically through the forest and kept gasping for breath. It turned out the one running with all his might was Huckam, and panicked completely. What should he do now? Even the Little Thunder Sound Temple was flattened. Where else could he take refuge? Suddenly, Huckam seemed to remember something, then Han blurted out, "Potala Palace, also known as the Dalai Lama's Palace, a wonder of Tibet, located in northern China." Huckam decided to head there and added, "That is right. Han won't he be able to chase all the way to Potala Palace? It is just too far." The image of Biogan appeared in Huckam's mind. No matter how fast Han was, he could not track him there. Suddenly, wooden splinters floated and flew toward Han from behind. Immediately, Huckam turned his head to look back. The scene before Han's eyes made him widen them in shock. Behind Huckam were sharp fishing lines crisscrossing. Aimed straight at Han. Anything those fishing lines touched was sliced into pieces. Huckam struggled with all his strength to break free, and stopped running straight and swerved toward a big tree nearby. Huckam hid behind the tree trunk, and barely escaped in the nick of time. And Huckam let out a soft sigh of relief. Suddenly, those fishing lines shot toward where Han was hiding. In an instant, they pinned Huckam tightly to the tree, and could not help but be stunned. Huckam's hoarse voice pleaded, "It is my fault, please. Don't kill me." Without hesitation, those fishing lines tightened, slicing Han's body into segments. Blood splattered everywhere. Huckam groaned in pain. Finally, scene shifts to another location. Dawnlight gradually appears behind the mountain peaks. The three of them, Little Demon, Arxiao, and Gaina, sit relaxing before the dawn. Arxiao quietly asks, "Who do you think will win?" Gaina, sitting beside, replies, "Of course, it is." Hearing that, Avark smiled slightly and said, "The other guy's no pushover either. If Huan is a sharp spear, then the other guy is a strong old shield." Meanwhile, John Woo asked Han, "Are you still okay, if you have not recovered yet?" Before he could finish, Biogan spoke up, "My current condition is very good." Hearing this, John Woo's face lit up with excitement as he said, "Good. But no matter the outcome, I will forget the grudge against Sel Moon P. Okay. You close your eyes and speak. It is okay if you are not used to it." John Woo decisively said, "Let us just settle it that way. This is my wish. I do not want to live owing anyone. Debts must be paid." "Of course," Biogan said. "Life is complicated because I accepted the wish to settle this grudge." Biogan's face was cold as ice as he replied, "No need to thank me. I am also looking to find out a few things." Little Mang, sitting on the other side, seeing this, excitedly spoke, "It is starting." In the blink of an eye, both dashed forward. The scene shifts to a crowded city street. A guest holding a book spoke up, "Is this the original copy?" The man smiled and replied, "This is what the son of the day told me to deliver." The old man laughed loudly and said, "Thanks a lot. It is a long journey. You must be tired. Go rest. By the way, I own a guest house in the city center." The man smiled and responded, "That is not necessary." The golden rice guy nearby sighed in frustration. "This is really annoying. Just like a bunch of women, always whining and complaining." Then he walked away. "It is more fun to just hang out at the tavern like this. I guess I should find some cool spots in the city to check out." Suddenly, a familiar figure brushed past the golden rice guy's sight. Turns out, it was Anjiao. Seeing her, The golden rice guy immediately perked up and exclaimed, "Oh wow." In a quiet alley. Every house had lanterns hanging. On Jiao walked through that alley. The golden rice guy quickly followed behind her. He wondered to himself, why has she been walking around like this for so long? After a while, she stopped in front of a house. On Jiao quietly said something. The door then opened. The golden rice guy standing nearby saw her go inside. He approached the house, unable to hide his amazement. "She lives here. That is pretty impressive." Then the golden rice guy hung up on the wall. Whatever. Next, he jumped straight in after looking around and thinking, too quiet. No guards around here. Suddenly, a little demon appeared behind him and asked, "Who is what?" Startled by the sudden appearance, the golden rice guy jumped and shouted. His mind was in panic. "What the hell is that? There was clearly no one here just a moment ago." The golden rice guy quietly said, "Bro, you live here?" The little demon did not hesitate to answer. "Yeah. Here." The golden rice guy happily turned away and continued, "So the girl who just went in, what is up with her?" The little demon smiled softly and said, "Seriously? That guy radiates this dark red power all over. Every time Hoyin goes out, a bunch of flies like this follow him. So annoying." Not long after, the sunset slowly fell, covering the house. The little demon stood by the old door, smiling and calling out, "Hoyin, you must be starving. When is dinner?" Bioan replied slowly, "Dinner's being prepared. Just wait a bit. How have you been lately?" The little demon kept the smile and answered, "It is really comfortable here, and Joe and Guyan do not have anywhere else to go anymore. Bro probably can fit back in with the family now, so staying here is fine. Plus, the steward uncle is really nice too." Hearing this, Bioan said, "That is lucky then." The little demon looked at the letter in his hand and raised an eyebrow, asking, "Is that a letter from that brother who looks like an iron tower? What did he write? Seems like he is pretty decent. No hard feelings. Let us see what it says. Dear my disciple." Suddenly, he closed the letter. Biogan's action surprised the little demon, who exclaimed, "What is wrong? You are not going to read it," he said angrily, not reading anymore. The little demon smiled at Biogan and added, "I heard your Iron Tower brother is at Thean Trung's son. He must have arrived by now. Want to go check it out?" Biogan did not hesitate and replied decisively. He put the letter away and changed the subject. "Tonight, the steward will prepare fish dishes for you all. Don't be polite. Just eat as much as you want." Hearing that, the little demon said cheerfully, "If you are invited, you can say no." Then he turned and happily skipped away. "All right, let us go call Guy to eat and agree on this." Suddenly, the little demon remembered something and paused. "That is right, brother." He gave a bright smile. "Thanks for getting us out of there." At that moment, Biogan glanced down at the letter on the table. He stared at the letter for a long time. Then he looked out at the sunset beyond the window and spoke. "Why do they always say such boring things? This is something people often say, that a tiger without wind, swords, and knives is not really a tiger. In the martial world, people getting stabbed in the streets is an everyday thing. What really gets people talking is who stabbed whom, and who made the move." One morning at Sichtong Manor, Biogan was sitting quietly at the table reading a letter. Sometimes, Biogan frowned, annoyed, closed the letter, and spoke. "Doesn't he that guy ever get tired of writing? Who cares about understanding people?" Just then, the little demon opened the door and spoke. "Brother, did you call?" Seeing the letter in his hand, the little demon exclaimed in surprise. "Another letter. Lately, Brother Thapsat has been sending letters regularly." Biogan gently set the letter down on the table. He stood up from his chair and asked, "I am planning to head to the bed. Want to come along?" He replied excitedly, "Yeah, I'm coming." The sky was clear blue, with cloths drying under the morning sun. The little demon suddenly remembered something and spoke. "That is right. While eating a gourd candy," he said, "just now I ran into Quine Nan and Dao. Quine Han is down in that smelly basement. That guy's buried himself in a pile of spell books, organizing something, and muttering about some new merchant guilds entering the capital. As for Ndao, she is still practicing the zither today. Luckily, brother did not hear it, because it was a total disaster. Now, do not go there." Biogan sensed something and furrowed his brows. He looked ahead and asked, "What is going on?" The little demon bit into the gourd candy and replied, "Aha." Suddenly, the space ahead twisted, and at the same time, in another alley, Xiao Chu was grabbed by the throat by someone's hand. Struggling to breathe and gasping out loud, the masked man spoke. "Hand over the sect's secret manual." Xiao Chu. Xiao Chu's voice trembled as he asked, "Who sent you to do this? Who hired you?" Suddenly, a man appeared near Xiao Chu and stabbed the masked man's hand with a weapon without him noticing. He said coldly, "I am curious how long you can stay silent." A while later at Sichtong Manor, Xiao Chu scratched his head and laughed. "Sorry to bother you, brother," Biogan softly said. "Your mess never ends." That made Xiao Chu sigh gloomily. Biogan then suggested, "Since you are here for a while, why not stay longer?" Xiao Chu still looked gloomy but said thanks. "Many thanks," he said quietly. "No one has formed a sect for a long time. It is like he is no longer part of the bloodline. If the 100 Demons Alliance finds out about this failure, they will send another assassin. Oh man. What a miserable life just when things get a little better. You become the target of the 100 Demons Alliance." The little demon said happily. "Seeing Hein come here will be even more fun, because now we can easily play with him." Seeing him so happy, Xiao Chu forced a smile and replied, really? Bioan reassured. Just wait and see. Listen to what I said earlier, Xiao Chu asked curiously. What does Hein plan to do? Bioan smiled faintly. You will find out soon enough. Xiao Chu still wondered what he was going to do. Suddenly, someone came running hurriedly down the hallway, so it was the elegant demon. He panicked and shouted loudly, Hone should come meet Dao. And the twilight gradually descended, covering the Hong pavilion. Little Ma asked worriedly, where is Dao? The man replied, the girl is in the guest room. Hearing that, Little Ma could not help but wonder why Dao was not in the private villa, but went all the way to the guest room. The door immediately opened, and Dao hurriedly called out, brother. Bioan asked, calling me at this hour? What is going on? Little Ma smiled brightly, raising his hand in greeting. And Dao, goodbye. She frowned and replied, there is a distinguished guest from Hanam next door. I just heard news that a prodigy named Jiang Hokai Vong died in Onkuk. That person's name is Tran Kim Vu. And Dao's words made him widen his eyes in shock. Bioan whispered, Tran Kim. His voice turned grim. Are you saying Tran Kim Vu is dead? Little Ma anxiously called out. But he did not answer and turned away. Then he hurried down the hallway, walking fast, finally reaching the next room, opening the door, lowering his head coldly, and said, answer my question. The guests seeing him like that could not help but feel alarmed. Bioan continued quietly. That guy named Tran Kim Vu, is he really dead? Soon night fell. The full moon shone brightly in the night sky. Bioan silently read John Woo's letter, sent to a dear friend. It had been 2 months since the western trip with Hein. During this time, I have wandered everywhere, including Vanham. So I still have not seen the dragon's head. Not even a trace of it. I wonder if I am chasing after nothing but an illusion. I am getting tired too. I wish I could meet Hein right now. If someday I hide away from the Jianghu world, I hope to cross the western plains with my children. Together, we would discuss martial arts freely, without any worries, roaming the world at ease. Diuma, Quainan, and Dao. Those kids must have grown up by now. I really want to see them. Reading this, Bioan softly sighed. So that person is really dead. A voice replied from somewhere far outside the window. I once hoped that one day, not far, I could call you brother. Those heartfelt words were spoken so easily, with deep affection. Biogan's hands did not stop trembling. He still had the strength to create threads to cut the table. Biogan was so excited that waves of energy radiated from his skin. He declared, the one who killed Tran Kim Vu will pay. He will pay dearly for daring to kill the brother I cherish most in Thean Hong Pavilion's hallway. And especially since just channeling internal energy can change its color. Inside, I have already hidden several types of hidden weapons. Biogan quietly thanked. Thank you. While Little Ma looked very pleased and exclaimed. Then he felt jealous and sulked. What about you? Little brother. Don't you have anything? Little Chu smiled and replied. You check inside. He continued. In your hidden dragon treasure, I have put plenty of dried meat that you like. The steward prepared the best kind. Compared to weapons, you prefer that? Right. When Little Mo opened it, he was very happy. Little Ma held the dried meat in his hands, overjoyed. Awesome. Steward, thank you so much. Little Chu added quietly. I hate to make you carry all the heavy stuff like this. Biogan turned and said. It is. Anyway, I have to investigate Tran Kim Vu's murder. By the way, I will head out now. Little Ma waved cheerfully. Safe travels. Little Chu, Quainan, and Dao. Take care everyone. Little Chu waved goodbye to the two of them, and the two set off safely, their shadows gradually fading away. Scene shifts to a city gate where a merchant caravan is slowly entering. The man riding the horse is Vu Truong Lak, leader of the Xu Yun merchant caravan. He thought to himself, we are only supposed to transport scriptures to Shaolin Temple. Then he glanced back at Biogan and Little Ma behind him, wondering why he had to travel with these guys. Inside, he was silently terrified, his face pale and drenched in sweat. Everyone in this Sichuan city fears that guy, plus the little demon following him. When feeling lost, he recalled what the old man said before the wandering hero stepping into the martial world for the first time. Hope you wait patiently until he gets used to life outside, so he can ease the tension inside. The problem is, how could I not notice? The little demon asked while eating. Hey Hein, what is the martial world like? Biogan replied softly. You will only know when you see it. He asked again. You do not know either. Biogan smirked. Are you disappointed I do not know? The little demon smiled and said, not all. He started walking and added, just keep going. You will understand eventually. At a certain house, a man was slammed into the wall. The little demon quietly approached him, sat down, and looked at the man with confused eyes. Then the little demon smiled and said to Biogan, the martial world's nothing special. Can we just kill him? He glanced away and asked, should we? I am already annoyed being bothered while eating like this. A guy holding a knife growled fiercely. You jerk. Where do you think this place is? Another added. I was already trying to go easy on you. Then they all charged forward together. You guys. Someone shouted. Let us hear it for them. The little demon. You go ahead. Just do as you like. Suddenly, someone appeared out of nowhere and shouted loudly. Oh my. The hero. He knelt down, banging his head on the ground before Bioan and the little demon. He shouted. My men have insulted the hero. Please forgive them. Hero. I beg you to spare these foolish lowlifes. The guy with the yellow hair and knife asked. Boss. Why are you doing this? Why take the blame for these nobodies? The boss turned and banged his head again. It is my fault. Not theirs. I take full responsibility. Please forgive me. Please forgive me. The little demon did not understand what was going on but asked eagerly. Should we just kill them all? Bioan stayed silent. After a moment, he quietly asked. Starting today, I will be staying at this inn. Is that going to be a problem? The man quickly replied. No problem at all. I will make sure everything is arranged carefully so as not to disturb the hero. The little demon looked up and thanked him. Thank you, hero. Thank you. As he left, the men rushed over to help the boss stand up. The little demon looked at them annoyed and clicked his tongue. Moments later, he happily followed Bioan, while a girl with pink hair stood above. Watching everything, she sighed. So scary. Why is the martial world so chaotic? This girl was a family member. The man beside her was the new martial swordsman. The family member frowned and asked, Are we going to get caught up in trouble? The swordsman gently put his hand on her shoulder and said, Don't worry. I will protect you. I can let someone about to become a bride like you get hurt. His words comforted her. And she turned to call out, Swordsman Kaka. Later, the sunset's glow spread across the sky. The family member stood beside the grave, lost in thought. Swordsman Kaka. Kaka. Do you think it is okay to bring me to Thean Manor by myself? Will my girl be upset? Just then, the little demon slowly approached the family member, who was surprised and gasped. The family member saw the little demon and widened her eyes, fear clear in her gaze. That kid is the brat who said those scary things yesterday. She recalled his earlier words. Should we just kill them all? The little demon stepped closer and greeted her. Hello. Beautiful sister. The family member replied fearfully. Hi little brother. She nervously babbled. Are you here to bathe? Do you want to bathe first? The little demon hesitated. So the family member answered quietly. She thought. I need to finish bathing quickly and get out of here. Without hesitation, she dunked her face into the water, splashing it all over the little demon's face. He called out. And he was startled and exclaimed, Ah! What is wrong? The little demon, face dripping with water, said. No need to panic like that. Don't worry. I want to kill you, even if I am hungry. I would not do that. He stammered. Thank you, brother. And sorry for what happened earlier, he said casually. Not exactly hungry. It is just that the dishes the locals liked were all eaten up. So I felt a bit off. He frowned. So that is how it is. Then she forced a smile and said, Well then. The next morning in a forest, the little demon was chewing on a piece of dried meat. He happily said to Bioan, This is delicious. Seriously, seeing the different piece of meat in the little demon's mouth, he could not help but wonder. Was not he supposed to have eaten all the dried meat before leaving? He replied. Sis left it at the inn as a gift. She said she made it herself. Want some? Bioan coldly replied. No thanks. The little demon held the meat, wondering, Sis is really kind. I wonder if I will see her again. If we meet again. Meanwhile, he and the martial swordsman were being attacked by a group of people. I will definitely ask Sis to teach me how to make dried meat on this dangerous mountain peak. The martial swordsman stepped forward and shouted. Who are you? Who sent you to do this? He whispered to he behind him. This is dangerous. There is a threat behind me. She clutched the treasure tightly, not letting go. Brother. The men with battle-scarred faces gave them hungry looks. The gang leader laughed. No need to know all that. We only want one thing. Hand over the sword you are holding, he said, pointing at the treasure he was holding. The martial swordsman looked confused. How do you know we have the sword? The leader threw off his cloak and sneered. Talking so much. I guess you do not want to hand it over. But do not dream we will give up that sword. The reason they wanted it was because it was one of the 3 famous swords made by the 2 legends, Agyatu and Kantong Kongden. It is the only surviving sword of the 3 and the least known. Who would be thought the sword was the family heirloom of such an ordinary clan? Seems the rumors were true. The gang leader grinned slyly, then ordered his men to rush forward. Grab it for me. All charged at once. Obeying orders, the martial swordsman had no choice but to fight them. Dozens of big guys lunged at the sword to snatch it. With no way out, he could only stand firm and defend. The martial swordsman released his energy into the sword, slashing sideways to create a big explosion. Those nearby were blasted away as if flying without wings. The leader exclaimed. Not bad, but still not enough to make us back down. Then the gang leader decided to join the fight himself. He went crazy and charged at the martial swordsman. Without hesitation, He thrust his fiery sword straight at him. Jia, he worriedly shouted. Hoyan. But he was quicker. Dodging to the right, the martial swordsman gradually regained control. Clashing one-on-one with the leader, both were evenly matched, attacking and defending simultaneously. However, the advantage was with the martial swordsman. He mustered all his strength, dropped his body, and struck the leader's side. The gang leader reluctantly retreated. Panting heavily, his face showing clear interest. His cultivation is no joke. Fighting one-on-one with him is tough. Everyone focused their attack on the woman, so the leader resorted to tricks. Suddenly, a subordinate asked, Captain, her strength is like a cliff, and that guy's blocking the way. How can we? Without hesitation, he punched the subordinate hard in the stomach. Then he taunted, Are you scared? Keep attacking. I have planned everything. Do you think I would let you die? Then he ordered again. Charge. Wave after wave of attacks came in. No matter how strong the martial swordsman was, he had to shake his head. They had clubs, swords, even crowbars, anything they could use. They grabbed. A real man's sword fight means facing each opponent alone. The leader radiates a terrifying aura. Hey, what is there to be scared of? Even the captain has to step in now and take a stance. He channels his power into the sword's tip, then swiftly releases it. A terrifying force bursts out violently, charging forward with unstoppable speed. The deadly energy aims straight at the family you are trying to protect. The swordsman struggles against those rookies and can't rush over in time. The wild power crazily advances closer and closer. Then a strike pierces through the family member's side. She collapses from severe blood loss. The swordsman shouts out in fear, Family, quickly chase off these bastards. Then run over and catch her axe in your arms. Family, are you okay? The leader laughs mockingly. Come on, show me your sword. On the swordsman's side, he keeps reassuring her firmly. Jia too. Wake up, Jia, he cries. Thinking. Just then a familiar voice rings out. No wonder the birds are so noisy. She recognizes the voice as the little demon steps forward, smiling brightly at her. We meet again. Jia, he tears up, staring intently at him. But when reunited, the little demon only cares about food and jerky. She trembles but tries to stay calm as she replies. Give me all of it. Sis does not have much anyway. That is too bad. He pouts, looking exhausted, making Jia he cry even harder. But Sis will make more. Sis will make more for you, she begs. Please, just save my siblings. The little demon can help but drool a bit. At that moment, the leader steps forward and says, Hey kid, go play somewhere else. Adults are talking. He sneers at the boy. The little demon smirks and removes the seal from his neck. Then lightning fast, he chops off the leader's head. The little black demon wildly tears the body apart, clearly enjoying it. Wherever his feet go, blood spills. The battlefield is covered with torn bodies. The weapons in the little demon's hands are smeared with a mix of A and B blood types. And Jia Hoi stammers in agreement. Yeah. Toward the swordsman. He can believe his eyes. How did that kid do all this in just a moment? Who exactly is this child? He is like a demon himself. At that moment, Bioan slowly approaches. The little demon happily calls out, Bioan. Bioan grimaces. I just heard the guards mention the sword announcement. Is that the sword announcement? Can I get a closer look? Jia Hoi, tears streaming. She nods without hesitation at the request. The swordsman speaks up. We are truly grateful for the protection. Big brother, it is nothing. Anyway, we could not protect it by our own strength. He hesitates but hands the announcement to Bioan, who pulls out a few pouches to examine. He wonders if they are trying to protect or hide something by doing this. The sword's strength and sharpness are flawless, but the blade is too short. Nowadays, few make swords like this. Bioan looks at the sharp blade in his hand. Definitely a famous sword. Excellent quality but hard to use in real combat. Better suited for decoration. Then he tosses it back to Jia Hoi. The demon wonders. So why? It just looks nice to me, Bioan explains. In battle, single-edged weapons are usually easier to handle than double-edged ones. Of course, you can judge a famous sword by that alone. Since ancient times, swords have been seen as a link between heaven and man. She gazes into the distance, thinking that is why every sword has a name and is treated like a token. This sword is no exception. The swordsman carefully wraps up the announcement, his face showing sadness as he thinks. Because of this sword, we have faced countless troubles. I do not know what else Jia Hoi will have to endure. Bioan curiously asks them, Where do you plan to take this sword? Jia Hoi hesitates a moment, then decides to say, We are heading back to the Lusun chamber. She continues, This sword is my family heirloom. I am on my way to the engagement ceremony with Ho Hiu Thean, the head of Thean and Manor. This person is the outer hall master of Thean estate. From the Losun room, the uncle introduced himself. I am from the Losun room, outer hall master of Thean estate. May I ask if you are a young lady from the family association? She replied. Yep. That is right. I am from the family association. Losun chuckled. It is lucky you all made it here safely. Hearing that a young lady was attacked, and it turns out she is from the family association. That is really terrible, but the sword proclamation is still safe. Right. Could you entrust it to me for safekeeping? The family association immediately refused. The proclamation is our sect's family heirloom, and I must take full responsibility for it. Seeing this, the uncle's expression darkened, but he kept a smile. Miss, I heard someone rescued you during the attack. She glanced to the right. That is right. If not for them, we would have faced a great disaster. The family association was referring to Bioan and Tiuma, and at that time, Trung Lak was also with them. Trung Lu was cautious, remembering the earlier warning to be careful and not let the wandering hero get dragged into unnecessary troubles. Trung Lo thought anxiously. The trouble has arrived. But I still have to pretend to be friendly so I do not get exposed. What is going on? Lo Sun gave a polite smile and said, I am from the Lo Sun room, outer hall master of Thean Van Estate. I am here to thank you all for helping a young lady. Trung Lo felt relieved. I thought it was some young lady with bodyguards. But it turns out she is from Thean Estate. He smiled awkwardly. It is nothing much. But I want to invite you all to Thean Estate to express our sincere gratitude, feeling shy and at a loss for words. But we really did not do anything significant. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a man bowed before a stern woman and reported, the plan failed. Not only did we fail to seize the proclamation, but the entire Kaima team was wiped out. It turned out this man was the Iron Sword Immortal. Duahon. She sat upright and questioned. Were they strong enough to wipe out the entire Chima team? He looked up, flustered. It is not that simple. Ho-En ordered us to have Ho-Mun investigate who they are. He immediately obeyed. Yep. Madam, the man wondered. Should we entrust this matter to someone else? If things keep going like this, the proclamation will fall into Thean Estate's hands. The estate master will surely send that sword to Vukium Sun Estate, which has close ties with him. The master of Vukium Sun Estate, Trong Bin Sun, is famously obsessed with swords. If he gets the proclamation, he will wholeheartedly support Thean Estate. But do not worry. I have already invited a master who can keep Trong Bin Sun in check. This surprised him. Is there really a martial artist like that in the world who can control him? At least someone on par with an 8-star seat. But would such a person be willing to confront the master of Vukium Sun Estate? She said. That is someone I know personally. No need to worry. If I have asked, they will definitely help. Ho-En's eyes showed clear trust. I guarantee it. Scene change. Evening at Thean Estate. The estate's steward welcomed a young lady and honored guests to the estate. It has been a long journey. You must be tired. Please rest first. Tonight, we will host a banquet. Tronlak smiled warmly and replied. Master May, thank you for the kind invitation. The steward happily led them inside. Thank you for accepting our invitation. We have prepared rooms in the guest hall where you can rest. We will see you at the banquet later. He glanced at the family association. The young lady's room is separate. She immediately replied. No need. I will stay in the guest hall with Bioan and the others. The steward was puzzled. What? But the estate master ordered special care for the young lady, she explained. I am not officially part of Thean Estate yet, so it makes sense for me to stay in the guest hall. Her face showed clear discomfort. I do not know why, but this person makes me uneasy. It is better to stay with those who saved me. The steward felt annoyed but reluctantly agreed. If that is what the young lady wants, then so be it. If anything's inconvenient there, please let me know. Just call, and I will be there immediately. She bowed and thanked him. Thank you. I appreciate it. After he left, she finally let out a sigh of relief. Vakim looked worried and asked, Ratu, you are late. Are you okay? Rahu relaxed and replied. Yep. At that moment, the little demon ran over. Titty, you look confused. What is wrong? Little demon. The kid smiled brightly but had a sharp tongue. Let me handle that big shot for you. Titty. As night fell, Biogan wandered alone, admiring the peaceful surroundings. This city really is quiet. He looked toward the brightly lit house inside, thinking it over. Maybe I should stay at Thean for a while and gather some information there. At the same time, a girl approached and asked him, Can I come in? Biogan eyed her cautiously. Standing before him was a girl in a tight outfit, none other than Ho-En. They faced each other. Seeing Biogan silent, she nodded and went inside. Biogan calmly entered the tavern, where many monks gathered to eat and chat. But he found a corner to sit alone, listening in on the next table. Thean has become truly formidable lately. They are about to defeat Truck Hai Trang and dominate the area. Only Miss Ho-En from Truck Hai Trang seems troubled. If only the head of the clan were healthy, things would not be so desperate. The clan leader is gentle by nature and never wanted conflict, which is why they gave way to Theanin. The guys pondered and realized that Theanin is rapidly expanding its power, while Truck Hai Trang, once strong, is now suppressed. This situation has left Truck Hai Trang restless. Even the small market brothel can't handle the pressure. So the recent raid must have been ordered by Truck Hai Trang. Biogan sipped his hot tea, but ultimately, the The raid was safely in Theana's hands. He wondered what Truck Hai Trang would do next. Suddenly, a strong aura of hostility filled the air. He was on high alert, having sensed this many times before. The guy grinned, showing his teeth, clearly excited about something. Then he glanced up to the second floor. The person causing the commotion was Nak Chiyu-sun, and Bioan watched closely. Second floor. He asked Tiyuini, "Can we switch to a room upstairs?" The man bowed his head and replied, "Sorry, sir. The entire second floor is already booked." Frustrated, Bioan remembered Hoen. She was not around earlier. Probably on the second floor. Maybe she rented the whole floor. Curious about her identity but not wanting to stress himself, he decided to just change seats and enter the tavern. Loud footsteps echoed, as if demanding everyone's attention, so Bioan looked over. Curious, it turned out to be a group of young warriors. The leader's face looked really annoying. This guy was Ho Hu Thean, son of the Theanan clan leader. Ho? He scanned the tavern, saying, "Me see," and noticed a pair of eyes fixed on him. Ngakai walked over and locked eyes with Bioan. No one dared look him straight in the eye. Yet this guy did it boldly. Bioan had never met him before. Seeing Hoen and Nahak Chiyu-sun come down, Ngakai smiled and greeted. "Greetings. Miss Du," she asked coldly. "Why is young Master Ho here?" Ngakai showed obvious admiration. "Of course. I heard Miss Du was here, so Hoen was exasperated. "I never told anyone I was coming here." Although many had already been taken over by Theanan, she could not help but be cautious about her surroundings. Ngakai continued, "Actually, I have some matters to discuss with Miss Du." Hoen was too annoyed to reply. "I have nothing to say to you." "Young master, please wait," he said, eyes flashing. "I have not finished speaking yet." He was massive, probably weighing around 265 pounds. Fully built, standing before a beast like that, Hoen remained unshaken. "I was wondering who he was. It turns out he is Hong Fu Dai Heap. I heard Dai Heap refused our offer to join Theanan." He hesitated, then said, "I am powerless to resist. After all, Theanan's offer is better." Hoen broke into a sweat. Doesn't Dai Heap understand what that means? He wore a knowing expression. "I have long stopped caring about appearances." "Hoen, you want to be able to persuade me?" "Dai Heap," she said, and he stared intently at her. Then he tensed, radiating hostility. "Miss, you are not allowed to leave without young Master Ho's permission." Ho tries to hold back her words, but the hero can't take this joke anymore. Tresun immediately starts feeling irritated. Enough is enough. A real man knows how to show his strength to the right person. Am I wrong? He glares at the guy. How desperate is Trifafai trying to recruit even an old man like that? Tresun quickly pulls out his weapon. If the bullet does not destroy the house, the door will be wrecked. So Tresun drags him away. "Come on. This old man will face him." Facing this powerful man, the big guy can't help but spit. That old man really is a master. He clasps his hands and asks, "I am Hong They Fi Chai Thing. May I know the identity of the senior?" The guy shouts loudly, "I am the tree Tresun." Hearing this name, Chai Thing finally realizes. Tresun, the lion's in pain. Tresun glares at Ho, amused. "I guess I am in for something like this again." This makes Chi Theng want to back off a bit. "Senior." At this moment, Ho Kei notices the situation and steps forward. "Senior, I am Hoen Giske from Thingian Trang. This is something Miss D needs to handle. Please wait a moment." "Senior, that jerk Kun B and the Nanakagon guys made him freeze up. Damn it, you all dragged the whole gang here. Then say this is just between the two of you to settle." Kike stammers. Suddenly, an ignorant guy jumps up. "You bastard. The more you talk, the worse it gets." Chi Thing turns to warn. Wait. Those words seriously hurt his pride. "Who just said that?" The other side keeps cursing wildly without knowing the situation. "Let us see if he can say it again," Kei shouts. "Enough already." That crazy old man instantly slashes across the guy's side, splitting his body in two, blood splattering all over the floor. Knowing the fierce skill of the man in front, everyone is shocked and dares not move. Even little Ho Kei is helpless watching this scene. Now Tramping Sen casts a sharp gaze like he wants to devour his prey at the Ho Kei group. Chi Thang senses the danger and steps up to protect him. "Young master, please leave first." He hesitates, but the cold hand is wide. Hiro Nahi is already fired up. At this moment, Traniampung Sun, like a mad dog, lashes out at them. "Where do you think you are going? Your subordinate's mistake is your mistake. You have to stay and take responsibility." Chai Thing replies, "That guy's mistake has nothing to do with me. Utrong Sun, you are overestimating yourself. You have got a bit of fame. But do you really think you can compare to me?" Chai Thing stays calm and answers, "I would never think that. I just hope today's matter can be settled with a fight between senior and junior." Trong Sun sneers. "You do have some spirit. Let us see if your skills match your pride." Just as he finishes, Chi Thing invites him outside. I won't disappoint you. Senior. The guy sighs and follows. Worth looking forward to. Others in the inn are curious and follow to watch their fight. Chutong Sen stops glaring, deciding the winner in this circle. Han answers. Yep. Exactly. He drops his weapon to the ground, a bit disdainful. Choosing this way after seeing my blade. You think I can handle this heavy iron flexibly in such a tight space? Chaitheng explains. I have no such intention. This is just to minimize damage. Tripping Sen laughs mockingly. What a worthless master. Using weapons to pressure someone half his age. Truly pathetic. Fine. If that is what you want, I will play along. Up above. Others are excited about the fight. Who will win? Of course. Hero Nenix. Hong for Hero is good too. But how can he compare to the Lion's Blade? Besides, Hong for Heroes the Ein Tung Tum Fist is not perfected yet. So it is hard for him to win this fight. They bet on it. So I am rooting for Hero next. The relatives and Ho behind overhear the conversation and lose interest. Can T believe they treat their fight like some trivial game? This is really bad for Hong Fi Hero. But we have no other choice, because I have to make Thean and Trang completely clueless, and remind everyone that Truck Hai Trang still exists. After a while, it started to rain, and the villagers in every encounter all looked surprised by what was happening. A fresh red feather fell onto the ground. Unclear whether it belonged to Chaitheng or Chiyu-sun. Even Pyogon could not hide his selfishness. As for Ho and Ho Kai, both of them were left speechless. Mouths wide open. What is going on here?